Luxy, introduce yourself to start off with and your role within the team.
Hello, my name is Luxy, and you can call me Bagus, my real name. And I'm from Bigetron Red Aliens from Indonesia, and my role in PUBG as a support and sniper.
Which map is your favorite when it comes to competitive play, and why?
My favorite map is Miramar because it's very easy to rotating with a car, with a vehicle, and not much compound on that map, so we can easily shoot the enemy open field.
Which teams or teams would you consider as your biggest rival throughout the PMWL?
Oh, there's many teams that very dangerous in PMW right now. Like Team Secret is number 1, and TSM Entity, and the third one, KOG. They're very dangerous.
Overall, what is your preferred weapon loadout?
Oh, my favorite weapon, Karate and M24.
Oh, okay.
You know, I'm the best sniper.
Best sniper.
No, I'm kidding.
Bolt actions in the West have fallen off a bit more. It's more about DMRs now. So are you still happy with Kar 98, or do you think that DMRs are just very strong?
I have ever tried training or scrim with DMR, but it's way useless to the team. I cannot help my team with the DMR, but so I decided to back using bolt action sniper, and it backs. We won all the scrim like 2 weeks ago until now.
All right, well, that was the interview with Luxy. Thank you very much, and best of luck in the PMWL.
Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's Kyle Aris here, the host of PMWL East, and I am with Hastar from Nova Godlike. Firstly, why don't you introduce yourself as well as your role on your team?
Hello, my name is Gopal Sharda, and my in-game role is assaulter flanker for the team, Nova Godlike, and my IGN is Nova Godlike Hasta, and I play for team Nova Godlike.
Which map is your favorite when it comes to competitive play, and why?
Miramar and Sanhok. For Miramar, because we can take long-range fights, which I prefer more, because being not a good player in close range, I prefer playing some medium range and long range fights, and also Sanhok for being so aggressive and fast-paced game.
Which team would you consider as your biggest rival throughout the PMWL East?
We haven't faced off the international teams for quite much for now. Like we got some chances to play against them in the scrims that was organized last week. But if we talk about the rival teams, it's gonna be definitely people wants to watch the Pochinki matchup, RRQ versus Nova Godlike. So it's gonna be quite fun to watch, and let's see what they bring to us.
How would you rate your team compared to other participants in the PMWL East?
We do understand that being on the South Asia region, it's quite difficult to compete against the C region because they are a bit more advanced like in their tactics. But definitely if we compare to other teams, we are not quite behind.
Down goes George, that's a confirmation, instantly switches to the 16!
Really could be, let's see if they go to the engagement, seeing it spread out, oh, big shot!
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, for more PMWL East as we are here for day number 2 of our first week super weekend as we get all of these teams ready and raring to go to gather points and try and accumulate as much as possible to move on eventually to the finals here for PMW East Season 0. I'm off to talk to some commentators that are going to be bringing you some of the first games here for the day as we have Imperium and Maxman ready to go. Gentlemen, my first question to you is, is anybody gonna do as well as you did yesterday? That was phenomenal stuff.
Probably not today.
Maybe?
In terms of 3 games in a row, 3 chicken dinners, but we will see some absolutely amazing performances, I know that.
I'm expecting a lot from one team in particular that's going to be actually T1. I think T1 started their redemption arc a little bit yesterday, and I think that if they can continue on that throw today, I think they can get some pretty good results, even maybe their first chicken dinner.
I'm glad it seems that they finally found themselves a home when it comes to Erangel especially, and we'll see if that can continue through today. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll get you for the first couple of games in a few as we now head on over to the desk as Team AFK readies up and raring to go. We've got Avenger, we've got Frost, we've got Kylaris here for the next day of games. Gents, yesterday was a blinder, to say the least. You do going on the spree, as I'd coined it as the chasers, but obviously they did far more than that, Frost. They looked phenomenal, and yeah, I think over 100 points in a single day. It's fantastic.
I mean, Urugank is the tip of the spear right now. They are the one who's leading the charge. But yeah, we got some teams close behind, and I gotta say I'm with Maxman on that one. T1 is the team I'm looking out for today, and also RQ Athena, of course.
I'm obviously always looking out for RQ Athena because I think they're fantastic and I like their name and I like their style as well. I'm going to break down some of their plays from yesterday as well.
Sure.
But Yudu, we cannot not talk about them. 95 points in 3 games. Absolutely insane. 9 points in the rest of the last 2 ones though, so kind of a fall off there, but then again, after such a stellar performance in the first 3 games, I cannot really pin anything bad on them. From
it happens. I mean, the last 2 games, the circles were definitely not in their favor by any means, by any stretch of the imagination, so that was difficult. Well, let's take a look at the format as it does break out down here for the PMWL East, as we have completed our opening matches, completed our first days for week 1, and now we're in the midst of our first super weekend. Across those 3 super weekends, everybody's going to be gaining points, and from there, you accrue points for the league play, and then you accrue points to qualify into that league finals at the end of everything. So we are in that day number 2 right now, and Yudu have set themselves apart. RRQ Athena is another team, of course, Martin, that you've just brought up here, and we saw the progression of them even throughout yesterday as an isolated incident for us. We saw them fragging out, pumping out huge amounts of damage in some of those first games, not quite getting the placement, but towards the end, they clicked and it looked scary.
Yeah, they actually got themselves a chicken dinner in the last game, but I feel like this is the normal RQ Athena we normally see. Super aggressive, going for the kills straight away, and we do normally see them, even if they go out on maybe a 10th place or below that, they still have a ton of kills.
Yeah, let's take a look at the points distribution, and that's how all these teams are going to be able to gain themselves the stop spots. We have 20 points for a chicken dinner, and then all the way down to 11th through 16th with the participation point, the chicken nugget, as we called it yesterday. And then, of course, a chicken nugget for each kill as well. So if you get 19 chicken nuggets along with a chicken dinner, that's a whole lot of chicken.
I mean, just look at Yudu, for example. They got 3 chicken dinners, right? That's a lot of points, but they also had most kills yesterday.
You know what? That's why they stopped playing the last, or they
were full.
They couldn't eat more.
They couldn't eat more. It was impossible.
They certainly looked it towards the end. That was ridiculous. And of course, if they're able to get some big prize money towards the end as well, that'll be able to fuel them all that little bit more. Let's take a look at those numbers in terms of how much money can be accrued here throughout the regular league plays. Your left-hand side column with that 50,000 for first place. And if things continue how they currently are, you might be able to achieve that. And then on the right-hand side is our league finals. Now, $100,000 for that first place. That is a lot of chicken. That's a lot of chicken.
A lot of chicken. I mean, Urugank is looking good right now, being on the top. Not only that, but with so many points ahead as well. Even if they have a few bad games, they're still going to be on the top and they're still going to have a good push there. It doesn't matter.
honestly, with a mediocre performance today and tomorrow, they would still, I feel like they would still have qualified to the league finals after such a stellar performance on day one. I mean, we're expecting them, at least to get 20, 30 points on a bad day from these kind of league days or league super weekends. And that's going to put them in such a great spot as well, because they're obviously going to qualify for the other league finals as well, or super weekends. So it's going to qualify them for the league final.
Yeah, I mean, even if they bombed out across the next couple of games, couple of days, they'd still end up in like 15th or 16th by the time we actually get to that. So they'd still be there. But by the by, that is regardless, as we do now take a quick sneak peek between the battlegrounds once again.
Okay. I set this camera guide like that. Okay. Yeah, we are here. There is virus. We can go anywhere.
Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split Global Final.
Best of the best in the world here with us today, John. We'll see how these teams can work under the pressure that it will push down on them.
Luxy comes in, he takes the kill, and now he's in a 1 versus 2. Luxy for Bigitron, he could go all the way.
That was amazing, and so is this from Klotzgon as he wipes them out. Case from Jonathan is Neo goes down. Jonathan's in the open, he's going for the spray.
He's taking blue damage, needs to figure it out, but 2 of them are down. He's snaking it around, goes for the spray, takes it down.
That's when I saw a team that really led the world in terms of their skill level, and then they feel like they're untouchable. But in PUBG Mobile, everybody is constantly reminded of their mortality.
Now we're coming into a new year. There are pro leagues happening all over the world.
Clean kill!
Thousands upon thousands of teams will battle it out to go to the end of the year for the World Championships and meet and clash on that final stage.
Are you kidding me? 21 years old!
Look at you now, looking for more runners!
Dropping out of the plane, you need to know that the 3 guys next to you have your back, and they are willing to go with you in any situation.
There's a team that can breach well, it's Loops. Beowulf just shuts them down. Pittsburgh Knight cutting through B4. Down they descend into the valley.
Kita siap.
That's right. Between the Battlegrounds, the 8-part documentary series is on the horizon. We're going to be able to see it throughout the year, and the first episode is going to air during our first Super Weekend, which is...
Wait, it's now?
It's right now. In fact, no, it's actually tomorrow. You're going to see that after match 3 of tomorrow. We're going to be airing the full episode, and then after that, it will also be available on YouTube as well. So you can head over to youtube.com/PUBG Mobile Esports. You should probably subscribe as well, but you can check it out there. So it's going to be a great time for all, and it is very worth the watch, I must say. So, gentlemen, before everything's going down, we can take a look at the schedule, we can take a look at everything here for today and see how things are going to be broken down as well. Obviously, it's a very cool documentary to actually see and how things are actually playing out with all of these teams going up against one another. What do you think, Froz?
Yeah, I mean, you get a small glimpse into how their day-to-day life is, and the small stuff like how they're actually holding the phone, how they're sitting. I feel like stuff like that is super interesting to see.
Yeah.
And it also comes down to like, what kind of habits do they have during the day? What do they actually do?
Absolutely. We can take a look at the overall ranking here so far, because we have up towards the top, of course, it is Yudu Gank. I still want to know what the little 3 dots in their logo actually means. Nobody tweeted me with that. You need to tweet me with that. But they're at 104 points right now after 5 games, 95 of which, Avenger, came from those 3 chicken dinners. They had rough circles in those last 2 games. It's no denying that. You can't win them all.
No, you can't win them all, and honestly, those 3 games just was enough for them. As we were talking about, joking about it, like they were full, fine, but the 2 last games, the circles were so rough We saw the ping pong on the military island. Like there's so many things that went like against them, and this is what we expect. Like we expect 20 to 30% of the games is going to go against you. You're going to have bad games and have below 3 points, 4 points, and that's acceptable because it's the other games that you have to make sure they count.
And speaking of that ping pong to military island, our second place currently is RRQ Athena. They, in synchronized swimming fashion, were able to go from mainline to that military island Froz and actually make a great meal of that last game.
And that was actually one of the few times we actually saw them getting into the late game. Because usually we see them go out early, but they took control over the situation and made sure that, okay, we're just going to swim across because we can see, we can hear. Everyone's fighting by the bridges.
Yeah.
They just swam across, took a good position, and basically just held everyone off.
Let's take a look at Yudu Gank a little bit closer with the magnifying glasses. These guys stood out yesterday, that is for sure. Very, very even across the board for a lot of them. Jumper really standing out as one of the absolute blasters when it comes to this squad as well. And for me personally, some of the chicken dinners that they were able to accrue came off the back of some of his individual plays. If he'd have not dealt with BTR, for example, on Vikendi, I feel like that could have gone a completely different way.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to the trust on a teammate, but also making sure that the team is on the same page. What are we going to do? What do we need to do? And how do we do it? And that's something we're going to talk about, and we're going to break it down later on to look at.
Here's Yudu and everybody that was able to really stand out for them. Fredo, Manpangarang, they're able to just do a lot of work on the battlegrounds yesterday, Avenger.
Yeah, honestly, the performance with 3 wins in a row, it's going to be probably not seen again here in this tournament. It's so rare that you're able to win back to back to back, especially in a competition
on this level.
On this level here, it's absolutely insane because you might be like you're playing at home and you might be able to get 2, 3, 4 wins in a row, but you're not playing against somebody that is literally some of the best in the world when you're playing there. So doing it here is just an insane performance. Yes, they did kind of. They took the advantage of the circles they were given as well, but they also made some fantastic plays, made some massive rotations that really worked well out for them.
And they're adapting on the spot, on the point whenever it's needed. Sometimes they need to rotate far, sometimes they need to play and hold the edge because the next circle is not going to be beneficial for you to go in straight away. And that is something that we've seen from you a lot during yesterday. And I mean, we want to see more of that. When do you take that action? When do you not take that action?
Here on Miramar, of course, they had to push up against T1 over at Hacienda, and it could have been different if T1 had been a bit more vigilant about the holdout, but Yudu worked with what they were given and made a fantastic push of it here in Hacienda.
I will say, though, the T1 did a really valiant effort to how they were holding on. They got a knock. They decided to say, you know what, guys, I think the high ground on the roof is better because BTR and Orange Rock are still fighting in that longhouse south of Hacienda. So I actually feel like they made a really good play from it. Yudu just won 2 opening 1v1s, and they just completely turned that around for them. So it's not much you can do for T1 side there when you lose 2 1v1s.
I mean, again, it comes down to the decision making. And we saw that T1, they had one guy that got knocked, and they wanted to keep that man up for the late game.
Yeah.
So they just fell back instead, let Yudu Gang come in, because they can also utilize that, using Yudu Gang to actually kill the other teams, and then they could just move on further on in the game.
Yeah, of course, as we were previously mentioning, Jumper was one of the guys that was able to stand out. I mean, it's funny because how do you stand out amongst a team that has got themselves 3 chicken dinners? Because literally every player was stand out throughout yesterday. But for the situation that I was alluding to earlier on Vikendi was something that was super important for me for a Jumper.
Yeah, it's super important. Not only that situation, but there's so many times we see Jumper actually coming in with a clutch moment, playing by himself while the others on the team is actually pushing in, trying to make themselves into the circle, taking a good position. And they trust Jumper to actually taking care of their back, making sure that he's holding the other teams out, or wiping them out, making sure that it's just free.
The synergy on Yudu yesterday, and I feel like the communications, I would have loved to listen to even though I don't know the language. I feel like they are so on point yesterday. Like the communications has been on point, the synergy was on point, like the team chemistry has just been so good for them because everything they were doing was just so synchronized. Like they were working together as a unit, and so at this level you're expecting that, but it was just within the millisecond. We have seen it multiple times, where we've seen pushes where they push 1v1, loses 1v1, even though it's a 3v1 situation, but yesterday we saw a lot of really synergized play.
I think to that point, we've seen sometimes, in the PMPL a little bit, here in the PMWL as well, some teams, like a circle will shift and there's minor hesitation. Like, where are we going to go in that point?
Right.
You do yesterday had the discussion though, but were bang on, straight away. We are going here, we are making this move happen, and it was really, really cool to see. But we can move on here from Udu Gank for the moment, as we want to talk about RRQ Athena as well. They were the terminators of the lobby yesterday, in my mind. And even if that terminating came at the cost of their own lives, they eventually were able to refine it out and get themselves a chicken dinner towards the end. So all the pieces are coming together for RRQ Athena.
I mean, I really like the playstyle, being super aggressive already from the start, and they never back out from a fight. They want to finish it. Yeah. If they go out, that's fine, because they know that they're going to grab a few points with that fight itself. And as you can see, look at these numbers. These are super high numbers, especially considering how often they go out early in the game.
Yeah, them being able to put this damage out, this is obviously the damage including the opening weekend as well, where they also performed really well. But yesterday they had rough games in terms of placement, but they're able to frag out. They decided, you know what, guys, when circle goes against us, we're going to make sure that everybody else that is outside the circle, that is in the blue, we're going to make sure that they suffer with us.
I'll give you this, for example. Their average placement yesterday was around 8. Yeah. That tells you it's not that good, and they had a chicken dinner. But they were 1 kill from the kill leaders, which is Udu Gank. And Udu Gank, for example, they had 2 bad games to end the day.
Yeah.
And they had an average of 4 to 5 in the average placement. That shows you how much lower it is for RRQ Athena, but still managing to keep up with the kill count.
Yeah, yesterday RRQ Athena had a 10th, a 7th, a 7th, and a 13th before they actually got the win. So that's actually very impressive that they're able to get that many kills. It talks to how many early fights they were taking and how many mid-game fights before they eventually had to give up or had to give out to the zone, or they got eliminated due to not being into a good position, except for the last game, of course, which they executed really perfectly.
There's also a slight misleading thought in yesterday as well, in the fact that, you know, Udu Gank soaked up so many points, so much, so that will obviously have a big impact on the rest of the lobby, never mind anything. So RRQ Athena could have potentially had even more if it wasn't for a one-soul team doing what they were doing yesterday.
Yeah, that happens.
Sometimes.
I really like this scenario here, actually, that we see right now. Yeah. We saw that all these smokes actually came from Team IND. They tried to smoke their way into the circle, but what actually happened was that RRQ Athena, they took advantage of the smokes, and they actually utilized the smokes against Team IND, their own smokes. And you can see like G9, they're creeping up super close to them and actually ending up getting a knock right here.
Mate, at that point, I wish Team IND had just taken that buggy and drove through all the smokes.
You know what? It's actually the old fault, because you saw when the shift happened towards them, they should have taken more space. They knew at that point that the circle behind them was already clear. They could have taken so much more space, and they could have made sure that, first of all, Bigatron was not able to get into a better position, and RRQ was like forced to fight on the edge with them rather than giving up the space that RRQ was able to get on that little slope there, and then starting using the smokes. And basically, they're smoking for them. And as Frost said here, RRQ took advantage of that, and that talks to how well calculated these guys are.
Let's take a closer look then at some of the moments from yesterday and break down what we actually kind of were able to kind of nitpick at and see what was going on. So who's got me first?
I'm going to start off. I'm going to start off with Udu Gank, and we're especially going to talk about Jumper and the situation we saw towards the end game. If we look at this, for example, right here, we can see that BTR, Bigatron, they're right there. And then we have Mega over there, Mega Stars. And last but not least, Udu Gank. Now, what we're going to see here, I'm going to draw it for you so you know what we're going to be looking for. Udu Gank, they want to move their way in here to the center of the circle. The problem is, of course, that they have Mega that's going to move down here and try to hold them out. But you also have BTR trying to move in 2 different positions here. And the problem with this is that you basically need to fight 2 teams. And how do they do that? Well, easy. They keep Jumper on the spot where the red circle is, while the rest of the team move in towards the arrow. And we're going to see that right here. And what's so amazing is that they need to fight 2 different teams, but they only put 1 guy in the back, 1 guy to hold the back. Look at Jumper getting 1 knock, and he just keeps on going, getting knock after knock. But not only that, he's holding them out, making sure that BTR is pressured. They can't shoot the others on his team right now. They're all forced to fight Jumper, because if they try to go for the others on the team, they're gonna get themselves wiped. And we saw that, meanwhile, while that happened, when Jumper was holding BTR out, the rest of the team was getting a few knocks here over on Megastars, and that was so important. That was the key to the whole win. Being able to split them up and work with against two different teams at the same time. And this is super hard to do.
And Break. You forgot about him as much as Megastars forgot about him.
That is correct.
Well, I was going to get to that point. But Break, he just got in a little bit later. But that's the thing. Everyone was focusing on the other teams because they didn't know too much about Break. They thought, like, okay, he's probably just healing in the blue. He's not going to be able to have an angle on us.
Cheeky guy, cheeky guy. It was cool to see actually kind of the breakdown, how it does go, because it can be difficult. I think what's important when you're looking at those situations, and correct me if I'm wrong, Froz, is having a linchpin, having someone that is covering you in those kinds of situations.
And having the trust that he's actually able to perform to the level that is needed to actually hold the other team out.
And he did, because you know, he took out Luxie and Zuxi as they were trying to move on forward. Avenger, what do you have for me?
Well, I want to talk a bit about why yesterday how RQ was able to get a second place even though they had only one win and a lot of mediocre placement here. So let's go over to the illustration here. And at first I actually want to show this circle on Sanhok. And this is specifically the reason why I'm showing this one is because this is what you do when circles work against you. You cannot, when we hear a lot of the interviews, they're like, sometimes you need luck, sometimes yes, but you can take the circumstances that you're given and you can turn it into a good thing. And this is what RQ, they excelled at yesterday, and I want to show that. So yesterday, RQ, they're sitting on the south side here. And they're sitting on the edge and they're hoping obviously for a southern shift or southern shift. There's a lot of teams close to them. And what happens is that they move in and they're like, okay, we're inside the circle, and we get a circle that is the absolute worst possible. And at this point, I am 100% sure that decision has been made. Guys, we're not going to go to the circle, we're going to frag out. Because they have heard a lot of the fights going on over here with Box. They have heard some of the fights going on between the Jelix Races Cells and King of Gamers, and probably also heard where Team Secret is ahead of them. So they decide that probably at this point, let's start fragging out. And they execute that perfectly. So I will actually show you right here. At this moment, this is where this is close to where the circle has popped, and it's already in a better position. So they're setting up a really good kind of triangle hold to make sure that they can hold as many angles as possible, cover each other, and also potentially get as many frags as possible while they move in. They're going to be putting some pressure onto Galaxy Cells, and they're going to be putting some pressure onto No Chance team while they're moving in, and how they're also considering where Yudu is behind them. And they actually managed to get 8 kills from this game, even though they got a 13th place. They're literally 13th in this game, and they get 8 kills from it. It's amazing to see how you're able to get 9 points from a game where everything goes against you. And this is what I think RQ Athena, they were actually excelling at yesterday.
That's the important thing about a long stage league play, finals coming up and stuff like that, is that, and what maybe it's different to your public games, right? Where you're going for the win and that's it, and that's the isolated incident that matters. Here in a league play, if they tried to just go for the chicken dinner there, they might just die on rotation and get no points. But if you actually keep your averages up by just saying, this is our strat, we're going to frag out in this game, it can actually work out in your favor for the long.
Yeah, and it's not about getting 1 or 2 chicken dinners. It's about the consistency, being consistent throughout the whole league, making sure that you're getting whatever points you can grab from that game. A lot of the teams, they always try to go for the chicken dinner, but sometimes you just have to realize we're not going to win. What can we do to get the maximum amount of points possible from this one?
We have 21 games or 21 days of games here. Consistency is key here, 100%. You have to make sure you get as many points from each single game as you can, of course. And I think that's why we saw RQ yesterday. Like, they ended up at 69 points. That's super respectable considering their average placement is so bad.
Yeah, nice. All right, let's take a look at the schedule then, as we do have 5 games coming at you for today. It will be Erangel, Vikendi, Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel. So again, plenty of variation coming along. And I always love that we have the double Erangel, just so teams can try and adapt on the day and see what they can actually make on happen. So let's dive more into Erangel to start off the day here as we have things on the way. And I like, for example, that T1 found themselves at home. They have North George. It seems they may go somewhere else if it's a reactive playing path, if it's like a southern playing path, for example, but Avenger.
First of all, I want to say I love this format. Like, going into the week excites me. We have the same 16 teams and we're playing all of the maps. Then going into the week where we specialize in one specific map, where we split it half between Erangel, and last week it was Vikendi, of course. But Erangel here, I'm excited to see the reactive drops. I think that is where the teams really excels, and that's where we really get these teams far. So I want to see that continue. The reactive drops based on the plane paths.
Yes, absolutely. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time to go to the commentators here for the first game of the day. We've already spoken to them. It's Imperium and Maxman. Take it away, gentlemen, the grassy pastures.
Thank you very much, Colors and the desk. This is another day, another 5 games for these 16 teams, Max, to get as many points as they can.
It's going to be intense. I mean, yesterday was intense, Steffi. Check out the VODs if you missed it. Like, Yudu taking 3 games for themselves.
Crazy.
Other teams have been doing really good results. Like, Valdez had a really good rotation at the very end of Sanhok. And also, RRQ Athena, they've been slowly fragging out throughout the entire day and took the last game. RRQ Athena, I'm expecting a lot coming out from them today.
Now, of course, I want to ask you a question straight off the bat, because you kind of talked about it a little bit to me, and you've kind of talked about it in general. T1, the redemption arc between yesterday and the opening weekend and the league days, what do you think has changed for them?
I mean, when we saw them in the opening weekend, when we saw them also on the first league play, right, they're a team that had a little bit of a hard time taking early engagements, playing aggressive, and also playing together. That synergy was really lackluster. But when we saw that Vikendi game of yesterday on day 2, on the game number 2, that communication just came out of nowhere, and they took a huge fight versus Synergy. 4v4 completely stomped them in that fight, and I think that's just now that's also going to give them a little bit of a confidence boost that they definitely need going into these games. So interested to see if that might result in a chicken dinner today.
We do see a plane path going up from the northeast down to the southwest, but pretty much split down the middle of the map. And one thing that you kind of mentioned there about T1, which is so important to consider with every single team in this World League East, is confidence and mentality. It's such an important factor because the desks mentioned it, right? You got 21 days of games. Consistency is important. And if you are consistent, you're helping your mentality, you're helping your confidence, because if you go like a roller coaster up and down in results, you're less confident, you're less certain, and it can lead to a bad road.
I mean, consistency is the name of the game, Imperium, going into this. But I'm seeing a few drops here coming out. I'm seeing one in particular that's actually grabbing a little bit of my attention. That's TSM Entity going for a drop in Yasnaya, but they're going to be contested early on by Reject Scarlet. That is not a drop in location, which these two teams normally share in favor, so I'm interested to see how this fight might break out, but you can have already 2 teams in this compound.
I was just going to say, Yasna, you can hold 2, even 3 teams if you're one on the edge. It'd be like a tin of sardines, but you can get them. But yeah, Reject Scarlet normally land in Primorsk, and it's not like the plane path wasn't towards Primorsk, right, Max? It was in that direction, but Reject Scarlet trying to mix things up a little bit. Maybe they realize that they need to be a little bit more aggressive, and part of being more aggressive is landing a little bit more central to where the circle might be or the map might be. And we have noticed, in my eyes, that most of the circles have been on the east of the map, so landing closer to the center is always going to benefit you.
If that was their mindset, I think it makes a lot of sense, right? Because their team that going always towards Primorsk, as you just mentioned, they always struggle to get himself in circle in valuable positions, always playing the edge. And I think their team that excel when they have a central and most aggressive position. So I think that here, going for Yasnaya might reward them in the long run. So it's really interested to see how things might come into play here. But also one thing we need to talk about, that river.
Yes.
Sentis came into action already a lot throughout the entirety of PMWL. That might also be the case here.
It's also something to think about, the fact that the Phase 1 circle did complement the plane path. So straight off the bat, when you look at the center of this Phase 1, you already have in their drop spots Valdez, King of Gamers, T1, Reject Scarlet, TSM Entity, even Orange Rock as well on the west side of basically by Watertown. And of course, even looking up north, Yudu Gank in Severely all under Lonesome. And I feel that if Yudu can send one player scouting forward by the edge of the river, they'll be able to gather a lot of information that will benefit them coming into the next couple of circles, because they're pretty much the only team on the north of the river in this Phase 1.
What they usually like to do is send a scout actually further down south towards the area of Rosehawk, gather information on teams that might try and rotate across. I think it's a little bit of a risky play because you do take the chance of losing a player early on, but also one position that I like overall in this game is Megastars. They went for the area towards Kameshki up north on the eastern side compared to going to Novo, and even though they have like those 2 drops, they like to split every once in a while. Here's going to be actually really good in their favor because they just encircle right off the bat and they don't have to go for big early rotations across a bridge.
Galaxy Racer South landed in their usual spot. Milta, easy peasy lemon squeezy. They are a team that in my eyes have been overall across every single day of the PMWL pretty consistent. We saw in the league days they were very consistent with their results. In the first day of the Super Weekend, they started very strongly, getting a 19-point game, a 10-point game, and an 8-point game. They did end on a slightly lower note of 2 5-point games, but at the end of the day, in my eyes, the consistency is still there, and I feel like they can come into today, tomorrow, very confident with how they're going to perform.
With a bang. I mean, they got no chicken dinners right now, right? And they got himself in 6th position. So far, I think that with no chicken dinners in 6th position, that's great value right there. So I hope that definitely if they do get a chicken dinner, they could try and climb up even potentially to that top 3 spot, which could be huge for Celts.
Now, I do want to talk about the elephant in the room, Max, right? The elephant in the room... Wow.
Wow, I feel offended.
I don't want to insult elephants like that, man. What? Okay. Anyway.
Get out of here.
Talking about the elephant in the room, TSM Entity. Bottom of the barrel, last place, 13 points in 5 games yesterday. And here's the thing, right? It's not like they securely got through to the Super Weekend, right? They've struggled right from the start. They've yet to find their mark. They've yet to find their place. I gotta think, in your eyes, like, what do you think is causing that?
I think it's just really the lobby is really high tier, right? And I think that they are feeling confident on what they were able to win, PMPL and all their past events. And I feel that they haven't tried to improve in a certain way, and they've been really stuck in their past play style. If they can try and improve on that way and try and maybe do VOD review, which I'm sure they do, but just really work on that a little bit more, I think that could push them in the right direction. They had a bad day yesterday. Hopefully today will be the one to try and, get back in the overall standings.
To be perfectly honest, they need to when you really think about it, because the points gathered from the Super Weekend carry on over to the next week and to the week after that. So league gameplay, they can struggle to get in, but on the Super Weekend, they have to make those points count. But either way, we see King of Gamers disengaging away from school after looting it up. Most of the teams are basically inside or around the circle right now. The only 2 teams that are kind of outside are Team Seeker, No Chance Team, and Team IND.
As you talk about Team Seeker, I'm actually really happy of them rotating this early on towards the bridge next to George Paul. Reason why? They team to rotate pretty late from the area around Gaka Fields, right? And that always comes and hurts them a little bit. They might lose 1, 2 members along the way. Here, they already sent 2 members forward in the circle to make sure that 2 other members that left behind in Gaka Fields can get an easy entry point into the circle. I think that's an improvement on what we've seen so far from Team Secret. They tried new strats yesterday, didn't quite work out. Hopefully today will be the day for them.
T1 on a little bit of a 2-2 split, which I think is really valuable where they are currently located, because you have 2 on the high ground open area overlooking a lot of the area by the bridge, by the rivers, and of course near Rossock. And then you have 2 members inside the compound, so you have that level of security and safety. So if there's a little bit of an early engagement, they can go, okay, we'll join up in the compound as a full squad. So T1 setting themselves up pretty nicely in this early game.
I mean, that spot gives you 360 visibility on everything around you, up north, east, west, south, everything that you want. You're going to have information on it, which is great, especially next to the river. We talked about it, might come into play. Those positions are going to be extremely rewarding for the entirety of this game. Seen a few teams also pulling off their rotations. No Chance team is going to be one of them, but no team's really playing the edge of the circle this time around, which you like to see. That means that most teams, even those that are not really in circle, like Bigatron, No Chance team, and also Team IND, they shouldn't have too much of an issue to just slip their way through into Phase 1 circle.
Megastars, you kind of talked about them earlier in terms of their position. They're one of the teams who have kind of rotated to the north of the river, just by the little bit of the edge, basically outside Yasna and Pollyanna. They're a team which I worry about coming into today, because every single day so far, they will start off with a bang, get a strong result, maybe one other decent one, but they will fall so flat, it's not even funny in the remaining games of that day. Their consistency is probably one of the worst, if not the worst, in the top 10, 12.
Yeah, you got to be a little bit harsh sometimes, but that's because we care, Imperium. We care about their results. We want them to do well. Just like TSM Entity, as we see on our screens over here, giving information over to Sadon of T1. They got intel, but these are 2 compounds, so you can't really take really big fights against each other, and it's not really easy to cross over, so that's going to be a very passive fight, just of information.
Because it's Phase 1 complemented the playing path, you're going to see more kind of pocket shots coming out between these 2 teams to try and create that space. I do disagree with TSM Entity kind of still somewhat, I'm not going to say rotating, but sending 1 member out. It's kind of like you've got to kind of pick your spot and hold on to for the early parts. If you're going to kind of split drop, do that early. Split rotate, do that early. But either way, Phase 2 about to show up.
I'm seeing a box and no chance of down south having a little bit of information coming up there. But here it is, the circle of phase 2 is going to be pretty central. Yasnaya Poliana going to be still in the vicinity with Rosok also, and School will have another urban finish that we've had already so many. It's not even funny, and Pyramid might just happen once again. But really, I'm seeing a box fight down here. I say that we're going to be panning over to actually a box fight with RRQ Athena. But I'm seeing also box. They've got 2 members, one on the high ground, a little bit above them. That's going to be Break right there in the distance. But they got information. He's going to try and move by. But RRQ will not be able to find those shots.
So this is probably one of the toughest circle shifts for Team IND. They rotated away late from military base, and now they're going to find it a little bit harder. But Box Gaming, yeah, hoping they wouldn't get spotted. No Chance Team found them, and that's going to be that simple as that. An early kill for No Chance Team. No Chance Team, they struggled overall yesterday. They're currently lying in I think it's like 13th or yeah, it's 12th actually in fairness. And they only really had one strong game, which was game 1 in Erangel. But then they followed up with 3-3, 4-4. That's unprecedented because coming right from the opening weekend, they look to be very strong.
I mean, we call them like the dark horse, right, of the entire tournament so far, and we are expecting some really good results going into this first Super Weekend, as now Reject Scarlet and TSM Entity going to get really close by. I like the fact that TSM Entity, they didn't really want to hold to a compound in the middle of field because it's hard to rotate from those primary locations, so they tried to look for a better location a little bit higher up north, which I do enjoy that. But Reject Scarlet going to be close by. A few shots will be exchanged, but nothing connecting as of yet.
Also, I've noticed that Reject are taking out the tires of the vehicles that TSM currently have occupied, which is a really accurate thing for them to do. But shots between T1 and Orange Rock as Orange Rock rotate towards the garage by the river bed, setting themselves up nicely, somewhat in towards the center part of the circle. But it's very hard to actually hold around that garage area, simply being because even though you have that fencing around, that little gap in the bottom, if you're not too careful, you can get your feet popped off from there.
Could definitely get yourself in a pretty bad spot. But the reason why it was like TSM Entity moved, if they stayed for so long, Orange Rock would be another team to have an angle on their compound, right? So it's good that they just slipped their way out of that one very early on, as T1 still gathering information. Marvi, the man with the golden hand, is going to be scouted by that one player. Got to be careful and try and get them back together. A few rotations still coming out, especially on the west. That's going to be Team IND coming around and getting himself in circle.
I said it was going to be tough for them to rotate in, and they're making such an intelligent play, realizing that most of the teams would be on the south of the river, right? So if they send themselves up and towards the north side, they'll be able to get in safely, securely, and also get a pocket of information because they were one of the latest teams to rotate into the circle, so they can't be guaranteed where other teams are around them. So very intelligent rotation by Team IND led by their IGL Kratos.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? Because UD is like the only northern team on Erangel. There's no really big point of contestment up there. So like, okay, no teams like to go up north. We're going to rotate from there. Makes a lot of sense. Anyways, phase 2 circle is about to close up, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see where it's going to be taking us as UD still holding on to those pinpoint locations we mentioned earlier around the water, around the river, and they're gathering information on Orange Rock, T1, and also TSM Entity.
We are 12 minutes in. We've only lost one player.
We lost Loki.
63 players still in the lobby. This is the definition of a passive early game, of course, heavily aided by the playing path complementing the early circles.
I mean, also it's Loki that died. Like, he's like in Avengers, Loki, even though he's dead, he's never really dead, so we can still say we got a full lobby in a way. But here it is, Circle's going to be going dead center once again. Yasnaya Poliana. A few teams could play on it, but we mentioned this many times in Pyramid as we cast. Don't go inside Yasnaya Poliana. Play on the edge of it. That is your pinpoint location you want to play around.
Reject Scarlet, TSM all find themselves, in my opinion, very strong compounds, but of course, you could see a team or two crash around there as Box Gaming. Looking to cook up a grenade, but shots being fired out, catches out Zuxi. That's going to be initial knockdown for breakup Box Gaming. We saw him Vikendi yesterday. He was a sneaky man himself in the late game. Can he at least be a little bit sneakier by securing a kill and stop BTR in their tracks for now?
That clock is now ticking for Zuxi. Bigatron, you got to do a move if you want to try and save his life. Break is holding that position. I mean, if you got a Box Gaming move, of course it's going to be from Break, the man himself. As also RRQ, Athena going for a little bit of high ground position onto King of Gamers Club. King of Gamers getting himself into the car. I feel like they do want to rotate from that location. They don't want to get really pinpointed down in the field location.
But there's a lot of teams down the southern tip of the circle, right? We saw Box Gaming, BTR, there's King of Gamers, RQ, and No Chance Team. So 5 teams trying to fight their way in towards the fields of Yasna and Box Gaming are making their way in, along with the side of King of Gamers. There's a little bit of a Mad Max moment as the phase 3 shrunk quite centrally.
Yeah, well, the teams you just mentioned right there, they're going to try and rotate their way through the southern field of Yasnaya Poliana. Going to try and find a nice location. I'm seeing that Break has found the compound for himself, but Bigatron, they were were able to get that res back up for one of their allies, and now they're going to take a fight on that mountaintop as we have the replay coming out of when Loki died, like in quotes, because Loki never dies.
In spirit, he doesn't die, but in the game of PUBG Mobile, he did.
In the movies, he doesn't die.
So, No Chance team, they're kind of staving off the pressure of BTR. They've traded a couple of knocks, Choconudex with the M16, popping off a couple of shots. They are outside the circle. As the blue zone of phase 3 is closing its way in. No Chance team are actually going to go into the blue zone and wrap around on the east or the northeast. It's a very clever, wise choice to come through.
I like the response coming out from T1 here. Valdez, they push for the plateau pretty central in the position, and because you had a 2-2 split coming out from T1, you mentioned earlier, like, okay, we're just going to retreat. We're not quite ready to take a 2-4 fight versus Valdez. Going to get all of our members in that one compound. I like the response. It's very passive, but it's also very respectful, which we are expecting from a Korean team.
Look, at the end of the day, this is a game of survival, right? This is a game of getting towards the end. The golden 20-point chicken dinner. Yes, you want to be aggressive within reason to push teams back, but you don't always need to get 8 to 10 kills in the early parts of the game like the likes of RRQ. If it fits it in the moment, go for it. But now as BTR, they do a similar rotation to No Chance team, but because they did a little bit quicker inside the circle, they've actually gotten there before No Chance team, but now on the edge of Yasna, it's going to be Synergy protecting their base, protecting their home, and pushing BTR right in towards the city. But the next phase actually shifted to the east. Are we going to see a Yasna Pollyanna finish?
Yasna Pollyanna finish are one of the most insane potential finishes you can ask for on Erangel. Imperium is insane, but here it is. That's going to be Strider of Synergy. Get information onto Bigatron. Luxy will go down, unfortunately for them, but that is fine. They're still remaining as a 3-man army. But now Strider, he's left alone. He doesn't have the assistance of his team, and he'll have to try and take this 1v3 versus Bigatron, which is never a good thing to do.
It's never a good thing, but I gotta give credit to BTR to rotate so heavily like that in the last 30 seconds and only lose one player does say a lot. But now as Strider jumps down from the building, he does get knocked down from the middle of the air by the hands of BTR. Ted, Jigsaw, and Servi, where are you guys? You gotta provide that level of cover, that level of support. But of course, they will have to let that man go down and keep themselves down to 3 players.
I do believe Synergy should have followed on that move a little bit more behind Bigatron, because they knew that they had tried it. It was just completely left alone on the open, and they should have tried to help that a little bit more, but it did not happen. That'll be a one-on-one trade-off between Bigatron and also Synergy. T1, they just get information, but they're getting central inside the compound.
I worry about that.
I'm a little bit scared of that, because if you do have a really hard shift away from the compound, they're going to be one of the first teams taking really big casualties.
We are seeing on the kill feed the RRQ are doing RRQ things, taking out a player or two outside the circle. Hey, look, when it goes against them, they're going to frag their way in. U-Do Gank also going for a hard shift around the north of the river, but they have Team Seeker, Team IND, Reject Scarlet, and Megastars all pretty much in front of them, basically on the northern edge of the circle. Of course, Yasna Pollyanna, such a vast area, such a heavy amount of buildings. If you can find that pocket spot that you can play around, you can lead yourself to a very strong result. We saw on the opening weekend in a kind of city finish, it helped and benefited the likes of Celts. So can they make it count here?
Godless, give me some good Car 98 action, baby. Does not connect on the first one. Might get a few nice shots to follow suit. But one interesting fact about Yasna Pollyanna, right, is that all these buildings have big cross-sections between it. Yep. If you want to cross from building to building, it's not that easy. You do have to put some resources. You have to pop some utility, smokes, grenades, mollies to make sure you can't cross over to that other building.
Box Gaming taking advantage of a rotating Valdez through the field. And all the while, Celts getting a couple of kills along the way onto the members of Orange Rock. Orange Rock trying to hold on. You have No Chance team managing to find a building inside the northern tip of Yasnaya with 2 members left, but Valdez get eliminated. That was always going to be a bit of a risk when they were coming in through the fields on the south.
They did take a chicken dinner today. The first game of today will not be going in their favor, unfortunately, but that's fine, as you do. They were able to rotate through Team Secret, and now they're in the northern side of Yasna Pollyanna. But they're going to be a big point of contestment, as you do going to get pushed by Paradox of Megastars as they pick up their very first kill of this game, Imperium.
Megastars look to be mega inside Yasnaya. Excuse the terrible pun, but you still gotta be careful, because inside those buildings, there's so many windows that you could easily get third-partied. We saw it in Hacienda in the Miramar game yesterday. It's definitely very easily possible to get third-party, so the teams have to be extremely careful.
Some utility will be coming out of also, of course, UD, because they make sure that Team Secret can't get an angle from them in the northern side. But now here it is, the circle is about to pop up. Imperium, where might it take us? The field still has a pretty big point of pressure down south. Are we going to have a hard shift, or will it be an actual city? It does actually shift away from it. And now we talked about it, being on the edge of the city is huge. GXR, Celt, they have all of this game to their full advantage.
And I love the fact that TSM Entity and Reject Scarlet did not move from their compound position in the previous circles, because I know it is rare that it ends in a city, right? It is rare that it ends in Yasnai or in the central part. Of course, it's occupying on the southwestern edge. We are going to see the teams on the northeast compound together as they go from building to building through the city.
Like you said, like, you know, urban finishes are rare, not on PMWL Imperium. Not on PMWL.
Okay, fair enough.
Feels like pretty normal Imperium over here, but that's fine. But still, UD, they're taking their time because they know they're going to be pressured up. They need to try and use their bike if they can. But bikes at this stage of the game, with so many teams playing on the outskirts up the north, you got yourself Orange Rock, you got yourself Team IND, also Megastars, Team Secret, Reject Scarlet. So many teams will have an angle on that rotation. They've got to keep that in mind. But Team Secret slowly going to be coming down from the mountainside right into the compound of Reject Scarlet, trying to take pressure on that one.
They need to be aggressive. They need to take control and full send it in. Go hard or go home, Team Secret. You evolved yesterday. The grenades are flying through as Bubu's going to push himself forward.
Team Secret, they're taking it very slow and they're pushing back Reject Scarlet. They didn't want to take this breach head on. The grenades come out there in a dip. That's going to be the big issue to deal with. Team Secret going to be jumping down, but now he's going to go in the water. Yurali drops down and can't really assist his team from up. They might just get absolutely battered from the high ground. Bubu now in a 1v2. They're in the smoke. They have no idea where they are. It's a game of hide and seek, ladies and gentlemen. The random sprays of Bubu come out, will connect one knockdown, and that's all he will get in that trade-off. But still, where's Yurali? You've got to try and join back.
Peekaboo, I see you! For the hands of Reject Scarlet's Team Secret push on forward. But at the end of the day, we do see Udu Gank eliminated at the hands of, I don't know exactly who it was, but they have been eliminated. Reject Scarlet do go down. Team Secret should hopefully be able to keep themselves up as a three-man squad if they get the revive on the Rex.
You see the Team Secret, they got that rotation from the north, paying off compared to UD because they went a little bit more focused on a later stage compared to UD. We're trying to play a little bit more passive because they did not have the man advantage. So I do like how Team Secret tried to predict that movement. Now going to be going on teams trying to rotate in. And one team that's in a lot of trouble, we talked about it, right? That's T1 because they went in a center position. They need to force their way through 3 teams in Pyramid. That is insanely hard.
And because, you know, you can try and punish a team kind of going from building, but so hard. But now it's going to be the backstab by Megastars. They got a couple of kills onto a couple of members of Yadu early on, but now they're going to push forward onto Team Secret. Rex is knocked down. Mad Toy is knocked down. Bubu trying to hold on. He's the last player standing as the 3 members up for Megastars push their way through, but Encore gets knocked. Do you want more?
IND are helping on this fight. They're actually going for the third party on Megastars. Now it's going to be turned into a 1v2 for Bubu. Can he make things pay off? Vex is going to try and go for a little bit of flank. They want to surround Bubu. As Bubu with the smoke, mind game information on Paradox. They're hugging each other at this point. Imperium, they're so damn close. He gets the information.
Oh
no! Paradox, can he get it? He does get rid of Team Secret as they get eliminated in 11th position. That was close, goddammit.
They hugged each other before they fought, and in the end it went over to Megastars, but now we wrap over towards the outside of the circle on the eastern tip of Yasnai. You have the likes of No Chance. Yeah, BTR through the fields are going to have to go. It's going to be incredibly difficult because there's 3 to 4 teams inside Yasnai around them.
Bigatron playing really on the southern edge of Yasnai. They don't want to get involved with those buildings. They know some roaring fights are currently happening. It's not worth it. They want to keep pressures on Synergy down south to make sure they can't rotate from the south back into the circle in Yasnaya Fields.
What a way to start off the Super Weekend 1, Day 2 in Game 1. Erangel ending towards the Yasnai. No Chance team just clawing, fighting their way through these buildings.
Oh, that is huge from T1, the great smoke road. And now they're going to actually get themselves over to the edge of Yasnai, Pollyanna. That was so hard, yet they're able to pull it off successfully. I was not expecting that from T1.
Totally wasn't expecting, but they were aided by the fact that the likes of Team IND towards the north of them were not aggressive enough. As the members of RQ you see in the kill feed are knocking on the door of Synergy.
Bigatron, they got to try and make their way through these smokes, get some information on teams, because right now they're kind of blocking off their own visibility by doing so, and I think that might be a little bit risky later on down the line. But TSM Entity, they're taking control. They're the most central team in the circle right now. Can they end that losing spree and now get themselves their very first chicken dinner in this Super Weekend?
Oh, Snack says you want to throw a grenade. You peek too much. Missile, you're out of here. And now as the members of TIND trying to create their own smoke path coming into the circle on the northern tip. They're going right into the hands of TSM Entity. We're on the side of the road. Shots are coming through from 420. OP onto Concept. Jonathan gets knocked down by Slayer, but Kratos is going to get punished.
Zico, this is the last member remaining, and he's got no HP for himself. You will heal up. With that med care now, trying to potentially get Jonathan back on his feet as BTR, Bigatron Red Aliens get eliminated. 6 teams in just a snap of a finger. We just had a Thanos here, Imperium.
Hell to the yeah. If TSM can get those members revived up with those smokes, but Snacks could come in, stop them right in their tracks. Plus, towards the north of TSM, RQ has got to see them right on the side of the road. It's open as the next circle is about to close up on this phase 7. We still have Galaxy Racer cells controlling the edge of Yasna. His no chance team are eliminated.
I'm still genuinely surprised as to how SKT T1 were able to make it away from Yasna Poliano with so many teams around them, and actually now the team that was on the edge, GXR Sales, they're the team that are currently getting absolutely battered by the teams around them. But now Team ID, they got that high ground position, they got the Harry Potter Tower under control, and they got all the visibility that they want on RRQ Athena, taking a few shots. Not quite able to get the knock though.
I know the DP28 is a little bit slower fire rate, but you gotta make those shots count as a grenade is being fired up. TSM ND are still inside this game. They still have a chance to close out a strong result, but Galaxy Racer Cell are wiped off the board. We're down to 4 teams, 11 players left as the latest circle did shift back over to the west, favoring T1.
See, look at that TSM Entity. See, got Jonathan, they're doing the plays, they're making the unthinkable thinkable, as now they're going to be taking this 2v1, but the third party from RRQ Athena gets Snacks and gets rid of Team ID in 4th position. 3 teams now remaining, TSM Entity, RRQ Athena, and T1.
Here's the thing, TSM don't mind that, because now that's exposed somewhat RRQ's positioning to TSM, but at the end of the day, RRQ are up as a 3-man team. You have T1 who've done a fantastic job. They are on the northern tip of the circle, prone down amongst the hay bales and the grass as a grenade is being fired up by Ernie. Will that be a Kobe connecting onto the members of T1? I think not, but I do believe he spot out that member of TSM as Zigot goes down, leaving Jonathan left on his own.
One issue that I'm seeing currently coming out from T1, right? They're not spreading enough. They're all in one current location. Yeah. They need to try and take control down in the south to shut down the rotations up north and also on the east. I think that'll be the better way for them to take control of this phase 7 circle and a better way to take the game. Here it is, Jonathan. Despite being a one-man army, he takes the fight 1v3 versus RQ Athena. Hits one. Can he hit the second and third? We'll have to wait and see.
This is about time TSM Entity woke up. It's about time Jonathan was unleashed as the beast as he gets a confirmation on the beer, leaving RRQ down to just 2 players, and all the while T1 are sitting pretty on the northern eastern edge of the circle, just waiting out, hearing those bullets fly up and seeing the kill feed light up, waiting for their opportunity.
This is a great spectacle for T1, but Jonathan pushing on forward, gives information away, but here he goes, ZZP, the scouter, the man who is the Falcon Eyes, gets the information, gets rid of TSM Entity as they get eliminated in 3rd position. That is still a stonker game for TSM.
You talked about the redemption offer T1, you talk about RQ continuing their aggression. These are the final 2 teams in this game 1 in Erangel in the open field with a couple of hay bales to their advantage. The circle did shift over to RQ, so now T1 have to move.
RQ going to have to try and hold that position, potentially try and split themselves a little bit more thinly as a 1-1, which they're currently doing, but especially Ernie's in a risky position, gets the intel onto Missile behind that crate, even CC on trim, but they're getting prone so well. The Snakes coming into this game, that'll be T1, and can they take this 3v2?
Here's the thing, it's not the fact that Ernie thinks that they're exactly there, but they're pre-firing shooting to push back, but that's going to be a lovely grenade, just takes a tickle of it, damage, but that does enough to give the opportunity for Ernie to get knocked down. So it becomes a 3v1 in the final moments. Can T1 close it out?
They need to go for the push right now. They get Ernie, they confirm the kill. Now it's turned into G9 in a 1v3 versus T1. Gets the intel onto Missile, hits it. Now it's turned into a 1v2. He's clutching it so well, but they get the information. They get rid of him, and the redemption arc is kicked into action. Ladies and gentlemen, T1 take the first game of the day.
SKT T1 with a beautiful chicken dinner. What was a very risky position in the center of Yasna Yes9, that smoke road was the clutch moment for their side that got them into the late game.
I mean, I was genuinely surprised. I thought in the mid game they went center obvious, and I was like, there's no way they're going to make it alive. This Cells, this Team ID, there's so many teams that had information on them, and yet they just snake their way past, get himself in center position,
amazing,
take control, and they take the win.
Hey, nice to see TSM back on track. Nice also, to see RRQ continuing their aggression coming in from the southwest. Man, I'll tell you what, I could do with a little bit of a refreshing dew.
It does my heart good to see T1 getting themselves a win here. One of the teams in esports that has the longest lineage out of any single team in the world, to be perfectly honest, with esports. And our South Koreans get themselves very much so on the board. Joining me, Froz, Avenger here for this. Almost a Yasnaya finish, almost going towards that.
Crossing my fingers.
You were keen for the urban ending, but we had a circle very similar to one that we had in PMPL, where we actually had Lazarus actually winning things out over in Americas back then, and T1 rounds things out. I was a little bit scared for them going up against RRQ, but they managed to make it work. Good grenades.
Finally, I mean, we've seen them going upwards all the time and finally getting that chicken dinner. Now, they just got to keep that level up there and make sure that they keep on pushing it towards the end game all the time.
I'm happy that the two teams that we talked about, RQ, you talked about both RQ and T1, and now they do so well. Happy to see them to step up here in the first game, and this kind of moral boost and this kind of snowball effect you can take into the rest of the day as well. I'm expecting them to do good throughout the day as well.
Especially since T1's drop was a bit more reactionary relative to what we saw from them yesterday, of course, coming into Erangel, heading over on towards a place that they're kind of familiar with.
Well, I mean, Snake and Garnet is what I told them to drop the other day.
Sure.
And then they went North Georgia instead, but now they went there, and look what happened. They just won the game.
Oh, Ken Samnida for us. We appreciate that. Very good by a T1, of course, there. We can take a look at the points coming in from this game and see how many they were able to rack up, as they got 26 points to their name. Not the biggest chicken dinner, but a chicken dinner nonetheless. The scary thing is that RRQ Athena was the kill leaders of the lobby, and
unexpected.
I don't think they're going to slow down. They are the Terminators of the lobby.
I'm so happy to see them continue this, and I mean, when you continue to take that into consideration, they're fracking out, they're making sure they get that, and then they also get a really good placement. Super happy to see, and their macro in this game was actually fantastic. They managed to play the southwestern side of this game.
TSM getting himself a third place, finally towards the top there with 6 kills, of course, but they can't stop now. That is just the start. And I mean, we haven't seen too much from them. It was looking good. We saw them with some good rotations early on to the yellow houses there close to the river, but then moving down to the roadblock, as you pointed out, when it was kind of a crucial time, because if you don't take that, someone else will, and they will hold you out.
Exactly.
They seized the right spot in the circles as well towards the end of it and played with it very nicely. Let's take a look at T1's stats here from this game, from the 6 kills that they were able to accrue. 847th, there's ZZP. What a lad, what handsome male model himself showing on up. So just the 800, actually I think this is one of our smaller chicken dinners, but when you're playing for the win, you got to do what you got to do.
But you also got to look at the overall, because during this game, it was so even between all of the teams. A lot of them were fighting each other, meaning that T1, for example, they were one of the teams that were fighting a little bit, but then fell back, waiting for the others to do something, because you don't want to take the charge if you're not having total control over the situation.
It's the Mountain Dew the Jew moments here. Avenger, what have you got for me?
I've got a lot of fantastic kills. I want to wrap up that as well, though, with Yasnaya. You have to remember as well, once you have these Yasnaya endings, a lot of teams are deciding to go early there. Even though it's not 100% guaranteed that's going to be a Yasnaya ending, you will have so many fights mid-game. You will have so many fights with teams, and all the kills are going to be spread out. And we saw a lot of really interesting plays in Yasnaya. We saw some of the teams that decided to go super deep from the beginning. They were like, okay, this is going to end in the center of Yasnaya. They were positioning themselves very well. But the teams that decided to play on the edge, they benefited massively because they could gatekeep, and some of them could actually manage to get out of Yasnaya alive.
I'm actually surprised over how many teams we had that dipped into Yasnaya that early into the game. But as you said, we saw some good rotations playing the edge. One of the teams, actually Team ID, coming from the middle island, went all the way on the west side up to the north. They were the most northern team for a while in the game. And that just shows you, they took all that rotation to get not run into the other team. And from there, they were playing edge. And then when the circle hit outside Yasnaya, they were like, okay, well, we'll just go in now.
I actually like the rotation because they thought of the playing path. They had an idea of where the majority of the other players was going to be, so they avoided that. And had it not been for that of a lucky shift for them in the Southwest, I feel like they have had a massive advantage going into the later stages of the game if it ended in Yasnaya.
But also that they usually wait a long time. They wait until like they are in the blue before they rotate because they don't want to get stuck by other teams.
There's a funny concept when it comes to this circle, which I feel like is that everybody's kind of afraid of the fields. So a lot of teams actually went towards Yasnaya and kind of congregated in that area. But because so many teams are scared of being in the fields, there's a lot of room in the fields. So anybody that has chosen to be in the fields has got so much room to work with, technically.
And that's where the same strategy comes in with edge play versus center heavy play, right? And that you have to kind of think of that, and when you come with that, if you're able to do proactive plays, this like make decision making based on what you see in game, and you see, you know what, there's not that many on the fields. Let's try to play that, and RQ actually managed to play that. Yes, they also did have the yellow kind of compound southwest of Yasnaya and had an easy going there, but they decided to play that. They could easily, you know, push TSM while they were fighting in the small kind of ticket booth area.
The thing with Yasnaya is it's a big city. There's so many places you can enter that city from, so you don't want to go there too early. You want to wait, make sure that, because when you're going there, you're basically going to be sacking your vehicles. You're not going to have them anymore. They're going to be gone. You're on foot from there on. So if you need to push out of the town, that's when it gets really harsh if you go in too early.
Yeah, if you don't have vehicles, what are you going to do in those fields if you don't have a hay bale? It's a bit difficult to deal with. Let's take a look at the overall damage for this game and see what is what, as it is quite even, as you previously mentioned here, but RQ Athena and GXR Celts were able to do the blasting Avenger.
Look at No Chance team as well, though. Nearly 1,400 damage with only 4 kills. They have had a big impact in this game. Everybody's going to be worn out because of those guys shooting so much. Also nice to see Galaxy Razor Celts with 1,700 and only 6.
But to Froz's point before, this is the opportunity that TSM Entity has been looking for. This is their attempt now to push back up on the leaderboard. They had a bit of a rough opening week. They had a bit of a rough time even getting to this stage. But now, for the day number 2 of the Super Weekend, let's keep this going. Let's keep those points coming in.
I mean, definitely, and you gotta look at the start as well. They had some unwelcome guests in their town as well. Reject Scarlet actually went for Yasnaya instead of going for Prim, where we normally see them. So basically, you have uninvited guests that is gonna try to hold you out, and they were fighting against RCS for a long time. But I mean, in the end, they stand victorious against RCS.
Yes, absolutely. We can take a look now and see what is going on in terms of some of the highlights that you guys were able to bring along for me. What do you have?
I'm going to take a look at actually where we saw TSM and Reject Scarlet fight earlier. But the big thing with this is that we can see that we have Team Secret here on the right side, while we have on the left side, we have Megastars. The problem with this is that we saw that Team Secret, they came in from this side, went over here, they fought Reject Scarlet, wiped them out, and then they continue going towards the right side hand. The problem with that was that they left-hand side totally open, and Megastars, they saw this, so they just went straight in, and from that they had the high ground, they had the control. But as you can see here, they full on attacking. They know exactly what is going on. They know that they need to push in there. The circle is pushing them. But look at all of what is happening. You can see that Paradox, he just took a vehicle to run down. That means that he's going to have cover while he's moving, but also he can hit one of the players. At the same time, we saw Swag also trying to go from this side together with Vexe. Basically, they're trying to pinch from different maneuvers, different kind of angles, and just basically just taking control over the situation and wiping out Team Secret.
And also what you want to take from this is when you do a strategy, when you manage to wipe out a team, you want to make sure that your back is free, right? And this is where Team Secret failed a little bit. Megastar saw this. They took this window of opportunity and said, you know what? We're going to do the same to them that they just did to Reject Scarlet. So perfectly executed by Megastars. Unfortunate for Team Secret, they were not ready. They already had a knock there, and they were not prepared for a team to come that swiftly on the third party. So make sure your back is always safe.
And anybody who's played that little area before knows that that trench is there. So that dive in with the car, you know that you're just vulnerable for a few seconds before you get to that trench, and then you can have even more cover damage, as you say, with the car actually being there too. So cool stuff. Very cool, interesting little breakdown there. Let's take a look at the overall standings so far and see what is actually going on with that, as You Do Gang is almost certainly still going to be towards the top of all of this. With 109, 6 points even, I should say. But RRQ Athena is now starting to bite at their heels. The Terminators is 91 points, and they are taken over in terms of the kill leaders as well. Where is our winners from this? T1, 5th place.
Yeah.
Big stuff from them. Kind of, when you look at how they started out the tournament in opening weekend coming into this, 5th place so far throughout our first Super Weekend is great stuff.
I mean, T1 ended up on the 15th place after the opening weekend, but also 15th place after the week place that we had earlier now in the week. So coming in here right now, currently sitting on 5th place is super good. That's a very good improvement. But Team ID as well, they have been stepping up really good, and we see not just good rotations, but also good decision making, good plays. They know exactly what to do right now. And this is what we should see from more of the teams. You got yourself, you played against the teams.
Yeah.
You should know what they're doing. You should know what you want to do.
IND, the opportunists, when we saw them yesterday blasting out on that eventual shift to military, 14 kills before everything was truly said and done, Avenger, and being able to kind of camp that bridge, deal with that very well. Team IND, as the opportunist, feels very apt to me, and they're making the opportunity with this.
They're making this stuff happen here, and they've really stepped up from what we were able to see from in the opening weekend and the play days here. So being able to be that proactive and going into this was fantastic. I'll really like to see that. Happy to see RQ really chase down there, but You Do.
Yeah.
I want to see them step up here, guys. They have had 11 points now in 3 games. They need to step up a little big and start having, 4, 5, 6 point games rather than 1, 2, 3.
You don't want to be the all or nothing team, but sometimes all or nothing can lead you to the actual victory towards the end.
I mean, You Do Gang is the hit or miss team that we had so far.
You mentioned at the beginning of yesterday.
So, I mean, I'm not totally surprised about what we're seeing right now. But the question is, can they go back to being the hit team and not the miss team?
I think they might. We'll see. Before we actually get into our next game, though, of course, we can take a little bit of a tantalizing look at how the Royal Pass Season 14 shapes up. Somebody's been to graphics design school, mixing the oranges with the blues. Froz, you're a graphics designer, you know about this.
Whoa! What do you mean?
What do you mean, whoa? I don't know. Personally, I'm a big fan of these skins. I need to get grinding. If I could just like step away from the host role and go back to some grinding.
Team AFK going in on it.
Yeah, guys, you got to step it up.
I have an idea. We take a whole other desk segment crew in, so we can take 2 games off and just play games.
We're just
for an
sat
hour.
over there. Like the camera cuts to us like, oh, sorry, apologize. Here's the schedule for today, of course. T1 has got themselves the first win of the day, and we have 4 more games coming at you throughout today. We're going to be going to Vikendi next, then Miramar, then Sanhok, then Erangel to see how
the Vikendi
play out. The Vikendi.
Yes.
Just for one Vikendi.
Yeah. You get excited for one day, like, oh, they have prepared the full week for this. No, I'm like, it's going to be the same next week again when we do the other maps.
Well, of course, I want to be in-game right now. I want to be grinding my Royal Pass, but you can also be in-game as well. If you're tuning into the PMWL East, you can be inside the game, and you can be earning points to potentially become the top 100 and earn yourself some exclusive skins as well. Check out these bad boys, because we have got the top 100. Again, beat Froz. Nobody wants Froz to have the exclusive skins, because he'll never let us live it down if he gets exclusive skins.
I really want the right skin. It looks super cool.
Yeah? The one with the kind of like...
You know how you can get it?
The skull on it?
You just need to watch.
But I'm watching here. I'm not using my phone.
Do you have your phone on right now? I have my phone in.
Yeah, same.
I'm not cheating like you guys.
That's not cheating.
I don't want to take the skins away. You can't take the skins away.
Oh, I'm not going to win. And hopefully Froz doesn't win, so it doesn't really matter. All right, we're going to Vikendi. It's going to be taking a look over castle once again, as always. in general, Vikendi has become this thing where even though the first 3 circles are very small size shifts, technically they're hard shifts, but they don't really have huge impact on where the teams need to go per se. It's really after that we're seeing all of the teams have to really jostle for position here for us.
Yeah, I want to see more breaches actually. I think we're not seeing enough breaches. I mean,
we love RRQ just going. Murr!
Well, the thing is, as you're saying, we see a lot of the circles centering up towards the first circle already. So there's a lot of compounds and stuff like that we see the teams occupying straight away.
Yeah.
But you want to take that. You want to have that spot, and the time to do it is as early as possible. If you wait longer, you're gonna have more people around you. That means someone's gonna third party. But if you do it in circle 1, no one's gonna be around.
That being said, though, you're going to have to get the timing right if you think about it here, Avenger, because, of course, if you end up in a compound where you really don't have much loot to begin with and you've already gone there very early, then you're waiting for your Uber Eats delivery from another team to come and fight you and then beat them out and then try and take their stuff away. So you got to be good with loot as well.
I mean, I like both stretch, but my personal opinion and how you like the perfect approach for this in terms of a macro point of view, I think the scouting in circle 2 and 3 for then waiting for exactly when 4th circle pops and be ready for rotation for a potential breach there. Because if you breach something that is very near in the center in the 4th circle, you're literally going to be able to play on foot from there.
Yeah.
And so it's like you keep your cars for that long. If you're able to keep your cars for that long, you don't have to use them afterwards. Yeah, maybe if it's shift away from you a lot and it's open field and you have to use them to cover, but you're most likely going to be able to breach a spot where it's going to be somewhat safe and people are not going to focus the cars because you're sitting in the center. So I like the scout in circle 2 and 3. 1 doesn't really matter too much. Scout in circle 2 and 3 for then to scout for something to breach when circle 4 just pops.
Your Zimas, keep your Zimas alive, getting good. Actually, I was in Krakow like 2 weeks ago.
And you saw Zima with us.
Oh, you were with me?
Yeah, I pointed it out.
Yeah, he did. I'm telling a story that you guys already know.
I got a photo of it as well.
Did you actually take a photo? Yeah. Oh, I need to see that later on because I was like, oh, wow, look at Zima.
No, I said that.
You were like, okay, a Zima. And it genuinely was a Zima. I was amazed. Yeah. There's some interesting cars in Poland.
The stuff on the top that like it was
a little rat.
It didn't look like it came straight from the game and just drove out there on the street.
I was like, can I buy your car and like put some PUBG logos on it? It'll be our car while we're here for the month.
Team AFK on the road.
I can't believe I remember this so differently because I just remember being alone. That's how I'm so sorry, gentlemen.
He really doesn't care about us.
I mean, that's apparently our impact on his life is very small.
My glasses are steaming up. All right, I'm being told here that we have a regame, so we're just gonna wait for a few moments' time here. Oh, dear me. All of a sudden, I'm like, oh yeah, we saw a snowmobile on the road. It was weird. Oh, dear. Well, great times.
Thanks for having us over, but I would appreciate you in the future would remember that we actually spent time with you.
Like 2 nights at his place,
You were there 2 nights, yeah.
You didn't notice us.
Oh, dear me.
Apparently you're not snoring like you usually do.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go. All right, anyway, all right, we're done with that. The Zima. You need to show me the picture afterwards. That's great. But yes, back onto Vikendi here for a moment whilst we actually get things going. Who actually won out our Vikendi yesterday? It was You Do Gank after that situation.
Massive clutch.
Yeah, massive clutch.
Second place as well. Yeah. Break, clutching it up. And this is something like... This is a standout play from a single player, right? You're sitting, a solo player. You're sitting here. You're getting a second place. He survived for a very long time. He was alone. There were 2. Yeah. He was even knocked before that, and there were 2 players. He survived a really rough situation and managed to get a second place. It's a massive points clutch. He's getting so much points from that clutch all by himself.
We've actually seen, though, Froz, actually the heal in blue strategy be a bit more predominant on Vikendi than other maps, to be perfectly honest. It's something that we've seen, in PMPL, we've seen it in PMWL as well. Come on in. It can be a very powerful strategy when you look at it, how it plays out.
Yeah, definitely on Vikendi, but the reason is that it's so open on Vikendi. Yeah. So it's hard for teams to actually flank around and get that angle. If you're just hiding behind a tree a little bit far out, for example, no one's going to be able to try to flank around because the other teams will shoot you if you do that. Right. And because of that, it's more useful on Vikendi itself. And we saw that yesterday with Break, of course, but also, as you mentioned, that was not only a few points extra gathered, but the last kill itself on Megastars there, that was a 5-point kill.
Oh yeah, for him. Never mind the win. For
yeah, no,
the
not for
exactly,
it. Just that one kill is a 5-point kill. Because he get 1 kill point, but also 4 placement points from 3rd to 2nd place.
Exactly. Yeah, big stuff, big stuff. We can actually take a look at, again, the Terminators of the lobby and RRQ Athena. We did at the top of the show, and I want to take a look back at how their numbers have been able to change throughout from that point to this point on as well. It will be Beery, and a guy that has been standout for the team in general. It's funny because, again, it's a roster that it's difficult for me to pick standout members when you've got people like G9 fragging out, pumping out the damage, Beery as well, really pumping out the damage here, but it's been great from him so far.
Yeah, I mean, overall, the whole RRQ roster, I think they're fantastic players. I'm a fan. First of all, I'm a fan because I love the logo, I love the name, and the players are such standout players, and they're all capable of doing, you know, clutch moments. You have Ernie, that is an amazing flanker. He's always putting himself in an angle with like an extra thought to it, saying, you know what, guys, I'm gonna be here because this could potentially save us, or if somebody pushes us from this angle, I have this angle from it, and you can really see how much like thought they're putting into the late game and when it comes down to close quarters combat.
Something I really like about this team is how long they've been keeping it together as a team itself. I mean, we've seen them since what? I don't really remember.
A year and a half?
But even PMCO Spring Split Finals, we saw this is the team. This is the RQ Athena we saw. Same lineup. And we see a lot of the teams actually making changes in the lineup, grabbing new people and so on. But working with a lineup that you have, working on your problems, solving that's how you become a successful team.
I mean, mate, the organization won out Dubai in 2018. I was there with Powerbang, with Seven, watching them win out over in Dubai. And this organization has been so prolific when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports, so it's great to see it continue on, and the strength that they show now. They might not have been the 1 and 2 throughout season opening weekend into the
MPL,
into this extra start thing, but the fact that they are one of the front runners. You look at how they're playing the game, they're one of the front runners of NJ.
Yeah, it's rare that you see both an organization but also a roster to stick so long together.
Yeah.
It's usually like you become stagnant, but if you stick together, you actually you learn each other. This synergy you can see in the team, you know, like the communications are clean. And for me, like also in other games, but also in PUBG Mobile, like you see so many roster changes, and for a player to be fully kind of synergize with the teams, it takes so long, and you lose. Yes, potentially you can have those kind of honeymoon situations where, oh my god, it's so fantastic, but then you lose this kind of time where you've spent, you know, half a year together with these guys. You know what they're thinking. You're already on the same page. You don't have to learn too much, and you can take your gameplay to the next level.
And that honeymoon period that you mentioned there, I was about to kind of bring that up as well. That's tempting, and we've seen that a lot in PUBG Mobile. As soon as a roster gets together, they're like, damn, we're winning everything. This is amazing. It feels great. Like, but sometimes that can slip away. You got to get over that.
Is that what we're seeing with Orange Rock, though? I'm wondering, because there's 3 new players.
It's only been a day or a day and two days where they like had some really good games.
Frost's like, one bad day, it's a slump. Get them out of here.
Already stagnant. Honeymoon over.
You got to think about it. They have 3 new players. So essentially, it's 4 new players because they don't have history together. And coming in, they've done super good in the beginning. But so far, in the Super Weekend, we haven't seen too much from them.
I mean, it speaks volumes that, again, a team like Bigatron is touting them as like one of the best, one of the teams that they got to look out for here. And of course, when you look at SEA versus South Asia and how those things play out and stuff like that, that's big respect, because there is that inherent rivalry there that is going to continue on. And we're looking at, especially once Orange Rock steps back up again off the back of what happened yesterday. I mean, Scout even, you know, mentioned it on Instagram. It wasn't a great day for them, and even when I was speaking to him in the interview, it wasn't a great day for them.
You can see that.
But they know that they're capable of having great days, and we've seen them have great days in this tournament so far.
And also, you know, like when your rivals from Southeast Asia is like celebrating how well they've done in some of the games.
So consistent.
Yeah. And it's like teams like Bigatron, they're in this saying, you know what, they're fantastic. They're some of the best right now, or he actually said it, they are the best right now. for a rival region to do that, that's actually quite impressive.
Yeah, it's big, and we'll be continuing to monitor that situation as it does develop, of course, between Orange Rock and Bigatron. I sound like a news reporter.
That's what made me laugh.
Or 8.
Anchorman right there. Anchorman 4 with James Carroll.
That's right. One day I'm going to do traditional TV, and everybody's going to be like, "Where's he going?"
A local northern TV station.
Frog found. Really big frog in the garden. Right, gentlemen, we're done. We're heading over to Imperium and Maxman for all the action. Thank you for your patience. We'll get you to go in Vikendi. Vikendi.
Thank you very much, Kilaris, Froz, and Avenger. Indeed, Vikendi is going to be coming straight up. Last few days, we had that Vikendi, that week full of Vikendi action where actually Orange Rock, Bigatron, Redalians, and also Box Gaming came out on top. There are a few teams you can expect to be really strong on this map. What's your team that you predict might take a game here?
For me, it's got to be No Chance Team, Max. Simply being because of the fact that in Vikendi, they've overall seemed to be a little bit more consistent, at least based on kind of the opening weekend and what we saw that they kind of scored 17 points per game. Plus, at the end of the day, they're a team who have been really strong over the board and over the course of these games. And let's see if they can bring the chilly mountains of Vikendi to their home.
It's chilly and it's about to get frosty as we're going to get ourselves onto Vikendi, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be cruising all over Hot Spring and Contra, even over Volnova, and end towards Dobro Mesto over on the western coast. Not the best plane we've ever seen. A few teams that like to go in Cosmodromes, Zabava, Trevno especially. They might have a little bit of an issue getting up there, but otherwise this is not still the worst plane we've seen over here on Vikendi.
No, it's really not. After that last game of what was, to take an Anchorman quote that escalated quickly in Erangel, it's nice to hopefully have a little bit of a calm early start to Vikendi, see where these teams kind of land and locate themselves. And of course, this Phase 1 circle, it is going to be quite centralized. This is what I've loved about the PMWL circles. In previous months, I've seen Vikendi circles being consistently 50% water, but I'm seeing very centralized circles in these Vikendi games.
The circle goals are seeming very, very nice upon these teams and players.
And it complemented the playing path as well.
Also, it's actually going to be really good with that playing path. And you know what? I predicted a Dino Park finish at one point, also almost castle finish. It wasn't quite castle finish at the very end there. I would love to see one. I think those are very, very intriguing circle finishes. As we're going to be seeing a few teams dropping around. Going to have one team in particular. It's going to be Reject Scarlet having... I've seen that many times, just having players just out in the open, just having to run over to a compound. That's the risk of having a team taking the nice engage on you, taking that first early kill. But Webb will get himself over to a compound and they will be able to loot up fully.
There's a little bit of early potential hotbed of action on teams on the very east. You have Team I&D basically around Cement Factory, but followed by Reject Scarlet, Box Gaming, and GXR Celts. It's not too bad because they are generally just playing their own game of getting vehicles and getting to their looting areas, but you could see a couple of maybe early kills.
That could indeed be the case. 3-man car rotation, normally not too happy with those, but it's early game and we just dropped, so it's okay for you to try and find your good compounds under position, because those compounds, they are pretty a little bit scarce. Can't really get all the loot on your team in those small compounds, so you want to try and find yourself a more hefty one to get control on and get all of that loot for yourself.
Now, what is going to be important for the teams that are on the east side of the river, I&D, Box Gaming, T1, Reject Scarlet, is that they do make their way across the river relatively early, or at least in the right moment, because that Phase 1 is so heavily to the west that you don't really want to get pinched in Phase 2, Phase 3 if it kind of stays a little bit to the west on those phases. So definitely something that these teams will have to think about.
One team that I like their position so far, that's going to be towards Tovar, is going to be for Synergy. Pretty central, actually one of the most central positions, also contested by Villa under the position of Team Sihue. It's good to have the central position under control early on, because you want to try and reduce the amount of rotations early game as much as possible. Sure, you can scout. They talked about it a little bit early on the desk, right? You want to scout towards Phase 2, Phase 3, and that's when really the Phase 4, Phase 5, that's when you start setting yourself up for really good and long rotations. So those locations under control early game, I think they're good, gives them a lot of information, and if the circle does shift away from them, they already got that information gathered really early on in their game.
Talking about Scout, Orange Rock, a team who had a bit of a tough day yesterday. My eyes kind of brought down to earth after what had been a fantastic start to the PMWL. And in that game one, they only scored 1 point. They finished 15th place, no kills. It's another tough start to the day. They've got 4 more games, of course, this Vikendi game included. They have known to be relatively strong. Well, I believe getting a chicken dinner in Vikendi, so let's see if they can make it again.
Yeah, and they also won like the ESL India tournament, right, of PUBG Mobile. So they got themselves a big boy tournament, a big boy win over there. Can also be the case in the hashtag PMWL League stage. That is the most impactful. That is where you want to get those big dubs, those big Ws, because they were so far pretty, even though they didn't have like insanely good games yesterday, they still were pretty good in the overall standings. But now, because of the good games of all the teams you mentioned very early on in the broadcast, they currently dropped over to 13th position. They need to redeem themselves on the 4 remaining games today, Imperium.
They do indeed. Big wins. When you're talking about big wins, you can't really help but right now think of T1 getting a really much needed big win in the first game. And it makes sense because they've been working towards it, looking more coordinated yesterday, looking a bit more aggressive. And yes, were they favored by in that first game by a lot of teams basically going against each other inside the As9, the craziness of those circle shifts. But at the end of the day, they kind of kept themselves out of sight, out of mind. They used a smoke road to their effective in the right moment, and they got the chicken dinner.
We saw Lewis of Box came and taking a few shots towards Team IND. I was a little bit scared because he was doing that when the rest of his team was not there to support and assist that engagement. But now all the team of Box, they got back together. If they want to really take a fight head on with Team IND, they can definitely do so right now. As we're going to try and refocus now is on Team more central. And one in particular that I mentioned earlier for their central position, that was Synergy, as they get really close to King of Gamers Club. Concept, a little bit locked in place there. Can't move away from that tree without taking a few shots in his direction.
That's why I worry about King of Gamers, although in saying that, actually, I was going to kind of talk about a fear I had on King of Gamers, but because they are so spread out, they were able to get that alternative angle onto a member of Synergy, but because Synergy are bunched together overall, they should be able to get that revive, but Boss just doesn't seem to really care. Covered by a little bit of support of his teammate, followed closely behind. They're going to look to go for the engagement on the high ground of the mountain, look for the peeking heads of the members of Synergy.
They're going to go for some smokes with a little bit of utility chucked in their global direction. But what I do like the response of Synergy, right? They sent the 2 of the members that were scouting. They had a little bit of a 2-2 split coming out. Send them back over, taking a fight as a 4-man squad. But it will be turned into a 4v2 as Concept and Bossa, he just doesn't want to get involved. He's running straight back from where he came from.
And here's the thing, what was initially a great knockdown by King of Gamers, because they aren't together as a team like Synergy is, they couldn't take advantage of that knock, and that's something that you've always got to be aware of as a team in terms of, it's great to get a knockdown, but if you aren't in the prime position to capitalize on that, don't. Just take a step back and send that message to the opposing team.
But what I like here from King of Gamers Club, they were a team that play very aggressive, they like to play aggressive, and sometimes even, I would say, overly aggressive.
Fair.
And here they had the cards like, okay, we don't have the full team, we're just going to retract ourselves away from the equation. This is not a fight in which we are interested. Go back to the compound, which is a position that gives us a lot more control on that area. And that was an amount of respect. We didn't see them in the opening weekend or also in the entire first week of the league play. But I feel like that they learned, they evolved as a team, and now they know that when they can or can't take fights.
But King of Gamers do have to be aware, because even though, you know, Vikendi is compound heavy, if you're not together as a full squad, or at least really competently as a 2v2 or 3v1, you can get third-partied. And we do see, because they are quite localized to the center of the phase 1, Team Secret to north of them, RQ to the west of them, of course, Synergy to the east of them, along with Megastars down the southeast. So there's a lot of teams kind of hanging around them that they will have to be aware of.
I'm also seeing on my mini-map right now, also if you guys don't know at home, we do have a map stream, which is dedicated to the map. Wow, we have a map. Wow.
A map stream?
You have a map. What is a map stream? It is a stream with a map. That is what a map stream is. And we can get all the information on where...
Is it a pirate map?
Is there like a treasure somewhere?
Yeah.
What is it? What's the treasure?
Chicken dinner.
You, Imperium.
Aww.
No, just kidding. Yeah, okay. Wait,
okay. Well, okay.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, but as you're saying, there's a dedicated map stream.
Yeah, dedicated map stream. And on the map stream, you could see that T1, they went through castles, and teams like to overstay a little bit in castle, but castle is really easy to rotate in, but really hard to rotate away from. And that was just a temporary rotation point, right? Which I like. They already got himself in position right next to Synergy.
I do worry that it was maybe a little bit too harsh a rotation potentially from T1, but I like the fact that they did kind of go deep pretty early on in their rotation, as RQ taking a couple of shots on towards Team Seeker as they rotate around to Villa, calling it their home. It's where they landed. They're now going to stay around there for the basically early parts of this phase 1 heading into phase 2. So nice little bit of push shots coming out from RQ just to kind of send that message and send Team Secret back.
Reject Scarlet, a team that likes to cross bridges very late. Most of the time that can haunt them a little bit, but TSM Entity were a little bit too far to put a bridge camp on this one. So now they want to try and get vengeance, try and get that dough. I don't know why I said it like that, that was a little bit... They want to get that dough, Imperium. They're going to be pushing
a deer,
forward.
a female deer.
What? Jesus Christ.
Never heard that.
A lot of miscommunication over here, Imperium.
Female deer. Okay, anyway, by the way, that's something I haven't done in PMWL. I've done a little bit of singing. But anyway, let's see if TSM Entity can sing their way into this team fight against Reject Scarlet.
Going to try and cross over this road. If they want to do so, they'll have to pop a little bit of utility, or they can just crash with the car, which TSM Entity get himself involved with 2 members in 1 car. Are they going to go for the push on this one? They are indeed. Here it is, crossing right on over TSM Entity. They're crushing not even in a compound, they're crushing in a tree in the middle of that. That is such a weird engagement coming out from TSM Entity, and that's going to result in 2 members getting knocked away. The flush might be coming out too. Clutch God trying to go underneath. This is really a big lack of coordination for TSM Entity.
Okay, so let's see if Jonathan can at least be the powerhouse once again. We saw it towards the end of the last game. I think that's just as risky, getting that vehicle and disengaging away. You've got basically all members. That's going to be end of I can only see that ending in tears. That's going to be end of TSM Entity. Like, honestly, I don't think we really need to say anything about that. It's a huge shame that they lost that fight. At the end of the day, they paid the price.
I remember me the fight that was RQ. It was in Painan on Sanhok. They just really need to try and get on the same board if they want to go for these full engagements and commitments. But that's going to be then taken out in 16th position. Now going to go over to 2 other squads. That's going to be No Chance Team and Team IND. Team IND, so far, they're doing a pretty good 4th position overall in the standings. And let's see if they can get this good fight as they're getting breached slowly by No Chance Team. But No Chance Team, they know that this is not a fight they are willing to take because they're not even as a full squad to take this one.
Team IND pulling off a little bit of a similar harsh circle shift, like rotation, should I say, that T1 did earlier on as the shots are coming through. They're, of course, going to get that knocked down and hopefully a confirmation to member of No Chance Team. And look, talking about Team IND, right? In the opening 2 league game days, their total kills over 8 games was 19. In the 6 games so far in the Super Weekend, they've got 32 kills. I talked to Kratos and he said that they wanted to be more aggressive, that they were going to be more aggressive. And I've got to say, living up to his word. And it's obviously helped them, not just in kills, but in the overall positioning results.
Because overall, how the point system works, right, is 20 points what you get, it trickles down. But like kill points are extremely rewarding. That's the reason why some teams like Bigatron, despite having no chicken dinners, they're so high in the overall standings. These kills are extremely important, and the teams that are going aggressive and do aggressive plays well executed, right, they're going to be the ones standing on the top of the hill.
Now, we did see phase 2 move up, but centralized quite nicely, so it's really nothing to scream and shout about, right? A little bit similar to game 1 in Erangel. It's just nice and centralized, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Pretty much all the teams bar the rest of Reject Scarlet are inside the circle, and with compounds being so important in Vikendi, we are going to see teams kind of just stay in their position overall, maybe send a scout to get a little bit more information depending on where you are located, play for the phase 3.
As Bigatron next to Abby. No, this is a location which they got himself in the opening weekend a very, very nice chicken dinner. They know how to play around this location. Not the case for Megastars. They don't really play around this location too much for themselves. So here, Bigatron, they got the advantage of knowing the terrain a lot more, but they do not have the compound under their control. And Megastars, they could have access to the rooftop, which I think would give them a little bit more information gathering potential in this fight versus Bigatron. But Bigatron, I don't think they're ready to commit to this one. They're playing the very long passive game.
They're the kind of team where they've no problem playing towards the edge of the circle. But as the Blue Zone is closing in towards the end of phase 2, it is going to be just a matter of time in terms of waiting for this phase 3 to move on up. Yudu Gang are in towards the eastern edge of Dino Park. Very close by, but where is it going to shift?
I'll see Castle finish. Castle. Hey, might be a Castle 1.
Might be.
And that's actually great for Box because they were the last team that had to rotate away from the eastern side. They're really delaying that rotation. I think they should try and actually commit, maybe send 2 members over to Volnova, 2 members keeping on that location. Splitting up your eggs in different baskets in this situation for Box would be great, in my opinion.
They instantly send Lewis forward. So, yeah, I think they're kind of listening to, so to speak.
I'm their manager.
In terms of... Okay, fair enough. But, yeah... Put me in, coach. But yeah, great response by Box Gaming to the circle shift. But now it's going to be ever important. I think they might actually park the other 3 members inside castle, which I think is very risky. But it could also be a very high reward.
I mean, the chance of that happening being a reward are very slim, and we talked about it right a little bit earlier as T1. They just took it as like a temporary location. Staying in castle is good if teams have to come towards you, but rotating away from there, especially when you have like Synergy, Megastars, even teams like Orange Rock, have visibility on those bridges on the western side of castle. That's a risky play, and as you said, we'll have to see if it's going to be rewarding or not.
Talking about visibility, we did see the side of Reject Scarlet coming in through Mount Kresnik, where Valdez were located earlier on, but Valdez now have a little bit of an advantage as Reject Scarlet rotating around them. Of course, Mount Kresnik is a vast area, so you can kind of generally play around it effectively, but they are kind of setting themselves quite heavily forward as a 2-man team from Reject, leaving Julo and Sarah kind of a little bit further back.
Yep, trying to gather information. Duelo is going to go even further downhill to potentially get a different angle for his team, because we've still got the 2 other players. Sarah is going to be coming very, very soon in the fight to try and potentially insist them breaching on T1. They got their eyes open and just pried open to check out T1 and see if they want to commit to this one. But I think that this would be a fight that would not be rewarding in many ways, because it's also edge of circle. So I would say really not worthwhile.
15-minute mark inside this game. We still have 15 teams and 57 players outstanding. You got to think the teams down the south side of this phase 3 right now do have an overall better advantage, because if the circle shifts up north, it's still not going to be too hard for them to get into the circle. But if it shifts down south, all the teams up north, like Team Secret, Reject Scarlet, T1, Synergy, and Valdez, are going to have an incredibly hard job of finding a spot inside the circle. And we've seen the knockdown come through.
You're gonna be knocked away right there. Trying to be the scout of the team, you know, at least you're just going to lose your scout in that engagement, and they're not going to send you 2 other players, because they were between Team Secret and also Orange Rock, and even taking a few shots by T1 a little bit earlier on in that rotation. So now Reject Scarlet, really, they're cornered by Valdez, by T1, Team Secret, and also by Orange Rock down south. So really, Reject Scarlet having a hard time. That might be a good time to go for a rotation, go in the blue around the northern side and also the western side of Villa, and enter through the west.
Now, if I was Box Gaming as the Blue Zone is closing out in phase 3, all 4 members inside castle, I would send 1 across the bridge over onto the west side. But those are some nice shots come out from Reject Scarlet in amongst the smokes to try and connect on to Team Secret. We did see Reject Scarlet get 1 member confirmed at the hands of Orange Rock. Let's see where this next phase is going to take us. Team Secret just heal up and keep themselves going inside the smoke.
I'll see. Hey, Castle's still going to be in there, but it's mostly going to be shifting over to the western side. Tovar is still going to be in the vicinity over here. That's going to be forcing teams down south like Megastars, Bigatron to push a little bit higher up there. I do like how Synergy's got a 2-1-1 split coming out. They've got multiple locations under control. If a team gets anywhere close to them, get back in your car, rotate back to the rest of your team. They got all of the eggs in different baskets. They're really looking for the long game, and I love that coming out from Synergy.
Totally agree, but now I feel like they have to think about joining up as a full squad, because there's a higher chance a team might compound breach, a team might knock them from a distance, and it's so important that you protect your area, that you protect your land, so to speak, as Valdez coming in from the north down Mount Kresnik. They're going by the side of the road. You have Team IND to the left of them. You have No Chance team to the right of them. It's not going to be too easy for Valdez if they get spotted out.
I talked about this rotation. I thought that Reject Scarlet, they'd have to go back and tank the blue, because they're going to go in the open arms of Team Secret, and that's exactly what is unfolding. Imperium. iShots takes that perfectly. He's going to go for the push, leaving now Sarah as a 1-man army. For the rest of Reject Scarlet, going to go for the car push, because knowing Vikendi, you need that man advantage, but it's going to be way too late. iShots is coming over here, claiming lives left, right, and center, and picks up 2 kills, actually, for the side of Team Secret.
Team Secret had 2 very strong performances yesterday. They started the first game of the day only getting 5 points, but 4 of them were kills at least. So that's something. So they'll want to come into this Vikendi game getting a very strong result. As Team IND are going to get clapped from behind by Valdez. JCZ getting a knockdown, but will the smokes come out in time? Will it be enough of a response for Team IND to stave off the pressure? But Heineken coming in. Actually, no, he's just going, hey, look, where the hell do you want to go, my friend?
He's getting caught. I mean, fair enough. I mean, you want to go to Castle, just go for it, man. Whatever makes you happy. But that is not very long-term kind of decision-making right there. Might come and haunt them a little bit later on in the game. But Valdez, they were going to have to tank up the blue a little bit. They need to force on forward. And this compounder they're looking for and eyeing for is currently not even in the circle. But No Chance team, that decision of going to Castle, not going to work out for them as they get eliminated in 15th position.
Galaxy Racer cells on the edge of the bridge by Castle. You have Team IND to the north. You have Valdez to the north. T1 as well. Where's this next phase going to go? It shifts down to southeast. BTR being gifted along with the likes of Megastars and Synergy. But Box Gaming will have an easy entry point from Castle, but they have to do it now.
Already had a circle like this, and if I'm not mistaken, that was the last circle of the Vikendi week, the Vikendi games of last league play, and teams do have a little bit of experience with it, but here it is, RRQ Athena, they're going for the push on the compound of King of Gamers. That's going to be Braga coming out, hits one, can he hit the second, puts him pretty low, switches up his weapon, he gets a knock, that's going to be Braga with 1 HP remaining, making the plays happen. Now down to a 1v1, can he take the 1v4 clutch and make it happen? Soup is still going to be around the corner with also Braga, but they make things happen. That was mental, Imperium. What the hell? How was that allowed to happen?
Braga just basically 1v3'd RRQ. The team who have been aggressive, competent, accurate on their kills have just been eliminated by King of Gamers. And you talked about King of Gamers maybe being over-aggressive. That over-aggression has at least paid off, staving off RRQ, but this game continues. Valdez gonna get punished by Team IND. Will of course get knocked down to the play zone. Got Argon taking that little bit of damage. Valdez still up to 3 players, but the third party is coming in from Celts.
Kratos, he was holding the front line solo, but he just heard the shots coming out from Box Gaming. He knows that he can allow himself to retract because Box Gaming are doing his job in his place. As T1, they're going to hear all those shots like, hey, taking fights currently. We're going to get ourselves a nice little leeway in the circle. They're going to go for the coastal line of the river. They get some really good positions under control, but now they're slowly going to get involved with some big boy fights over here, Imperium, and Team Secret going to be very close on their tail.
I like how T-Seeker are just kind of, I wouldn't say they're full sending it, but they're very accurate.
Step by step.
Yeah, and they're just kind of going in and just going in little by little, but now they have to make this count. But why actually, okay, maybe I've just cast their curse because they're just driving around in the middle of the road as T1 are going to get punished by Team IND.
Yeah, I mean, Box also going to be getting himself a really good amount of pressure. You know what, I was questioning their position, but so far it's rewarding. In terms of position onto the next phase, that might not be the case, but so far they are picking up kills and they are doing so that in really, really strong fashion. As you know now, Team Secret, they pushed away from their compound because they were not in circle. You have to mention that, but now they've got the high ground on Orange Rock. That fight might be breaking out as Mavi got knocked away himself, and they will be turned into a 4v3. But the Blue Zone and even a few knocks are coming out. Team Secret, they are struggling to tank this one up.
Mavi will most likely go down. He's crawling away. Gil, Scout, and Veru trying to hold on. Valdez to murder. Get eliminated. Team Secret trying to hold on inside the blue zone as the circle is about to shift in the next minute or so. It did shift down south into the hands of BTR and Box Gaming. Box Gaming are still up as a full squad. Lewis has made his way into circle to do a little bit of scouting. His Galaxy Racer Celts becoming the bridge trolls, but T1 are heading right in their direction. Missile will probably not be able to hold on for too long, but he at least gets a knockdown onto MJ, but will get countered.
Where's the rest of T1? We need you guys right now. Missile was indeed confirmed, but GXR Celts, they're so far going to get absolutely battered underneath this bridge location, and they get destroyed by T1. The redemption arc continues, ladies and gentlemen, but still they get pressure from the main ground, and they just get taken out themselves right there. Also, 2 for 2.
Like, honestly, Celts should not have let that happen, but T1, credit is due, got in and got the job done. But down goes T1 as well as Box Gaming trying to hold on along with Orange Scout, but our Scout gets Orange Rock, Scout gets knocked down by Team Secret.
Orange Scout can work out too. Just make things a little bit shorter at the end there, just mix up the team name and the player name. But yeah, the high ground still in the position of Team Secret. They didn't have the position advantage earlier, but now they were actually able to rotate a little bit more further in the center of the circle. But now that's a really good fight back coming out from the other side. Orange Rock, they're going to get closer and closer. Varu going to be extremely low, and he will potentially get confirmed by the play zone. As I say that, he will indeed get knocked by the blue, and now Gil taking the fight as a solo, as a one-man army, trying to get himself on top, but he knows that they have to push away. He was trying to take time. He's going to go for the backstab play here, Imperium. Can he make it work out? They're going for the car, but no, they fight back from the moving car, and Team Secret picks up the kill.
But that's a smoking baby. Good job by Team Secret. Orange Rock eliminated in 8th place, 7 teams left standing. And this was the replay we saw between King of Gamers going up against RQ. What a defining moment for King of Gamers.
King of Gamers, that was absolutely huge for them. And now going to be refocusing back on the main feed. As Team IND, they have to move through the water. But I like the fact that Box, they were able to get himself in circle despite being in castle so early on. That was a big boy rotation right there, big brain plays. But Team Secret now, they're taking a lot of pressure from left, right, and center. Megastars get eliminated. 5 teams still remaining. and Team Secret will indeed bite the dust.
Yeah, Synergy playing on the northern edge of the circle, getting the job done. But now Ted has to throw up a smoke. They're only on 2 kills. They are in the top 5 as we get down to remaining 16 players. Box Gaming on the northeastern tip of the circle. Team IND, Synergy ahead of them, but they are outside. As BTR just holding on, still inside play. As Slayer gets confirmed by Break.
Break, he's got some history on Vikendi, getting third parties galore in the last few Vikendi games, especially yesterday. But now we'll see what he can do as this one man trying to get rid of the team down below, which is Team IND. I mean, the rest of the team follow up is not worth it.
There. Yeah. I don't think Kratos can get up.
I don't think he can. It will be definitely a little bit of a treacherous adventure if he wants to try and get himself back up there. But also, that means he'll have to tank up the blue.
And honestly, Box Gaming need to be focused and look ahead of them, right? Because they got Synergy and BTR right in front of Synergy to the north at least, and BTR to the west as they're getting inside the vehicle. It's very risky at this late stage of the game, but they are still a full squad. 2 members are still not inside the circle. Actually, all members are inside the circle as Break gets knocked by Luxy.
Bigatron, the circle magnet, back in their favor over here on Vikendi. I mean, they are used to it by now. And now they just got to apply pressure on all the teams coming in on the eastern side. And that road, that's going to give so much coverage denied away from these teams as Kratos still trying to take his time, waiting for potentially Synergy and Box Gaming to take a fight against each other. Then he can just snake his way back into a potential position in the circle.
He could third party because Synergy have rotated in the same direction as Box Gaming. Lose feeling, the heat feeling, the pressure, and Zigzag comes in and gets the job done.
But the third party from Bigatron's going to come into play, and there you go, they get things done. And that will be the end of Box Gaming, eliminated in 4th position. Still a team that coming into this, we were expecting to be a decent position. 4th position, I'm going to say that's a win in my books for them. As now we can refocus on the 3 remaining teams. Still, we got Kratos of Team IND undiscovered. And I think that because we got rid of Box, they didn't, maybe Synergy doesn't know that Kratos is there.
Team IND 4th game 1. They're in the top 3 of this game 2, and Vikendi, the shots being fired by BTR. This is the reason why they are the reigning world champions as Ted tries to hold on. He's got the Uzi in his hand, pocket full of dreams, but the hopes are gone and BTR are going to get the chicken dinner.
Wait, Synergy, they died right there in 3rd position. 2nd position was stolen away by Team IND. They take the 2nd position, that is huge, but still, Bigatron, they get themselves their chicken dinner. Vikendi is a map on which they got a lot of experience, and here it is, they get it for themselves.
Like, what a bit of a crazy game, because the circles were kind of shifting down south quite consistently. BTR barely had to move. Megastars were a little bit slower on their response in the late game, and they paid the price being taken out by BTR. But all the teams on the north and basically northeast by around Castle, they were just going through a hotbed of action. And I gotta say, Team Secret were one of the better teams.
Yeah, they rotated extremely efficiently, but I'm still surprised like Box get himself in a really half-decent position because they were like on the castle. Rotation's extremely hard. They made it work out, but there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to break out all of that action on the desk.
That's right, the Kings that everyone wants to dethrone. Bigatron get themselves yet another chicken dinner on the board here after what seemed kind of like very simple for them. They had decent circles and they were able to round things out here on Vikendi. Joining me, Avenger and Froz. Avenger, that was pretty clean cut for Bigatron there towards the end.
It was extremely clean for them and also well played from circle point of view. Yes, it was kind of in their home turf. They took a position that they knew they could play out from in case wherever the circle shifted, but they ended up being in a great spot for the majority of the time and ended up completely executing the end game perfectly. They kept all 4 guys alive for a very long time and managed to spread out nicely to kind of hold the fort down.
I think Bigatron moved about 400 meters throughout the whole game.
Nice.
Nice. No, but that also shows you that sometimes you don't need to rotate to the center. You don't need to dive into center on circle 1 to actually get it.
Yeah.
They were on the far south side, and they just kept themselves there. They knew this is not time yet, not time to dive into the circle yet. We can stay here, we can hold it out, and we'll see what happens. And when we need to move, that's when we make a move. But, you know, they didn't need to move.
No, they didn't need to move. Time to look at the overall rankings coming in from this game, as Bigatron will get themselves plenty of points on the board. 29 in total. Again, not the biggest of chicken dinners, but it is the chicken dinner that they're able to take up towards the top. It will be Team IND who sneaked away with that second place after Synergy, for the most part, had a really good spread throughout a decent amount of this game, Avenger.
They had some really good spreads, and they held down a lot of space and actually had some really good plays throughout the game. Unfortunately, they got a little snaked by Team IND, but they could have executed faster. I'll break that down a little bit later as well.
It was nice to see that Box Gaming, they were playing in Castle, or they were dropping on the east side, but then they managed to get into Castle. They were there alone, and they just kind of chilled there. And again, when it was time to move, they actually moved on the south side, making sure that they were gonna get into circle. And they had a really good position. I'm kind of surprised that Synergy actually managed to take over that.
Here are 9th through 16th as well. T1 and Reject Scarlet will get themselves 4 kills on the board, along with King of Gamers Club actually as well, who very early on in this game actually was able to wipe out TSM Entity on their moves around the map. And that is how our points come in for this game, of course. And overall, I think it feels weird when we're doing some of these Erangels, all of these Vikendis, because it feels quite calm for a decent chunk of it, and then of course everything gets chaotic towards the end. We can take a look at how Bigatron was able to do things here on this as well. Let's take a look at those numbers, and again, you know,
that ratio though, wow,
10-1.
Yeah. That is actually amazing to see, but it comes down again. They were sitting in that compound. They basically made 2 small rotations throughout the whole game here. So, I mean, this is kind of expected. They don't overpeak anything either.
What I wouldn't do for them to have had 4 more damage in that game, that would have been oof.
You'd have liked that?
Using,
yeah.
That would have been you know, that nade should just have been a little bit closer to their target. Just 4 damage more.
I think one thing that's hurt Bigatron was to take a look at the Mountain Dew. Do the do moments here from this Vikendi. One thing that's hurt Bigatron for the previous Vikendis has been their need to have to rotate very, very far. But a Southern Circle for them is going to benefit.
And you know what? That just shows that they are capable of both. They are fantastic in situations where they, you know what, they're analyzing and they're saying, you know, this is going to be a decent compound, we can play in front of it. And then on the other side, when we have the northern and the northeastern shift that go to Narnia, basically, they have a long rotation. They're analyzing throughout the first and the second circle. When third circle hits, they're making a good move that will put them into a great spot for the 4th circle, which is by far the roughest one here on Vikendi.
I mean, the thing is, we see a lot of teams, they're trying to get to center, but not only that, they try to make several rotations throughout the game. And from time to time, we see them actually lose plays doing these rotations, which is something you shouldn't do. If you're going to be rotating, you need to scout out first. Make sure it's free, the rotation path is free, we can get there without losing someone. That's how you move your way in. But we see a lot of blind rotations, just, we're going to go to this compound, and then they just die for it.
Braga.
This play from Braga was nuts, though. Him being able to get 3 there is so unexpected with this low amount of HP. But what we're not seeing here is his teammate from this side is actually coming in and helping a lot there. So they made a perfect 90-degree angle cover of each other, and he was wiggling back and forth, kind of wibble-wobble, as was one of our friends would say.
Wibble-wobble, yeah. May as well call him John Connor, being able to take out the Terminators that quickly. As we have we have Team Secret there, having a bit of a difficult time against Synergy. But Synergy, for the most part, had good control of swaths of this circle, so it was nice to see.
Yeah, they actually locked down a lot of the majority of the center of the circle in a really good spot, and I expect them to go a bit further. They had a time where they were hesitating a little bit to get into a better spot and be a bit more aggressive, and I felt like that could definitely at least secure them a second place and maybe taking a fair fight with BTR in the end.
We saw them early on, actually, Team Secret getting Villa and holding that down. That is a super big compound to hold by itself. Well, there's one giant house. There's a giant living in there. Not like you, Avenger, but a bigger person.
Oh, okay. And Jason?
Yeah, maybe Jason.
He's tall.
Yeah, but the thing is, holding that out is so hard because that house is so big that you kind of need to put one player in each corner. And if you do that, you can't help each other out either.
That was the Mountain Dew do the do moments there. You could see at the moment at the end, Bigatron very calm, very composed, just poking and prodding at everybody that was coming towards them. Let's take a look at the total damage throughout the lobby as well, as there were plenty of fights going on across. And even the highest peak is from Box Gaming, and that's only 1,300, so very even across the board here.
I mean, here they're sitting in literally a castle with all the long-range guns that they want, poking at everybody, making sure that they so this kind of impact. 1,300 damage is, you know, that's 5 broken vests and a few poked helmets there, and that's massive for them to go further in. And that, I mean, yes, they only got a 4th place with some kills, or 6 kills, which is completely fair. I feel like if they had a greedy 2-2 split where they could have helped each other out, I feel like they could have potentially gone a bit further, but I completely respect how far they're able to go here.
Is this the first time we're seeing kills that is above the damage
It
meter?
might be, yeah.
On T1 I'm looking at right now, towards the middle there. And what happened is that we saw that T1 actually tried to breach the bridge, which was actually outside the circle as well. And GXR Celts was already there. And but at the same time, they did manage to kill everyone from Celts. But then Box Gaming just said, pew pew.
Yeah,
just shot the last guy from T1.
Yeah, it was a nice cleanup under the bridge, but unfortunately not fully to be. We have telestration time. Is it Avengers' turn?
It is.
Frost this way. Frost, quick.
I'm
the other
here.
way.
Let's go here. He has
I'm trying to follow you, but I'm... Okay, go on.
I'm going to dodge it. No. Look, what you're going to see here is, I want to point out synergy. So this is the 3rd phase. The 3rd phase is, you know, the second of the biggest shift. It's the kind of, this is where you're sitting, you're chilling a little bit, you're waiting a little bit. And this is where synergy actually takes massive advantage of the other guys being a bit passive, because this is, you don't have the biggest shift here. So they're actually taking a massive chunk of space inside the 3 really good center compounds. You have Ted, you have Sirvi, and you have like a 1-1-2 split here with the other guys as well. So them being able to do this is obviously very respectable. It's often that you don't see anyone, you know, scouting too much in 3rd circle. But when 4th circle pops, this is where I really like where Ted is extremely fast to say, you know what, guys, I'm gonna come down and we're gonna play a 2-2 split. So this kind of greed here, this is one of the two styles that I really like from the Vikendi styles. You have the take center early and be as greedy as you can, because once the 4th circle hit, which is the first kind of harder shift that it becomes a little bit smaller, then you have a lot of opportunities here. You see, you have Sirvi, you have Zigzag and Ted up in the north, and they decide, you know what, let's go with a 2-2 split, and later on, they're actually going to move and eventually end up down here as a 4-man team, staying 4 guys alive and taking a massive amount of space. And this is one of the strategies, or one of the 2 strategies I think is extremely viable here is very early game, take as much space as you can.
Grab.
Because everybody's going to be playing on the edge because the shifts are so big. So what I really like synergy here is land grab in the center as much as you can when you can see it, because you have time in that 1st and 2nd phase to scout. And if you see a compound, send one of your teammates over there. You can easily be in a 1-1 split, in a 1-1-2 split like that, when you're that close to each other, because they're able to, you know, get out of there fast, take a car, and then go over to the other guys.
Early land grab in center means you get to draw the borders. I mean, there is a slight downside, potentially at least as well, though, here, Frost. When I was watching how we've done with this, thank you very much. When we take a look at how Jigsaw was playing out the later stages, I noticed he was playing Iron Sights AKM. So maybe they went there very early and didn't really have that much loot available to them. It could be personal preference.
I'll tell you how early they were there.
Sure.
They dropped there.
And they just stayed there?
Yeah.
So, yeah, okay. Really no loot. Really, but that is potentially one of the downsides of it.
Yeah, that's what we see sometimes. As we're talking about, you dropping and you get the center circle, so you just stay there.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I can take that. Let's take a look at the overall rankings then, as Bigatron will be making moves up towards the top. That's right. Another member of the 100-point club as they move into 2nd place, taking over RRQ Athena. Udigank with 1,000, geez Louise, 116 points. I'm getting ahead of myself. Up towards the top. So, Bigatron with their first win on the board for the Super Weekend here, Avenger. Yeah. And them being the kings, them being the defending world champions, we kind of expect them to be getting the chicken dinners.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the one club you really want to be part of here on the Super Weekends is the 100 points plus club. And we expect them to be there. And I think we're going to see them throughout the Super Weekends. We're going to see them there and again. But from the performance they've had so far, they show the consistency. Like, we're nearly halfway through here, our Super Weekend. And if they continue this, over the course of 15 games, we're going to be playing, I believe, 24 in the league finals.
Yeah.
I think we will see them continue this. Like this consistency is just something they specialize in completely.
And our 11th through 16th here. Two of the outliers I'm seeing down there, of course, is Orange Rock, that we're expecting huge things of since we've spoken about them many, many times in the past couple of days. And also No Chance Team down there as well. I'm expecting big things of them as well. We've seen it in the past.
Right now, I feel like both of the teams are not playing with the same synergy that we've seen them play with earlier. They're not playing together as a team, but we see them trying to do more of a solo kind of play. That end up them losing a player, and from there on, they go way more passive. And from that, they just end up getting killed.
All right, well, let's take a quick look, a sneak peek at what's going on in the Royal Pass Season 14. Gotta get grinding for the Royal Pass Season 14 if you want some of those cool looking skins. I need to do it as quickly as possible, and I'm not joking when I say I really want to be grinding right now because some of the skins are really cool. But we can't. We've got to be here. We've got to bring you the PMWL East because the games are really cool here as well, Avenger. It's a hard burden we have to bear.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I love it anyway. And I would say I'm just gonna have to stay up some more hours during the night, you know, not get any sleep, and then just grind throughout the night, and then come here and do. No, of course we're gonna have tons of time. We have Mondays and Thursdays off. That's designed for that. We can play in that time, and then we have to get back here.
All right, I'm getting word we are ready for Miramar, so we're going to be heading into game number 3 of the day here for our first Super Weekend. We're heading over to Xander and John, who are doing something. I'm about to find out what they're about to do. I'm confused.
Here we go. We're going to be going into
Nice.
Miramar out west.
Out west, indeed we are.
Oh, that was like a duel.
Yeah, it was a duel. We're like east and west, except east always wins.
Exactly. Yeah, I was. Yeah,
Absolutely.
West doesn't win. What are you talking?
I mean, it's it's always
It's the wild, wild east, right?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
It's always got to be high noon somewhere in the world.
Oh, yeah, obviously.
That is true. That is very true. How are you doing, John?
Doing well, ready to get into Miramar. Honestly, Super Weekend about halfway through now, so we're ready to go for it.
And I see Xander's ready to serve me up some ice cream. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you want sprinkles, I got them for you.
Sprinkles. I'm a big fan of that as well. All right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Heading back on over now to Team AFK here. That was weird, but that's fine.
That was super weird. I'm not sure what was happening.
No. I was confused for a moment, but then they revealed their plan, and I was okay with it. So that was good. We'll take a look at the schedule here to see what we've got remaining. 3 more games coming at you for today. We've already had T1 and Bigatron Red Aliens getting themselves the wins. We've got Miramar, we've got Sanhok, we've got Erangel coming up. What do you think?
There's 2 things I like about the third map. Changing casters. Miramar.
Hey, what are you saying about the other guys?
No, I mean, they swap every day. No, they swap every day. They just come in.
Shots fired. Frost thought the same as me.
No. You guys always taking the negative here. Is they come in there, they've just been watching the 2 games, they're like super hyped to get in, they're gonna get in and get going on it. The other guys did change yesterday. It's nothing against our casters. I think they're fantastic.
What are you saying about the other pair last yesterday? Oh, it's fine. Go on.
Oh, God. No, but I love that because I love Miramar, obviously. I think it's a fantastic map, and I think I'm more, the analytical, more macro kind of play guy. That's where I've been doing very well myself. I can't shoot, but I do fantastic in terms of macro. If we were playing only Miramar in PMWL, I would probably be playing in the finals, but that's not the case.
Oh, well, big talk. Yeah. Big talk.
Yeah, I can't shoot. But I have fantastic rotations.
A strategical mind. Just don't give me a gun. Okay.
He's gonna win by healing every game in the end. 0 kills.
I always drive. I just make sure that I need 3 fantastic fraggers, and then I'll just make sure
I feel like that should be the support role. Exactly. Like the support role.
I can be the driver. Designated driver.
No.
What?
Neither of us is going to agree with that.
Why not?
Because you're terrible at driving. No. I can't imagine what it would be like in real life with you. Anyway, but this is what the support role should be, right, Avenger? Like, don't give them any bullets, don't give them any guns, just get them a level 3 backpack as fast as possible and load them up with
don't forget
first
armor
aid kits.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. First, you have to have bullets because other guys, then they can go even more crazy, right?
I suppose.
And then it's just, what?
Just give them the LMG so they can load up the guns as well. Then they can drop the guns later on and have more bullets.
I think utilities and meds is the play. Smokes, nades, and all the meds in the world. And then he's always driving, and you're always 4 guys in a car. The steel strat, and then to make sure that the three guys they're shooting out the car while you're moving, like we saw in the.
We saw in the last game there.
No,
I'm gonna say
in the Royal Pass.
As long as Froz doesn't drive, that's all I need. I know. I say all the other commentators don't know how bad you are at driving, but actually maybe they do. Maybe they've heard it through the grapevine. Anyway, we are ready to go over to the commentating team to bring you Miramar to get things going. So Xander, John, bring us it. Come on. Bring it.
It's coming. It's
there
on
you
its
go.
way.
The sun is high in the sky. We are going to be heading out to the wild, wild west. The fields, barren, desert, Miramar.
Yeah, we're going to get the good, the badly, and the ugly rotations coming through here. Hopefully we see all of them. Ugly rotations won't be coming out of Erangel, though. This guy's only got the best of the best. Obviously, his sprays are a little bit on the ugly side, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting he brought that up because during the interview that if you were watching before the show started, there was the interview with Luxy that was played there. He talks about how Miramar is his favorite map because it's rotation based, and that's really where they find their strength on Bigetron. So, he's in line with some of the best in the world. You can't really deny it, but into Miramar we go, the plane into the skies once more.
Just mentioning Luxy, I mean, they had a really good run yesterday. Obviously, UD were very much feeling themselves, are absolutely on fire. And just a quick note, guys, before we get into the game, if you're supporting a team at home, send them all the love you can. It's a high-pressure tournament. They need all the help they can get, especially with a playing path like this, which cuts off a lot of the northern side of the map. So you're going to have a lot of teams running upwards if we do see a northern circle.
Yeah, it'll be very, very tricky. It's places like El Pozo that are going to be very difficult to get to here, Blank. Crater Fields as well. That's pretty much out because it's not only far north of the plane path, but it's late on the plane path as well. It's going to be very tricky to make the time unless the circle does shift out that way, as you mentioned before.
What I'm worried about here is it might cause like a massive, massive chunk of players all playing around Picardo, Chimacera, as well as Los Leones here, which is going to make rotations quite difficult. We might even see some early fighting going on, but most teams trying to make their way out north as far as possible to just get away from that huge chunk on the southern side. We'll see if everyone goes down to Minas del Sur. That would be I'd be okay with that, but I guess most teams are waiting for that first circle to come through because you don't want to find yourself down in Los Higos and then suddenly you get a circle that drops directly on top of El Pozo.
Picardo, Bigetron. Oh, okay.
Yeah. There's going to be.
I was going to say something about Bigetron going central, but
yeah, I mean, there's going to be some serious fighting going on early on, I imagine here, because most teams are going to want to find a decent compound early on within the circle. Because look, quite a lot of circles is actually in water, so it's not going to be a case that you'll be able to find your way out towards Water Treatment and Hacienda del Patron and then easily make your way down. There's already going to be teams within this circle, and already there's actually fighting between BTR and T1.
They're going to be close together, although Picardo relatively big, and actually it's settlements like Los Leones that can contain multiple teams and still not prevail, and not bring any sort of conflict between those squads. It is so big. Picardo, you can probably fit about 2 squads in there. The third adds that little catalyst that can really spark the fight. But T1, they're still in the sky.
Get us out!
Haven't quite landed there yet, so that's completely gone. If we cast our mind back to a similar circle here, Blank, back to the PMPL Americas, an Impala finish. Now, that was absolutely insane. Yeah. It actually crunched so many of those teams together. It made it very, very difficult because there's hills out to the east of it that stopped people getting into the city too well.
Yeah. I like that from T1 with Youngdren still in the air there. It's kind of like he looks down, sees BTR and screams to IGL, "Captain, look!" And they're like, keep parachuting, carry on, carry on.
Is going to be sending out all that info. I mean, you've heard of a UAV. Have you ever heard of an AV?
I've not, no.
An aerial vehicle.
Aerial vehicle.
It's manned, though. It's a parachute.
Oh, thank you very much. This is some insane knowledge.
Just providing the information.
Okay, so got our map here. We're currently watching TSM Entity. Went down in 6th teams last game, and honestly, it was a tough time for them. And I think right now for TSM Entity, there's not too much more to say about this team. Yep. I think that realistically, we want to see this team get back on top form. But at the moment, I think it's just a case of allowing them the time, giving them the time to do it. Obviously, they've made their way into the Super Weekend itself. They can get a few points on board, so not all is lost here, and they can carry on the tournament. Again, we're still relatively early in here. There's a lot more days to go.
Absolutely. I mean, taking that breath, resetting is something that these top teams are going to be practiced at and ready for. So you need to be able to reset that mental game after some tough times, because whilst you're on top, it's easy. Whilst you're not doing so hot, it needs that mental fortitude. That's what we're looking for. That's what separates the top teams out from the rest of the pack. Now, looking over at the circle, you can see obviously on your screen, Synergy E playing really far southwest, and Udugank actually on Minas del Sur as well.
Yeah, so this is kind of a weird little place to hold, and I think Synergy could potentially gatekeep Udu, but, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if Udu make their way down to Los Higos, loot that, and then insert themselves over the bridge side. Team IND currently aren't even gatekeeping there. What I do want to talk about, though, is Reject Scarlet. Now, we see this team go heavily east on most maps. On Vikendi, they're based on the coastline. Again, here on Miramar, they're doing something similar towards Impala. They don't have to rotate as far. Again, every time I see a game with Reject Scarlet where they don't have to rotate too much, it limits the amount of actions they have to take. And when they're rotating all around the map, is usually when they start losing members, and then things start to go downhill from there. This time, they're firmly in this one. I think that if there's ever a game to step up for Reject Scarlet, it's now.
All right, we'll see if they can control the grounds around Impala, provide some strength for them, a little bit of cover. And we're going to probably see, as we mentioned earlier, Blank, because of the way that the playing path in the circle has fallen, teams fighting a little bit earlier than you might expect. You know, normally you see those conflicts come through Circle 4, maybe even towards Circle 5, but in this one, it could even be as early as, you know, Phase 3, where we see a big drop in terms of the number of players still alive, in terms of the number of teams occupying locations central to the circle.
Yeah, and speaking of trying to occupy these center circles, I mean, most teams are just almost on the outskirts of the circle. No one's really headed up to La Cabrera. La Cabrera?
No.
I can't do it today.
Cabrera.
Cabrera. Look, I tried. I even got the lick on the end there. Braga, though, taking down No Chance team now. This is a team we had high hopes for. They did really well, very consistent, but starting to drop off a tiny wee bit.
King of Gamers Club is an interesting squad. I was looking at their stats the other day, Blank, and they're a team that has been consistently decently placed, but they've always been quite low on kills. Now, that's changed, actually, in the last few games. They had a really strong performance in terms of those kill counts. Obviously, they're coming in strong again. Synergy, not so lucky, getting found out by RRQ, but King of Gamers, I'm looking forward to what more they can do. And I'll see if they can control some more of the area around them. Obviously, area control in this current setup, very important, and occupying Los Leones for King of Gamers, they're going to be right slap bang in the middle of this one.
Yes, they are, and they're feeling pretty happy about it. And we said, I think you've mentioned this to me before, is that King of Gamers, they make their way to quite towards the end of the circle. They don't get a huge amount of kills when they do it, though. So they're really good at snaking their way in, John.
It's the name of the game sometimes, snaking. You know, resident snakes of a lobby. That's what I called King of Gamers in our little pre-show story meetings. That's what I've sort of referred to them as. But if they start to step up, I believe that they can move a little bit further up the table. I mean, if you're looking at them, they're currently 10th place on the leaderboard with, by the looks of it, yeah, they've got 16 kills. So they do want to start to move forwards, and obviously that's adding on to today's earlier kills as well.
Yeah. Let's take a look at some other teams down here. We've got Team IND on the south side. They're really happy with this situation, to be honest with you, because I know that Team IND, they like to come from the south and move upwards into the circle itself. We saw Erangel yesterday get a whopping 14-kill game from this team. I was talking to Kratos. They said, you know what, we kind of slipped up towards the end. And I said, look, man, it's credit where credit's due. I think you can be hard on yourselves, but sometimes you need to take a moment and really appreciate what you've done. So, Getting some quick stats from Froz, the man from the desk, telling us that, you know, Cabrera, can you do me a favor? Do you say it first, then I'll do the rest.
La Cabrera.
That's where Udugank usually drop. So now South and Plain, they've gone all the way to the other side towards Prison. So they're really changing things up. So they very much like to be on the extremities. So that's quick stats from your boy Froz.
I don't know if it's stats. Certainly observational skills, certainly...
Quick observations from Frost.
There we go. He's certainly got some eyes, and we'll be using them to look at exactly where those drop locations come through. Isn't that useful?
It's so useful.
What you want. It's what you want on
it. He just came across, he had like a whiteboard the size of a billboard and just held it up to me. I don't know where he gets the muscles to make it happen. Yeah, it was huge. It was huge. You should have seen it, guys. It's such a shame that you have to watch the game.
Been deprived, really, to be honest. TSM Entity making a push, you can see, from the northern side towards La Bendita and to where Bigitron are actually holding, just north of Los Leones. The next circle coming in and shifting us down south, a little bit further down there, and actually closer to Los Leones. It's, we've had a pretty... We had an urban finish in the first game of today, right? We went towards Yasnaya,
yes.
And it looks like we might just be in for another one here with Los Leones.
There is one point of contact, a bit of contestation that I'm really interested in as we get further into this. And it's RRQ, Synergy, and Udo Gank. They're all fully grouped up towards either side of the actual bridge itself. Things are getting very, very tough for all these teams. And RRQ's already taken a member from Synergy. We've got him on a screen right here. So you see Ernie currently down, Zigsaw also. Udo Gank can quite easily come and third party the situation. It would be ideal for them considering they still have to cross the bridge.
Oh dear, Ted able to get the flush there. D2E trying to hold down at the bottom of the side. Oh, at bottom of the staircase. Beery goes down as well. RRQ down to 2 players already. G9 and D2E. D2E wants to push on in, try and flush out Zigsaw, but the control is there. The sightlines are under Ted's watchful gaze, and he's going to try and go for the spray, trying to stop them crossing. Has got the backup from Schreider up the top of the hill as well. D2E, if he pushes out at the wrong moment, might just get caught unawares. The nades are cooking, but one's thrown out wide towards D2E, and no response found. It's sent into the building, but Ted is not there. They're going to know he's outside now. They did spot his helmet ducking past the windows, another one being cooked, and they want to send it out towards the back, but at the moment it's bombardiers for both squads as Ted hops through the window and actually keeps the cook going. This is pretty nice play coming through from Ted Blank.
Yeah, Ted's holding it down very nicely, but Udo Gank, they're getting ready to cross the bridge now to the northern side where this fight is currently taking place. Ted throws a nade out wide, goes a little bit too far again. Zigsaw looks like he will bleed out, reducing Synergy down to just the 2 players on board. Schreider actually taking down one, I think, RRQ's best close combat actual opposition there in terms of beer. So they've got rid of one of the most dangerous targets on RRQ, but for Schreider's still holding that high ground. He's actually dropped down now just to the right side of Ted, and now looking for that flank.
Yeah, unfortunately, Zigsaw not going to be able to get rest. RRQ controlled it for long enough. D2E playing up close now, taking up that mantle from his fallen teammate. A little bit of damage, and no one really finding these knocks here, Blank. And I wouldn't be too surprised to see someone just try and fully disengage here, although it's pretty tricky. Not really too many vehicles nearby and accessible locations.
Exactly, John. D2E, G9, just holding safely inside this building. Udo Gank, they're taking a while to cross this bridge. They're being very cautious about it, and why wouldn't you be? This is not their typical location, so they're just probing out slowly but surely. They will have to move over some difficult terrain, so I don't think that gathering intel slowly is a bad idea whatsoever. I think, in fact, it's probably one of the better ideas they've had.
The top floor now occupied. RRQ have made their way to give Synergy the old switcheroo. They've changed positions, and Ted now holding down the angle where D2E's got a peek, but it's just back and forth, Blank, and no one really stepping out of line.
Yeah, let's take a quick look towards the center of the circle here. We've got pretty much all the teams. I think around about 10 or 11 at least are just towards the south side of Los Leones, preparing to drop their way in. We're going to get the next circle shift coming in soon. Heavy shift to the northeast side, which is what's going to accelerate this fight between Udo Gank, Synergy, as well as RRQ, because they have to move. And it's over difficult terrain as well, past the right side of Chumacera on that east. But most teams are comfortably in this circle, and some teams that they probably didn't expect to be, including No Chance Team, as well as Megastars. Megastars is very happy with this shift. They don't have to move as far as possible, and they've also got some good hill lines to play around with, whereas everyone else is kind of in lockdown just outside Los Leones. If they move, they're likely to get third-partied or shut out from other teams holding in buildings surrounding this area.
King of Gamers taking the fight with TSM Entity. And they're starting to step up. And this is what I said I wanted to see from King of Gamers. They're on 2 kills now. Obviously, it's very early into the game, so having 2 kills is actually the most in the lobby, tied with RRQ Athena and Valdez the Murder, currently on 2 picks each. But they're going to be starting to rack up those points and actually take a position fairly central to this next circle as well. So they should be in with a little bit of luck moving forwards.
Yeah. Reject Scarlet, though, still on the southeast side. They're pretty okay with this situation. They can move in slightly slowly. This is an area we're quite used to. We've seen it many times before, John. Really, it's very much downhill. They will have to deal with GXR Celts, but it's kind of on GXR Celts to be on the defensive. Now we're seeing Yudu Gank have crossed, and still Synergy, they're looking to leave. And I think Strider's already went on his way out alongside Ted and RQ. They're left behind, thinking that maybe Synergy is still in this location. They will start to mount up. Yudu go completely the opposite direction. They don't want to deal with anything right now. Losing a member here would be disastrous because they want to be able to get into the circle, and going for knocks on another team, rezzing over that 10-second period is just not fun for them. But there is a decent position on the south for them to inject.
Now, it's interesting here for me that you are opting to go for the south, and as you say, there is a spot for them, but the fact that the plane was so southern means that in my mind, I'd be wary of those spots on the south side, right? I'd be wary of pushing into a team. So the fact that Yudu has opted to go there, interesting decision.
Yeah, I guess so. But in a similar vein, John, I think like going on the south side, you know that most people have already moved up into that circle because there's an easy rotation for them, right? And I think some of these compounds towards the south side, they're not great. They're not great, honestly. The terrain isn't very favorable to you either. Most teams would like to get into the actual circle itself and get a decent position where they can overlook valleys, get in those ditches early on where they can start to scout outwards. Orange Rock currently holding a really strong high ground towards the center of the circle, so a really nice grab of land for them early on. They'll get to be able to get the information. But what I want to see from them is kind of rein back that aggression that we see from them quite a lot of times. Maybe leave that towards the end of the game. Bring the horns out then.
Bide your time. Circle in the water. Make sure you're controlling the areas around your compounds. But you talked about how you had weak... Okay.
This is really important, John.
Okay, yeah,
really,
absolutely.
Like,
you take this one.
This is a ridiculous shift because it comes off of all the awkward, rocky terrain on the southeast side and then moves back into the city of Los Leones, which most teams were certain that it probably wasn't going to end up in. Now T1, because they've held this zone on the north side, it's going to be hard to get a bead on them. Sure, you can come off from the east side, get over the top of the hill, but they still own a lot of these really great angles outlooking from the building. They even have the roadside available to them, so teams are going to have to cross over that to even get to them in the first place. So much good zone here. RQ still making their way into the circle. They're behind Yudu, likely to get, in fact, finished here.
D2E actually got knocked out by the play zone, so it's only G9, and he's just leaving his teammate, trying to get anywhere close towards the zone. It means they're out of meds, certainly on D2E, so we'll see how many G9 has. Remember, they had an extended fight, so see how long they can last there. D2E does get finally finished. Yudu now starting to come into a fight with Valdez the Murder. Jumper eliminated.
So Yudu trying to make their way in. Valdez the Murderer really stepped up the pace, I think, over the tournament, starting to get a lot better. I think from the day one, they felt a tiny bit lackluster. Now all that teamwork is starting to come back together again. And you'll get a little bit of a tea. When you see the actual documentary tomorrow between the battlegrounds, you get a bit more of an insight to what goes on that team. And they're a really interesting and quite a lovely team as well, to be honest.
Absolutely. They're certainly one to watch and one to look out for. Plenty of legacy behind them.
Yes, for sure.
We will, you're right. We'll find out more about their story when that episode airs, which I'm very much looking forward to. We've had a little sneaky peek, so that's been pretty good. G9 now able to come into contact with Reject Scarlet and actually get a little bit done. He's not out of it just yet. G9, a highlight player for us from RRQ. Hang on a minute, you do gank.
Down in 16th. Now, that is pretty horrendous. BTR actually getting revenge on them from yesterday's Miramar, where they were the last two remaining, but it's Team Secret who gets crushed under the feet of GXR Celts here.
GXR Celts having a good push into the warehouse. Teams isolated in the corner, not going to go well for you. But now we're getting a little bit more urban here, Blank. We said it was likely we could get a Los Leones finish. It felt like maybe not, but then the circle gifted us back our hope for such an event, and we'll see what sort of chaos ensues.
Yeah, most teams on the eastern side want to really bide their time. They don't want to give up the high ground too early just in case we get another yoink, because as we've seen so far, the circle is kind of prone to doing it during this map. Box Gaming, though, they're another team that did remain in Los Leones. They've got some beautiful high ground here. They're looking down towards King of Gamers, who are kind of like the termites in the mist for Box Gaming. They're very happy to just watch them, let them do their thing, and then maybe try and terminate them later.
teams have started to fall now, Blank, and we're into phase 4. So it's at this stage where it will be quite tricky. I talked about how it's likely that we'll see some conflict coming into phase 3, but when you have an urban finish, that changes things a lot. The dynamic absolutely shifts because you can have teams much, much closer together, and that's what we're seeing on the southwestern side of this circle.
Exactly, and it's very, like we said before, it's so hard for any of these teams to really make leave this circle at this point because they are going to get shot by any other team. Box Gaming currently have some great high grounds. King of Gamers holding a lot of landmass down here, and now we get the next circle come in, and finally, wow, this is going to really favor TSM Entity. I think Team IND did just finish off RRQ. It was either them or Orange Rock, so that's G9 finally down, the solo player from RRQ remaining, and now Orange Rock might want to consider coming across to the western side. They will have to clear out Team IND, but what I really hope in the situation is Team IND, they consider grouping back up now. They had a really good sweep over the top of the hillside, but now because the circle's so close to them, it might be a better idea to start playing as a unit.
Don't want to run into the team secret problem.
No, exactly, yeah.
Split.
I think
inadvisable.
Inadvisable, I would agree.
Vikitron now on the southwestern side, peppering shots out. They will have to move just a little bit northeast, and they want to try and secure those rotation paths first. I mean, you know Valdez the Murder love to just sit in the sidelines and wait for their exposed flank to come through, especially players like Martin from their squad. We saw a lot of that coming through the other day, and there we go. Goddard, Martin, pumping in the shots. It's going to happen, you know, when you see the rotations coming through, and you're Valdez the Murder, you're just going to be like, oh, thank you very much. Just pick that one.
I'll take that one, thank you. TSM, like, although the circle did benefit them, it also was a slight curse in the same way because they were slap bang center, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of teams are all trying to take this location, very similar to the shelter finish we saw yesterday in Erangel, where every single team was trying to hold down that area, like 4 teams come at the same time, and actually aggress onto the same team, TSM Entity.
Box taking some spray on towards Bigatron. Zuxi does go down underneath the van. They have a little bit of a sight line there. Bigatron find themselves a garage. Microboy holding down the outside. The smoke blooms, and they'll go for this res. Bigatron make their way into the circle.
This was a decent push in from BTR, just about getting into the circle. Like you say, John, they're right on the precipice here, clinging on just by the fingers. Microboy takes a few shots, desperately trying to find out where he's been shot from. Valdez the Murderer along the way. This is a chance for BTR in this game to actually leapfrog Udugank in terms of the leaderboards, but they have to stay alive to do it. Currently, we're still at 12 teams. You go out now, you're still only afforded 1 point in terms of placement.
Nades coming out for Valdez the Murder towards Bigatron's location. They're waiting in the wings. They have a lot of control over the south side, but over on the east, you've got this duel on the top of the rocks here. Orange Rock going to be fighting off against Team IND, both South Asian squads here going at loggerheads.
No team close by here, so this will be a full-on brawl. Next circle coming in soon, and unless it's a hard shift to the east side, Orange Rock and Team IND, both of them will have to move. Molotov's going over the backside, Gil holding that backstop for Orange Rock, but they're just trying to take this a little bit more carefully. Orange Rock know they want to have a decent one, and we do in fact get a heavy eastern shift here, so Team IND currently in it, but Orange Rock, they have to push forward. This favors Team IND massively, but currently IND only have 3 players, Orange Rock have 4.
It's not really these two teams I'm that worried about, Blank. It's the teams in Los Leones right now. They made such an effort to find those spots, and now they're going to have to leave. It's going to be absolute hell to run through that gauntlet.
We've gone one way, we've gone the other right now, and like you said, all these teams from the Los Leones, they'll be scrambling to get out, and I mean scrambling, and have scuffs all over the knees, the shins just desperately trying to get out there onto the rocky hillsides.
And T1 make that first move. Synergy are going to be able to draw blood as well as they make their rotation out towards the east. Orange Rock have a shooting gallery in front of them coming out of Los Leones. They have cover. They need to worry about Team IND, sure, but for now, both of them, to be honest, should be just sort of mutually agreeing that they're not going to fight each other and just hold down all these teams pushing out.
Exactly like you say now, Scout taking some shots down towards the bottom side here, and this works out well for them, but they are in a little bit of a dead stop here between the two teams. Viru takes quite a big hit, sliver of HP remaining basically on life support, and Snacks has a nice overhead.
Creeping on through, looking for the spray. Marvi and Viru both get their heals off, so that might give them a lifeline. Slayer drops down just a little bit, has to reposition, and now Orange Rock are very worried. close range fights coming through. Everything popping off from Los Leones as well, Blank. It's absolute chaos.
I don't even think you need our commentary. Just listen to the bullets ringing out all over the map just to tell you the story of what's going on. BTR Ryzen has to make a run out here to try and get into the circle. BTR are just being peppered, but so is everybody else. Every time IND want to take shots, Orange Rock's right there behind them.
Orange Rock actually taking several fights. IND, one of them does get knocked. That's Kratos going down, as well as a player from T1 as well. Zuxi locked in combat, will get finished by Break, so Bigatron down to 3. Microboy very low, but Lewis, he's in the sightlines of Luxy, and he's not going to be too happy about that. Orange Rock now going for the crest of the hill. Want to go for the push. One down. Snacks looks for the flush, but he can't hold on. IND eliminated, and Orange Rock stand atop the hill.
And I mean, where else better to be for Orange Rock but on the rocky hillside itself? But it's BTR gets finished by Box, but already Box are taking shots in the back.
Bigatron eliminated now, and you said this was a chance to leapfrog. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. They don't quite manage to move on through. 4 points total for them as they're eliminated with 3 placements.
Orange Rock hugely happy with this one. The only other team that could really place
3 kills
is Reject Scarlet, but they're right on the south side with only 2 players. This is a big opportunity for Orange Rock here. But now finally, these teams on the northeast side, northwest side, sorry, can be pretty happy. They found at least a place to stay. We can see no one moving in. Nexo comes on the screen. We've gone east. We're going back west.
Oh no, the bombardment, 2 kills going through towards King of Gamers, and from the hillside they get shut down as Reject Scarlet to be able to eliminate them. King of Gamers, they had 7 kills and went out in 6th, so that is not a bad game by any stretch. 12 points for them.
There's a precious 30-second window ahead of us here for Orange Rock before the next circle starts to push in. They've got to try and get as much damage as possible done from this hillside, from the Overwatch, to make sure when they start moving down from this hill, not everyone in this circle starts taking shots at them. I think the major goal here would be to take at least a knock onto Valdez, but already Box Pime's doing it for them, finds through!
He finds 2 and stays alive up
That's
now!
free.
Oh, Box Gaming! You give them a compound, they will not let it go. Pime, an absolute beast!
But this is an absolute terror now for Valdez the Murder, because this is what I said. Orange Rock really only wanted 1 knock here. They get better than that. They get 1 and a kill. Now Valdez is heavily weakened, as is Megastar, so is Reject Scarlet. This might be the win for Orange Rock.
He's getting shot down towards the valley. As they are full HP, you can see that, and everybody else suffering. Megastar's eliminated, 3 teams remain. Valdez the Murder, 3 players alive, and they're just peppering down on these fields. Reject Scarlet as well, still in it. We talked about how they had control southeast, sorry. They've managed to snake it this far, Blank.
Now it's just Duello, though, remaining. 1 more player from Valdez goes down. Oh, just 1 remaining for them. Orange Rock. This is what I'm talking about at the beginning. Sure, Orange Rock might
just
not
knocked 2 players from Valdez.
Yeah, Reject Scarlet doing a great job. But this is what I'm talking about at the beginning. Keep supporting your teams, guys, because this is what happens. Orange Rock might have a dip, but they're coming back straight again.
There they go, 11 kills found, and now it's just Martin that stands between them. They can start to move down the hill, but Gilt does go down. No more to be found. It's Orange Rock to claim the chicken dinner, a resurgence towards the top.
Really fantastic stuff there from Orange Rock. It feels like they're starting to figure out that pacing from themselves. And you know, it's really nice to see Orange Rock start to take a dip, but they calm themselves and come straight back into it. And I think that's what I like from Orange Rock, is they keep punching back.
Absolutely. That's what we talked about at the start of the game, Blank, as well. How you need to be able to take that breath and reset.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to, you got to cool it out sometimes, right? You got to chill out. How are you going to refresh yourself, Blank?
Mountain Dew.
Mountain Dew.
That's right, the challengers to the throne are back here as Orange Rock get themselves the victory from the Orange Rocks up on the east side of Los Leones. Good stuff by them to put themselves back on track. Joining me, Avenger and Froz here, guys. I think Orange Rock getting themselves the win. Fantastic stuff, Froz. But one of the most important things about that entire game was the battle between Orange Rock and IND up there.
Yeah, 100%. That was the key for him to actually win the game. And we saw that IND actually had the high ground while Orange Rock was staying on the low ground. But Orange Rock, they knew this. They were outside the circle as well, and so they initiated a fight. They actually got the initial knock as well on IND and just kept on pushing there.
I loved how they're able to kind of take advantage of the smokes and, climb up on some of the rocks and take the higher grounds away from them and completely eliminate them from that. They really outplayed a Team IND from the spot that Team Orange Rock had there. So happy to see them back here. This is for hopefully the kind of snowball effect. Yes, they were in a high ground, had an advantage, but this also talks to never go into the city unless you're 100% sure it's going to end there.
It can be difficult, very much so, especially on the east side of Los Leones as well. Not huge swaths of cover to take with you. Let's take a look at the points coming in and see how Orange Rock fares here. With 32 points under the belt, Valdes the Murder will get themselves 20. Box Gaming 13, likewise Reject Scarlet get themselves 13 as well. But for Orange Rock, a great little resurgence here. We spoke to Scout yesterday. We even saw on his Instagram as well that obviously they weren't pleased with how yesterday went down, and this is going to get them back in the driver's seat.
Well, this is kind of what we saw from the earlier Orange Rock when they were actually playing the game really good and they were kind of owning the lobby. They would go for these kind of game-winning moments, game-winning strats, and make sure that, okay, we need to do this, or we're not going to be able to get any points.
Yeah, very good stuff by them. Here's our 9th through 16th as well. It will benefit them highly as well that teams like Bigatron, Yudu Gank did not get much done in this game to get things going. But a bit more of once again, a cheeky, difficult to deal with circle here, Martin, where you have a lot of teams actually committing to Los Leones, but the teams up on the hills will able to then fire down on them. I mean, they got themselves 12 kills off the back of it, so it's good stuff.
Yeah, but also the kind of strategy that they're applying to that, because we've seen a lot of, hard shift circles. We've seen a lot of ping pong here, and I feel like this is where Orange Rock, they're playing the real strategy. They're playing to make sure that never go into a city when you're not sure, unless you're sure it's going to be ending there. The circle's going to be ending inside the city. They're making the long rotations, making sure they never put themselves in a rough spot. So they're always playing the clever game, and over time and over the more games that you have played, the averages will average out, and you will be in the end of the further up towards the top in the end of the game.
Let's take a look at the Orange Rock numbers then and see how those fare. Frost.
Basically, they were just shooting from the rocks there, so there wasn't too much damage to be taken, not too much damage to heal up. They had the high ground. They knew that they don't need to overpeak either. The only threat they had there was Team IND just next to them on the rocks there.
Of course, with that one, almost 2,000 damage coming in here from Orange Rock, stealing a few here and there. I felt like the IND Orange Rock fight could have been a bit closer. IND though was already, whilst that fight was going on, Martin, was shooting down at some of the other teams down at the bottom.
There's so many free kills down there. It's
you gotta deal with the threats that are closest to you.
This is kind of what I feel like. When being a fly and there's standing a human with a fly swatter, right? There's the guys down on Los Leones, there's just the flies, and then you're on the high ground, you're just smacking them, trying to get all the kills.
I mean, we heard John
then
and
the
Alan,
giant fly comes out of nowhere, and he's
exactly.
like, what are you supposed to do?
We heard that John and Blank actually talked about it, that they should actually group up and just shoot everybody in the town. That is true in one way, but at the same time, again, Orange Rock was outside the circle. They had to make the move. They couldn't wait longer.
Here's the Mountain Dew do the do moments as RRQ Athena took a very interesting rotation that I was getting an espresso, and then I came back and I was like, oh, you're on the bridge between Synergy and Yudu. What on earth is going on?
Yeah, so, well, the thing was they dropped on the west side of the map, and we had Yudu actually dropping on Prison, and then you have Synergy dropping Valdemar, all three congested in a very small area. But RQ actually managed to out-rotate Yudu there on the island itself and going in.
They still didn't answer my question. Why did RRQ go down to the island and then?
Because they thought it was a safe path to actually rotate. They thought nobody was gonna be there. How often do you see a team there?
In prison? Yeah, not often.
Yeah, exactly.
Servi has been on the other side of that bridge multiple times.
Yeah, but that's one guy.
Yeah.
As long as you pass that one guy, you're safe, you have a really good rotation. Instead of maybe you'll run into 5, 6 different teams if you go on the north side of the river.
Okay, so the plane scarpered their plans is what you're saying.
Most likely, yeah.
Other things, Avenger?
No, I will just say here the play from Orange Rock to make sure that, first of all, take out IND, and then to execute how they're able to hold out everybody else. You can see we had a real nice kind of top-down shot there while they're spreading out, making sure that they're keeping angles on everybody else to try to get as many kills as possible from the remnants of the fights inside
I'm glad I derailed the entire Mountain Dew do the do moments there with like, why was RRQ in this position whilst everything was going on in the highlights. I do apologize, it's my fault. Let's take a look at the overall damage for this lobby as well, as we see up towards the top.
Nice.
1,900 damage, and King of Gamers 1,600 damage for that second spot.
T1 did 0 damage and got a 6th place.
You know what? Nice.
That is actually very interesting. I just noticed that. I'm not sure what happened, but we saw a lot of teams actually diving straight into Yasnaya.
No.
Sorry, Los Leones.
Yeah.
Very early, and because of that, we saw so many teams congested in there. It's kind of hard for anyone to make any move there.
Yeah, I mean, Los Lunas is, whilst I love to see the game end there, like, you know, in a good circle, you know, it's urban fighting, it's the worst to play. Like,
it's difficult.
Especially at a competitive level where, you know, you have 50 guys alive and everybody's looking at you from 10 different windows in 10 different levels. You have to look up, like, you have to, the amount of gyro, you have to look, like, your joints and your, like, hands are getting so worn out by that because you have to look all the way around. You have to, and you have your 5-story buildings, and there's potentially people in 3 of the levels of them, and it's so rough to play.
That's why you do what Box Gaming did. I think it was Break that was on top of the tall building, the construction.
The highest of high.
Yeah, basically he just needed to look down, and
Yeah,
I mean
perfect.
he doesn't need to look up.
I actually like the Orange Rock strategy better. Avoid the city.
Yes.
Kill the guys on the edge.
Actually useful, actually very good indeed. Let's take a look at the top players as well from this lobby and see how they were able to fare as well. It's Mavi, Braga, Viru, and Ted showing on up. No big, you know, almost 1,000 point damages. We're seeing very even lobbies, and I think as, you know, time progresses, I think we will see numbers get a little bit closer towards one another. Everybody's kind of getting used to the lobby here. Froz, Avenger, even, I should say.
And also, I mean, Orange Rock here, they actually all 4 got 3 kills. It's like the perfect sharing here. Yes, Braga and Ted managed to get 4, so they're obviously there, but to get to spread out the kills also talks to it's a team effort here. They're all putting in equal amounts of
I mean, Braga for the last 2 games is at a belter over 2 games when it comes to his attacks on RRQ in Vikendi, now getting 4 kills here as well, Froz.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, King of Gamers, they got himself 7 kills in this game. I think it's the 3rd game or maybe 4th game that they get over 5 kills. So usually we don't see them with a high kill count. It comes down to the playstyle. They're kind of playing a little bit more passive, trying to get those placement points. But we've seen them step it up a little bit today and be more aggressive.
I like it. Avenger?
Not too much. I mean, I was just hoping for Braga to continue this. I think 4 kills here is nice. If you can keep this consistency, you're going to be one of the top fraggers throughout the tournament.
Yeah, won't be too bad at all. So, of course, Orange Rock takes advantage of having the very strong position that they were able to take that win with. So, great to see them, again, as I said, back on track. And it is good to see when a team has done so well in the previous rounds, to have that kind of little moment and then get themselves back a chicken dinner on the board. It's going to be good. We can take a look at the overall rankings here to see where Orange Rock has ended up after that chicken dinner. And they have jumped up quite dramatically into that 7th place. Still some work to do to get all the way up to the top here, but if they can keep that kind of form, I'm sure they are able to do it very, very swiftly.
I mean, that's the kind of morale boost you need after the kind of hard games they've had now, the past few ones. This is what's going to push you in, and you're going to make sure that, okay, now we feel it again. We feel confident. We can go for the shots. Because when you're not confident, you're not going to take the shots because you're going to feel like you're going to miss every shot. And once you miss them, it's even worse.
Yeah, then you don't get any kills. I will say, though, Orange Rock, I mean, considering, yes, I did just get a win, considering how rough games they've had before this, one more good game from them, and they're literally in the 100K club.
Yeah.
100K club, I guess.
100,000 points club. 100 points club. Yeah, you're right.
100K sounds better, though, yeah.
That does sound good, yeah.
If it was 100 points club, yeah, of course. So 27 more points for them, and they're in there, and they're going to be fine. So for the fans out there cheering for them, don't give up. Continue the cheering for them. Obviously, it's obviously helping them.
We'll also have 2 more super weekends as well.
Yeah.
People are going to be racking up some big points. Well, we do have an interview ready, as we can hear from Orange Rock, and we're going to head over to Scout, I do believe, who's joining me once again. Scout, we've spoken recently. We're going to speak again. Firstly, congratulations getting that win. That's got to feel good after yesterday, a bit of a rough day, but that's got to feel great, right? Oh, can't hear him.
Hello.
Hey, we've got you. All right. Question.
Yes. So it's like really rough journey for us till now, and yes, we are getting our momentum back. So hopefully we'll be back to our form soon.
Okay, fair play, fair play. How does it feel playing with the roster right now? Obviously, I mentioned last time we had the interview, you guys had a great opening week, a great few stages there, etc. Great results. Just in general, what's the synergy like with the team? You must have played with them a little bit before coming together as a 4. What's it like here in this tournament?
Like, to be honest, like, our team, it's just been like 3 weeks maximum. So still the communication gap is really big. We are trying to cover up those things and small mistakes what we are making every now and then. So hopefully by the end of this tournament, like, we will be one of the best teams out there.
Yeah, okay, fair play. And talk to me about, of course, one of the most important parts of this game was your fight against IND. Obviously, you knew where they were for a long time. Talk to me about that fight and how it went down.
So there was a gambling. So either we kill IND and take the spot, or we just go enter the city. But like in the last games, we messed up really bad while rotating because we didn't have the vehicles though. But this time we thought that, okay, let's trust our gunpowder and let's try to wipe a squad. So we cleared IND, and from there the turning point started.
Oh, nice. Okay, it's interesting to hear that you had those kind of 2 choices, and I'm very glad that you took the fight with IND. That really felt like the winning strategy. So, well, congratulations once again, and good luck in your future games, Scout, here for PMWL.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Scout. That was Scout joining us, heading on back over here. It's nice to be able to talk to the players after they've had a good game. Because sometimes,
more cheered up.
Yes, very much so. And again, you know, it's great to kind of see those insights. And what I found intriguing just in those last moments, and I kind of wanted to follow it up, but we don't want to ask too many questions, is that they had the option to go into the city, and they were considering the option to go into the city, and that could have been very risky relative to, I feel, what they chose here, Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a gamble, right? It's at a point where you see the circle is still kind of favoring the city, that's where you take your choices. But if at a point where you're considering that and you're not already in the city, then it's the right play to stay on the edge. It's the right play to make sure that you can try to get as much control on the edge, because you can potentially try to sweep up that. And it's often we see it pop away from the urban endings.
Yeah.
Because it's like it has the tendencies to end just outside, or maybe sometimes it ends on the road just outside. So the play was the correct play, and very well executed as well on the high ground, I would say.
I mean, it also depends on where you're going to take position in the city as well. We saw Valdes, for example, they took a very southeastern part straight away.
Yeah.
And from that, they could actually just play it because no one else can kind of play it except for them, because it's so open around them.
Yeah,
and also with so many other teams around you, you know that if someone's trying to cross towards you, not only can you shoot them, but all the other teams as well.
Yeah, well, of course, interesting to hear as well from Orange Rock that, you know, they're still about 3 weeks in, still working on their synergy, but it bodes well for them if their results are going to look as well as they did in the first couple of days here of the PMWL synergy, part of all the mentality that goes into PUBG Mobile here. We could take a look at between the battlegrounds and see how this kind of affects a lot of the other teams here as well on the battlegrounds. There you go, a little tantalizing look into between the battlegrounds. Very excited for everybody out there to be able to see that. Of course, it is that 8-part documentary series brought to you by the PUBG Mobile Esports team. And tomorrow, after game number 3, write it down. After game number 3, we will be airing the first episode here for the Super Weekend. So make sure to tune into that. And if you miss it, though, don't worry, because it's going to be on the YouTube over at PUBG Mobile Esports. So go and check that out, too. And go give them a subscribe whilst you're at it. Let's take a look at the schedule, then. We have 2 more games coming at you, and we'll go into the jungle, baby, for the next one. It is going to be Sanhok on the way, and then afterwards, we're going to be going to Erangel 2. So Sanhok, very different to Miramar. I say it every single time, because it is very different. There's a lot of foliage. There's a lot of place to creep and hide.
It's a speed change, right? It's a different pace you have to take from that server or interrupting. But it's obviously something you have to consider, and this is something I kind of like to talk about, because that mentality change, you go from map to map, is something that is you have to apply that, because if you don't bring that pace down or bring that pace up in terms of going from Miramar to Sanhok, you're not going to be as prepared. And doing that from just game to game is so rough. And this is why I really love this format. I also love Barn, by the way.
No.
And Sanhok is definitely the map where, you have to consider you're going to get third-partied. So your movement is super important. You have to make sure once you engage in a fight, make sure you are able to finish it up quickly and then disengage, reposition yourself. Otherwise, you have two teams close to you that's going to be thinking, we're teams are just over here. They're either going to be setting up a trap for you in terms of a gatekeep, or they're going to be hunting you because they know that you're vulnerable because you've just been finishing a fight, right? You might have a knock and stuff like this. So you have to make sure you keep moving and keep the fights as short as possible.
I'll give you a good example. In the last game, we saw Synergy versus RQ Athena. I think they fought for about 4 minutes on the Eastern Bridge. And that ended up with one of the RQ, I think it was D2E, that actually died in blue doing rotation. Now, if you fight for 4 minutes on Sanhok, you would have been dead 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's probably very true. Be it a third party or blue or anything that actually would want to go on. As you can see here, Ruins as well. Yesterday's Sanhok Circle was... even from Circle 1 was terrifying because it had landed almost completely with like a 33-33-33 split for all of the islands. And that can be terrifying and brutal to deal with. But what's not brutal is at home, you can join in. If you're watching the game in-game, you can actually spend some of your points to get yourself a lucky draw. So make sure to go and spend some of those points. Maybe get yourself some cheeky rewards or something. Maybe not. You might be unlucky.
Maybe get the Psychopath skin.
Yeah, maybe. Full-time. That'd be nice.
Yes.
I need to do a few more because I need that set. But anyway, we are heading over to the commentators now. Once again, it's going to be Sanhok. Xander, John, take it away.
Thank you very much, James, and the rest of the desk as well, the AFK desk. It's fantastic to see, fantastic stuff. But Blank, if you look to my wrist here, you'll see that it is bare. Look to my wrist here, it is also bare, yet I can still tell you what time it is. That's right, it's Sanhok o'clock. We're going to get into the jungle.
So easy, so simple, yet so effective. That's what we like to see. But honestly, the boys on the desk, they highlighted it very well. Yesterday's Sanhok was, I think, best bet. It was like going for a bit of a gamble, really, for everyone. No one knew where you were going to go. You had three slices of the pie. 2 out of the 3 contained cyanide. It was just not good for you, basically.
Yeah, it's not the sort of pie you want to be serving.
And then one was a tasty blueberry pie where you go home, you feel satisfied, and you know what? I don't need to eat pie ever again. That was top tier pie. I need to go find other pursuits in life.
Absolutely, and it ended up on that northwestern island, actually very similar to finish one we saw in PMPL Americas, where
we saw that all the time.
It was a lower down team, Grunto, who actually had the compound that Team IND was in, and they ended up winning it due to fortuitous rotations from a lot of the other teams as well.
Yes.
IND didn't quite win it out there, but they still did very, very well of holding down that compound just on the coast, on the southeastern side. So we'll see where this circle goes. I'm hoping for a little bit of a kinder situation.
Yeah, and even the analogy there where the IND is in a position where, by all rights, from what we've seen before, what's come before in terms of the past, they should have won that. That's just how Sanhok is. It is crazy, it's brutal, it's just not an enjoyable map to play sometimes. But a lot of these teams, they love it because it is so fast-paced, it's so fun to play with. Again, though, we have a potential at that trifecta of the islands coming through.
And it will be teams like RRQ that will be looking at that and the fast-paced aggression. That's what we've talked about RRQ for, right, is being a kill-heavy team. And teams like Orange Rock as well, let's not forget them. They had an absolutely stonking performance when it came to the kill counts over in the weekday play in the seeding weekends as well. They've had a very, very strong showing. So hopefully they'll be able to have a better situation for themselves too.
Yeah, a real slobber knock on last game too. Reject Scarlet, though, with Duello finding his way into second place. They'll be happy with that, getting some points on board in this Super Weekend. Currently, it's been a bit of there's been rough seas for them, and honestly, they've been having trouble getting the sail up. The winds just haven't been coming their way either. But now things are starting to be a bit better for them. This time, though, they don't have that same comfort afforded to them in the sense that the circle was on top of them. Now they're all the way to the top of the north side of the map, again playing on those extremities towards Cow, and they're going to have to move south through a lot of teams. Currently, we do have a fight between No Chance Team and T1 over Boot Camp. So in the Super Weekend, not the league play, not the opening weekend, in the Super Weekend, we are battling for Boot Camp.
Fair enough. Okay. A little bit of a contest coming through. T1. We talked about them as being relatively nomadic and changing up their positions here, but going central is bold. It's certainly a statement, and No Chance Team, I don't really think they want to contest this too much. It looks like they're just playing right on the fringes of Boot Camp and allowing T1 the central lobster building right in the middle of Boot Camp.
They've got Chocona already on that pretty classic situation where you, oh man, that's how I say it. We switch to him. Perfect. This is the classic position. If you are playing Boot Camp, you're moving out. You take this hillside. You've got really good sight lines as well as some protection afforded to you by the trees where you can look down. So right now he's just being scouted for the rest of the team, whilst basically the free players are no longer players. They're hoovers. They're loot hoovers.
Speaking about hot drops as well, Synergy and Team Secret very, very close to one another, currently occupying an area just to the west of Quarry. RRQ coming into the fight near Boot Camp as well from the south. That's just, okay, a lot of stuff starting to pop off early here in Sanhok, despite it being a relatively open circle.
Yeah, RRQ landed towards Painan and immediately started to make their approach towards Boot Camp. Choco Nut, on the other hand, he was the only player, and really what he was only expecting was to be doing that scouting for his team towards inside of Boot Camp. What they didn't expect was someone coming from behind with that backstab that Froz keeps mentioning.
And that's what we talked about. Not a minute ago, Blank. Aggression, that's what teams like on Sanhok and RRQ, the team we talked about. They just keep on going. So they're going to start off strong. They have a hillside outside of Boot Camp, center of the circle. They are looking good for now, but it's still early doors.
Yeah, and really what they have to worry about is they've already taken shots here. Orange Rock now making their way across the bridge just to the west side of them. The question is, do they expect there to be 7 other players around Boot Camp? Because if I'm RRQ, and again, it's Super Weekend, I'm basically considering there is going to be one team towards Boot Camp, the other team's going to be playing towards warehouses on the north side, and then most likely going to be playing around Paradise Resort area and those hillsides where there's rocks hard cover available to them. But RRQ, they're just going to make their way back down the coastal side, and look at this, they're immediately checking their backside, and this is really, really smart from them.
Making sure you're covering off all the angles is absolutely necessary on Sanhok,
I mean,
really.
This is the hilarious. Oh God.
Goodness me.
God, this really does frustrate me, and I'll talk about it in just a second.
Okay.
Secret. Oh, it's TSM.
TSM Entity actually coming into the fight with RRQ. This is the third backstab now that's coming through on both of these teams to try and take the fight. But Team Secret, they're trying to push on towards Synergy, and Synergy are answering back. Nox going both ways. Schreider is down, so is Bubu on the hillside. Synergy a little bit more split, however. Schreider with no one to res him just yet.
And I mean, this is what frustrates me about Team Secret, and I've mentioned it before, is that they're so split. And I really do want to see if we have a statistic here that shows the amount of times that a player goes down early for Team Secret and they carry on with 3 players, because they're just not supporting each other on those angles. And honestly, Team Secret here was saved by the Bell. And the Bell in this case was Synergy. They were taking a fight with RRQ. Synergy comes into this fight, provides a little bit of a distraction, which gives time for BUBU and the rest of Team Secret to start grouping up again. I really don't think that was the best of fights for them at all.
Ernie did get flushed out in the meantime, and there we go, Mad Toy getting knocked from Udo. Another competitor enters the fray. A lot of teams sending central, Blank here, and on Sanhok, that's actually relatively uncommon. It's normally, maps like Vikendi where you see teams go really fast towards the middle of the circle, but this time around, it seems like we're going to see it in the jungle as well.
Only 2 teams that I can realistically say are away from the action massively are BTR as well as Team I&D. Team I&D towards the southwest side of the north and northwest island, and BTR, who are 2-2 split towards Hatin as well as Tapmok. They're pretty much ready for anything here, even if there is a hard shift towards the northwest side. Really, the only thing that they're too worried about is a super big south shift, because in that case, they're going to have to bulldoze their way for a few teams. On the other hand, though, John, that's something they're pretty efficient at doing.
Yeah, so, you know, Bigatron, there's a reason that we say they're one of the best in the world. Mad Toy does get flushed out there by Udo. They're able to pick up that kill point. 60 players remain. Blank, it's Team Secret, it's Synergy, who have taken a loss of player, so have RRQ and No Chance Team. So we're 4 players down.
It's almost a player every 2 minutes here on Sanhok, and do you expect anything different? I think it's going to start to, I mean, towards the first 7 minutes again, that's pretty significant, to be honest with you. But again, like you say, very central. You've got T1, Megastars, No Chance Team, Synergy, Team Secret, as well as Udo, all clumped up towards the center, just to the east side of Boot Camp. And there's not a lot of cover here, which is why you can see T1, they're really, really cognizant here. They're making sure they cover all the angles, and they've got a lot of hard cover to actually retreat to. Megastar's taking a fight with Valdus the Murder.
It's hardly a fight anymore there. Martin just goes down. And on Sanhok, really the name of the game is get 4 players to the final circle. And we're seeing why that is so tricky. It's players getting caught out on these off angles. Now 5 teams down to 3 already in the first phase. So making sure that you have all 4 alive in those final circles on Sanhok affords you so much more strength, Blank.
Yeah, it's ridiculous what the difference between a 3-man team and a 4-man team does on Sanhok in particular, because you can start taking off angles, you can start crunching players, especially when some rocks only afford the ability to hide 1 player behind. If you can start taking literally the entirety of the western edge up, God, you're in a really good position.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, though, Reject Scarlet not in the greatest of spots themselves. Break able to get the first knock, finds the second on the cross. No reses coming through there, and now 2 players up and standing for Reject Scarlet. Break does finally get knocked in response from Webb before he hits the deck, but they've got quite a gauntlet to move through. An off angle from Lewis as well on Box Gaming, as they will have to try and push on forwards. Box surrounding them right now.
Yeah, I mean, we can literally say that Reject Scarlet is currently boxed in. There is no really way they're getting out, and it's really this moment, it's time for the moving crew to come in and the rest of Box to drop out the duct tape and slam this one shut. But currently Reject Scarlet, they're making their way to the top side, going to make their way into this compound, potentially get a few resurrects up. They're prioritizing getting Box Break up in the process, but it's Valdus the Murder here on our screens, and it's pretty much instant, a couple of knocks onto T1.
First proper fight now coming through. T1 dropping out of boot camp. They're starting to head out to the east. Youngjun taken very, very low. I don't think they're going to be able to get that one back up. Missile is flushed out. So is Youngjun, and T1 down to 2.
Yeah, now T1 have to begin the stealth game. You can't really continue this fight with the 2 players unless you get some miracle knocks on top side. So they'll be leaving very, very sharpish. They might try and get a knock here and then retreat with that whilst the resurrect does come through. On the other hand, let's look towards the top side of the map. We got BTR starting to rotate down over the northwest side, and very much they're in boats currently. They're going to try and come through towards maybe Tambang or Nakam and then get in that way. Team IND, they've come down as well, but they are directly to the west of Orange Rock, who are currently in a really good spot. It's a spot a lot of teams take up just on the coastal side to the north of Painan.
King of Gamers taking a little bit more of a fight with TSM Entity. This is the northern side, as you say, of Painan. It seems to be popping off. RRQ still taking some fights and some knocks as well, as Synergy start to try and push on through Beer. Holds it down, but unfortunately does get knocked now. Ted able to land those shots, as this hillside being so hotly contested, Blank. It's the fights outside the north of Painan and on the hills to the east and the southeast of Boot Camp.
It's really hard for TSM Entity to actually make their way up here. There's not a huge amount of hard cover, which is why Neo's going out wide, trying to get that off flanking position, just that off angle to try and at least get one shot. You can see Bozza behind the tree. If Neo can knock him, it will make the approach for TSM Entity much easier. Already TSM Entity taking in a lot of ground for themselves. King of Gamers have to suppress this.
Raga has been knocked on the top side of the hill, but Neo gets taken down in response, trying to trade it back and forth. Not really going to be so lucky there, and King of Gamers still with a little bit more strength. Clutchcod going for that first aid and knows where Concept is. They might just want to throw out a couple nades and get those kills confirmed. RRQ taking heavy punishment as well just over the way, but fights raging on over all of this valuable terrain.
So Concept pretty much almost nades himself to death, saved by, I don't know, a lucky star there that he ran directly into his own grenade. But this will give time for TSM Entity to start making their way up. You see Clutchcod snaking his way over, just crawling through the grass. And in the moments that they've been afforded, they've got Neo up.
So 4 players strong, actually, for both of these squads. And despite being so close and getting several knocks to one another, they are going to try and disengage this fight, Blank. However, King of Gamers, they might want to take a little bit more, okay? They still have control over the hillside. They have a buggy to get away from it, so Bozza can just sit around a little bit longer.
He's just providing the retreat for the rest of his team. TSM Entity now on the approach. They've taken a lot of damage, though, in terms of gear. Z-God back up and running. They don't want to use too many of their meds up early on because they want to use those for the end game, especially where the blue starts to tick onto you. It's usually one of the biggest criminals within Sanhok is the blue that forces you together between these teams. You want to make sure you got those bandages, first aid kits to keep it happening. But here's Orange Rock, what I was talking about earlier, finally taking shots towards Team IND.
Oh, wow, 2 players actually down from Team IND, and damage being sent their way a little bit further as well. An outpost not really going to be so successful there, unfortunately. Team IND down to 2. I don't think they're going to be able to capitalize there. Snacks is just holding down this off angle, and I don't even know where Trance is, to be honest. I think there's no chance that they get him back up.
No, I mean, this is the obvious approach, though, for most teams trying to get into the circle. And I love that Orange Rocks actually read this, and they hold these compounds on the coastal side, all of which have walls surrounding them, so they're very unbreachable, but also give you some really good zones to peek over the top and shoot at players who really only have rocks to deal with. Now they're sending out some players forward. Scout Marvy starting to make the run. Snacks, though, on the floor behind the tree, starts to cook this nade.
Cooks it up. Waiting to throw over the top, looking for damage, but it's in front of the rock. Not going to be able to hit Scout, who was tucked safely behind. However, that's a little bit of information gathered as well for Orange Rock. They know there's someone at least relatively close. Snakes it around, goes for the spray. They're going to know where he is now, but he's shut down immediately. Not even any damage found. Snacks falls. Trance, however, over the way, able to headshot Scout, looking for the flush. Oh, that's greedy, but is able to get the point. Scout gets eliminated. However, he's down. Last remaining player. There's teams outside them in the smoke, and who's that coming over the hill? That's Bigatron.
It's a monster indeed. BTR looking to third party this fight. It would give them a little bit of an extra zone. They know there's a fight been taking place, and this is the chance for them to get into the circle and potentially make their way in. Orange Rock have left that really defensible zone. This is probably the perfect time for BTR to, in fact, take a fight. So Orange Rock immediately, you can start seeing them to make the retreat back to those walls, back to those compounds.
So unfortunate there for Scout going for the flush. No one was really watching the angle. They probably should have been able to get that trade and stop Scout from going down fully, but they get out of it. They get a couple of kill points, and they can keep on moving forwards. We'll see what more they're able to do from the western side as they move across the river.
Just going to get some replays on our screen here. Here's Ted with a nice little nade over to Beer directly behind the rock there. Nicely placed. On the other hand, we can see Team Secret trying to fend off, I think that is King of Gamers on our bottom left here.
Holding off teams at the moment seems to be just happening every single which way. We talked about how they'd moved centrally earlier. And it's coming to bear now, phase 3. But we still have 16 teams left in it, Blank. And no team has gone down fully. You've got IND down to 1. Looks like we've got at least 2 teams down to 2 players. Valdez the Murder, T1 as well. RQ on 1 player. It's all going badly for several of these squads.
God. Within about 10 seconds, pretty much the entirety of Team Secret has been dispatched. Just one player remaining. Beautiful nades coming in from King of Gamers. They have a good read on where he is, and that's Team Secret down in 16.
That is unfortunate. Losing players early is not ideal. Remember, Team Secret, they lost Mad Toy a little while ago, and in fact, they're not going to be able to go any further, unfortunately. Bigatron now guarding out Orange Rock, and Marvy falls down. Bigatron, they're playing the western side as well.
Oh my god, it's an approach so you can get there first, and Gil just about takes down Microboy. Microboy immediately goes down to the drown.
It's just Gil left for Orange Rock. Will be able to pop the energy drink. The circle not going to be too damaging, and the circle does shift to the northwest, which means he's not too far away. Is going to get that stim on board, has 5 bandages. Wouldn't be too surprised to see him pop 1 or 2 of those. And then try and move forward, find any sort of ground that he can, but there's so many teams around him.
Yeah, those are the gills on Gil himself coming in handy as he swims like a fish to the side and is able to get up just before Microboy is able to pull out his drenched weapon from the water.
Not going to be able to function under such dangerous, perilous conditions there. IND down to 1 player. Trance trying to out-heal the blue zone right now, keeping IND in. The stim tick will heal him up just enough, and they'll be safe and sound for now, but there's treacherous waters ahead. there be monsters.
Gardas the Murder, 2 players, Yudu Gank, making their way over. Box, Pime once again. I keep highlighting this guy. I think Pime from Box Gaming is just an insane player, and he's constantly coming up in that kill feed.
1 player now left for Valdez the Murder. They took some unfortunate engagements earlier, and the flush comes through. Now it's just Goddard holding down that location, sends away and doesn't want anything to do with that. Wants to just get into the next zone, needs to send out north. RRQ are eliminated as well, Blank.
Megastar's having the time of their lives right now. They're basically throwing a house party towards the circle. They've got a really, really good compound and 4 players to hold it, with it being quite a big one. Reject Scarlet, they're making their way down from Paradise Resort here, and BTR have just about got Ryzen in. Gil's still outside the blue, and he's being gatekept by Synergy. I expect him to go down very shortly.
Ooh, T1 taking a pretty hefty fight with GXR Celts. They get one of the flushes as well. That's Orange Rock going down, eliminated. Unfortunate, coming off the back of a chicken dinner. We thought maybe they'd gather some momentum, but it's not to be. Certainly not into this game. See what more they can do. ZZP gets flushed out. T1 lose a player. GXR Celts, Ultron wants to push in, wants to go for this fight with Seidan, but Seidan's biding his time, holding it down, playing patiently, knows there's a player in there with him, and doesn't want to take any risks where he doesn't have to. T1 down to 1 player, so it's really a risk you do not want to take.
Bouncing around, he can hear the bullets hitting behind him, but he's saved by TSM Entity as 1 player from GXR Celts goes down.
Oh dear, Synergy eliminated as well. T1 still dueling back and forth with GXR Celts. TSM Entity, they're holding down the east side of boot camp, and No Chance team haven't had to really leave it at all.
No,
they landed there. They haven't moved. They're chilling. They're vibing.
Yeah, Choconut went down, and they were just happy to basically pretend like no other team had dropped in boot camp, and everyone else sort of believed them. That's Valdez the Murder going down on the eastern side. Box Pime once again takes down Man Parang. I remember Yudu is a very, very strong team. Box Gaming doing pretty fantastically this game, and the circle centers up on Mega Stars. This will be a mega game for them if they can continue to hold down this compound. There's pretty much no other area around them which is defensible.
Very difficult to get towards that compound. Is on the T-junction of all of those roads, and it's a lot of open ground to try and cover if you want to push on through. But Box Gaming have been really stepping up this game. If there's a team that I think would be able to make that push, it is going to be them from the southeastern side. Yeah. You do are a little bit further south, but they're down a player. However, they've still got Jumper, who counts for about 20 players. So we'll see what they can get done.
Yeah, I'd say around 20 players is around about right. I mean, he 1v3 BTR yesterday, so you kind of expect it. Seidan drops in, Ultron spraying through the smoke.
Finally going for this 1 versus 1, but T1 taken down. 10th place for them. Now it's just Ultron left for the squad, and Yudu taking a fight downhill with King of Gamers as they try and rush on up to the top of the hill. 1 player falls for Yudu on this hold. Man Parang gets knocked as well. Jumper on the back for Yudu. Last player standing for the squad. They want to keep on pushing. Box is on this hillside as well, but it's heavy knocks coming through against King of Gamers. It's Jumper hiding in the smoke with Brugger. They're right next to each other. They're on top of one another. Oh, and it's Jumper who gets spotted out, but they both go down. Box plays spoiler.
Box, Louis there slams them with the biggest nade of his life over the top, and then a second one comes shortly afterwards. It's Megastars down towards the bottom of the hill, but the circle, it moves away from them. And look at this, Ryzen! He's actually made his way into the north side of the circle. BTR towards top 5.
The next circle moving towards TSM Entity gives them a little bit of favor, but they are under pressure from across the way. Box Gaming know where they are. That's actually Neo getting knocked there. No Chance being taken down pretty effectively as Box take a return frag, and Zedgod finds one onto break.
That is a ridiculously long shot, and still the shots are coming through. Zedgod!
Goodness me, another knock found towards Box. TSM Entity starting to come alive here, Blank. 5 kills on the board. They should be able to get this final one on towards Loki. They'll get the bleed out. That's Neo finding another kill. 6 points now found, and they have the edge of the circle.
Oh, it's target practice, and TSM Entity, they're starting to show up here, hitting the bullseyes left, right, and center.
Box Gaming, though, still plenty of play. Okay, no, wait, hang on a minute. Lewis get caught in the crossfire. It's the Megastars to be able to flush him out, and it's Pime now left for Box Gaming. You talked about how he was a really strong player for this squad. We'll see what he can do from this position.
I mean, he's getting peppered up here. He's behind the wood, and it's really not a great position. Blue's about to push him too. Can just barely get that first aid off. Tries to run out. The soft slippers just about pushing him inwards, but there he goes down to Ultron, who actually puts himself up into the top 4.
Going, gone. Box Gaming finally eliminated. Weren't able to dismount Megastars from their compound, but now we're in 4 teams blank. 10 players alive. Solo players for both GXR Celts and Bigatron Red Aliens. Ryzen and Ultron trying to snake their way further forwards. TSM Entity with their forward outpost, and actually they have the edge of the next circle. Ryzen spots out the Megastars. He's out in the blue, needs to get a shift on, but it's just going to go down, I think. No more to be found. Bigatron down in 4th.
They're okay with that. Circle heads towards the center, and already Clutch God's made his way out. Ultron can play spoiler from the flank, though. Megastars don't have to worry about this. They're throwing out the smokes, waiting for them not to dissipate here and just make sure they can get out of this compound onto open ground.
Ultron dropping in nades and actually covering the coastline with a smoke. Can crawl around. Megastars find a first knock onto the forward outpost for TSM Entity. Clutch God does go down. It's followed up with a nade. They want this flush and they'll get it. Swag able to land the spray.
You feel like this is the turning point for TSM Entity. Last game of a 4th place, and here they can potentially get that chicken dinner. And that might just be what they need to get that confidence back, get that ball moving again.
The question is, who does Ultron help in this spot, right? Who is there? Who is he? Okay, no one.
Oh yeah, Encore puts a stop to that one pretty much immediately. But a 3rd place for Ultron, he's really okay with that.
3 players for TSM, and they're all behind the same rock. That nade could be good. Drops just a little bit short, and they're not finding the damage around the edge. They need to move away, and the next circle is all the way towards the Megastars. It's looking pretty tricky here for TSM.
I think it's do or die here. In the next 30 seconds, TSM Entity have to get at least 1 knock onto Megastars to make sure that their push forward is available to them. They hadn't done too much fighting, so I'm expecting them to at least have some smokes on board. But we're looking at Jonathan. He doesn't even have a first aid kit. All he has is bandages.
Has a couple of energy drinks as well, but they're really down to their last legs here, last dregs. 8 kills found for the Megastars. And again, level 1 armor, level 1 helmet as well for Vexy. And we'll see what he can get done with it. It's really very much a low equipment battle. Neo's managed to snake out wide blank.
Yeah, this is a really important flank from Neo. It has to come in handy. Z-God finds one. Vexy so incredibly low too. This is the guy with the level 1s on board. Neo might just be able to get the flank here. Z-God goes down.
And they are going to send out wide with Jonathan as well. Looks for the spray, but he gets caught. Now it's just Neo. It's all up to him. Goes to the spray, finds Nexy, and will look for a little bit more, but he can't get it done. It's the Megastars who were able to clutch it out. They had a really strong compound on the edge of the zone, and they made that push. TSM Entity could not hold them off, and the Megastars get it done.
Megastars really didn't have to do too much that game. I mean, the circle definitely favored the whereas everyone else on the south side constantly fighting. And you know what? You just saw Megastars with the popcorn in hand, just shoving that into their mouth, and they probably wanted a refreshment to deal with that because those popcorns get pretty dry after a while.
Yeah, it can make your mouth a little bit dry, so you need to wet it with something. Wet your whistle with Mountain Dew.
Megastars with a mega win as they get themselves the victory here on Sanhok. Good stuff by them. They didn't have to move too much. They were chilling and killing. That's good stuff overall. Froz Avenger joining me here at the desk as Megastars. Nice.
Yeah, you remember when we were talking about Bigatron not needing to move more than 400 meters on Vikendi?
Yes.
Yeah, Megastars moved about 200 meters on this one.
Nice. I'm glad you're keeping track of this. Thank you very much, Froz.
Put the measurement right there's tape.
I can barely hear you, mate. Are you okay?
Yeah, no, it's just it's like 200 meters. 200, yeah. No, jokes aside, they did obviously get a really big shift. Yeah, we had the very big northern shift, and they were quick to take this compound that was obviously ending close to it, but they were playing to like what the circles were giving them, right? They were ready to go on top of the hill, on top of the ridge, to make sure they got like a better position in terms of if the circle shifted south. So you have to play with what the circles give you.
It's time to take a look at the numbers coming in from this game, and let's see how Megastars fares with 30 points up towards the top. TS and Entity, a big old 20 points as well. Good stuff by them. We have seen definitely the step up today from them. Yeah, I must say, as much as it's great to see 3rd, 4th, and 5th getting themselves plenty of points, I'm really surprised Bigatron Red Aliens actually survived as long as they did in this game, because they went through the ringer. It was insane.
Should we talk about their rotation?
Yeah, sure, do it.
I mean, they start in Hatin, right? On the far north side. And we saw yesterday they were fighting against Megastars, actually. So they kind of bullied Megastars out of there. And then they were like, yeah, we'll have all of this for ourselves this time. Now, they looted on Northwest afterwards. Then they took a boat, went down to Southwest, decided we're going to take a vehicle, drive back in north.
Yes.
And then try to cross somehow. I'm not sure what was going on with their rotations in this game.
The circles were not in their favor for any of the rotations they were trying.
Of course not. And I mean, if you're trying to make the big play, you're trying to make sure you're on the lesser populated side, it's obviously very good when the circles come towards you just once.
And it goes, Wah.
But when it goes away from you constantly, there's not much you can do. So getting 8 placement points and 1 kill from that game is actually extremely respectable.
Yeah.
That is where the consistency we keep talking about the Bigatron guys, because this is what they get. You know, they salvage games that are unwinnable, and they salvage to get their average points per game high.
We can take a look at the Megastars numbers to see what they were able to do in the middle, and we have 1,500 damage.
That ratio.
Not too much healing, just chilling, you know.
Nice.
Just
10
chilling.
kills for that ratio is actually very impressive, considering like it talks to how much of an advantage they had being in the compound. They had a lot of cover to play with. They had the little kind of lip of ridge there they could play with, and a rock as well. Another thing, guys, though, I'm actually surprised by Bigatron looting Hatin. I think it's outside the top 5, top 6 in terms of priority loot and like good loot spots. So I'm kind of surprised they actually have been sticking to that.
I would argue with that one on you, because I think that is actually a really good spot to loot. You have control over the east side of the island, but you can also take the northwest one. And the northwest one is one of the worst parts to go to if the circle actually ends up there. So basically, you have control over 2 of the hard islands to actually
So
rotate
you're
on.
saying the bridge is important. So if you're going to drop Hatin, ideally you would have like 1 or 2 other people on the other side.
That's what they do.
Exactly.
Bigatron has 2 guys on the east side of the bridge and 2 guys in Hatin looting.
Not too bad.
I think it's okay, but I don't think it's. It might.
You still think it's not top 5?
It might be the 5th best spot when you have both sides.
Reaching into your top 5.
At the same time, you have very few people that will be dropping there with you, and because of that, it's going to give you a little bit of ease, a little bit more time to loot, and that's what we saw from Bigatron. Now, again, the rotation, though, on the other hand, is that's another story.
It's the Mountain Dew do the do moments here as we take a quick look. See, Orange Rock had a western position, and they were trying to fight their way in. None of these circles were favorable for these west teams.
No.
It was difficult.
Well, this is the fight between Team Andy and Orange Rock that we saw just west of well, towards the trifecta where we saw the game end yesterday. And funny thing is that somehow Bigatron tried to rotate through this as well. Then they actually did.
I like that. Like I like those Hail Marys that can potentially put you into a top 5 situation because the placement points are so heavy. I really like that because like at a time you're just like, you know what, guys, I don't care anymore. Let's just try to send it. And then you go for some crazy rotations. But Sanhok is a map where your position and the circles in the first 3 circles is extremely important. If all those 3 circles goes away from you, you're eventually going to be, you know, amongst those big chunk of teams that are where the density on, let's say, when the circles goes north or goes northeast, the density on the south, that would be the old meta, the old center, would be so big and so heavy. So making a rotation or ascended or Hail Mary or whatever you want to call it, it's actually a decent decision to make.
Something I got to mention is actually, yesterday we had a big fight in Pi 9 actually. It was between RQ Athena and we had Synergy. They both fought for a long time. TSM came in, tried to third party. What happened in this game? No one went there.
Not fair.
No, I guess no one wanted it. No one thought that they won the game yesterday or won Pi 9 over the other team.
Or maybe everyone was just scared that the other people were going to drop there in the first place.
I have decided, guys, the Bigatron spot is the 6th best. loot spot.
Give us a top 5
You've
then.
been thinking about this for 5 minutes.
Oh, I counted while we were thinking. I had to really
that's
get
fair.
it. You wanted Painang,
Yeah.
Paradise,
Yeah.
the triangle split where you have the the rivers meet in the kind of triangle. It goes 3 ways.
Sure.
Yes, and Quarry 5. And they have 6 hard tin split if you have the bridge, but you have to have the bridge on the other side with the high ground compound.
Quarry top 5.
Ah.
What do you think?
100%. 100%. Nah, there's no. Like, don't you know? All
come on, let him finish,
all
let him
endings are
finish.
Quarry endings, man.
Ah, that's true. Let him finish.
So Quarry is not a top 5
It
for
is.
us.
You have both sides.
For one good reason. You never have both sides.
Get out of
without
here.
getting pressured by other teams.
Get out of here.
Which
You
means
have-
that you're always going to be under pressure while trying to loot.
Yeah,
which
maybe.
will gonna end up with you being super slow on looting, super slow on the rotation, and you're just going to die.
I said Quarry if you have both sides, and Frost just comes and changes the rules. Now,
That's fine.
I'm
That's
Quarry
fine.
both sides.
Let's not
This is
change.
Battle Royale.
Let's not change the rules when it comes to the top damage here, though, as let's see those numbers stacking on up here for the teams as well. And we see TSM enter T blasting in this game, Avenger.
They were on the west side, and they were in a good position for this because there is a lot of team, as I was talking again before, we had a northern shift. They were sitting on the west side where a lot of the team and the big density of the teams, they were coming in there. So they had a lot of poke potential. They could put out a lot of impact. And honestly, the teams that were dying and the box gaming and the teams that are like getting a rough time is because of this. In 1900 damage, that is 5 broken vests, 5 broken helmets, 15 first aids and 15 energies potentially, right? After you have to heal up this, because it's such a huge impact, and this was potentially the reason why a lot of the other teams, they were running out of utilities, meds, with no jackets or no vests, and you see a few of the guys that are sitting with a fresh level 1 vest because they probably just picked one up.
Just didn't have much looting opportunities at all, really. We're seeing, of course, we gave props to Biggitron for actually surviving to the top 4, but also props to Ultron from GXR Celts, Froz, as he was able to push them onto that top 3 situation. Not that many kills here or there, but a few for once or twice.
Fantastic salvage.
Yeah, really good salvage.
I mean, we saw him coming down from the south side here, and there was so many teams there. I'm actually surprised that he managed to even get inside. Then he was, of course, solo, so that's why we didn't see too many kills as well. He was just trying to snake his way in towards the, I don't know, the little poodle there in the middle.
Poodle?
The dog or
the pond.
Pond?
The puddle. The mud puddle.
The puddle,
That's right.
Thank you.
I wish it was a poodle now. I just like dogs. That's
The
right.
little fluffy, the fluffy little,
That's the one. Let's take a look at the telestration and see exactly how things are going on over there. I'm being told that it is ready and good to go, even though Froz doesn't want to do it because he doesn't think it's ready.
Well, okay, we're gonna take a look at the breach here coming in from King of Gamers on Team Secret, actually. And this is a big compound and it's hard to hold, but as we can see right here that King of Gamers, they're coming in with a buggy here with 2 people. And the main part is that we have 2 guys on the back here that is actually holding out, making sure that this whole area is secure, so they don't need to actually watch that when they're crashing in here. And as we can continue here, we can see that Concept and Boss, they're actually going towards the left side because we got Soup, we got Braga holding the right side, and they're trying to focus and try to see, okay, where are all the players from Team Secret? Can we try to get one of them, knock one of them, and then we can make a push or anything out of it? But as we can see, Team Secret, they're pretty split up here, 3 different houses. And one of the big things is that Boss is all the way out here on the left side. He's all alone versus Rex. And this is super crucial that you don't get yourself knocked, because if you get yourself knocked, you're basically gonna get flushed straight away. There's no cover, there's no one to come to back you up. But at the same time, we're gonna see a nade coming in, boom, right there on shots over there, getting himself knocked from Braga. And that continues from that push. King of Gamers is actually able to keep on putting pressure. And now, as we can see, Biu and Rex is totally split up. One over there, one over there. Of course, Rex just got knocked after we saw shots getting knocked there. And this comes down to him, Rex, wanting to go back and help the other guys. But he actually can't do it because it's just too many people in the way.
Sure. Also, what you can take away from this is obviously the whole breaching strategy is how, like, spreading out, getting information, strategically nading houses that you know that they're going to be in and try to get some of these opening knocks, because once you get that opening knock, you're going to have the advantage immediately and you're able to take over. Even though this is a super hard compound to actually take over, it's pretty easy to breach. And I really liked how they're able to execute that and actually take it away from them.
All right, let's take a look at the overall rankings then so far for our super weekend, as we have up towards the top. It will be 123 points coming in from Yudu Gank so far. We'll talk about those in a moment. But we do have Megastars pushing themselves up to 6th place. So all of the teams that are, accruing themselves chicken dinners here or there, all finding themselves nicely in the top half of the table right now. Not too bad at all. Let's take a look at our 11th through 16th too and see what we have down here. We have TSM Entity. They got themselves, I believe it was 20 points on the board for this one, and moved up just a little bit there. So slowly on the up and up.
I mean, we seem to having a super rough time, but a good start of the day. Of course, they had himself a 3rd place, and now, of course, as well, getting himself a 2nd place. But they can just keep on moving up from there on.
Schedule time, we have one more game coming at you for today, and it will be on Erangel. So one more to go. A team that I want to talk to you guys about a little bit here, since we've not been...
Just a little bit.
Yesterday we were all about them. Today we haven't really spoken about them, and it kind of comes down to the hit and miss nature that you were explaining before. The Chasers, Yudu Gank, currently still in 1st place. 3 chicken dinners in a row. Fantastic stuff. But then we had 15th place. Then we had a 6th place, yay! And then 14th place, 5th place, yay! 16th place, So we're in this.
That's exactly hit and miss, right?
It's this roller coaster of Yudu Gank. It's all over the place, but they've shown that they're capable of amazing things. But today, it's not been there.
It's not the real, isn't really there for the hits as well. It's not really the top hits that we usually see from them. Usually we see them on not 6th place or 5th place, but it would be maybe a 1st, 2nd or 3rd place. That's not what we're seeing. So to have those kind of bad games that they have right now, it's not good enough.
Oh, it comes down to the strategy and their playstyle, obviously. When you play this kind of edge game and you are all the time trying to make the winning play, and if that doesn't work out, you go out early. So it comes down to the strategy, and yes, it can work. I think in a league finals where we're going to be playing 24 games, I think it can work, and over averages it's going to be good, but they need to have the majority of good games. They can't have yes, if it's 40% of their games is wins, with 10 kills, fair enough, so it's fine, but you need to be able to salvage some of those games. You need to be able to put 5 more points than what they're doing currently on an average in the bad games that they're not winning.
Pull an RRQ, pull a Biggitron, salvage it via sneaky placement, or salvage it by a boatload of kills as that goes on. But anyway, regardless, I believe that Yudu Gank can have those hits once again. So we'll see if that actually does continue on. It's going to be Erangel, though, for our next game here. Froz, what did you take away from our first Erangel coming into our second Erangel?
I mean, in the first Erangel, it was quite... a good playing path for once. We had basically from the northeast down to the southwest, so everyone could go to their loot spots. And that's something we want to see. It's a good start for every team, and of course, a little bit of a rough ending in the fields.
Final game of the day, it's time. We are heading over to Xander and John for all of the action. It's the Grassy Pastures.
Oh, indeed, it is the grassy
Am I the grassy pasture, or are we getting into the grassy pastures?
Definitely talking about Erangel.
Yeah, but,
Not you. Not everything's about you.
That's the worst.
Oh dear, unfortunately. But everything is about these teams taking part in this Super Weekend.
It absolutely is.
Everything is about these teams taking part in the Super Weekend this time around. And of course, they were talking on the desk about how Yudu Gank, sometimes they can be a little bit hit or miss. Well, there seem to be more often hit than miss in this current situation. I mean, they're currently top of the tables, right? They're doing very, very well. They're consistently within those top 3 in terms of the overall standings, obviously not in the placement. That's what they were talking about. So it's working out well for them. But I think a lot of that is due to the fact that a lot of other teams aren't placing as consistently as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Avenger said on the desk holds a lot of water, right? In the sense that this is fine for a league finals, in the sense that yes, if they can put up those kind of scorings and do it average, it'd be fine. But during the Super Weekend, we're starting to get this feeling that those 3 wins, brilliant. You love to see it. But going out really early, time and time again, it's starting to feel a bit weird to me. So I do want to see a better game here from Udu Gank, maybe towards a top 6 finish again, rather than heading back towards like a sort of 15th to 10th place.
Well, they'll be pretty favoured by this plane path. They can drop straight down into Severny. That is going to be their home ground. It always is. It's where they go. It's where they like to drop, and we'll see what sort of familiarity can get them. Unfortunately, though, it's teams like Bigatron that I'm going to be interested to see where they drop. Now, they normally drop towards farm and loot around the Milta area, but it's pretty inaccessible here, so maybe they're going to drop short, get some vehicles sent out there, but it all remains to be seen. Could be a little bit of a change-up.
I think they'll be fine. There's some guaranteed vehicles positions on the way down to farm, and then they'll be able to get in there anyway. They like to split loot, so you whack one player here, leapfrog across, then go for the next. Well, I believe it's King of Gamers going to go down to Milta, and I wonder if anyone's going to take up Milta Power now. It looks like Regis Scarlet there holding up in Yasnaya, so that is now claimed. So it feels like these teams getting a feel for one another in the second day already, which is what you expect from these high-quality teams. King of Gamers, though, looking to run over Ultron, but he's playing cat and mouse with them. You can't get me. I've got a couple of rocks in the way.
Absolutely. It's going to have to be a fist fight or actually get some backup from the rest of your squad. You can see GXR Celts there over the way.
I'll give it ya.
Raga doesn't have any guns by the looks of it either. And I don't think they want to take too long in this fight. And yeah, he's just going to send away. Nicely done. Actually, there's a teammate for King of Gamers there. They're going to pick someone up with a micro Uzi. Ultron dashes away, trying to get towards the rest of his team, but they ride
the tree.
Out the window, trying to get to the tree, trying to go for the run.
Oh, yes.
Oh, it's Road Warriors all abound, and they aren't going to be able to get that knock. I don't think they're going to want too much more of that. And King of Gamers, they go unsated.
Ultron is my hero. That is my favorite thing I've ever seen. I'm not even lying. Within the first 2 minutes, that's one of my favorite things I've ever seen. Usually what we tend to see is we have this somber approach, don't we? When we see a car come and play, we're like, look, this is unfortunate, he's going to go down, but Ultron plays King of Gamers for a fool.
He's dodging, he's ducking, he's dipping, he's diving.
Tricksy.
Dodging as well. All the 5Ds are dodgeable. Making sure he's got those on board. Certainly taking Patches of Houlihan's words to heart. Team Secret, though.
Haha.
What with Bew.
Imagine one player going down from Team Secret in the first 3 minutes.
Yeah, you'd think they'd
Wouldn't that be a change?
That would be a change. It'd be a mighty big turn up. But he does have some backup here from eye shots. A no chance team, they are a little bit split, so they're not really in a place to go fully into this fight. Actually, hang on a minute. There's 3 of them here. There's one player all the way down south. That's Chocono, who does play pretty split from the rest of the squad. But Team Secret have grouped up. All 4 of them are here, blank. It's a miracle.
It is a miracle. For once, we're getting the boys. We're getting the squad back together again. You love to see it. No chance. Godless, though, we know how dangerous this guy is. Rex just behind the vehicle, pops up. Ooh, instant. He's on that sprint grind.
Yeah, Rex able to take a window now. Godless on the roof, looking to try and pop some bullets through those windows. No chance, not really going aggressive here. Heineken behind the tree. Rex has the bead on it. Looks like they've got 2 people watching the angle. Godless trying to suppress them from going for those double peaks, but nades are flying back and forth. Early investment of utility.
So Team Secret just trying to get around No Chance team here, John. So they're trying to surround them. Godless might just get flanked here. Mad Toy throws out a really long-range grenade, just falls short, but here's BU taking those shots across, but it's Heineken with the DMR in hand. Choco? No! How is he here? He's so fast.
Yes, he serves them up, helping a lead. Shots is going to get knocked. They want to get that res on board and make sure that they're full 4 into the fight, but they might not be so lucky. Bew spinning this way and that, trying to avoid these bullets. Oftels will go around the side, but takes a little bit of damage from Rex as they spray on through the window as well. Godless managed to find the knock, but it's traded off. 1 for 1 so far. Heineken makes a move forwards as well. Eye shots very low. Mad Toy manages to get up onto the top of the roof here, so he has the off angle, and Oftels falls. Heineken now starting to move in, has made his way from the tree, will find Rex, looking for more as well, as Bew finds that he's not going to be able to stand up any longer. The headshot is in, and Choconut launches the nade. Heineken's Reign of Terror is taken down, but Mad Toy falls as well, and it's back and forth between these two squads. Choconut swings out wide. Ice Shot's taking the challenge. Very, very low, trying to get the spray downs, but no one really coming out on top just yet. They want to get these flushes, and Ice Shots wants to remount for the fight.
Absolutely 0 HP sprays through the smoke, and Choconut will finish up, and then we'll be able to get up at least 2 players here. No Chance team get away unscathed, but Team Secret go down in 16th.
Well, normally it's only one player goes down early, not all 4.
I know. Well, at least they're doing something together.
Absolutely. They, unity displayed. Unfortunately, not quite in the way you'd want it. Currently sat in 15th place on the tables, blank. There are 54 points, so they do want to step up a little bit more moving forwards. I mean, they have accrued those points, though. Don't forget, that is very important moving forwards into, qualifying for the rest of the league stages, and especially if you're on that border, that's going to be such a crucial place, because even if you don't make it into next week, having those points already on board will be very, very important.
Now, look, I've talked about my frustrations with Team Secret. They go down in 16th there, but you know what? What I did like about that is the Gatka split wasn't as huge, and also the response time was really, really fast. So there feels like there is something changing in the Team Secret roster here, and we might see some improvements tomorrow, and that's what I'm excited for. And you know what? Like we said, like Scout was saying, towards the end of the league, at the end of the league play, he's going to have a lot of improvements. The team will be towards the best. So a lot of these teams are also expecting the same thing. Practice against some of the best teams in the world is when you improve the quickest.
Nobody really taking too many early rotations in towards the center of the circle. I mean, you've got Team IND still all the way out on Sosnovka military base. They're biding their time for now. Bigatron did make their way all the way out to farm, and they are looting up around there. They're just chilling out. JXR Celts as well over a little bit further to the east, but it's Box Gaming and RRQ to occupy the hills to the west of Pachinki.
Yeah, I mean, BTR, they've got to start and farm, because how else are they going to harvest them kills?
RRQ, very close to Box Gaming over the top of this crest of the hill. As I said, out towards the southwest of Pachinki. No Chance team are pretty close by, and after wiping Team Secret, though, they might not be best placed to try and take this full fight, but potentially a third party on the cards.
Now, Valdes the Murder, though, look, this is a team in Rozhok I've got to talk about really quickly, John, because Orange Rock towards the west side of them, they've done this several times now. Valdes the Murder must be aware of this, that leaving Rozhok is going to be the most dangerous part of their landing here. So when they leave, they've got to do it very, very quickly in a vehicle, get to a new position that they know is free. For instance, right now, around Potato Hill is a nice place to go to, get set up there early, scout out, and then send yourself off to the next zone. Probably going to want to wait until the next circle to do that, but Orange Rock, they've noticed this change in the pattern. Now they're going to move down as well towards Pachinki.
And it's actually Valdes the Murder have taken the hillside, near the water tower on the top of Rozhok Hill, and are going to be controlling those sightlines around there and actually stopping Orange Rock from guarding them from that position. So that's a nice change up. They have sent off, and it looks like they want to head further down south as well, actually. Nades flying between RRQ and Box Gaming as the standoff between them continues.
Now, Box Gaming, RRQ, 2 teams that I believe are these kind of mid to close range combat specialists. With the exception of PMA, if you put a sniper rifle in that guy's hands, you very much have the long range covered. But most of the fights we've seen them take has been like close range where they are succeeding massively. Right now, RRQ, the dangerous factor from them is the fact that G9's got an off angle. See how much he can do. We know this guy does have a lot in him to give for the team of RRQ. But similarly, Box Gaming, they've been really, really pumping up those kill points.
Big nade, but not going to connect. Was pretty good on target there, but a relocation had already come through. Another one being sent in by Ernie, trying to find a little bit more. It goes a little bit further, actually closer to the tree there, and would have knocked, but Loki has repositioned. Nice heads-up play there from Box Gaming, but D2E is ready awaiting. We'll spot that one out. A lot of damage sent towards Loki. Pime on the close backup, and you've got teams just over the hill. No Chance team as well. Don't forget about them. They're out to the west and potentially could come into this fight. As the nades continue, the bombardment will not let up from RRQ.
There is literally, I wish I could show you the map right now, but there's literally no teams on the western side of this circle. The GOG compound just above the loot crate towards Quarry side is free. Also, all the yellow Silos on the west side of the coast are also free, but we're coming back to this fight now. Beer taking down Pime, that player I keep mentioning, and he gets flushed too. D2E ready and waiting to make that one happen.
Nice, fast, aggressive push there coming out from RRQ. That's what you love to see. And another spray down comes in from G9. On the off angle, Loki is going to fall, and Box Gaming are coming part of the seams. Now just Lewis and Break survive.
Yeah, No Chance team are also starting to chime into this fight, and Box make a smart decision and think to themselves, you know what, this is just not worth it. We need to keep 2 players alive. Let's try and make it towards the end. We're not playing on Sanhok here. There's less opportunity. We're going to get third party or spotted out within such a small enclosed zone. Erangel, much easier to hide away in a compound.
Seems like RRQ are going to be the light shower that disintegrates the box.
Yeah, I mean,
when it's cardboard left out in the rain,
just falls in on itself.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, but that was a good moment for us as viewers to see RRQ testing their mettle against another really strong team.
Oh, they might just have the same situation occur again, chucking up with some long-range DP spray.
D2E playing Dance Dance Revolution with
Absolutely.
the bullets.
He's jumping about, hopping around, and we'll be able to get to cover, heal that one up. 4 players stay alive for RRQ. And No Chance team, they're a team that, you know, during the opening weekend here and during the play-ins as well, they had a really strong showing. But so far over these last 2 days, they haven't really stepped up. Currently set 13th place, tied with TSM Entity. Obviously on the kills tiebreaker, they do come out on top, which leaves them sat clear in 13th.
Yeah.
But still, not ideal and not what we expected.
I think, in my opinion, that they were kind of the vultures of the lobby because they weren't really ever getting that #1 spot. They were more or less picking up kills where they could find them, getting those consistent top place finishes, and just thriving off other fights and third parties. Louis I thought he was going to get away, but do you get away from Luxy? No.
The light drizzle turns into a hail of bullets, unfortunately, and there's another knock going towards Box Gaming. Break, looking for the res, the nade sent out on long distance. Oh, Bigatron. Oh, that's such a kill train coming on through. Box Gaming, they're getting mounted up. But they're so tucked in right now, Bigatron. They just roll up, and when you see that happening, you know it's about to go down. The nade sent up wide. Break managed to land one, and the nade does some damage, but their vehicle goes up in flames. And so to Box Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, when we were casting PMPL NA, very much reminiscent of Tribe Gaming, with just this ridiculously aggressive playstyle as soon as they get a knock. And when I say I hate to see it, it's like, it makes me feel genuinely anxious when I see all 4 players from BTR just all rock up and then just start full sending it in, because you know they're about to wreak carnage on the other team. Box Gaming, going 15th.
Unfortunate for them, not what you wanted to see. There was a team that, you know, we had seen pop-off performances, getting the highest kill count we've seen in the PMWL East, 20 kills, sorry, in a single game, and that was on Erangel in a Gatka Fields finish. And they are gonna have to, well, rethink this one, unfortunately. You do gank, they take a position atop Everest as the circle shifts off to the north.
Yeah, this is a good position for them. They know most teams won't be really holding on the north side of Mount Everest now, so they can pretty much be certain that 180 degrees towards their backside is going to be clear. RRQ towards the yellows, just holding here, making sure they have everything held down, make sure those vehicles are safe. There's some nice little nooks and crannies you can force those vehicles into to make sure they don't have those wheels popped early on. And here's Orange Rock looking towards T1. Satan takes a big chunk of damage from that nade.
Oh, ZZP actually take a little bit more. T1 coming under heavy fire here. Both Orange Rock right close to them, and IND across the way on the broadside. You can see on the minimap on the right-hand side of your screens right now, Youngjun just on the back foot there and can't really push on up. T1 in a dire straits.
BTR identified the position most teams took towards it early on, moving away from the western side of the map. But here is a big crash from Team IND. Just one player, I believe that is. Orange Rock Marvy makes something happen, but it's Satan who's all on his lonesome.
He's hoping that Orange Rock plays spoiler to the push from IND. Trance has already gone down, and it's only Kratos in the building with Satan. Snacked clears the top floor of the opposite building, and now he's going to launch on in. Satan biding his time, and it's just hunkering down. Orange Rock, though, they already knocked Trance on the outside. They'll be able to get that res, but Orange Rock just over the hill. They're going to launch those nades in and see what more they can find.
Yeah, Satan creates this weird little extra factor inside of this fight, mainly for Team IND, because they've got a threat within the midst, whereas Orange Rock, they just have to clear players inside.
Viru gets taken pretty low, but will be alive for now. Seidan spotted out, and he's going to get taken down. Marfi able to find the knock. That's fortunate, but I&D might be able to steal away the point if they're lucky.
Yeah, so Seidan down. Just wondering, Youngjin's actually all the way up towards Mount Everest alongside Yudu Gank. So he's throwing this game forward, you know. He understands he has to go on. Nice Molotov there from Team I&D. Throws it upstairs. They don't want to go up there knowing that a player's just been taken out from an angle that Orange Rock are currently holding. Yeah. Smokes come through too to try and dissuade Orange Rock away. There's no other team currently in the vicinity, so Orange Rock and Team I&D can take this fight. And you imagine that Team I&D want a little bit of revenge from that Miramar where they had that fight of the King of the Hill. Next circle comes in, GXR Celts very happy with their position within Gatka, but you want to group up. Gatka's quite a lot of houses to hold down at once. Yep. Probably try and take either on the east or the west side of this POI.
Yeah, more than likely you're going to allow one other team into this compound and you're going to have to fight off against them. I'm looking at Bigatron as well in a really strong spot on the western side of this circle. Again, yeah. A lot of teams on the north are going to move into the eastern side, so they have those open sight lines across the field.
Yeah, again, BTR, like a lot of times we characterize them as the Raptors, these ferocious predators within the lobby, but at the same time, they're super duper cerebral in their actual rotations. So they come all the way around, head to the west side, understand that a lot of teams are going to be playing over here because the playing path, and Orange Rock do something similar. They're coming through the fields though, and they will come into contact with BTR unless they spot them early.
These are some nice hills you can hold down, but unfortunately, they are not in this next circle. They're going to have to clear the areas in front of them, clear those cones of fire, and make sure that they have a little bit more pressure. So here we go. One other team has managed to make their way into Gatka. That's exactly what we said would happen. Megastars are going to be the team to occupy the northern side there. Team I&D, they get spotted out yet again by Orange Rock, and more bullets being sent their way. Hang on a minute, is this? It's Urali from Reject Scala as they start to roll up and take the position that Orange Rock were in before.
Yeah, Orange Rock have got a nice little hold here, and actually Viru is flying across, actually trying to look for a new angle.
Okay, they're sending out wide. They're trying to control this push because they know that I&D are going to have to leave these buildings. And also, they're in the next circle as well. So they found a decent location, a decent defilade with some cover as well to fight forwards into the next circles.
Currently, BTR locked in a long-range skirmish between Synergy as well as them. GXR Celts and Megastars, they've got one another under lock. They've basically got either hand handcuffed here. Neither can really make any push out of Gatko without exposing one another's position. TSM Entity, again, they're still in this game. They have a decent position just towards the beneath of Mount Everest. Yudu Gank are starting to make the slow crawl down here. They know they've got to get a lot of information forward before they can even attempt to come down this mountain without being peppered by bullets on the way down.
Now, Orange Rock have an interesting spot. They have got that roadside cover, but Bigatron have the broadside, so they need to be careful about those angles. Luckily, there's a road in front of them as well, which means that most of the circle is actually cut off from them. The fight going on now as Reject Scarlet opt to take the fight that Orange Rock didn't. The nade dropped underarm, but Urali will not let it phase. And I&D suffering heavily at the hands of Reject Scarlet here. Two players upstairs, and they're cowering right now.
Slayer and Snacks, they drop a nade out. Snacks drops down, trying to get the backstab onto Webb here. Just looking and weaving around these nades, John.
Somehow, Snacks has stayed alive for now. Downstairs still, but Webb will head on up. No, he opts to check the room. Goes for the spray, and the Micro Uzi not quite on target. Unfortunately, looks for the flush, but there's more players around the corner. Duello able to find it. And that's I&D going very, very low. Trance eliminated as well, and it's I&D to go all the way down as Snacks falls at 2.
Now Reject Scarlet, they've got to walk towards the barbed wire. There is Orange Rock, but they're taking shots, though, from somewhere else. I believe that might be TSM Entity doing damage over towards them. They've got all the smokes down. Viru just wants to clear this team, and then they can start to make their way out, but leaving this team behind them is so deadly. 2 are currently knocked. Duello right on the edge of the blue. He can feel it up on his back.
Youngjin does finally go down, eliminating T1. Bigatron taking that fight that you were talking about earlier with Synergy, and in fact, it's Synergy to get that knock on towards one of the Bigatron players. Valdus the murder. taking the fight now with RRQ on the eastern flank. Nades across the way, and both squads are going to have to move. We've seen fights like this before, be third-partied, but no one is in this location, which means this ridgeline is so hard to deal with. First knock comes through, the nade over towards Velmuth.
That's terrible. Really, Valdez the Murderer getting prepared to leave, but as soon as Melmoth goes down, now they kind of have to commit to this one. Neither is ahead of one another, but G9 as well as his team can take that moment, that brief amount of respite to actually leave. Orange Rock taking shots towards Reject Scarlet. I believe that will be them done. Actually, Duello remains alive, but Orange Rock,
they're eliminated. They got pushed out. It was a nade from Duello to finish them off, and Marvy falls. That's disaster for Orange Rock, but Valdez the Murder managed to mount up. 3 of them still alive. Armjoan sending forwards into the building he goes. There is a player upstairs, and they need to be careful, but Bigatron have the western side, and they will hold on to it. No one takes them down. Udu Gank feel exactly what it's like to be in the sightlines of Bigatron.
Everybody wants a piece of Gakka right now. Ultron versus Goddard. What happened there?
Oh dear, I think that might have been an aid that just sent them up in smoke. Valdez the Murder getting eliminated now. It's all popping off in the Gakka fields. Reject Scarlet eliminated as well on these pushes, and teams are dropping like flies.
TSM Entity doing a wonderful job to take a lot of shots outwards. I believe they just removed King of Gamers, and that's 3 teams going away in the blink of an eye. No Chance team out in the blue went down 2. King of Gamers Braga starting to shake shots back onto TSM Entity. They have to retreat back to their compounds, try and get some of these players back up. What?
Oh dear, Celts getting run down by No Chance. Fortunate for them, King of Gamers getting heavily punished now on this push by TSM Entity. It's quite a distance. They are away from each other, so we'll see what more they're able to do. I don't think they're going to... Oh, sorry, hang on a minute. This is just a kill feed catching up.
The kill feed is so far behind.
No, King of Gamers did come up as eliminated before, but goodness me, the kill feed is so full right now.
Yeah. Finally, it's finished eating. I can take a drink of water, maybe get a bit of a relaxation, but no, Zuxi, he wants to pump more into the kill feed. One goes down, it's Jumper, nice nade. We characterize BTR being this team really good when it comes to bombardment.
Nades on target, Udu trying to counter nade, but again, damage found towards Jumper. They're dropping those smokes out. But another one finds the target. It's Luxy who gets the flush and the knock on towards Federal. Udu, so difficult for them right now. And Bigatron get the shift. This is huge for them.
Yeah, wonderful shift. Comes up towards the northwest side. TSM Entity, they have a chance to get in, but 2 players currently down from BTR. This is a really big moment for any team to rush their way in. Synergy might be the team to do it, to come up short, take down the couple of players that have a knockback.
Goodness me, I don't know if you heard that, but that was some mighty thunder coming through from the skies in the studio.
Yeah, I mean, there's thunderous fights coming out on the field right now.
Absolutely, Bigatron laying down the thunderous bombardment over towards Udu Gank, and actually they're going back and forth. This is the battle for the top of the tables, Blank. They are very, very close in terms of these points right now, and whichever team can eliminate the other will have a massive advantage going into that final day of the first Super Weekend. Bigatron holding down their little valley, but Udu have a position as well. It might be dismounted, however, by TSM Entity.
GXR Celts, they found their way into Gatka first, and they will be the last team remaining to stand, but they have to leave, get their way across. They're mounting up in vehicles, but taking shots once again. TSM Entity have a little defilade in terms of a ridgeline to play around with. Udu Gank making their way in, as well as Synergy on the south side, but they'll be coming into contact with GXR Celts as they try and take the same position. Nades coming over the top. MJ takes a slight amount of damage, but rocks is down.
GXR Celts try and make the death run, but it's going to be so tricky. NJ is going to fall as well. Synergy starting to clear them out on that push. NJ goes down, and now it's just a tanky left nade sent over the top. And the blow up is going to happen. Half HP out wide. Civi goes first face, trying to control the rock. Actually, no, sorry, the Darcia exploded. A tanky stayed alive, giving them the do-si-do. Actually, Zigsaw goes down on the sidelines as TSM Entity.
You know, this is the thing, though. I was speaking to Synergy the other day, chatting with them. They were saying, oh, we'll try not to make you feel too nervous in the continuing games, but every single time they step up towards the end and get my heart pumping. I don't know how they do it.
All 4 of them are alive. However, Zigsaw is on the deck. Will be able to get rezzed. They're in the next circle, Blank. They've got some cover behind these buildings. No one is challenging them for this right now, as TSM Entity start to challenge them for it.
Yeah,
now.
Neo actually finding a good shot here. And Neo's just really good at these off angles, but they have a lot of time to pick this player up. You see Sirvi just looting up here. He's very, very happy. Level 3 vest there, as well as a level 2 helmet. But the nades coming over the top from Jonathan are really pinning this team in place. They might have to move through the compound, find a different angle to take here, because right now, TSM Entity, they have them locked down.
It's the battle for the top of the tables from Southeast Asia and the battle from South Asia as well. North side and South side, two diametrically opposed duels happening right now, Blank. So tense, and these teams, a lot of them are battling for key placements. TSM Entity, you know, they're feeling that momentum come through from that last game, off the 20-point game they just had. They want to try and resurge into this. Synergy as well, they're trying to push up the tables in a similar spot, and it's for the top of the tables on the other side. You've got Bigitron fighting off against UD for that first place placement.
It is tense here, John, and this final moments in the circle. Next circle comes through very, very central, so it's anybody's game. Synergy with a compound, TSM Entity, the two players in Neo and Jonathan, two very, very strong fraggers, already doing a lot of damage, but BTR, they're stuck on this side, continuing to use smokes, and Yudu just pulling up a little bit more, and Sirvi desperately tries to remove these opposition from the side on the ridge.
There's only one team with 4 players alive, and that's Synergy. TSM Entity find out just what 4 players can do for you. Neo gets taken down, so it's just Jonathan left for the squad. Bigitron starting to make their move as well. You can see they're getting pretty low here. I don't know how many meds they have left on board, but it can't be too many. They will be stimming up, trying to get their health back, but with the nades flying over and over and over, it's just so hard to find that edge.
It looks like Yudu's pretty much out of medication. Jonathan goes down, and that is TSM Entity out. Synergy able to hold them off. Remains with 4 players on board, but BTR, they must have been taking a beating on this side, as have Yudu. Gank, Synergy currently own a slight compound here. Zuxi moving out. Both these teams with 3 players, Synergy with 4, but they have to cross the road. Out come the smokes. You see the train line ahead of them. This will provide them so much cover, and they have not had to use too much utility so far, John. That is their advantage.
Currently with a 4 kill point difference between Bigitron and Yudu. Bigitron on 7, Yudu on 3. There's 5 points between them in the tables, Blank, and whoever is going to win this out is going to take that top spot at the end of the day. Zuxi goes down on the push, and that's a huge opening for Yudu.
Synergy have to push in this moment. This is the perfect time to go for a third party as the 4. Now really between Yudu, Gank and BTR, it's the fight for the second place, and so unless something truly miraculous comes out here.
Oh, Bigitron are eliminated, and that's going to send Yudu up towards the top of the tables. They keep them alive, and now Synergy start to move on forwards. 1 player down for Yudu. Finds a second. Sirvi over the top, and now they're looking for that third and final kill. Federal holding down from the back up against the blue, trying to go for this push, trying to hold them off, but he cannot make it happen. Synergy push on through, take that chicken dinner, and the Gatka fields are claimed. They go to Synergy.
Damn, Sirvi, he was serving up hot chicken dinners on the plate for the rest of his team there. That is some confidence. Thank you very much, sir.
Fantastic stuff coming out from Synergy. They held it down beautifully. They had that eastern side. That cover from the ridgeline that they were operating on was absolutely brilliant. But we're going to send it back over to the desk to take a look at those final standings on the day.
That's right, a great win by Synergy here as they make it known in the fields. Taking out some big names as well. Bigitron goes down, Yudu, Gank goes down, everybody goes down. To Synergy, they win. Froz.
Yes.
Yes.
They did. And honestly, it's Yudu Gang's and Bigitron's fault. They should have held them out. They were the team with the strongest position coming out of the houses there and making sure that they had smokes, enabling them that. I mean, at that point, Yudu Gang and Bigitron, they should have put pressure on them. Like, if they were able to get and take control of that ridge, the other guys, they were just going to lose anyway.
Synergy did a very good play, though. They put out a lot of smokes. We talked about this at the end of yesterday, how you're not supposed to just put down 1 or 2 smokes, but we saw them putting down several those smokes, make it super hard for Biggitron to actually know where they were gonna appear from. And after that, they took out Biggitron. The first threat from there, they just pushed it towards Udo gank and just got rid of them as well.
Map ranking. Let's see how many points Synergy gets from that one. And they have 32 big ones up towards the top. Udo gank gets themselves some nice 18 points. They were already in first place, and that is going to shore them up for enough points here through the day to keep holding on to that. Biggitron Red Aliens, 17 points. And Jigsaw Cells, once again, guys, they are just consistently consistent is how I'm going to phrase it.
For sure, and that's what's going to put them in a great spot. If they continue this, they're going to be looking fantastic going into the league finals. Right now, I could see them ending in the top 5, the top 6 potentially in the league standings, at least after what we've seen them performance so far, at least.
9th through 16th, Reject Scarlet get themselves 5 kills on the board. Team IND with 4 on the board, and that is that. So good stuff coming in from some of these teams, keeping their averages up. And it being our final game here, of course, Synergy getting themselves on. I feel like Synergy turns up towards the end of days. Is that fair? Because I feel like they did it in another day.
Statistically, yes. Because they've done it in 2 days now. They had the last win of the last day in the opening.
That's confirmation enough for me.
Okay, yeah.
There you go. Nice. I like that. We can move on from that, of course, and take a look at the stats coming in as well from Synergy and see what they were able to put up. 2,100 damage coming in from them, and even stealing a few kills here and there, Frost.
Yeah, I mean, that's so important always to be able to steal those kills. But look at the damage compared to the heal there. It comes down towards the end as well. We saw them playing on the backside of the yellow houses there, on the back ridge, and then just pushing their way in. That was a pretty smart move because they could basically just sit there, be safe, and not do anything, and just gather all the information. Where are the other teams? How are they playing it? And then they could just put their time into thinking, okay, this is how we want to engage it. And they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, Synergy, I've actually interviewed 2 of the 4 players so far. I mean, they've got a deeper roster than that, but I've interviewed Schreider, interviewed CV. Now all I need is like Ted, and who else is that? Jigsaw. So, and then I'd have the whole collection. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, full collection.
Gotta catch them all, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew, do the do moment.
This moment here. Wow, I love that part there. That was honestly fantastically played. Super well executed by Shogunauts. That point there to push out and to make an aggressive move. He knew that his opponent was super low, super well executed. He got a lot of kills from it as well.
I mean, that's what we see a lot of times. Shogunaut himself, it was down to a 1v1. He was super low himself, but he knew that he had put the pressure already. He had gotten his enemy low, and he kept on putting that pressure on top of that and just making sure, okay, he might be in the smoke over there. Let's just vault out here and just put a few bullets in there.
One of the more hotly contested compounds over here, as Orange Rock was... Actually, they took Radio Tower, which actually was not in the circle, but gave them great sightlines over a lot of stuff. However, their campaign was not to be for this game.
You know what, though? I really like when teams... Because the circles sometimes move quite slow, taking a transition spot where you stop at a spot while the circle is moving, while it's putting pressure on you, because you can put a lot of pressure from a high ground position like that to kind of enable you to go further into the next, or the current circle, which is being kind of pushed by the blue. So that was actually a really good play from them.
At the same time, you also got to prepare yourself. You got to make sure, okay, we should be scouting further and make sure that we know where we want to go. I kind of felt like Orange Rock didn't really get exactly where they wanted to go. It might have been the case that everywhere was basically taken. It ended up going down in the ditch there, pretty close to the compound where we saw IND and Scarlet, actually, Reject Scarlet fighting.
I was happy to see how well Synergy was able to defend those 2 yellow houses there, the small stack. They actually managed to get all 4 guys up alive, kind of make sure they swept away the guys that are trying to push on from the south side and from the Gatka side, so that was well played by them. And this is where I'm talking about. This is where Udo and Biggitron should have taken space. They were fighting each other, and if they were thinking a little bit ahead and they wanted to make like the winning move, they should either be putting or splitting the kind of pressure on them to make sure, like, keep Biggitron for Udo's side, keep Biggitron in their spot, which they were doing, but also put a lot of pressure on Synergy. Maybe when you're making a smoke and you have either a smoke path or 2 smoke paths, you have to think, okay, if there's nobody coming to peek my side, I have to counter sweep that. Like open up in a spot where the team that is moving in the smoke might not think that you come from, and try to get an angle, try to make an opening frag, because if you potentially could get an opening frag, potentially two, that could definitely win you the opening for that.
Well, we're going to take a look at the total damage here throughout this lobby too, and see who has been able to do well. And
Synergy.
Aside from them, pretty even.
Very even, actually, very even. But once again, we had a lot of fights spread out through like all over the map, more or less, and basically teams taking turn on. Okay, my turn to fight you. You just stay there and wait, and then when it's
like
your turn, I'll call you. Yeah.
My turn now, my turn.
Nearly 8 teams here. I will include Yudu getting 972. Sure. Half of the teams with 1,000 damage or more. That's quite impressive. Talks to how top-heavy it was in terms of fighting and in terms of how these teams they fared out throughout the match.
Very, very close indeed. And that is our damage done throughout this lobby. It's nice to see extra chicken dinners coming in for some of the teams that are kind of through the middle pack as it does stand. Let's take a look at the top players as well and see what we have as an offering for you guys. What do you make of it?
Ted, 6 kills. This has to be said. That's amazing. Nearly 1,000 damage as well. He's ending today on the bragging rights.
I mean, it's great to see. If you look towards Servi and Duelo, for example, look at their damage compared to the knocks and kills. It is good transition. It is very good that they're effective with the damage to kills. I really like that. I like that more than when I see a high damage count, but not a lot of kills or knocks. Because that means that you're basically shooting people from a far distance. You're not making anything happen from that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So good stuff coming on in. So when we look at the overall day, of course, been a very varied day compared to our previous day, of course, because one team was kind of ruling the roost. The thunder keeps on rolling, apparently, outside. And we can take a look at the overall standings so far, as we can only imagine that Yudu Gang is still up towards the top. 141 points, but the gap has been closed. You can see Bigatron Red Aliens trying to catch on up. RRQ Athena as well, also doing the same. And GXR Celts, the consistently consistent team,
yes,
has been pushed up to 5th place. So they've definitely found their rewards today.
The big winners of today, though, is, in my opinion, Megastars. Putting themselves on a 6th place. They started off on the 13th place with 29 points. And as we can see, they got themselves 60 points here today, more or less.
And also, the mid-pack is very big. Like, from our 10th place on 81 all the way up to 4th, I believe it was, with 101. It's only 20 points or it's a chicken dinner worth of points that is separating these teams. So it's very, very close. And remember, they're accruing points to the league finals right now. So if you want to get as much as you can, obviously, also accruing points for the regular season to see how they can end and fare throughout that.
Yeah, get some money on the board. TSM Entity will move up 1 spot as well here. So slowly making their way up the totem pole here for our Super Weekend rankings, and that's how things fare so far. So it's been a very different day compared to yesterday, as I was alluding to before we actually came into that. Yudu Gang really dominated the headlines yesterday, but today we've seen far more variance. It feels like the lobby is really starting to know itself. A lot of these teams really starting to know how the other team is going to play out.
Yeah, not only that, but we also see some teams doing better on some of the maps compared to the other maps. It comes down to actually knowing the other teams, how they're playing. How do we counter that with our playstyle, with our rotations and our drop spots?
I think overall, what I can take away from the kind of the Super Weekend here is that some of the teams are very comfortable with the 16-team lobby, not shifting a lot. They might not care too much about, shifting the maps. They're kind of used to that already, but you can see the top teams, they're very used to and very happy to have the same kind of teams, because I feel like they can prepare a little bit better, and they kind of feel where, like, they know their neighbors better, they know their rotations better, and their timings, they can kind of apply that to the maps over and over again. So I think what we see right now in our top, it's going to be consistently the same throughout tomorrow as well. Maybe with some exceptions from the bottom if they get a cheeky chicken dinner, maybe.
Yeah, for Froz, Megastars has stood out today. Which is the team that stood out to you, Avenger, today?
I will say GXR Celts, honestly, because they've been super consistent. They're staying up there. I like how they've been playing, how they've been able to salvage some games where, there are 1 or 2 players left behind, and they managed to still get, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9 points, 10 points even from some of those games. The Sanhok game especially, also Ultra managing to get a 3rd place from placement. I think it only got 1 kill. Doesn't matter. You're getting 11 points from a game that that you basically could have ended up having 1 or 2 points from.
Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule, as of course the 5 games will be coming at you for today, tomorrow as well. We have, of course, the same order. Erangel, Vikendi, Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel. But importantly, those are the last 5 games here of our Super Weekend. So it's the last chance for a little while for all of these teams to really get themselves good big points on the board, to sit them in good stead for our next Super Weekends and try and qualify on into the grand final as well down the line at the end of the month, maybe even a little bit over the month, because we've still got lots of days, lots of games to play. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me once again, and thank you very much to everybody around the world for tuning in too. That is going to do it for day number 2 of our Super Weekend here for week 1. Tomorrow, of course, is our last 5 games here for our first Super Weekend. Currently, the chasers up towards the top, Udu Gank, are currently being chased by the Kings on the Throne, Bigatron, as well as the Terminators, RRQ Athena. Will we see shifts? Well, tune in and find out tomorrow. Same time, same place for more PMWL East.
Are you ready? 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 Are
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. It's me, Kyle Aris here, the host of PMWL East, and I have with me Knight from B4 Esports joining me to talk about some of the stuff that's going to be going down. So first off, why don't you introduce yourself and your role within the team, friend?
Hi guys, my name is Otávio, as known as Knight. I'm currently the coach and analyst of B4 Esports.
So first things first, how did you get introduced to PUBG Mobile personally?
Actually, my first experience playing PUBG Mobile was a friend. A friend invited me to start playing in 2018, and I play a lot of tournaments, and here we are.
Perfect. What is your favorite memory related to the game, out of curiosity?
My best memory in the game was when we first qualified to PMWL in Malaysia. I think it was our best experience because we weren't that confident, and in the last match we got the points necessary to qualify. So it was an amazing experience to travel around the world playing PUBG Mobile.
Which is your favorite map when it comes to competitive play, and why?
Our best map is Sanhok, because it's such an unique map and it's a fast map, so you have to develop our strategy very, very fast. You can't think too much when you're playing because you don't have enough time to do it. So it's a map 100% strategy. You just have to think the best way to play around the ground, the environment, and do your best.
How would you rate your team compared to the other PMWL participants coming up?
We just start studying the other teams because we only know a few of them, but I think overall we're like 8 out of 10 compared to the other teams in the World League.
What would you say is the team's favorite drop zone location across all maps? Just one choice.
In Erangel, we're used to play on Nova Rapnoi. In Sanhok, we're still in defining our spot because we're still studying the other teams. And in Vikendi, we're thinking about go Volnova.
And finally, what is your personal preferred weapon loadout?
My preferred weapon loadout is definitely M4 with compensator, angular grip, and muzzle extended.
Well, thank you very much, Knight, and best of luck in the PMWL. Good luck, man.
Thank you. Thank you for the interview.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. It's Kyle Aris once again, one of the hosts here for the PMWL, and I have Beowulf on the line here with me from Cloud9. Now, first, why don't you introduce yourself as well as your role within your team?
Hello, I'm Beowulf, and I'm the in-game leader, which means I'm making all of the decisions for our team.
Awesome stuff. So, first things first, how did you get introduced to PUBG Mobile?
I got introduced to PUBG Mobile when I kind of was watching Twitch and saw some the larger streamers playing the PUBG PC version, and then I heard it was coming out on mobile, and I downloaded it the day it came out over 2 years ago, and I've been playing ever since.
Awesome. What is your favorite memory related to the game?
My favorite memory is definitely winning the PMCO 2019 regionals for North America. I mean, it just felt amazing, and I'd never won such a big tournament before.
Which map is your favorite when it comes to competitive play, and why?
My favorite has slowly become Sanhok, mainly because people don't use cars, so I'm able to predict every team's movement really well, like especially in the North American teams and the lobbies that we play. We all kind of know each other and what we do, so I'm able to predict where those teams are going to move to, and it allows us to make really good rotations.
As long as it's not a quarry circle, I'm kind of happy with Sanhok as well.
Yeah, as long as it stays somewhere on the main island, we're going to do well.
Okay, fair. Next question is, which team would you consider as your biggest rival throughout the upcoming PMWL?
Mainly Wildcard, is usually who we're competing against. North American team-wise, they're super strong, and they just made a roster change, which probably made them even stronger, and we're going to be looking to compete with them.
Kind of related to that, how would you rate your team compared to the other PMWL participants?
I mean, I think if we get off to the right start, we get a win in like the first day or two, like I think our momentum is going to carry us and we're going to win the whole thing.
All right. I guess we've seen that kind of momentum start in PMPL Americas when it came to the last week.
Yeah. The key is getting it rolling from day one this time.
Yeah. So what is your favorite drop zone location on any map?
Favorite drop? I really like South George, which is our Erangel primary drop location. South Georgia Pool. It's got a ton of space, ton of loot, and that's the most important thing, cars.
And final question is, what is your preferred weapon loadout?
My preferred loadout has changed a lot, and I've gone from like the Vector, the VSS. I like to use a lot of like off-meta guns that a lot of other people don't use, but my favorite right now is the DP and M4 combo. The M4 kind of does your close, mid-range, long-range, whatever you need it to do, and the DP is just super strong right now.
It's a powerhouse for sure. All right, well, thank you very much, Beowulf, and good luck coming up in the PMWL.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Damaging down goes George. That's a confirmation. Instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go to the engagement. Senior squared out. Oh, big shot.
Welcome back, everyone, to another day of the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. I'm your host, Jason Kappen, and I'll be hopefully be able to bring you all the action coming up over this next month until we finally have our champion of the West and the person to take home, or the team to take home, the lion's share of the $425,000. But of course, I can't do this alone. I gotta have two people with me to pretty much carry me through the entire show. The Seven Rules Gaming, and of course, Glitter Explosion gonna be joining me here. And I was hoping for some floral pattern. What's going on, Seven?
I got you.
Oh, you were hiding it from me. All right.
I got you. Yeah.
You two, you're matching.
Yes, we are finally. It is black and white, but whatever. It's flowers, you know. It is
like
matching.
yin and yang.
Yeah, we had to coordinate a little bit.
Exactly.
Well, hopefully you two aren't so mean to me today. Don't pick on me too much. It would be nice to have one of you supporting me, because technically I'm on the top of the table when it comes to the prediction game. But let's take a look at the format of the entire event for you guys at home who might have missed out on some previous days. We had the opening matches all for seeding to determine how the teams and how the groups, more importantly, would work out with each other. Then we have 2 weekdays of league play leading into the top 16 teams to play in the Super Weekend, which will last for 3 days. Now, the Super Weekend is important because you accumulate points across all 3 Super Weekends to see who the top 16 teams will be moving into the league finals. And Glitter, we've already had 4 teams unfortunately not make it through into our first Super Weekend, and they have a lot of work to do. I'm hoping for their sake they're sitting at home watching the broadcast, enjoying it obviously, and then practicing, looking at what they did wrong, looking at what they did right, and hopefully coming back stronger next week.
I mean, I know that's what I would be doing, because right now the best thing you can do is 1, work on whatever mistakes happened during league play that resulted in you not qualifying for the Super Weekend, and then 2, be taking notes on how exactly the Super Weekend is being played, because if it's a little bit different from league play, we did see a lot of aggression yesterday. That's something you definitely want to be paying attention to and potentially adjusting your gameplay to as well.
But I love the aggression, Seven. I love it because you know what? It nets teams a lot of kills. And why is that important as we take a look at the points and how you get them to get into a Super Weekend?
Yeah, and that's exactly right. 1 point, 1 kill equals 1 point, and that is huge. We have seen teams get some major chicken dinners. One that comes to mind, especially during league play, was Cloud9. Cloud9 ended up getting some with 15 kills, and then you had Loop Esports with 18 and 19 respectively. So those kind of points right there are very valuable, and I'm looking forward to see which team is gonna be the one that's kind of like the dark horse that's gonna just come out of the gates and absolutely smack everybody. I'm excited for that today.
Well, I could tell you, but I want to keep the predictions to myself so I can get those juicy points in our little game we got going on. But I also need to see, what are these teams playing for? There's $425,000 on the line. And you can see here, $100,000 Glitter for winning the finals. That's a lot of moolah. That's a lot of money that I would love to have.
It is. That is a ton of money. And you guys can see here on the graphic that not only is there the massive $100,000 prize pool, but there's also a $50,000 prize pool for the league play portion of everything. There's a weekly prize pool, and there's a participation prize on top of the MVP. There's so much money on the table to be had here for our players.
And Seven, I think you're just kind of wondering, yeah, why am I sitting here, analyzing the game? Why aren't you playing it, man? You could be making big bucks.
Listen, I got potato fingers. All right, don't even get me involved in this.
You gotta tell the shitter section with your hand. It's just a potato on each finger. Thing is, I can respect that because I'm pretty much the exact same thing when it comes to the potato aim. But you know who doesn't have potato aim are pro players. We've been talking about all week about this documentary series that's been going on, created by PUBG Mobile. You've seen the trailers for it, but we got something a little bit extra for you today. Coming out tomorrow, we'll be releasing the very first episode live on air. But for now, to keep your chops ready to go, I'm gonna show you a little bit of a teaser. I cannot wait until that first part comes out tomorrow. We get to watch it live on the air here. My favorite part about it, Glitter, though, is that you obviously get to watch the players play the game, right? You get to see them stream, but you don't get to see what goes on behind the scenes. And for me, that's what I want to see for these teams.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I want to see it too, that behind the scenes look where you can kind of see what exactly goes into the whole pro side things of PUBG Mobile, kind of get an insider personality look at the players. I don't want to spoil anything, but there's some really, really cool stuff in this documentary series.
100%. I love to see how the teams can adapt with the ongoing global pandemic. But let's take a look, though, at our own pandemic going on here, the overall standings to see where the teams currently lay within the first day of play. And honestly, Seven, we're seeing a team on the top of the table that we really did not expect.
It surprises. Let's be honest here. Everybody was surprised at Dreams Eater's performance. They were able to get back-to-back chicken dinners, and at one point we were hoping that they would be able to get that back-to-back-to-back. But guess what? Something I do want to go ahead and point out with Dream Eaters is that they ended up winning the matches that they did, the maps that they did not play on League Play. So it's going to be interesting if they're able to maybe go ahead and mirror that again today. And Footballers, I know we see Cloud9 there on second place. Footballers also being in third place. I felt like they were just so impressive, man. Yesterday being the team with the most kills at the moment so far with 38 kills. That is huge. That's 7.6 kills average per game. And as we're seeing here, the second page, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're surprised to see a couple teams here on the second page. Specifically, we were looking at Konina Power yesterday. Unique Pittsburgh Knights, we were surprised by them being on the second page as well. But Konina Power really, really struggled in our first day of the Super Weekend. Now, you and I had gone back and forth about this. We've said it a few times. They have historically so far struggled on the first day, whether it was an opening weekend or it was the league play portion, and then they've come back incredibly strong on the subsequent day. So is that what they're going to do today? Maybe they'll be able to pick it up and have those stellar performances that we've seen in the past.
I feel like there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders now to really show up after what happened in the first day of league play. But you know what? Luckily for them, it's not like it's the end of the world, right? You still have another day of the Super Weekend. You still have potentially 2 more Super Weekends if you can make it there. But Seven, as we talked about when we looked at the overall standings, Dream Eaters, there's something about this team, especially when we saw Miramar, especially when we saw Sanhok. But we got to talk a little bit more about these guys.
Yeah, we saw a completely different animal with Dream Eaters. Something we're mentioning is that, yes, they won Miramar. Yes, they won Sanhok. And we didn't even get a chance to see those maps during the first week of league play. So I wonder how this team is also going to react today. Could they go ahead and continue and kind of mirror those performances that we've seen so far out of them? Because it was not only just a win, it was a lot of kills to back it up. It was 2 wins along with 25 kills. Remember, those are points. Every single kill equals a point. So you want to go ahead and see them perform well. Now, what I want to see today out of them is I want to go ahead and see them perform even better on Erangel, because in Erangel, their track record is not as solid as I would like it to be. And to point out one player here from from Dream Eaters, it's Matic. Matic, one player that we just keep on talking about over and over again. This is a player that has been performing, that has been showing, and as we're seeing right there, being able to go ahead and win that engagement with Loops Esports, that was so huge. And you're still seeing him because he is just that good. Glitter, I think Matic could definitely become a star here on the PMWL West.
Oh, absolutely. And we actually saw him propel himself up on the overall kill standings per player right now, and he's currently sitting in 3rd place with 34 kills to himself alone. So he's definitely a player that we're going to be following today, paying attention to, and I'm excited to see what Dream Eaters can do on those maps like Miramar and Sanhok.
And the important thing about that is we also need to compare how those stats have really gone between the team of themselves on those other maps versus these maps. You can see in week 1, they only played Vikendi, they only played Erangel, and already off the bat within the Super Weekend, within 1 day, they have a phenomenal lead in this 7.
They definitely do. The placement points has been pretty much a complete difference. Something I do enjoy seeing out of this, though, is that their kills have been pretty consistent. That is something that you love seeing from teams. And also the matches. Keep in mind, the matches played in the week play, we had 8 matches played. Now we have 5, and so far they have pretty much just outdone themselves, outdone the performance that they were able to go ahead and put out. So that's why this today, that's one team that I'm going to be looking at, because I honestly want to see if maybe they're able to go ahead and be consistent with placing. We know they can be consistent with kills, but can they be consistent with placement as well?
And Glitter, there's another stat in there they wanted to talk about. I'm curious if you remember what we talked about before the show out of them in terms of points they've been able to earn across the board compared to 11 matches played on Vikendi and Erangel.
Yeah, so we actually, or you specifically noticed that they had accrued 65 points on just the 2 maps that they did well yesterday during the Super Weekend versus 79 overall points between those 11 matches of League Play and opening weekend. That's a huge discrepancy because they essentially almost matched their overall points in 2 games. If they can continue to play like that, they are going to be unstoppable. And if it's really that big of a difference for them on those maps, like you said, moving into our next weeks of League Play, that could be a huge advantage for them.
Yeah, and also you looked at their average stats that were kind of comparing between League Play and just yesterday. There was a 3-match difference. We had 8 matches played in League Play, 5 only in the first day of the Super Weekend, and they still had basically the exact same stats, if not better. But you mentioned one player, Seven. You mentioned Matic. Let's take a little bit of a closer look into him, maybe dive into some stats as we can see here. 6,300 damage done. He is stepping up when they need it.
Yeah, he definitely stepping up when they need it. He's winning. He's becoming that clutch player from them, and that is huge. We've always mentioned you need to have that kind of player in a team, and pretty much everybody to rally behind them, because if everybody's able to rally behind them, guess what? Some of the other players that might have been slacking, not necessarily slacking, but have been just not performing to what we expect them to perform, they're going to go ahead and step it up. They're going to want to go ahead and support their star players. So love to see whenever a player becomes a star within their team.
Well, another team that is a star and also has star players on them is Loops Esports. We didn't get to see much of them yesterday, Glitter. We got to see a lot of them when it came to the league play, but we should talk about this team because they had a little bit of a struggle, though they're still playing pretty consistent and pretty damn aggressive.
Yes, they absolutely are. And that is just the Loops style, is it not? I mean, we had mentioned that they did incredibly well for themselves so far in the league play portion of this week, where they were one of the only teams that had hit triple digits in overall points for quite some time. Then we moved into the Super Weekend, and they did end up struggling a little bit. They got 7th, 3rd, 8th, 13th, and 14th, and I think the most disappointing placement out of all of those was actually the final Erangel map with 14th place, because they had already managed to rack up 7 kills by that point. So they had started finally kind of getting into a groove with their very, very stereotypical aggressive play that we've seen out of them at this point, and then they were unfortunately third-partied and they couldn't wrap that final game up. But nonetheless, the star player that we keep talking about, Carrillo, is crushing it. He has now been so consistent regardless of the team's performance, and I think that's also super important for us to touch on, Seven.
Oh, definitely. And from seeing the stats there that you see on your bottom right screen, he has 39 kills and 37 knocks. So not only is he finishing the people that he knocks, he's also looking at other ways to go ahead and steal more kills and add more points to that tally for his team. And at one point, remember, we just saw a highlight from Dream Eaters going up against Matic. Guess what? Carrillo almost ended up 1v4 in Dream Eaters. And that's just so impressive considering Dream Eaters is currently sitting at the top of the leaderboard.
And there's something really interesting you just mentioned about Carrillo, by the way, Seven, that he gets more kills than Nox. That's just been like an identity of Loops Esports, right? When we compared them to Cloud9 yesterday, they're a team who, beyond any other team that we've seen, seem to hunt out those kills. And we saw that reflected kind of in one of the games yesterday, right? We saw when they were playing passive, when they had the zone, when they're in one of those compounds, they kind of got pushed out and they eventually fell. But when they're the ones controlling the pace, they seem to be the team to beat.
Yeah, this is definitely a team that needs to go ahead and be aggressive. As you mentioned, we saw them, it was Vikendi where they just hold off a compound and it didn't end up working their way. They weren't as aggressive as I'm used to seeing them. And then in the next match in Erangel, they were just destroying everybody as we're going to go ahead and be switching here towards Cloud9. Now, Cloud9 is another team that we wanted to go ahead and talk about because yesterday there are another team that ended up getting 2 chicken dinners. And they ended up getting 2 chicken dinners in Erangel only, with having bad placements on some of the other matches like Vikendi and Miramar. They ended up only getting 11th place, 1 kill, 10th place, 2 kills. So hopefully what I want to see from them, even if they do end up getting bad placement, I want them to step it up on the kills department. And at one point they ended up being 3rd place as well with 0 kills. So I know they have players like Adder, I know they have players like Uneven. And actually a quick little fun story for everybody watching at home. Cloud9 currently has 2 EU players and 2 NA players, with Uneven being born in France. I think that's pretty cool, and that's a interesting dynamic that they have in that team. But overall, I think they're performing so well, and as we're seeing some of the information there from Adder. Remember, Adder used to play for Team Unique in previous tournaments. This is a huge addition for Cloud9, and it's paying off here on the PMWL, and it's something I love to see. And I wouldn't be surprised if other teams in North America and just other teams pretty much all over the world start just mixing it up with players from different regions. I think it would be very interesting.
100%. And Glitter, there's also something I wanted to mention about Cloud9 that we actually brought up when we were watching one of the games, is whenever you see them into these final zones with 4 players alive, they just don't lose.
Yeah, they seem to be just very, very cohesive in that way. Every time we see them past, once we're into that late game stage of the match, if we see Cloud9 with all 4 players up, we're always going to be watching them and seeing what they can do. Because like Seven said, in both Erangel matches, that was the situation. They had full team and they absolutely smashed those end games. So that's something that's definitely important for them. It's clear that they work so well together that they can function as that unit, that it's almost the point where if one of them is gone, it does hinder them a little bit. Is that something that they need to maybe work on if they're stuck with a 3-man up type situation, and then really nail down winning in those types of games, but also, like Seven said, focusing on some of those other maps as well?
I mean, maybe that's why we need to see them get more kills, right? Maybe they're afraid to take fights early on because they do lose a player and then they don't feel as confident going into the very late stages of the game. But speaking of the game, let's take a look at the schedule so you guys at home can see what maps will be playing throughout the day. It's the exact replica of what we had yesterday, and it'll be the exact same thing tomorrow. We're starting off with Erangel, going to Vikendi, Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel yet again. And it's so important for teams to have those strong Erangel maps for themselves, or to have it as a map that's completely in their pool that they feel super confident on. But then you have teams like Dream Eaters. The amount of points they're able to build up on just Miramar and Sanhok alone is ridiculous, Seven, that they don't even need to play that well on Erangel, funny enough.
It is. You're going to have those teams that are just masters at a certain map, and they're able to go ahead and have some cushion on them. Some of the other teams that I want to go ahead and mention that haven't really performed that well in Erangel, or at least didn't perform that well yesterday in comparison to all the other maps, was Footballers. Footballers in the first match of Erangel, they ended up being in 13th place. Something I do love about Footballers, though, is that they are very consistent in kills. They're almost always getting over 5 kills a game. I think yesterday there was just one fluke when they ended up with 16. I don't know who picked them between us, but they totally jinxed them. They ended up in 16th place and 0 kills. I don't think it was me. It might have been Jason.
I don't think the standings show that I picked them, to be honest. I think I'm like 100 points almost above Cameron Davis, which he's probably going to hate me when he comes on the cast later on. It's not my fault. I was born a star. It's not my problem, But you know, we've had Glitter rise up in
You are
the
doing
ranks.
very well, Jason.
Thank you. I appreciate that, guys. I appreciate that. Well, obviously, we need to kind of get into our prediction game soon. We need to start to predict who will take the first game or who we at least see to do well. And honestly, it's kind of a lottery. It's kind of a little bit of a lucky draw, just like a lucky draw you guys can win at home. As long as you guys are watching within the game, within the Esports Center, you have a chance to win some sweet, sweet items. So make sure you're watching from there. Also watch, you got YouTube, you got Twitch, you got so many different ways to watch some PUBG Mobile action. But guys, we're getting in to our prediction game. Who's going to be the lucky one in game number 1? I'm going to be generous. I'll start off first for you guys, okay? I'll give you the chance to think about it a little bit longer.
Okay.
I could tell Seven was still trying to figure out what he wanted to go for. I'm going with Loops Esports on the basis that I think they're coming in today with something to prove. I feel like they're going to look to steamroll some teams and, more importantly, get me further up the leaderboard. Seven?
Oh, God. I like how now you're talking about the leaderboard. Before, when I was in first place, none of that leaderboard
there was no
stuff
leaderboard.
mentioned, but now that Jason's in first place, oh yeah, our leaderboard, don't worry, you guys will get a chance to see it. And I think I'm actually going to go ahead and follow with what you're saying. Totally not because you're in first place, just because I also believe Loops Esports needs to have a better game overall day today. And I think they're going to be able to put that out. And before we even get Glitter's prediction here, for everybody watching on Twitch, let me know, do you guys want potatoes on the next analyst section? Let me know in the comments. Potatoes, yes or no?
All right, Glitter, it's your time. Who do you got? Who's the team that's going to unfortunately tank in the first game?
I really hope that's not the case. However, you know, similar reasoning to why you guys chose Loops, but I'm actually going to be picking B4. Not only do I also think that they have something to prove today, but they got 3 second places yesterday out of 5 matches. They were right there, almost in that chicken dinner position 3 times. So I feel like as long as they can carry that into today, they're positioned to do very well.
Well, they don't call it lucky number 4, unfortunately, Glitter, but we'll see how B4 does in this match. We'll check in with you guys after this first match is done. Thank you, guys. So let's bring in now our commentators here for our very first game. We got Envirum and we got Cameron Davis going to be coming in to talk about their predictions as well. But first of all, Envirum, Cameron, you guys are looking fantastic today. How you doing, Envirum?
Oh, I'm doing well. My shirt's not quite as snazzy as Cameron's is, but you know, we're holding it down. We're doing our best.
Hey, you look phenomenal today. Don't let them make you feel bad, okay? So Cameron Davis, going into your prediction. Yeah, you didn't have to. No. Going into your prediction here for match number 1. Who you leaning towards, man?
I'm just gonna go with Cloud9. Okay, they've been the most consistent if you want to look at both league play and the Super Weekend, and I am not in a position to overthink things at this point. Just Cloud9.
I don't know if you heard me earlier on. I did say I'm about 100 points ahead of you. That's going to change though today. I have a feeling you're going to do well. And Viram, what about you, man?
I went with Tempo Storm first yesterday and didn't have the most success with it. They finished well, but they didn't get a ton of kills. I'm going to give them a shot at redemption today. I'm going to go Tempo Storm again. They traditionally do pretty well on Erangel, and they traditionally start the day as well. Cloud9 did win this corresponding game yesterday, so Cameron may have an advantage there, but we'll see.
Okay, well, gentlemen, why don't you take us into our first match of the day here, a super... Oh, no, we're actually going to be talking a little bit more then again about the game. We talked about Dream Meters earlier on with the analysts. I actually want to hear your guys' opinions on this. We'll start off with you, Cameron Davis. They performed extremely well yesterday on Miramar and Sanhok. Do you think this team can carry that success over into these other maps and then be as dominant?
It's definitely possible. Their wins were quite, not in necessarily like dominant fashion, but it was very confident fashion. The issue is we're only looking at one game on each of those 2 maps, and that's a very, very small sample size to have full confidence that they're going to be able to continue it on. However, I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to like fully step it up, because you talking about their performance on Vikendi versus those 2 maps is something that we should be continuing to look at. I wouldn't suggest to anyone place all their chips onto Dream Meters just yet.
What about you, Envirum?
Yeah, I was going to kind of lean in and agree with that here. I think the difference we're seeing between league play and now the Super Weekend, I think is going to be very, very interesting and indicative sort of how teams are going to approach everything as a whole, but we need one more day. I think on Sunday, you know, once we have 2 days of gameplay under our belts, we can really start to make some of these hard and fast decisions of what teams are really stepping up and what their full potential is going to look like. But I think for today, this is really going to be a strike while the iron is hot kind of situation, especially for a team like Dream Eaters. If they can show up and continue to prove themselves today, I'm a believer. They're going to make a believer out of me. I want to see it.
I'm hoping they can for their sake. I'm also hoping to see a lot of aggressive play yet again like we saw yesterday in day number 1. But gentlemen, take us into our first match as we kick off on Erangel.
Thank you so much, Jason. Excited to start the day off once again on Erangel. It's the bread and butter of PUBG Mobile. It's the map we all know and love. And of course, it's the map that these teams have so much experience on. Cameron, this really just feels like this is sort of the default, and everything else is sort of like a condiment or a spice that you put on top.
I mean, I don't know if I wasn't expecting to go the food route with that one, but I definitely see what you mean. It's certainly the basis for the entirety of the game, and I think that's sort of the inspiration for why a number of different maps like go in different directions. Sanhok being the smaller one, Vikendi being an interesting combination between Sanhok and Miramar. But going into Erangel, this plane path, I feel like we have yet to get. That's not true. The second game of Erangel yesterday had a pretty good plane path. But this one, once again, to start things off, garbage.
This is going to be interesting for some of those teams. Looking at you, Cloud9, that likes to head up to Georgie. They're going to have a little bit of a hike. Wildcard as well. A couple of these other teams going to have a little bit of driving, which we saw yesterday. And we had sort of theories going into day number 1. Are teams going to play more passive? Are they going to play more aggressive? Like, what is the thought process going to be like? And I felt like we didn't even get a good answer off of it because earlier games in the day looked way different than games, even like map 1 Erangel looked way different than map 5 Erangel, which I thought was so interesting. Teams are still feeling out what the other ones are doing. I think the fact that we're not having the groups anymore is for the Super Weekend makes that very, very interesting in the sense that it's like, well, we have a better sense of where everybody's going to kind of go. This is a very friendly circle. It's going to benefit a lot of these teams, but I still think that, like I said, today is really going to be the day that as casters, as analysts, as fans, we're going to start to get a sense of what these Super Weekends are looking like moving forward over the next month.
Yeah, I mean, the one interesting thing about that topic, though, that concept, is that it's not like these are the same 16 teams necessarily that are going to be in every single Super Weekend. So while I do expect to see a majority of them be in each and every one, after all, you only lose 4 out of 20, there still could be a little bit of a learning curve. Oh, speaking of learning curve, do not drop next to Wildcard. Spring is going to remind you that a shotgun can still kill you from that distance away.
Oh my goodness. Wow. That's a way to start things off already. I mean, boots have just touched the ground and we have our first kill here. I think honestly, that just feels like a bit of a lack of respect. Like, you need to respect the fact that, if they see him, if you're the killers to start this off, like, you're going to be punished if you try and make plays like that. I mean, that just seems like, the hubris. How dare they? I don't know. That shouldn't happen at this level of play, in my opinion.
When you have a plane path as bad as that one was, and a lot of the teams going in the same direction, I don't want to harp too hard on Uter killers because with where they're going towards Razak, and we know that school is an area that people form up, apartments is an area that people form up around, and then to the east, just even Yasnaya, people going towards Yasnaya, they should have expected at least a little bit of congestion there. I hope that car, they can pull that one out. That one looks a little sketch. But either way, I don't want to harp on that too much. You're correct that when they saw Wildcard actually go into the compound, instead of grabbing a vehicle and going to the Severity, they wanted to loot up that compound first. They should have pulled away a little bit, and the attempt to grab that buggy was maybe a little bit of an overextension. But it was still a decent thought process there for Uter killers.
Yeah, and they're another one of these teams that sort of, they made it into the Super Weekend, not in the most solid position overall, but have had some, some up and down kind of moments here. I mean, they're not coming into this as the bottom place team. They're 11th in the group so far. They had, a third place finish, a fourth place finish to start off the day. On the maps that they've been playing the most recently, they struggled a little bit on Miramar and Sanhok. But here on Erangel, they tend to do okay. So we'll see if they're going to be able to, recover that. With only 3 players alive. Of course, we know that makes it so much more difficult, but I like the fact that we're looking at B4, because B4, we talked about Dream Eaters and how great Dream Eaters looked winning back-to-back chicken dinners, how amazing that was, but who was the other team that was right there with them. Glitter touched on this. They had 3 second-place finishes yesterday, including the 2 games up against Dream Eaters. It was the same 2 teams in those final games, and they had a second-place finish up against Cloud9 on Erangel to start the day. This is another one of these squads I'm looking for, especially with this circle, which is going to give them even more time to get that free Millie loot.
I'm still a little salty about them because they perform so well up until I pick them.
Oh yeah.
So you know it's fine. It's okay. I'm the new guy. I'm the new guy to the broadcast to PUBG Mobile. It seems here, and so they gotta haze me at least a little bit. It's fine. I'll let them get it out of their system. I'll stick around. They're not gonna scare me away that easily. But Cloud9, the team that I did pick this time around, you called out that you were a little nervous about the rotation. They didn't go all the way to Georgia. They just went to Primwest, which was wide open and free. They dropped very quickly. It was the closest place that anyone could have gotten to. And so their rotation timing should be good. And I'm actually a little surprised that we still don't see them moving just yet. They might be not showing full respect to the other teams that are going to have, I guess, an even greater priority into this circle. Because at this point, if I were in their position, I would have liked to be in a better spot on the circle.
Yeah, I mean, rotating around Corey, you still have that whole western side. They have the entire western side of the circle at this point. They've got decent options. They could even head up, towards George still, outside of Gatka towards Everest. There's still some options here for them. But I agree. They're taking their sweet time here. I think that's because they know they're cognizant of who is dropping around and realize they have a pretty wide berth right now. Unless B4 wants to come up and flank west for whatever reason, they're really not going to be dealing with too many people here at this point. So I don't hate this decision the most. I think it's interesting though that Wildcard did make regardless of where this playing path, they made their Severny run. This is their jam, and they are sticking to it. And there's something to be said for a team that's going to stick to their guns. But PK. That's another team we haven't talked about a lot.
Well, they haven't really given us a lot to talk about, if we're being honest. Like, even when they perform their best games, it's been off of 1 or 2 players being able to crawl into the circle and just sort of steal placements bit by bit. And we've seen a couple of hero plays by a couple of the players, especially during league play. But as a full squad, they haven't really seemed to be able to find that X factor, that extra spice and flavor that they need to really make it big. However, in this circle, at this time, they are not dead center, but they are pretty close. And they can watch while everyone else comes rotating in, which is only going to give them so much information and be able to map out the rest of the game and know exactly the best game plan during phase 2 and 3 circle shifts.
Yeah, and they're going to have to come up with a game plan because yesterday, not going so well for them. They only had a total of 8 kills over the 5 games. Their last 2 games, they did not net themselves a single kill. A single kill. Yeah. And another team that really needs to step up is Nova. Nova Esports, can you believe it? Coming in 16th place today. They placed 4 out of 5 games were 13th, 14th, 15th.
Yeah.
Like, they have just not been able to get it together so far. And we'll see what they can do there, as we do see actually a member of Dream Eaters, one of these squads we were hyping up, get knocked out in the kill feed. So again, nobody is safe here, but Nova Esports, if you just need to reset, you need to shake off day number 1, pretend it never happened, and they need to get GFan in the action here. He's one of their best fraggers, he's one of their top gunners, and it seems like he's been getting knocked down first in a lot of these fights, kind of actually reminiscent of Tixie on Kanita Power, who just needs to be allowed to play their game, and if you can shut them down early, the team just seems to have so much less of an impact without them helping to lead them. And speaking of Kanita Power, another one of these teams that's sort of locking eyes with Loops. Loops has been in the middle of so many of these different squads, and there's Tixie like I was talking about. No! If Carrillo gets him down, and this is, of course, a lot of the top fraggers on the server. This is exactly the kind of story that we're talking about. The idea that if you can shut down your counterpart on the other squad, if you're Carrillo and you can take out Tixie, you're going to have the biggest advantage in the world over a team like Kunita Power.
Ooh. No one's been knocked yet in the kill feed between the 2 squads, so they don't have the specific information of exactly who they're fighting with. But already you saw Dadeen, the minute they took that spray, they know Kunita Power on this hill. He was trying to find an off angle, and that pressure is forcing Kunita Power to back off. Yes, they have a compound that they can hide in, but the information that they get from this compound is really not that great because you can see this hill that Gonzo is on is blocking all vision from the west side, which is why he's having to take the risky position of actually trying to get on the hill, but he's not even too sure about that. They're going to be lacking information going into phase 2, I feel.
I actually hate that compound for that exact reason.
It's pretty bad, yeah.
It's not ideal. I mean, I feel like the amount of times... Anyway. You just get flanked.
Ooh. See, this is the problem with it, though. They have no clue what's in front of them. They know Loop's shot at them, but they have no real ability to gain information. And now the rotation is also going to be scuffed, too, because if Loops doesn't move, Konina Power are now forced to go north, go basically around Pachinki, and you know the area north of Pachinki is very, very difficult to traverse and drive in, and they should suspect, we know for sure, that there are a number of teams already set up there.
I also do want to note, though, that Cloud9 did take the rotation path that I predicted. They did head up towards north of Gatka, up towards Everest as well. So they're actually going to be in a great position. They have the entire western side of the circle. But this center area, like we're seeing now, I mean, Roz and even in just west of Pachinki, this is like, I mean, I feel like we're on a major interstate road.
Oh, J7!
Oh, J7. That's not the compound you want to enter, friends. I'm getting flashbacks of yesterday of Cloud9. That's not how you do it. That's not the send you're looking for.
And they had a perfectly good compound the rest of the Knights are at.
Yeah.
And we saw Tempo driving up. I don't know were Knights just not paying attention and assuming it was free, and they're sending J7 out to scout. But if you scout, you don't just drive straight at it. I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask them after this what the game plan there was, because I just can't seem to make anything out of it. The compound that Knights have right now is perfectly fine. Couple of good shots to get a knock. I don't know if Knights can trade off of this, though. I don't think going into the compound will be worth it. They can't flush the kill, but still. It's maybe taking off a helmet. I didn't exactly see, but it's good damage nonetheless.
And that's the reason. That's the reason that PK picked up Sixless, is for shots like that. He's supposed to be this slayer, this fragger for the squad. And hitting those kind of shots are exactly why you bring him on your team. As we're jumping back on board with Yala Esports. Yala, one of these teams that didn't impress us a whole lot during league play, kind of snuck in here to the Super Weekend, but they've been looking really a lot better. Definitely a little bit more consistent overall. I mean, they've brought their average placements up about 5 or 6 from league play. So really, really solid job for them, as they're actually potentially going to look to fight a team in Uter Killers, who we already know was down a member. It's just Nano right now, but I'm not sure if they know he's there. But let's take a look
really
back.
Good play by them. Yeah, we're going to see the replay, I think. Is this is okay, so this is Dream Eaters getting their first knock, and it's actually a full kill.
Yep.
But I want to talk about this Yala push, though. I really like this maneuver. There's basically keeping Uter Killers pinned inside of Razak, and not really any of them can move. I actually think they already wiped out a couple of members of Uter Killers. The problem is that this Razak is not in the circle, and you can see the blue coming in on the mini-map, but it's only phase number 2. So it's not going to deal too much damage. And if Yala can actually execute effectively, which seems to be the case, oh, okay, I thought that was Nano's grenade that hit himself.
Oh no, this is just the push now from Yell. I mean, there's the down. Wow, that was, I mean, they burned a decent amount of grenades for it, but that was pretty flawless execution. That's 100% worth. You're only going to take tick damage from the blue at this point. And that's Uter Killers now down to 1 single member. They have just not been having the best start for the day. They're going to have a hard reset off of this one. But another team that really showed up in a big way on day number 1, of course, it's Footballists, and they've got themselves a great position now. They're starting to climb the mountain, and they are going to have a big vantage point. I mean, really, the shift here. The shift is really going to determine how viable the spot is for them, because as much as we talk about the idea that this mountain, it can be a place that you plant. I was going to talk about how it could be your grave. You plant your flag, or it could be your grave if it's not. No, if you're Footballists, you just took the biggest sigh of relief. You're feeling so good, Cameron.
Yeah, just the vantage point that they have, they can get a bunch of kills, steal a lot of kills of fights that are going to happen, because you know everyone's going to be rotating in from the southeast side. Unique also had a very good rotation coming into this. They came in late, they found the safe side, and they got a little fortunate with this shift. It would have been effective no matter really where it went, but they're also in a good position now. Cloud9 are great. It's a lot of teams are good if they can find a position, but we've seen a bunch of teams coming from the southeast side, just north of Gatka. Nova not doing it so well.
Oh, that's heartbreaking for Nova. They needed to try and get out of there unscathed, losing 1 member. Oh my goodness, not ideal. We're also seeing, I think it was Uneven go out in the kill feed as well, and this is where we're going to start to see that kill feed really light up. Things are going to get exciting. We'll see if Alpha wants to continue to pursue Nova there and push their way further on into the circle. But Team Umbra as well, another one of these squads doing okay on day number 1. They did have a top 4 finish, but they also went out in 16th twice in a row. But they were able to put up some better performances over the course of the day. Let's see if they can do that here as well, sort of carry the momentum from the back half of the day and ignore that rather lackluster start. There we go.
I'm looking at the map right now, and we still have yet to see anyone go take compounds to the northwest of Georgia Pole Mountain. and take those compounds around there. There's still a lot of people fighting over this southeast side, and there's a lot of fields here. There aren't as many compounds as there are in other areas of the map. There's a big giant field basically on the west side that C9 have a player in. C9 are pretty split here, but on the top of the mountain, it's not just footballists anymore. Queso have made the drive up here. And you expect usually to see two teams on each side, one on the east, one on the west, and they'll eventually fight later at the center if it stays prominent in the circle. I really don't expect to see them put too much pressure on each other, too many resources, because this is like they're in the perfect position to pick up kills of all the underlings below them. All, you know, the poor people down being swallowed, like while you're up in the ivory tower. Don't worry about each other.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, look, there's enough we can share. We can both get some love. We can both get some kills. And speaking of kills, Konina Power is taking a little bit of punishment there in the kill feed as well. But no, I agree. This is going to be a pretty good position for both of these teams. If, I mean, it can get really spicy if they decide they want to fight each other. Rome just putting that is a tough shot to make at the best of times. And not with the 4x. So, and both these teams, of course, are going to know there's another team up there at that point. So, definitely keep an eye on that if they do decide they want to duke it out here. As now we're seeing B4 looking to maybe get into a bit of a tussle here, as well as Loops. Loops, again, one of the teams we talk about their ability to breach compounds. We talk about them, they're looking the best when they play aggressive. Oh, that circle. Oh, no.
Like I said, no one's in the northwest side. It's going to be that's free real estate. But right now, Loops and Knights, they just want to get real estate by killing each other. They don't care about rotations. They don't care about any of that boring, smart person, chalkboard, macro stuff. They want the micro. They want the frags.
They want to send.
Nice attempt for a trade by Raven, but Becker is still up close.
And now he's the distraction. This is giving the opportunity for the other two to flank around the side. Beautiful execution. The Breachers are home. And this is Loops Esports doing what they do best. We talk about the chalkboard, the whiteboard. They should be writing a textbook on this one. And Pittsburgh Knights will be the victims here. They don't want to get knocked out first, but that's exactly what's going to happen. And that is Loops Esports looking so flawless. Like I said, doing what they do best.
Well, they're going to have many more opportunities to breach, though, because remember, this is way away from them, but Nova breaching as well. Pedro getting the sprays down. Nova just can't find anything for themselves either. And is that them out, too?
No, I still see AZ up. But oh my goodness, Nova, they've just been, every single time they try and take a fight, they can never seem to get out of it clean. But B4 in a bit of a rough position. They've got this little bit of a rise. They've got some vehicles for covers, but they've got teams around them now just raining in grenades. And Mick did go down to start this off. And Unique, you talked about their rotation. They made this beautiful northern rotation up around the mountain that has put themselves in such a great position now. They've got this building. They've got a bit of the high ground, but Maxon's still able to land those shots.
Annalise needs to be careful. I do like that hill, and it's going to be a lot more prominent for Unique later in the game, but right now they have to worry about not overextending with it and try and stay safe. And you can see them. They're not actually fully committing Lightning and Frozen on top of that hill. They're just sort of using a ridge to peek and put pressure, but they're not overcommitting. They're making sure that they stay alive, because if they get knocked, that doesn't do anything for them.
Yeah, but I think there's one thing we have to talk about now before it really comes into effect with this next circle, and it's the idea picking a side. I think it's a very good chance that the circle is going to go to the northern side of the mountain at this point, but there's still technically a chance that we can see out to the west or to the south, and the idea that teams are going to have to make a call. Which side do we want to go on? We're seeing all these teams in the north now, just outside of Georgia Pole, but this is going to get, if we see a hard shift, they're going to have to now try and traverse this near impassable terrain with all these enemies around them. This is going to get very scary if we get another hard shift as Footballist gets eliminated. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, rough game for them, but it's been a rough game for a lot of these teams because just it's not even whiplash. It doesn't go back and forth. It's just all in one direction. The G forces of the circle are just making people loopy.
Making Loops a little bit loopy. They were the last ones to rotate in. They're getting picked off on the edge of the circle as well, as we're still seeing this close quarters fight between Konina Power, who have lost a couple of members, and Yala Esports, who have looked pretty solid. These guys have been fighting for a while now, but Tixie is still up and alive, and that means you cannot count this team out because this guy knows how to frag.
Ooh, Umbra getting into a buggy. This could be dangerous. A lot of smokes, but that's still an easy target on the back, and Lord hears the vehicle revving up.
Seeing them now, trying to find the angles. Was Lord able to steal that out? I'm not sure. We're still seeing these fights. A couple of these different teams just trying to find these angles in and around the crates. This is so difficult to try and manage because you're trying to work all these angles at the same time.
The circle!
Oh, this is what I was talking about. This is exactly the circle that I was talking about. Oh my goodness. And with that, I think like Loops is in a terrible spot right now. I mean, we have the teams that went up early, like Tempo is fighting with Queso, like on the mountain. Whoever controls that fight as well is going to be in a huge position as this close quarters fight is continuing. But teams have to decide, do we want to keep doing this or do we want to back up right now? Because at this point, they're going to have to shift. But if you do, you're just going to have bullets in your back. This is a no-win scenario.
Yeah. Y'all, it's all into Konina Power. It's, wow, yeah, so both teams on top of the mountain, Footballers and Queso, got taken out by Alpha Legends and Tempo Storm, stealing that away from them. So we didn't see exactly how it happened, but to me that just reads as trying to watch too many things at once and overextending your resources in terms of angles that you can hold. But Konina Power, they got to go big here because, as you mentioned, if they just try and rotate away, I don't even know the vehicle situation for them. But Yala also want them to take this fight now because the blue is coming in. And honestly, whoever wins this fight, this is probably going to be the last number of points that they're going to get before the rotation. But Tixie can't even get it!
Oh my goodness. Beautifully played there from Yala. Oh, the 2v1. He had no options on that angle. They have one player down before still alive. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get the res, or they have to cut their losses here. Let's go up to the top of the mountain, though, as we're seeing Tempo Storm, all 4 members alive, now facing up against Alpha Legends, the 2 teams vying for the high ground. And here we go. Tempo Storm has had a great run so far. They were able to take out Team Queso up at the top there, but where are the rest of the... no, they're working this cool 2v2 angle covering both sides of the mountain at once, wanting to make sure that what happened to Konina Power right there doesn't happen again, where you go up and you expose yourself to 2 players at the same time.
Yala still making this run, able to get in front of the blue, and Anas is there, separated from the other remaining duo on the revive right now, but the blue is taking, the blue is really hurting at this point. No option to get to the vehicle, and Lord, get out of the way!
Oh no. Oh, they're getting shot in the back by Team Umbra during... This is what I was talking about, the team that's going to rotate. I mean, Umbra goes out, but they were able to be so annoying before they were. Yala Esports now in a terrible spot because Wildcard, while all this was going on, was just kind of chilling during this. They still have all 4 members alive, and now Yala Esports, they're already in a terrible spot. Alpha Legends is putting the work in as well. I think that's Loops Esports basically out of this to boot. I mean, they're just in a terrible spot, but this is the idea of this high ground. Oh my goodness, Cameron, this is such chaos.
Replay here of the fight a while ago of Nova getting close to being eliminated. As well as the Loops, you actually mentioned they're pushing from the side, and they really didn't have a lot of options, but at least they're able to pick up those kills against the Knights, and that just shows you, compared to the Yala Konina Power incident, you know, let me hold on to that, because there's a fight happening on top of the hill.
There is, and that's Tempo Storm out! Alpha Legends with a sick execution. Oh my goodness, Tempo Storm, no, they just went right over the top. I think they got 1 nade down to start that fight off, and then they just absolutely destroyed them. That was, I think you mentioned this before, every single team that's gotten up top first has had that disadvantage because you're trying to watch too many angles at once. Tempo did it to Queso, and then Alpha Legends did it to Tempo.
Alpha Legends were coming in from the high side of that engagement, but they had the blue at their back. So, I don't know. I don't want to say that they necessarily had an advantage in that fight, but the execution on it is really what sold it for them. And they just took that away. 9 kills for them so far, and there was still a bunch for them to pick up because remember, they are still on the high ground. The circle this time wasn't a hard shift. It was somewhat center, a little bit towards the north. That at least one member of Cloud9 dead center.
Yeah. I also do want to note, I keep seeing Loops popping up in the kill feed as like getting down, but they still have 2 members alive through all of this. I cannot believe how well Loops has been surviving this. Yala as well, another one of these super scrappy, resilient teams, but Anas, I don't think he realizes just how close he is to the enemy team. Oh my goodness. What a trap that was just set by a wild card. Pick a card, any card, it's your demise. What even is this? As now we're seeing Team Unique going toe-to-toe with Loops once again, who are in a bit of a rough spot. It's all about Dadine right now as Becker is getting eliminated. Beautiful grenades being thrown in from Unique. They had that solid rotation. We've complimented it a few times, but they've been able to manage this so well. But Alpha Legends up on the top of the hill, all 4 members alive. This is looking like their game right now, Cameron.
Ooh, a lot of damage on the Cloud9. Can't quite get that knock, but immediately Kaito doesn't stick and commit. He says, hey, let's go take care of the people on the south. We have rats all around us, and we're the exterminators. They can't get a full knock just yet, but they're staying alive, and I like Remen off on the backside too. They're playing this as a 3-1 just to make sure that no one is sneaking up behind them because they're slowly having to climb down the mountain, and height advantage, even one lone player could spray down a lot of them if they're not prepared.
Yeah, and they have eyes on wildcard now. Rayman, being that scout, like you mentioned, has that info, and there's Loops finally out. But they did such a fantastic job surviving all the way to 5th place. That was so impressive, and it's not like it was snaking either. They were taking fights. And speaking of taking fights, taking the fight to Cloud9 right now is Alpha Legends, and really, this just feels like the raid boss at the end of the dungeon. This is Alpha Legends in such a great position right now. They have free reign, or I should say they should have free reign, except for the fact that they're just losing their battles up against Unique. Wait, no! Oh my goodness! And this is the go button. If you're Unique, you say, all right, we've got our downs, we've got our opportunity, let's go, let's make this happen. And Kato is basically the last man standing right now. I cannot believe it. They got all 3 members down on the side of Alpha Legends. What just happened, Cameron? This is now suddenly Unique's game. How did they do that?
My only guess is that they just had no clue that Unique were there. We're so focused in on Cloud9, and especially once they took care of Loops. But they just get eliminated as fast as they eliminated Tempo Storm, and now Unique are on the high ground. They basically allowed Alpha Legends to be the big, loud line taking all of the attention. And the second they found an opportunity, the second Alpha Legends peaked just a little bit too far, they take full advantage. 3 knocks in the span of like 2 or 3 seconds. There's nothing that Alpha Legends can do at that time. But Adder taken down by Acer, and Acer's trying to contest. He's able to climb up on the top of the high ground with the rest of Wildcard not too far behind. But let's see if this grenade can get a first opening knock.
All 4 members of Wildcard still alive. Nice. A little bit of chip damage. Finds the angle. Ooh, Acer. 1 or 2 bullets there. That could have been the difference. But C9 is here, so we have all 3 teams up. 3 or 4 members on every single one of these squads. I cannot believe how good of a job they've been able to do of keeping all these team members alive as the blue is at their backs. If you're Team Unique, able to get the shots down on Bayo. Of course, the shot caller for C9. In a bad spot. He's the one sort of out there, but Unique is going to opt to just hard flank now. They've got to rotate towards this circle, which is favoring Wildcard so much right now, and they're just letting this play out. They're letting C9 and Unique go toe-to-toe. Wildcard are just going to play spoiler.
Actually, C9 are quite safe at this point, because they're so far in the low ground. If either team peeks them, if Wildcard peek, Unique can shoot at them. If Unique peek, Wildcard can shoot at them. They're actually quite safe for a little bit. I've seen it play out successfully for the team in this position a couple of times before.
I think they do end up losing Bayo and all that, though. So it is only 2 of them left standing, and that's 1 down for Unique. Good team shooting by Wildcard. Able to identify the members down. They are going to be able to get them back up, though. Lightning is there. But oh my goodness, Cameron, we have not seen a circle like... Oh!
Ooh. That was the vehicle explosion.
Yep.
You got to blow up those vehicles when you're in that position. You absolutely have to, for that reason alone. That was something they just completely missed. At least there's 1 member remaining that from Cloud9 who can hope that Wildcard or Unique go out first. But actually, now that he's a solo player, it gets a lot more difficult.
And he's sitting next to a vehicle that's not destroyed. Oh boy. 9 kills, 7 knockdowns. Team Unique has been looking so solid over the course of this game. They've been taking smart fights. And that's, I think, the big difference here. That this is the team as well. 5 kills for a Wildcard. They didn't fight every single team they passed on the road. They were smart with the engagements that they took. They tried to take 4-on-4 fights where they could just identify who they're fighting, limit their angles, get the kills, and now both of these teams are in a really good spot. Pyra, though, could be the spanner in the works. But both of these teams have players that know he's down there. This could get interesting. Do they know he's down there?
I'm not sure about that. So Unique should know that there's 1 player left because they only have 3 up and Wildcard can't have more than 4. Wildcard, if they weren't paying attention to the kill feed enough, because there's a lot of chaos that happens sometimes, if they didn't recognize that Unique lost a player, they might think that it's 4v4. Maybe. We don't know the information that they know. It's a lot, but Memphis forced out in front. He gets taken out. Unique need to find something.
Yeah, they need to try and get one back because Memphis is he's just going down. That's just going to be it. And now a 4v2, v1 situation for Wildcard. They just got this ridge line and they've been controlling it beautifully, hitting those shots. And that's another one going down, and they're just trying to survive through the blue, and now it's Pyra. Neither one of these teams wanted to make a stand here, and that is going to be it. Wildcard playing it slow and steady, but they win this race here in game number 1. That's the chicken dinner for Wildcard.
Yeah, and actually, they played it, as you mentioned, very, very safe. Only 7 kills. We've seen teams win with a lot more than that. But you honestly can't knock how they played this game going around that mountain. And I actually really like how they played the moments leading up to that very end game. They actually set that trap against Yala that they took out eventually. Like, the minute they saw Yala push in, we saw the last two members of Wildcard who were rotating in actually curve and try and take a hill so they can establish control of that area, because there's not a lot of cover. It's mostly just a couple of ridges along that hill.
Yep.
And they just utilize that to the best of their advantage.
Yeah, that was sick. That trap that they had, there's the smokes that were down. They let the two members run in, and then the two guys in the back popped up, and the two guys next to them popped up. It was like something comedic out of like an old school 80s movies, like In the Woods, and the bandits are there like, ha, take it. But either way, just really good play from them. They definitely deserve that win. Let's send it over to our analysts to have them break that down.
And what a game. Wildcard, who were pretty much off of our radar for the entirety of yesterday, show up big in the very first match of the day, Glitter.
Yeah, big congratulations to Wildcard. They played that entire game flawlessly, honestly. They had great positioning, great rotations, used the mountain ridge to their advantage, and that was just clean. That was a clean first Erangel map.
Yeah, let's take a look actually at the standings from the first map so you guys can see how many points were accumulated for all of these teams going into this one. And you can see Wildcard, not many kills, but they played for placement points and they got themselves 27-7.
Yeah, I think that's solid from them. I think this is something they also needed. As we mentioned yesterday, they ended up in second. They ended up getting 2 second places with 10 kills and 9 kills. So being able to get that win here in Super Weekend, get that off your shoulders, this is going to be huge for them. Another team that we were been talking about, Alpha Legends. This is one team that I was mentioning yesterday. They're becoming kind of a gatekeeper team, and I was hoping they would kind of come out of that. And guess what? They did just that by being able to get 9 kills and 8 points respectively. That is good for them. And Team Umbra, one of the teams that we really haven't been able to talk about that much because they're always towards the bottom, being able to at least collect 6 points there, that is huge for them as we go here, Glitter, to the second page.
Yeah, no, that was very, very good for them. But I think some surprises here that we see on the second page is, in fact, Dream Eaters going out, early Footballists going out super, super early. Two teams that obviously did very well yesterday and were super aggressive, having a little bit of a rough start here on day 2 of Super Weekend.
I think one thing that I'm enjoying seeing within the first page alone as well, guys, is the fact that you have Unique, Yala, Alpha Legends, Umbra, all making it through into the top 10 there. And that's teams who struggled 100% going into the first, even Wildcard technically, because they were on the second page in the overall standings. So it's really good to see teams who had the rough time yesterday really show up today when they're needed. And you can see here, Wildcard, you know, Glitter, they didn't really put up much damage. They didn't really put up much kills, but as you said, they played flawlessly, especially on the ridge of Mount Everest.
It was just smart. They let a lot of other teams take some battles that they maybe necessarily didn't need to push, and this might have just been the play that Wildcard needed. Like we said, you know, they kind of, I don't want to use the word struggle, but they just started off very slowly yesterday. So they needed a solid win today. We saw there that they had 7 kills and knocks. They were able to convert on things very, very well, took minimal amounts of damage, and just really cleaned up those few final zones.
7 kills. That's an appropriate number of kills, if I'm not wrong here. There you go. Let's take a look at our do-to-do moments from our first game of the day. We can talk about a couple of different things happening across the board as well. Carrillo, that's someone I think we wanted to point out, Glitter, because he definitely stepped up when it came to damage.
And Carrillo is someone that somehow just manages to consistently do that no matter what the situation is for loops. And it's just it's so impressive to me because even in a game where they're not doing well, he's going to be someone that's standing out at the top of that damage leaderboard. We can actually see him in an engagement right there. And I know that, you know, you were excited to see that, Seven, because you had picked them for your team.
I did. I thought Jason was going to have that magic ball. I thought he knew what was going on. I thought they were going to go ahead and win. They didn't end up winning, but something I did enjoy seeing out of Loops Esports there was that they were being aggressive. They were trying to follow the performance they had yesterday in Erangel before they ended up getting third party. Well, guess what? Here they started going aggressive again. And Tempo Storm, this is one team that has been kind of quiet for me so far. We haven't really seen a chicken dinner for them, so hopefully I'm expecting we can see one here pretty soon. But overall, Wildcard, I think Wildcard had a great strategy here on this final circle. It is an interesting final circle, not one that we usually see, which is so pretty much on Everest and on the side of Everest. We're just not used to seeing that. And I think that the thing I enjoy most about Wildcard here is how spread out they were, how they weren't just sticking to each other. They weren't doing like a 2-2 or a 3-1. They were all just covering different angles. And at one point, I even saw Sam making sure that he went down on the mountain even more so he could get a different angle. And something to go ahead and point out about Team Unique is that they were actually trying to go for a heal strat, but I believe it was Lightning. I'm sorry if I get the name of the player wrong here. He wasn't able to time it right. So overall, there maybe a mishap from Unique that cost them some points. But congratulations as well to Cloud9 and Pyra for staying alive and making sure that Wildcard didn't get those extra points by killing him.
Yeah, I do want to give obviously a shout out to Team Unique as well, because it seemed like they were able to take away the position on top of Everest. The Alpha Legends was just set up on perfectly, and that's not easy to do, fighting up a hill, 7.
Oh, it's not. It's not. It's something we saw so well that they were doing was their smokes, making sure they moved up alongside the smokes and also covering their back, because remember, they had some players from Loops Esports behind them, and we know that Loops Esports can be deadly, so it was great to see, even though they're in a disadvantage, being able to step it up here. And remember, as we mentioned over and over again, they did have a bad day yesterday, so this is a great comeback from them.
Well, we talk about damage they're able to do, able to take the mountain away from Alpha Legends. Take a look at our team damage overall across our first match of the day. And I'm really expecting Loops to be in here. I'm expecting them to be up a decently high because they did make it decently far within the game. But to be honest, look at that, guys. That's quite a few teams, getting close to 1,000 damage or doing more than 1,000 damage, Glitter.
There was a ton of aggression for some teams that I think we were waiting to have a very, very strong game. We actually saw Alpha Legends, like Seven had said, do incredibly well. We saw Yala putting up massive numbers for their squad, which was great for them. And even if you look at, we were waiting, like you said, we were waiting for Unique to do something. They were at the bottom of the leaderboard, and today they just kind of came out fighting. They came out swinging, but we are surprising to see on the lower side of that leaderboard. Like I said before, also, Konina was very low. Footballist was very low. Dream Eater's very low in those damage departments.
And I believe with Dream Eaters, there's a reason why they're very low. They just haven't been consistent in Erangel. That's pretty much looking at the data, that's what it comes down to. I am going to be looking forward to seeing how they do in Miramar and then Sanhok, because that's when they ended up performing so well yesterday. And with something you were mentioning with Kanina Power, I think we were expecting more out of them. So hopefully going into this next match, they can pick it up, because we know they're a team that can get wins. And not only that, they can also just frag out.
Yeah, and speaking of that, really quickly before we head into a clip you wanted to break down, I wanted to talk about Kanina Power. 315 damage done. I feel like that's less than the average Tixie had in the opening weekend and for a decent portion of League Play 7.
Oh, it definitely is. And I remember exactly what you were talking about. Remember, he was averaging 2 kills a game. Yeah. I would love to see what those stats are looking at now, because something we talked about, how consistent he was in seeding, and then how consistent he also was in league play. Well, guess what? Super weekend, if you're able to make it, is when you actually want to go ahead and be consistent. So hopefully maybe in the future there we'll be able to see those stats.
Well, let's take a look at a clip you had for us. If I'm not mistaken, it's going to be about our boys, the team we chose, Loops Esports.
It is. And this is one, it's not going to be a heartbreaking one. So we got that going for us. Now, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we got Loops Esports going up against Pittsburgh Knights. And Pittsburgh Knights currently set up pretty nice with Carnage, Sixless, and Raven. Now, one thing that I love and that we've been mentioning over and over again is how Loops Esports is able to be so aggressive. Look at that right there. Once they get a knock, I want you to look towards the back and see how everybody starts pushing forward. Look, even Becker gets into a car. This is how aggressive that team is. They're going to go ahead and just come and crash on this team. Guess what? Kowalski's going to get a different angle, and Carrillo and Dadden go for it too. They know that these are kills. They know these are points they're going to need at the end of the day, and they're just going to be super aggressive with it. Something I also love is how they waited for Becker to go ahead and come up. Becker maybe being a little bit too aggressive there with the car, being able to find some cover. This is good for them. And then Kowalski, once again, with another car, pushing forward with them. I love just seeing the communication and the teamwork they have here with each other, because they waited it out. And guess what? Once they get that knock, the whole team pushes forward. And then you have my boy Carnage there throwing a potato that didn't necessarily land on anybody, but he was able to kind of distract him a little bit longer, but this was just too much from him. And then look at this. You have one player here, another player here, and then I know you currently can't really see him, but there was another player right here. So overall for Loops there, that was perfect execution. Pop that champagne bottle, throw some confetti on it, and call it a day, because hopefully they can get a win here later today.
Well, I'm hoping that's edible confetti because I think it gets in the champagne, and I don't know if I want to be having that happen to me. I'm not going to say what I was thinking off the top of my head. But anyways, guys, a new little addition to the game. We'll talk about it. Don't worry. After the break, when we get to the next game, we'll mention. If you guys haven't been noticing, you haven't been playing, I got to first ask you, well, why haven't you? The new Royale Pass Season 14 has come out, and if you don't know about it, luckily for you, we have a little bit of a trailer for you of what's to come. Some sweet, sweet stuff coming in that pass. Make sure you guys check it out. Make sure you guys pick it up as well. But what I'm really curious about now, guys, is what are the overall standings? Have we seen things shake up here? Dream Eaters, they were #1, and they're not going to be able to maintain it, though. Look at this glitter. Cloud9 taking away the first place position, and Wildcard Gaming coming out of nowhere.
And that is definitely partially going to be because of that finish. I believe it was Pyro there at the end, able to snake for some extra placement points for Cloud9. So that's, going to work very, very well for them. Happy to see Wildcard moving up the ranks because I think they're a team that we were expecting big things, especially coming into the league play portion of the week. But from there, it's good. It's good to see Alpha Legends moving up the ranks. It's nice to see Team Queso in the top 10 right now. But good job, Cloud9 for kind of sneaking that out from under Dream Eaters.
And another team we saw Futbolas there towards I believe it was 6th or 7th place. They really didn't fall off that much because they had some cushion to kind of work with. And now we're seeing here towards the end, just super surprised by seeing Kanina Power there with 24 points. And Nova Esports, that's another team that I feel like they just haven't been able to showcase what they're capable of. We're used to seeing them third-party teams. We're used to seeing them just come out on top. We even see sometimes Shifan being able to go ahead and get them some placement points. So hopefully they can work on whatever is not working here going into Vikendi and maybe try to go for that win.
One thing that really stands out to me on that leaderboard is one thing in particular. It's Kanina Power having 3 kills. We just talked about how Tixi was averaging 2 kills per game, and they have 3 kills in 6 matches played. I don't know what's going on within that team, but they need to fix things, and maybe they will going into Vikendi as our second map choice here. But Glitter, something's got to happen within that team. This was the team who, again, didn't really show up day 1 when we saw the seeding play. They did say they played the exact same way from day 1 to day 2, and then day 2 they went off the charts, climbing up the ranks. We're into day 2 now of the Super Weekend. Where have they gone? Are they going to show up?
I really hope so because I think we all enjoy a really, really strong Kanina Power game anyway, so that's just entertaining to watch. But they still have 4 maps ahead of them. I mean, this definitely is not the best start, and I would hope that they're going to be kind of going back and reassessing since they'll have a second shot at Erangel later in the day. But something has to change for them right now if they want to be able to keep up with the rest of the teams, because if they don't make that change soon, they're going to be so far down the leaderboards. A good game here and there won't end up mattering, 7.
Something that's very interesting to me that I kind of want to point towards to is we mentioned over and over again, yeah, they did bad on the first day of seeding, and then they did good. They did bad on the first day, well, not necessarily bad on the first day of league play, but they didn't perform to what we saw on the second day of seeding, and then they did good the second day. And they always told us that they stuck to what they were doing. Well, what are they going to do here? If, for example, maybe, yeah, you did horrible on the first day of Super Weekend, and now starting the second day here of Super Weekend, if things are not going your way, are you going to have to mix it up? What's going to happen here since you're going to have to actually make a drastic change here for Super Weekend? Or are you just going to stick to it since this is only the first Super Weekend? Just so much stuff that can go through a team's mind and players' minds.
I mean, coming out as one of the best teams in Europe, I'm expecting them to change some things up and obviously perform better because they're definitely going to need it. They need those points accumulated over these next few days to keep them going into the next Super Weekend. But speaking of points, if you guys are watching at home, you can watch the game inside the game in the Esports Center, and you can earn points throughout these days, and the top 100 viewers will get exclusive rewards coming through. So make sure you guys are doing that, not only on Twitch, not only on YouTube, but make sure you're watching it within the game itself. And you know what it means, guys? You know what that means? Guess what time it is?
Prediction time!
Oh my God. That just threw me back to Malaysia, honestly, for the finals. Prediction time. That's exactly right, 7. So since you got it right, you get to go first.
All right, and before I actually go first, shout out to TrueJello_ on Twitch for guessing wildcard right. There you go. If I ever ask you guys in the chat, guess a team, if you get it right, the first person that gets it right, I'll give it a shout out. And I'm actually going to go with Loops Esports here, going into Vikendi. They tend to perform really well here in Vikendi. They were being aggressive there in Erangel, so I cannot wait to see what they're going to do here in Vikendi.
Glitter, I can see some gears turning in your head. Who do you got your vote on?
I agree with the Loops call, but I'm not going to pick them. I'm not going to pick them. Don't worry. I think I'm actually going to go with Footballist. They are starting to kind of catch back up a little bit. They did win Vikendi yesterday, so...
Hey,
let's
Evan, it's her choice, man. It's her choice. If she wants to choose the team that might not do well,
help her out here,
that's all on her. I, on the other hand, am actually going to go for a wild pick here. And not in the form of wild card. I'm going to go Tempo Storm, actually. I feel like they have a decent chance here. They've been a little bit quiet. They have had some signs of life. I want to see Tenza really step up for the team. And, of course, get me some extra points so I can break the 200-point threshold already within our rankings. But, guys, I mean, come on. Hey, 7. You can't really argue with me. I'm currently number 1. We're going to talk to you guys a little bit later on, though. After the next match, you could probably berate me if my pick goes wrong. We're going to bring in our commentators another time, as we got in Viram. And, of course, Cameron Davis going to be joining us another time here, looking fantastic, looking ready to go into our second match of the day. Cameron, you're looking especially ready to go.
Yeah, I'm hyped. I finally picked the team.
I'm proud of you, man.
Low kills despite getting second place, but I finally got some points and I broke 100. That's all that matters. The climb has started.
That's my question.
Yes.
I actually legitimately
had to bring the mood down. You
I'm
had to
sorry.
bring the mood down, but
I had no idea. I thought you would have bumped it up on that. Well, you know what?
Just threw him right under there. There were
I didn't
four
know.
wheels. They were spinning and just, okay.
It's fine. It's because he can do it yet again here. It's a good start for him, and I think he can keep it going. In Viram, you typically have a decent start in your predictions, and then as the day goes on, you get a lot of 1s and 2s. Speaking of throwing people under the bus there, but let's talk about Vikendi a little bit here. How do you feel like this map's going to go? In Viram, off the bat, we saw Cloud9 have a decent start. Wildcard as well. Do you think they're going to do it yet again?
I think those are two teams that could definitely look to perform, but I'm actually kind of going with the group a little more so on this one. I think that Loops this is like one of their maps. These smaller maps that have a lot of compounds, a lot of breaching. We saw them play like a weird passive thing yesterday on Vikendi where they like hold up in that mansion and they just got circle luck after circle luck, and then they ended up placing pretty high, but they didn't get a ton of kills because they tried to overextend them. Now, I'm hoping they go back to more of their traditional style. They try and play the edge of the circle a little more like we saw in that last. I thought they were dead like 3 times. I kept seeing them pop up in the kill feed. I'm like, surely Loops is out by now. But they weren't. And that's the kind of tenacity that I'm rooting for here in this game.
What about you, Cameron?
I'm gonna pick Loops as well. They're really, really good on this map, and when they're the ones that they're the aggressors, no matter on what map they're on, they're particularly good at it. And Vikendi gives a lot of opportunities to beat the aggressors into an isolated 1v1 fight.
Well, you know what, Cameron? If you're right on this pick, I'm gonna start picking exactly what you choose every single time from now on, because I feel like you got the momentum, you got it going on your side, you got the magic, and you're gonna bring us the magic now as we get into our second match of the day on Vikendi. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Jason. We're coming for your spot. Don't get too comfy. Don't get too comfy up there at the top of the leaderboards. We're coming for you. As we're about to get on to Vikendi. We've casted a lot of Vikendi over the last week, Cameron, and honestly, this is one of the maps that I'm a big fan of casting, just because there's so much action. It definitely slowed down yesterday for our first day of the Super Weekend. Teams weren't playing quite as eccentric as they were during league play, but I think today, now that they've got it under their belts one more time, we might see more of that again.
Yesterday was also a little weird because there was a couple of fights that happened throughout the early and the early mid game. But once people saw that it was going to be the mansion that Loops had hold of towards the end game, it was actually very, very difficult. Because whenever there's a position like that where dead center is a compound that's a wide open field around it, it makes it a little tricky, and you need to be a lot more precise with your timings on when you push forward. Now, the second multiple teams all made it up to the walls, that's when Loops got a little bit of trouble and things started to ramp up once again. But this time around, if the circle, as long as it stays away from having one primary large compound dead center, then I think there's going to be more consistent action throughout the entire map.
Yeah, and that's what I'm looking forward to as well. Because, as much as, we get the time to talk about more of the esoteric nature of the game and the high-level strategy and the thought process and the mind games, over, the first 10 or 12 minutes of the game or so before the action really starts to get hyped up. At the same time, we like to cast action from the beginning, and what's actually right dead center there in the middle of this circle, Cameron? Is it a big compound like you talked about?
I mean, there's a lot of compounds in this circle. I mean, it's phase 1. It could still go anywhere. There's a lot of directions that this could go. I'm more worried about the frozen river and castle.
Yeah.
And the fact that there are a lot of big open spaces, especially when you look towards sort of the southwest. But really, it's just going to be a lot of individual compounds that teams are going to focus up on, try and clear areas, and plan for rotations for phase 2 and 3.
And this is interesting because we're both... So normally, you see KP, you see Konita Power, and Wildcard go down to Villanova. We're not seeing either of those teams do that here this time. Instead, we're seeing Konita Power now contesting up against Team Unique. And this is interesting because Unique didn't have the best day number 1, but they looked darn solid in that last game. If they're going to be able to carry this one over, and given how Konita Power looked in that last game, this could be disastrous for the squad.
Yeah, the reason why those teams don't go to Villanova now is because of the plane path. But Konita, I don't know if they intended to contest another large city on purpose, because as we saw, it hasn't been disasters for them in Villanova, but it hasn't been the best. And they need all the help that they can get. So I think I would have preferred them to perhaps scavenge loot. But then again, this map, it's not as small as Sanhok, but it's not as big as Miramar. And so unless you're super familiar with having a plan B, with having a backup, and I don't know if Konita Power have that, it does make sense why they would just say, let's just go to a city we know we can find loot there. Even if we have to fight, it's at least better than finding nothing but queso. Gonna go for a little bit of shots. Yaila, he doesn't find anything either, but it is a little pressure onto Nova, who, we've talked about it, they need a lot of help.
You need a lot of love today. If you're a Nova fan, give them some love in the chat. These boys need it. They didn't have the best start, all things considered. Last game didn't look so hot for them either. They're sort of channeling their inner Pittsburgh Knights and getting caught out on rotations. I think they're going to need to clean that up a little bit here. Teams are going for these full sends, and I'm not loving it quite so much when the teams at this point are so good at team. Like, if there's one guy who looks your way and they take some shots and you get through, like, that's okay. But at this point, the level of communication these teams have, they're able to just distill so much information down and get so many shots out from so many different players at the same time that your vehicle could go from alive to dead. You could go from alive to... Oh. Nobody saw that. Okay. You're fine. You're good. You're good.
Good. But where are they going, though? They're just driving further and further south. And you see they're going through now Yala territory. If they make it through and they're able to make it to Winery, it looks like they're trying to go to, then they could find some loot. But they're going to be very, very slow on their rotation. They might be playing it too safe.
And there's this idea, I think maybe right now, they've been doing what I just described. They've been playing too aggressive. They've been trying to go into the center of the circle and own it, but they've been getting caught out. Maybe this time they're just going to go to Winery, and then they're just going to edge creep their way in. Honestly, that might just be the play here. They're just going to play the edge of the circle all the way in. They're going to not get shot on crazy rotations. We'll see if a bit of a change of game plan here, because they need a change of game plan, frankly, Cameron.
Yeah, it's just, and Nova not wanting to take a loot in the circle despite having to drive through half of it does sort of show why Konita Power also went towards that city to loot up. Because you never exactly know where a team is looting unless you've studied it extensively. And if you're a team that loots Villanova, you don't necessarily need to study the exact details of all the teams on the north side, especially with a plane path like this. You just don't know where one team's map control begins and another one ends and what's free.
And we're all going to pretend we didn't see that, Rom. Don't worry about it. Nobody saw that. Don't worry about it at all. Ooh, as we're seeing Dream Eaters start to go into it with Team Queso. Team Queso, who had a great position in that last game, lost a straight-up 4v4 to Tempo Storm, now down to 3 players to start this game, and this is the kind of fights that I love to see. It's just like, you've got some trees, you've got some rocks, how to utilize your cover, but Dream Eaters have a great angle on this because they've got 2 players on the flank.
But, oh, wait.
Oh, hang on.
They're hearing this as well.
Uh-oh.
This could... Oh, Varsit, I hope he starts to hear the footsteps soon. It all depends on timing on who strikes when and where. Udo Killers, they are in the forest that we saw very prominent yesterday, and Varsit is aware of their existence.
Oh my goodness, this could be the third party right now because I was complimenting Dream Eater's positioning because they had the 2 and 2, but if you see all of Voodoo Killers collapse, that's now a 4v2, and suddenly Dream Eaters is taking a fight on both positions. This is actually something we talked about yesterday on our Vikendi game. I was comp, I think it was Cloud9, and it was another team, it might have been Tempo Storm that was doing this, and you're like, oh, Paul, but it could be risky for them, and this is the risk we're talking about. If Voodoo Killers can capitalize, but Lutz is there with the shots, why am I even surprised? Another team is getting involved in this fight.
Yeah, this is dead center of the circle, which is why there are so many teams here. And you can
exit stage left.
Look how hard it is to actually get full map control on this map. So many rocks, so many compounds, and even the forest areas are really dense compared to forests on Erangel. KSO need to find some place and just hole up, like in a tiny little hole. Stop extending at this point. Alpha, though, losing a player in the kill feed. Loop's going aggressive.
Possibly getting a little bit of revenge from last game, because I believe those two ended up fighting a bit. This Wildcard as well is getting into it with B4, and we're seeing that right now. Pedro down. Sam and crew able to pick up those shots. You can see the tracks in the snow from the vehicle. You can see where it all went wrong. Oh, now he's burning. No. Oh, my goodness.
The fire didn't hit, I don't think. Smoke's still coming out from Levy, so Pedro definitely called out. I'm safe. Yeah, the fire didn't exactly hit on him. But I don't know if those smokes are going to help. Sam has such a good angle, and unless B4 want to use 4, 5, 6 smokes to make a tunnel to get him, it's not really going to be good. But B4, they've already lost one player in mix, so they might be forced to. They might find no other option but to use that utility to at least stay 3 up. But if they go for it and they lose a third... I don't know what you would choose here.
Yeah, he's done. I think you cut your losses here and just reset. They're actually, I mean, again, we have 2 teams now that have been taking down only 2 members on both sides of Wildcard. You've got Team Queso on one side, you've got B4 on the other. Oh man, bit of a rough time, and I think again this is what I was talking about, getting caught out on your rotations as much as you want to get to. And speaking of which, there's Pittsburgh Knights. As much as you want to get yourself into that optimal position, you know, people can hear you coming. You've got to be cognizant of that, and the fact that, you know, where this plane path was versus where this circle is, teams have had time to get into position. You're already late.
There's a lot of teams that are already dead center. I think we're seeing more center congestion than we have previously on Vikendi or any other map, because we're almost halfway through Super Weekend, and teams are realizing that we got to go aggressive and actually fight for these positions. We can't just lie in. I mean, you can hope the circle comes your direction, but that's not the way to secure a victory. That's not the way to secure a win. You want to go big. You want to find the opportunities in the same way that Foots found an opportunity there to find a kill on a bit of an overextension of Queso, who, as we saw, down to 2 players. And yes, this is what they want at this point. Find a small compound, only 2 players. You can't hold a big one. 2 buildings, maybe 3, and just try and play super defensive.
Yeah, and I think Wildcard's playing that really well. They have 2 players facing in one direction, 2 in the other. They know exactly where their immediate opponents are. But we did see Footballists get involved a little bit earlier on, up against the lobby leaders in Cloud9 now, potentially being the next one up in their sight. We saw them getting involved in that Team Queso fight earlier on. But Bayo's going to go off on his own here a little bit potentially. Interesting that this, you know, he's the shot caller, one of their shot callers on this team. He's going off. Going to try and spread out here, and you talked about it not 20 seconds ago, Cameron, the idea of taking a compound that you know you can control. Don't overexert yourself. Don't overextend yourself. That's important, especially on Vikendi.
Yeah, they're just the way that the terrain, high, low, it's not as dramatic as Miramar, but it's in a way even sneakier, because at least Miramar, when you're on the high ground, there's often not a lot of cover. In this, there's not just the terrain that moves up and down with the rocks and the hills that we're seeing Ayala look down one just as we speak, but also the tree cover and the rock cover, and people can sneak up onto you. So you really need to be aware, and you have to be aware of how far your sort of zone of influence extends.
Zone of influence. I like that a lot. Actually. That's it's like some OG gaming terminology here. How much do you control? And speaking of control, Loops seem to actually be playing. They did this last time around. They played outside the circle. And they going in now. Yeah, they're going to be totally fine. They can even take Castle if they wanted to. But this is actually a pretty forgiving circle for a lot of folks. Unique's got to rotate in, going to need a power. But for most squads, this is benefiting those, like I said, benefiting those early rotations. If you're not already here, you're late. We're going to see a little bit of a shuffle, I think. But a lot of teams literally don't have to move if they don't want to.
There's just to the west of Castle on the mainland, there's a intersection between two roads I think is the strongest position in this circle. It's only phase 2, it could shift off of it, but I'd like to see some teams that are close to it already. I'm looking at Umbra, I'm looking at Tempo Storm to try and find it right now, but Konita Power, they once again find themselves not in a great position. They were coming in from the west side and they had a little bit of a squabble with Unique, and they're actually still sort of following each other, so this might still come to a fight eventually. But Konita, do they stay and try and gatekeep Unique, or do they want to move ahead and get into the circle and try and find a center position?
That is the big question. That's always the question, I think, right now.
Yeah.
It's the dichotomy. Do I creep along the edge? Do I go into the center? Do we send? How far do we send? Constantly questions that we have to be asking ourselves, especially. Ooh.
That could have been something. If we found a knock on a Cloud9, they could have been aggressive and stolen that position from them. Cloud9 are once again able to stay safe. Not exactly the team that you would assume would be the slowest and the more macro-focused team, but that's been working out for Cloud9 so far this weekend.
A lot. And I mean, I've seen people commenting on it in comment sections. Oh, I don't like how Cloud9 plays. They play too slow. But like, it's working for them. You can't knock it because it's working for them. And no, Tix, what did I talk about in the last? He can't catch a break. He's one of their top fraggers. He's one of the best fraggers we have in the PUBG Mobile World League West. Like, his opening 2 days, his opening weekend stats were unreal. But I don't know what has been going on. His positioning this weekend has been so suboptimal. He gets caught out every time.
And I don't know, I feel like they should know that there's at least a possibility of Unique coming up from behind them because of the way that they shared that city, but now they lose one, and Unique, great play by them. They don't commit, they don't overextend here. Yes, they got a kill, and it made it a 4v3, but if they were to push in and get slaughtered, that would just be a complete waste, so they're going to use this opportunity to push into the west side. That is now clear. We know that. They might be aware of how empty it is, but over here, Footballists and Queso still sort of breathing down each other's necks, as well as Dream Eaters. A lot of the teams all just sort of in the same line, just take a couple of steps to the east.
Yeah, and they're all just vying for the same little piece of real estate here, but all of them, the handshake is still in effect for now. They don't need to fight yet, so they're not going to. And this is, I think, the idea of now that we're in the Super Weekend, what does this mean? We saw teams just taking every single fight. We saw that insane compound fight earlier on. Okay, I see you. I see Rob in the kill feed. But we saw that earlier on, this idea that people are just going to fight if they can fight. But now, when placement is so crucial for all of these teams, as much as kills are, they're not going to throw away their chance at a chicken dinner here because we know how impactful this is. We're in Super Weekend. Now it really counts.
Oh, it's another medium to medium hardship towards the southeast. And here, Castle and the Frozen River actually becomes a big factor because you don't want to commit to Castle and you don't want to commit, you definitely aren't going to commit to the east side of the circle unless we see another hard shift and then probably another hard shift after that. So you're only looking at 2/3 of this circle that is actually playable. And those 2/3 have already been taken. There's already basically two parallel lines of teams. And so if you're not in those lines, and even if you're on the edges like Alpha, B4, and then Yala and Nova and Loops on the bottom, you're really going to try and look for fights to forcibly clear some area and take some area. You got to start to lean into macro at this circle. It's a little earlier than some would have liked, but I think Loops are going to love it.
And we're seeing Dadine play scout right now. He knows exactly where Nova is. The rest of the team is back up on the rise, and everybody's just taking over the riverbank right now, taking over these cliffs, making sure they're managing these angles. There is a very, very good chance that nobody's behind them, like you mentioned before, on the east side of that circle. So everybody has their back to it. They're feeling pretty comfortable at this point, which means they can all put their focus inwards on all these teams who are now having to come to the river. It's like it's like one of these wild animals, like a lion waiting at the watering hole for the gazelle to come on up. I know that's a savanna. I should have come up with a more snowy.
If you didn't say anything, no one would have noticed.
That's fair. Polar bear and a little Arctic bunny. Sorry to put that image in all your heads, but that's what it feels like right now, especially with Loops chilling at the river.
Wait, Loops is the polar bear?
Yes.
Nova. Okay. I'm just trying to.
Yes.
Wouldn't they just
right now in 16th place? Nova.
Isn't it Falcons onto bunnies or something?
I don't look. Okay, you know what? Probably. That sounds right.
Etymologists in the chat, tell us why we're wrong. We're reading.
Yeah. Talk to me about. They could be seals. They could be. There we go. All right.
There it is. Polar bears onto seals. All right. Woo. Please, someone start fighting so we can get onto it.
Oh my goodness! Please help me. Help me, anybody. Okay, Umbra. Thank you. Oh my goodness, get me out. We've gone down the rabbit hole, team. This is what happens when there's not action. We still have we have 16 teams alive. I'm a play-by-play, guys. I need action. Feed me!
The intersection that Umbro are holding down is, I think, the strongest part in this circle. It was the one that I called out in phase number 2 as well. And with this circle shift, it's still super strong. They're actually holding both sides of the road. We'll see if this becomes an overextension in phase 2 or like a 4 or 5 later on. But for right now, you can see how much pressure they're exerting. Footballers can't move at all. They've already used a bunch of smokes to get one of their players who, I don't know if he drove out to try and get a different position, but you see the burning car nonetheless.
Yeah, this is huge, and they're just like squirming inside their single building right now. You can just see football. They're like a horde of angry ants. Just like, we don't want to be stuck in here right now. As we see, Tempo Storm is joining in on the action. Pittsburgh Knights are also coming on in up from the north, but this is going to be the big question. Where this circle goes is going to determine the fate of so many of these teams, because some are just going to get so punished for it. Oh, that was the circle!
Okay. All right. Yep. It's just east, east, east. That's all. We're going in now Castle, now the Frozen River. At this point, some teams are going to have to go into Castle. But Loops and Umbro, who are both holding the choke points, and Nova as well, but I don't think Loops is going to let them get much pressure out. No. They're holding the choke points into Castle. They could stay here and try and gatekeep the best that they can. But if you're not on that sort of north-south road just to the west of Castle, you gotta find something. But the rotations are not as free as you would think because of the way that the river cuts things off. So we're gonna have to see. I want to see teams start to fight. I want to see B4 here start to go aggressive if they spot Redman from Alpha Legends out.
Keep in mind, of course, B4 only have 2 players up, and Slicky is hearing them rotate. They're hunting. Wildcard is hunting right now. Oh my goodness, this is hilarious. They are actively moving away from the circle. They are shifting all the way up and around. They want to try and get to that overlook where Alpha Legends is sitting right now, and the whole team is running up, but they are so exposed right now. They just have to trust that their shots are there, and the blue is moving in. They have no vehicles. What is going on? They have no vehicles.
The blue, it's not the worst at this point. It certainly hurts more than phase 1, 2. But I think they could be able to survive it, and I like the safe rotation. They're actually going for kills here. Immediately gets one, but re-knocked. Maxon already on the trade.
Maxon, can he find the shots? No!
Oh, the blue!
Oh my goodness, no! Wildcard just got so lucky with that, because that was actually a 6 shot. The second he heard his teammate getting shot, Maxon jumps off, gets the turn, gets the spin, head on a swivel, finds the shots. It almost went clutch. It's still a 2v4, but they could have maybe taken one more with them, but still, the play from Wildcard is there, and now they've got vehicles to work with. Now they have their avenue into the circle.
Okay. Yala here. We saw them looking at Cloud9, that they know that they're in this city. They know they're in Tovar, but I think they also know that Konina Power are just to the southwest of them in the blue. And so you saw, I believe it was Xana, turn around, make sure that they're not being approached around this little mountainous hill here. And yeah, Konina Power don't want to take this fight. They're going to rotate further towards the south there. And actually, Unique also had a similar rotation earlier on, who were on the east side perfectly free. Now the circle is going to go towards so much of the river is in play, and yes, you can walk on it. It's not swimming, but you still don't want to be there. It's actually more dangerous than the water because you're just standing out in the open, nothing you can do.
And Loops did take over the castle. I wonder if this was going to be the play. I wonder if this was going to be the call. And this is what they did in the last game we saw on Vikendi, and it didn't go necessarily so well for them. So we'll see. Wildcard also getting knocked by the blue here. It's a little, oh boy. A little bit of water in play, but we'll see. Dadine? Hello, Prolord? What? No, Dadine, please. No, that's the vehicle. You don't shoot that when it's on top of you. Oh, no.
Yeah, this is really rough.
He's fine, but you still hate to see it. And he may not be fine for much longer if the rest of the team actually rotates and tries to punish this. Federal is playing Overlook. That could have cost Loops so hard as the rest of the team is going, now starting to fight. It is Dream Eaters and Team Queso. Team Queso, of course, loses those members early, and now Dream Eaters are going to capitalize on it. Ayala, the last man standing. We've seen this man when he throws grenades. He knows what he's all about, but in this time, he's just trying to survive as long as he can, healing up on the back of it. But Spring is here. Wildcard taking so long, trying to chase down those kills onto B4, put them into a terrible position, and now they're in shambles to boot. Slicky's like the last man standing. He's still out in the blue. It just feels like such a sloppy second game after a win from Wildcard. I don't even know what to think.
It's not just them. It's a lot of teams are playing super, super late and super on the back foot. The minute you see this much river, this much water in play, you need to go more aggressive because we saw this shift. No one has. This is going to fit maybe 3 or 4 teams. And if you're late to the party right now, you should have been clearing area ahead of you sooner.
Oh, Nova. Remember earlier on how I talked about this idea that you could just chill next to the cliffs because there's nobody going to be behind you? Did they miss the memo that Loops took over Castle? Did they not receive? Did they not receive that? I'm guessing not.
Not the only ones. But look, so many people that are still out in the blue right now. A lot of them having to bail into water because there's no other option. And Uderkill is just trying to hide behind rocks. But this is when the blue is really starting to hurt. It actually just locked in for the next phase. And people are going to be running out of first aid kits really, really fast.
I mean, this is looking good for Tempo Storm, but that's about it. Footballists as well. Yeah. Teams are going to have to rotate out of Castle, and that's just going to be a meat grinder. All of those teams, you can see how close they are together. Who can pick up these kills? There are so many points. It's a shooting gallery, fish in a barrel. And can't believe it. AZ actually was able to step. Just look at your screen right now. Everybody is stacked on top of each other so much. And Nova, they've got to try and make a rotation here, but everybody is looking at them. Everybody is staring at them. The smoke's the only things keeping them up and in this. Let's see if the shots come through. They're actually able to get to some cover under the bridge. Oh my goodness, but HCL does still go down. They didn't make that out unscathed.
It's not even in the circle though, so they're going to have to go big still, but yeah, Power have an angle, and they still have 2 up. They're going to have to push through Castle and actually push through Loops. Loops, we've seen them be a little weak when they're on the defensive side. But there's enough players, I think, on the roof to stay safe for it now. But I wonder their retreat. Federal opening something up, getting a good knock.
Nice read, just sneaks up right in behind. Loops are still taking these fights, though. One member is down. Axer and Halls pushing on in. But Carrillo does have the high ground there up into the tower. It was Federal before. They have traded locations. They are taking these fights. They are playing aggressive like we know, but the 2 teams that could potentially contest them are also potentially going to fight each other. Zfan, the last one standing for Nova out on the flank. The team that takes the shot at him could give themselves away here. As Lord as well. Oh my goodness, so close. Axer not realizing they are this close, but this might be the opportunity for Loops to jump in. They hear the action. They want these kill points as well. Oh my goodness, this is just such chaos. What a circle.
This is another situation for Loops that they want to find their kills now, because there's no guarantee they're going to be able to play into late game placement. They've already picked up 8. It's certainly a good start, and I think they have maybe 2 to 5 on the upside, but 4 up. Yes, they're wounded. Yes, they don't have a strong position in the circle, but they're playing aggressive and they're picking up the kills, and this is exactly why we keep picking them multiple games, especially on Vikendi.
And Nano is just right there. Pyra as well, sending 2 on land and sending 2 in the water. I actually don't mind this decision at all here from them. They're just basically trying to hedge their bets, but wow, that's actually a great position there. Oh, and there's this scout they're talking about. They're going in the water to scout for the players, and the players on land are able to take the shots. That's actually amazing. This is like 500 IQ play from Loops, and they're just, what, on both sides of the water? I talked about fish in a barrel earlier, guys. It was a comment, not an instruction.
Yeah, more easy kills than to pick up, but over here, the other one's fighting. Football is pushing in to Tempo Storm. The circle has pulled off of them, and I think Tempo Storm are actually had the advantage right now. HH24 still needs to get revived. Tensa still needs to heal up, but Spec, he's going aggressive. He knows exactly where foots are.
Oh, the Molotov comes in.
Oh no, it's their own volley.
Oh no, now it's Lavazine. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be so close here. He's gotta try and find the shots over around the angle of the wall. The jump shot is going on. It's a 2v1 situation. Oh my goodness, and the fancy feet from Football, it's not quite enough there. Should have spent a little more time practicing your dribbling on that one. Not able to find the angle on that 2v1. As we're seeing Cloud9, only 1 player up and standing for them. But Pittsburgh Knights has made it in with all 4 members alive. Some very happy health bars as well here, Cameron. This is actually looking pretty good here for PK as well, especially considering C9 is now getting absolutely crushed by Loops. And here we go. Breaching a compound? Yes, please. Just another day.
Yeah, this is what you sign up for. This is basically the only thing you need to do as Loops is to hold forward on your phone, on the joystick.
Yes.
And just be able to shoot, be able to fight. Because they're pushing in, they have the smokes to make it chaotic, and they know they have the man advantage over anyone else. In fact, they're stealing a vehicle. You know, this is ours now.
You made this? I made this. is mine now. Have they taken
They're also watching their back. They're not tunnel visioning.
Tempo is full sending though into loops. I don't know if they know. But they were actually able to get the angle. Tempo was able to get in scot-free. This is actually huge right now. Uneven though, he's on the flank. He could be the one to try and mess this one up, but we do have loops just going off, able to try and find the angles here. Nice down there, capitalizing on the advantage of the smoke, but Dadine is going to go down. I think PK was getting involved off on the flank as well. J7, but that is Rain dropping to follow this. Kayowski gonna go off the roof, making sure that he can help up his teammates as they need them, but Tempo Storm are taking over the buildings. Loops are still on the outside. HH24 is here. This nade could be massive. How does it go? And it finds Kayowski. HH24, you absolute beast. That was huge. This is bringing Tempo Storm back in this fight, Cameron.
Federal got shot a little bit, but he's going for the revive. Dajin also going behind cover, and now that they know that somebody's in the building, a good Molotov. But HH24 is able to find an elevated angle, and the Molly didn't even make it inside anyway. You can see it burning in the middle of that smoke, and Tempo Storm still 3 up. But Loops, they still have 4. They're not out just yet, but now the circle has pulled away from them onto the Knights. Tempo know that they just need to wait for Loops to push in. But can Carrillo, can he land these mollies? Can he flush these final Tempo players out from their hiding hole?
And Sixless picks up that final. The last player swimming out in the water. Spectre trying to back up, trying to retreat, and they're just getting pinched. Pittsburgh Knights with the third party, opening up an opportunity for Loops, but they're playing this smart. They just saw Tempo go down, and they don't want to give themselves up. Pittsburgh Knights is now actually the team in a big position. This could be their chance. This could be their opportunity. They've got all 4 players up, and so much damage has already been done to Loops. But there's still a member of Tempo Storm in the middle of this. I talked about the idea of a spanner in the works, and this could be it here. It could be Rain to mess all of this up. But Kayowski up on the high ground. They're going to have to start to rotate in. The blue is not their friend, and this is a great angle for PK.
The smokes, Loops threw a bunch of smokes out just to try and make it less easy for the Knights, but they're not all super effective, and Raven's still able to find an angle above that hill. Tempo's out, Tempo's done. Dean, 12 kills for Loops, but J7 on the angle.
That was huge. J7, that rock to the left was massive. Dadine actually went down to the blue. They weren't able to help him up, and this is going to be it. This is PK's game to win. Loops is in a terrible position. You're going to have the best shot in the world, but it doesn't mean anything, and that's Pittsburgh Knights. The first win here for them, eliminating Loops, the chicken dinner. Solid play from PK. There we go, boys. Make some noise.
14 kills. This is the biggest we've ever seen the Knights go in the PMWL, unless I'm forgetting a game, but like for the most part, they haven't been this huge. But this time, they've used the chaotic circle to their advantage. They found themselves in a position with control of their area, and they just punished team after team rotating in. We didn't see a lot of it. We saw most of the fighting. We watched most of the fighting that happened down on the south side because there was a lot there as well. But you don't get 14 kills by accident.
No, and I wasn't even really noticing them because I saw them like from the peripheral angles. And they still had all their health bars, and I went, they must be playing this kind of quietly because they're known, they're survivalists.
The Knights,
exactly. That's how they survive. That's how they get on through. I think up until this point, the most kills they gotten in a game was like 6. You know what I mean? I don't think I'm making that number up. It was not super impressive, but now with that win, with those kills, that's PK back on the board, and that's why I love PUBG Mobile. Because nobody is ever out. Everybody can always step up. You did not make it here by accident. You are playing in the World League West. You are here because you are an all-star, and finally PK is showing us now. That's the play I love to see. Let's send it back over to our analyst to break down that epic match.
Thank you very much, Pittsburgh Knights, not only for taking yourself a fantastic victory that you guys desperately needed within the Super Weekend, but more importantly for me at least, it keeps this man to my left from bragging about his team choice. You had Loops. Let's talk, though, about Pittsburgh Knights. They came up big. They've been so quiet the entire time, Seven, but finally, in match 2 of the second day of the Super Weekend, they come through big.
Yeah, this is one team that needed that. This is, I know we're talking about Wildcard needing that win from earlier. Well, guess what? Pittsburgh Knights needed this even more to go ahead and move up those standings, those leaderboards that they currently were lacking on. Something along the lines that we haven't been able to see from Karina Power. So I love seeing that they weren't even third party in a fight. I think at one point we saw them fighting Loops and tempo. They came in third party there and actually started killing some of the people there too. So overall, great game for Pittsburgh Knights, and I love to see this kind of performance from them.
Let's take a look at the standings then to see where they did place, right? Not where they placed, we know where they placed. Let's see how many points they got though on top of this. 14 kills. I actually want to look back and see how many kills they had in total so far within the Super Weekend, because I feel like that's almost more than they had, but they get themselves 34 points, Glitter.
I think that it might be as well, but we have been kind of calling them out a little bit for being at the bottom of the leaderboard, like Seven had said. So amazing game coming out of Pittsburgh Knights, especially when they were shutting down Loops. Loops had a very, very strong game for themselves, and they had great positioning the entire time, and PK was just able to kind of stay on the edge and pick up the win at the end there. You know, also nice to see Wildcard back up in that top 7 position. It's just good for them points-wise, and then we can move on to the...
Well, Konina Power as well. We got to talk about them, right? This is a team that has been struggling constantly. To be fair, they only have 2 kills, and Tixie averaged 2 kills alone himself normally. But finally, Seven, we see them come to life.
Yeah, and Konina Power being able to get those 2 kills, guess what? They almost went ahead and doubled their kills for the whole weekend so far. And it's great to see that they were actually just going for placement points. At the end, there was just 1 player left, and he was trying to go for that swim and get those extra placement points. It did end up working out their way. And another team that we need to go ahead and talk about is Nova Esports. Nova Esports needs to go ahead and wake up. They cannot afford to go ahead and just continue to have the performances that they have had so far. We know that's a team that they can get wins and kills, and I might have to actually go ahead and pick them at some point here throughout the day. Another one is Team Queso. Not sure what happened there, honestly. We used to seeing better performances out of Team Queso in Vikendi and only getting 2 points. Very disappointing. I know they're a team that can actually do a lot better. And going here to the next matches, to Miramar and Sanhok, one team that I'm going to be looking out for, and I know everybody else is going to be looking out for, is going to be Dream Eaters. How are they going to be able to adjust to those maps that they did so well yesterday? Can they mirror that performance from yesterday?
Well, we'll find out if it's going to be a sweet dream for them or an unfortunate nightmare as we take a look at our stats for the Pittsburgh Knights. Remember, 14 kills, 1,600 damage. Honestly, the 14 kills and 6 knockout parts really surprised me a lot, Glitter, and I actually really love to see it. It shows they're being really proactive in these fights.
Yeah, and that problem, that's also going to, you know, kind of go back to what I was saying, is that they were doing a very good job third-partying in a lot of those fights. They stayed on the outside of the zone as much as possible, and at one point they just kind of let everybody brawl it out in the middle, and they just picked people off and dished damage out from the sides. If you see how little total healing they actually did, they did not take a lot of damage themselves, so their positioning was very, very strong, as was, you know, that illustrated in the kills and knockouts ratio.
I love how you actually pointed out the healing. Yeah, I think that's the lowest amount of healing we've seen a team get a chicken dinner with.
Yeah, that's some of the smallest healings I've ever seen. And overall, just stealing those many kills, come on, that's a great performance overall for the Pittsburgh Knights. Good job, guys.
Yeah, great job by them. Let's see if they can keep the momentum up as we take a look at our do the do moments from our match number 2 of day number 2 of the Super Weekend. And while we start things off, I mean, you see Dream Eaters again. I'm looking forward to them, as you mentioned, Seven, into the matches later on. Footballists as well, having a tough game here, Glitter. I don't know what's going on within their team, and they had a decent game considering what happened on the first match, but there's some teams that are struggling with that consistency we've talked about.
You know, and I think that this Vikendi specifically, and I was talking about it with you, Seven, it took a long time for teams this time around compared to yesterday to actually start these engagements. It felt like that early game kind of stretched out. I know Cameron and Viren pointed it out too. Like, it stretched on for a very long time this time around, and I don't know if teams are kind of reassessing their aggression from yesterday or what that decision was. But like you said, you know, we did see the likes of Footballs, who won yesterday on Vikendi, playing it a little bit safer. You know, they did get some kills. They had 4 kills, I believe, and they ended up, you know, doing well overall in the rankings, but nothing stellar, and that was kind of a little bit weird for me, Seven.
I think it came down just to the circle. That I think it was a circle that a lot of people weren't expecting. It's something that I love to see, was that it was Castle. I've been asking for this circle for so long. So Kalaris, if you're watching this, we got somewhat of a Castle circle. I guess you can go ahead and count that. And the best part is that, guess what? The teams that I did end up picking, Loops Esports, was in Castle, and we know that team can be super dangerous, and they ended up pretty much just fragging out. I cannot wait to see how much damage they're gonna have on that leaderboard, and we will be breaking down the play here coming up from Loops Esports, something that we quite enjoy. I know watching this, once I saw the circle shift from castle to another place, I was like, there's no way Loops is going to be able to survive this. Well, guess what? They proved me wrong, and they ended up in a great engagement here. I forgot which was the other team, and then Temple Storm crashed it, and Loops Esports, being the team that they are, they were able to go ahead and back that up. But guess what? Along all that, you have Pittsburgh Knights players like Sixless, one of those players that actually we kind of wanted to go ahead and wake up. And not let people be wondering earlier, from pretty much from the highlight from earlier, Sixless ended up just getting knocked by running out on the open. So it's good to see that those players, even though they have maybe a bad match, they're able to go ahead and come back and wake up and start getting those skills. And I want to go ahead and see more of that out of Sixless, out of Carnage, out of everybody currently in Pittsburgh Knights.
We'll see if they can stay consistent. And you guys said you wanted to see the damage from the last match. Well, luck for you, a magic button of just a snap of the fingers will bring it right in. There we go, right there on the screen. You guys can see it at home. Let's take a look at these numbers as well, because Glitter, that's some big numbers coming in for Loops.
Wait, are we at almost 2,500 right there?
Is that a 2 or a 3? I can't.
That's what I'm trying to look at. Okay, it's a 2. All right, there we go.
There you go.
Okay,
oh,
all right.
Saver.
But honestly, I mean, I'm not surprised that that's the damage Loops is putting out. They're more than capable of doing that. But look at Pittsburgh Knights, significantly less damage, 2 more kills. We talked about their awareness and positioning in that final zone. Worked out incredibly, incredibly well for them.
Wow. And look at that. I know you ended up picking Footballers. They ended up with a lot of damage. They maybe weren't able to finish up a lot of the knocks they had. I wonder how many knocks they had, but they were at least able to get 4 kills there. I think that's really impressive there from Footballers. And I know you were telling me, Glitter, you might end up picking Footballers throughout the whole day today after having a chat with them on Twitch.
Listen, to be fair, they did well on Vikendi yesterday. Then they got 3rd place going into Miramar. So if they can take, you know, their momentum from this and kind of push it forward into an even higher standing, I wouldn't be mad about it.
So does that mean you're picking them next match? Okay, cool. One thing I wanted to mention is Temple Storm there, by the way. They had, was it 1,800 damage and only 5 kills done. That shows they're being so aggressive looking for fights, but they weren't converting them into kills, though. That kind of worries me a little bit, Seven, because their points could have been so much higher because of that.
Yeah, and towards the end, they ended up getting unlucky. They pretty much crashed onto a place that they thought they were only going to be having to deal with one team. And guess what? They ended up having to deal with Loops Esports when they were already hot, just going after everybody. So overall, one thing I do like about Temple Storm that you even mentioned earlier, Jason, is that Temple Storm seems to be kind of waking up as well. They seem to be getting some momentum behind them and some, in a way, consistency behind them. So that's one thing I'm going to be looking out for, mostly towards the last match in Erangel.
Okay, well, that'll obviously be coming up a little bit later on tonight. Let's take a look at our top players, though, from the last match that we just had happen on Vikendi. And why does this doesn't even surprise me. 3 players from Loops Esports going to be taking the top 4 positions here, Glitter.
Look at Kayowski's numbers. The man almost had 1K damage to himself. That is impressive. I know we've talked a lot about Carrillo already, but that game coming, like those numbers coming out of Kayowski are incredibly impressive, Seven.
Yeah, and for me, actually, I know we see everybody surrounding the man. Raven, that is good numbers there from Raven as well. And it goes to show that Pittsburgh Knights was just stealing kills left and right. Look at that. He had 2 knocks, and he ended up with 5 kills, so he was super aware of what was going on. So congratulations, Raven, there being on top players. I look forward to maybe seeing you more in the future here on the top player section.
100%. I would love to see him back for more and, of course, get their team further up the rankings. Now, while we were watching this game, a certain play happened, and all 3 of us almost at the exact same time said, clip it. We're going to break this fight down. We have to talk about it. Seven, why don't you kind of introduce it to us and take it away?
Let me go ahead and tell you what's going to be happening here with Loops Esports, Uter Killers, and C9 Pyra. Now, at this moment, I was like, I was kind of crying. I said, oh my God, here goes Loops, man. Loops is going to end up dying. This is it. But they proved me so wrong here. They knew that there was people in the water. They knew that there was maybe some little fishes here and there. They tried to go ahead and maybe kill them. Well, guess what? They weren't able to. But something that I do love, to get a little bit more serious here, is that they had 2 players go to the other side, go for that swim, and meanwhile they had 2 other players over here on this side, which ended up working perfect for them. And that's something I actually enjoyed was the timing here. Pyra had to jump on that water, which didn't allow him to go ahead and shoot at some of the player from Loops Esports. They have to go under, and at this point, they still know. At this point, Carrillo's going to be able to call that out. Hey, I see one player right here from Farah. Make sure you're ready to go ahead and shoot at that. And guess what? As soon as they get out, Carrillo just laser ends, because this is pretty much going to be like shooting fish in a bucket, and that's exactly what they're going to end up doing. Loops Esports played that so well, and it was just so surprising for us, Glitter, watching this, that we just had to highlight it. We had to highlight it because it was just such a great play from them.
Yeah, and especially when it's water related. How many times have we talked about how important your decision and when that timing to go in and out of the water, how important those moments are, because the second you put yourself at that disadvantage, it can be your downfall, and we saw that for both Cloud9 and Uter Killers here.
See, I think one of the most important things we saw in that clip was, we talk about Loops Esports and the regression, right? We talk about how they love to take fights, they love to get in your face, but they do it so smart. Instead of sending everyone into the water where they can't shoot, they leave, like you said, 2 players back to make sure to cover the other players going in, and then able to just squeeze them forward and pick themselves up 2 more kills. Fantastic stuff by them, and we'll see if they can keep that up as we progress throughout the day. Let's take a look, though, at our overall standings from the, 7 matches we've had now within the Super Weekend, and we can see Cloud9 maintaining that #1 position. Wildcard currently sitting at #2 with Dream Eaters in 3rd, but Footballists, they've made their way up a bit. So have Loops, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think that's really good to see. We've got Cloud9 being the first team to break triple digits for their overall points. But we also see Pittsburgh Knights making a nice big jump there up into 9th place after their very, very strong showing on Vikendi. So love to see that, because we have seen them historically at the bottom of this list up until today.
Yeah, and just something to note there on Pittsburgh Knights, before this match, they were in 15th place. So what a jump right there. It goes to show what you're able to do if you get a chicken dinner, and on top of that, back it up with kills. And I think this is something to just kind of notate for the viewers at home, for maybe new people that might be watching PUBG Mobile Esports for the first time. All it takes, and maybe if you are struggling like Pittsburgh Knights was, just have a good game. If you have a good game and maybe carry that momentum over, if you're one of those teams that can actually do that, that would be huge, because it's just going to propel you up the leaderboard. And once you get within those top 10, guess what? Your mentality changes.
Yeah.
You're no longer at the bottom of that leaderboard. Now you're in contention, baby.
So much pressure is taken off your shoulders as well if you can have that one good game, right? We saw Dream Eaters really struggle when it came to league play, and they came through with the double chicken dinners. I want to point out one more thing there for the Pittsburgh Knights. They had 8 kills before that game. They got 14 that last one. They over doubled what they had in one game, and obviously shot up the rankings, as you mentioned before. But you can see here, we're going to have Miramar coming up next. That map, it kind of makes us want to think, Dream Eaters, are they going to be able to replicate the success they had before yesterday? I really don't know. I would love to see it, because for them, that then says these are 2 maps that we can dominate on. And if we can have really good points across those 2 maps every single time we play it, then they can easily stay within the top 5 of the overall rankings within Super Weekends, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think, everyone's kind of going to be looking for them because of that outstanding game that they had coming into Miramar yesterday. But we also do need to remember that not only did Dream Eaters have a very strong game on Miramar, but so did B4. Dream Eaters and B4 both were 1st and 2nd in both our Miramar and Sanhok maps, which are the ones that we haven't played that much during league play. So there are definitely teams that are going to be vying for that top spot here, 7.
Yeah, and I think for me, I said it yesterday, I'm going to go ahead and be more of a dream crusher. I want them to actually not get 1st place here, because I want them to start also focusing on the other maps. If you get a team that just gets back-to-back 1st place on the same map, well, guess what? They might just get comfortable with that. And I don't want a team to get comfortable with that. I want them to go ahead and look at other outcomes of what they're able to do and how they're able to improve in the other maps. So Dream Eaters, if you're watching this, it'll be awesome if you guys get the win, but I kind of hope you guys also realize, hey, we're going to be playing a lot more matches in Erangel, a lot more matches in Vikendi, so hopefully they can go ahead and step it up there.
It's a very good point. I like that. You can't really depend on 2 maps only to have your success on, because the second you don't have your success that one time on the map, you just drop down those leaderboards. But you know what? Speaking of dropping down leaderboards, we're getting to prediction game time here, and hopefully myself is not going to drop any farther. 7, I know you're kind of coming up close to overtaking me. Glitter, you actually got yourself into, I believe, like 3rd or 4th place at the moment, so you're shooting up the ranks. And then we're going to go for your prediction off the bat here. You were talking about Footballists before. Are you going to stick with the guns?
I think for one more game, I am going to stick with Footballists.
Okay.
I am.
Okay. That's good. That's great. You know what? I'm actually going to go with a crazier one. I'm going to go with B4.
That was the other one I was looking at.
So we'll see what B4 is going to be able to do here on Miramar. It's not Sanhok, but hey, why not? Throw a crazy one out there.
I'm not gonna lie, if those were changed, actually no, if you showed me those on a piece of paper and told me to guess who chose who, B4 definitely would have been Glitter's choice in my opinion. Me, I'm going Footballist as well. So Glitter, we're in this together and we'll check in with you guys.
Right.
Yeah, well I hope so. We'll see. We'll check with you guys after this match is done, of course, and hear you guys' thoughts and hopefully get to have some smiles if we can get our predictions correct. But of course, you guys at home can still win some things within the game. If you guys are watching within the game in the Esports Center, you have a chance to win some lucky draws for some limited time outfits. Make sure you guys are watching there. You got YouTube, you got Twitch, you got yourself the game as well. So make sure to check one of those out, or maybe all three of those as well, so you can chime in with the chat and maybe get yourself a lucky guess for 7 and get your name shouted out on the stream. And I got to bring in 2 new casters as well with the energy levels exceeding of over 9,000. We got Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave coming through here. And I have to say off the bat, Hot Jukes, I've been hearing rumors about something. I've been hearing something about this house tour coming up. What's that about?
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Good rumors then. Yes, a house tour coming in soon of the new gaming house here in Texas. Can't wait to get that out. Hopefully be up Monday. Pumped.
And where's my invite? That's my next question.
Oh, dude, you're ready to go. You're the first one on my notification list, that's for sure.
You know, bring in all the West crew. Mustache Dave, you're looking phenomenal today as well. What's your thoughts on the first 2 matches we've had played so far?
Listen, all right, are you trying to get at that? I'm a Footballist fan here today. I got you on my side. I got Glitter on my side. I am looking forward to Footballist getting that dub so I can reclaim my spot, that #1 spot on the leaderboards when it comes to the talent pick'ems.
Well, he's trying to go for his #1 spot. Hot Jukes going into our 3rd map of Miramar here. How do you think this is going to play out in general?
You know, it's a really interesting one right now because the way I'm starting to see certain players, you know, kind of go about Super Weekend, I think I've seen the top teams kind of play a little bit more conservatively, just trying to kind of hold on to that position as it goes into later days. So you know what? I'm going to go with tempo here on this one. Yesterday, they had a tough day, and me knowing these players really well, that's going to light a fire in them. You know, I think we saw it kind of happen in the last game. Fortunately, it didn't work out for them, but you know what? I'm going to go for them on this one.
Okay, so we got a tempo, we got a Footballist, so we got a Footballist here as well. We're gonna find out after this match is done who will be taking home the extra points on our side and maybe who can move up the ranks. I'm hoping to still hold on to that #1 spot, but I'm hoping it works out for us, Dave, and I hope Hot Jukes that tempo get knocked out in 16th place. Anyways, why don't you guys take us into our 3rd match of the day here on Miramar.
Here we go. Match number 3, Miramar 2.0. My favorite map personally right now because so far every single one that we've seen in the past tournaments, they've just been insane from start to finish, Dave. Ain't that right?
Yeah, and you know, I got Footballists on my team to get the dub here, but I also am going to be looking out for Team Queso. They like to get that Golden Marauder, and we know from the Americas region at least, it's a pretty consistent squad when it comes to Miramar, and I know they're looking for the comeback here, the comeback kings, some would say.
They need it. They definitely need it so far. Having a rough start today, and I was really surprised to see how they're changing up their strategies. First game, they normally like to drop Primorsk, and that was a perfect playing path for them to do that. They decided to mix it up completely, and I was kind of shocked, and then seeing how they performed last game, I wonder what's kind of going in there, you know, kind of like what's going through their brains right now, right? What's their mindset like going in here into match number 3? But if there's any time to get a win, it's right now.
Yeah. I mean, right now, you know, they're at that midway point in the Super Weekend, I would call it, and they're at that mid-pack on the actual overall leaderboards. They got about 50 total points, and they average around 7.1 per game. But, I mean, to put this into perspective, like top 3 right now, Cloud9, they average 15 points per game. So, yeah, if you want to make the comeback, you got to get those averages up just a little bit more. And, hey, Hot Jukes, the plane, we are going to be looking at it. Nova, going to go all the way up there to Camp Militar. Interesting.
Oh, man, and that early drop's going to help them out quite a bit because they're going to be able to loot all that really quickly here. Starting to look down to the center of the map. Tempo Storm going to Picado. They're old faithful of a drop, wondering if they're going to have some contention there. It looks like they may just have it. But, yeah, looking at this particular zone, it's going to be really huge, especially for Cloud9. They love to go El Pozo, and that is like one of the most high loot spots in all of Miramar, and so far by the looks of it, they're gonna have it all themselves, so they're gonna be looted up and ready to go for this game.
They're gonna be looking really good all the way up there to the north of circle number 1. You got Uter Killers just south of that. B4, another really aggressive squad. So we'll pay attention to see exactly how that west side of circle number 1 unfolds. Really though, I mean, you talked about it. Tempo over there in Picado. They got a couple teams around them. This is going to be on the east side of the circle, so they could be setting up for some nice rotational early game kills on their side.
Definitely. I mean, that's a big advantage anytime you're a team that really is able to secure the central drop point on each different map. And when you're able to do that, wherever the circle goes, you're most likely going to be the quickest one to be able to get there. Of course, unless you drop there. But considering if you have to rotate from all these other teams, you're going to have the best chance. And you can see Tempo, they're still in zone. They're in zone automatically right here. The only way they're not in the first circle is if we get a crazy Campo Militar circle, which is super rare. So, yeah, I think that's a really great drop location. That's honestly one of the prime reason why I decided to pick him for this match.
Oh, okay. You're starting to get a little better insight on the hot juke strategy.
You know what? I decided, you know what? I was looking at it, and I was like, you know what place am I in? I'm not in first. I was like, you know what? I need to start trying on my picks, you know?
Oh.
I think that was the problem. You know, now I'm going to put effort, and we'll see what happens.
You're going to start trying. Hey, that's what you said the last game when we were watching. Like, I'm going to start trying.
I'll say it every game.
Talk about trying. Prez from Umbra trying to connect the shots on the Toffees from the Dream Eaters. Going to be driving on right by that one.
Oh, and
flipping the vehicle. Okay.
Oh, what a turtle. He gets it. There we go. Save right there. That was really clutch right there for Dream Eaters. Now, we got to talk about Dream Eaters. I think that's definitely a team that we have to talk about because their performance yesterday was just monstrous, at least compared to how they've performed in the past. And we heard some great stats from the desk earlier on, and just comparing their overall past 11 games to those 2 games that they had. I believe they had more points in 2 games than over 11. So that just goes to show you how big of a day that was for them. And that's what I really love about this entire scoring system, this entire tournament right here. 2-3 good games can change your entire stats on the leaderboards. We saw Cloud9 do that in the PMWL Americas. They were bottom 10 almost the whole tournament, and then in just the last couple of days, turned it on and was able to secure 3rd place, I believe. But man, it's just insanity when it comes to thinking about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 chicken dinners, right? Back to back. And 1 chicken dinner alone is 20 points. They were able to get 40 points alone when it comes to placement points to add to that total overall. Looking at kills, though, I mean, trust me, I understand. The game, it's all about surviving till the end and getting the chicken dinner. But I would like for the squad to kind of ramp up their fragging ability, right? To kind of level it out so that they can be that consistent squad. Right now, they're sitting around 34. Right behind them in 4th place, Footballists with 42. So, you know, those chicken dinners definitely going to be keeping them up there at the top. But as the tournament progresses, like the chicken dinners, okay, you're getting the chicken, but you need to also get the frags to kind of balance it out, at least in my opinion.
I think it's a good way to look at it. You know, I think it's definitely a good way to look at it. In my opinion, I think that, you know, just consistent placements are going to all overall do you pretty well, you know. But yeah, like you mentioned, getting some good, solid kills, they'll just help offset those bad games. And it's just going to happen no matter how good of a team you are. There's going to be certain games where you drop, guess what? The loot, it's just not there for some reason. You get the worst circles possible. You get gatekept by 3 or 4 of some of the best teams on the planet. You're going to get into those tough spots. And I think that in order to win a tournament like this, it's all about just trying to get into the top 6 position, you know?
Yeah.
If you're able to get top 6 and then hope that one game you get that good favorable circle, your team's all working as a unit, they're working right, and that's where you go for that chicken dinner with huge kills. You know, you want to use that opportunity to get those kills because just a solid chicken dinner, 20 points is great. But man, if you're able to secure 32, you know, 34, that's another level right there.
Secure the bag. And kind of just to double back on that point real quick, when we look back at Loops, you know, very strong team when it comes to the Americas region. You kind of brush on it, like they would get taken out in maybe 14th, maybe 13th position. But at that point, they had a lot of games where that happened to them, but they had like 5 or 6 kills at that point. So, you know, those points are able to keep you afloat, at least when it comes to looking at the leaderboard long term, you know, longevity-wise. At least that's what I have kind of gathered as we progress here within the games.
You know, it's interesting. It's interesting because if you really think about it, you know, you got to look at every single team has their own pretty much strategy to try to win this tournament, right? And Loops, it seems their strategy is just kill everything, you know? and a lot of times it's worked, to be honest. We've seen them do exactly that. And I was actually remember talking to 7WG just a little earlier, and we were kind of going back and forth on this. And it's really interesting because I want to see, like you saying how Loops, right? How like, okay, like, man, like, wow, we're great shots. I was like, that's because they're the best fragging team right now, I think, in my belief. He's like, but man, they keep dying early. And I said, that's because I think they're the best fragging team right now, you know? Like, sometimes they just want to push so hard, and then they get caught out in third-party scenarios. And speaking of, you know, getting caught out. Yeah, Ulysses.
All the way out here in the desert by themselves. They got 4 members of Cloud9 just blowing up their vehicle. And I wouldn't be surprised, if we start to see the rotate come out from Cloud9 to make sure to secure that point. Because, I mean, Ulysses is just out there solo dolo right now. And Beowulf with that off angle able to connect onto Ulysses and looking for that thirst right now. There it is.
Yeah, gets the flush right there. The rest, okay, B4 up on top right now. Just kind of overwatching Cloud9, and Bayo needs to be really cautious right here. Uneven, he's by him, so that's going to work out to their advantage. So one of them gets knocked on by some kind of mistake. They're able to get that quick pickup. But you know what? It's interesting because we're talking about Loops, right? I think if you're going to make a great comparison, it's got to be between them and Cloud9. You know, because Loop's strategy just seems to be just hyper aggression. Levi, those were some big. That was a risky rotation right there, but it worked out.
Yeah, I think they even were they able to pop a tire. I mean, we saw that kind of barrel roll at the end there, but yeah, Cloud9 able to regroup over there. I mean, mission accomplished, right? They got that knock, they got the flush, and so they got 1 point. They're gonna pull back onto that one. Next zone goes on up. Jukes, we got a couple teams on the outside trying to make their way on in.
Yeah, it's going to be Nova who dropped at Campo Militar. They had a drive from the get-go here, so they've probably been driving the entire game. Team Unique, you know, on the top edge there, looking to try and rotate a little bit safer. Interesting to see how they're going to be able to get into this circle. But back what we were talking about a little earlier, you know, look at that particular engagement from Cloud9, you know? You had Bayo, uneven pushed up. Hold on really quickly.
Every time you get into it, there's like a team rolling by.
That's Miramar 2.0. Yeah. That's why I love it. At the same time, man. Just straight action from start to finish.
Sam. Sam gonna be popping up right there, but Lutz tunneled in on top of Sam. Sam forced to hit the dirt once again, heal on up, and probably gonna reconsider popping their head up there on that hill, that ledge once again. And yeah, you don't want to mess with footballists. Not right now. It's too early.
Yeah, Sam's like, all right, I think let's just rotate on out of here. Lutz with some insane shots. I would have loved to see the hand cam right there coming out of Sam. It would have been him just tapping the stand-up button and then lay down right back at it right there, because, that was way too close.
And it was only a matter of seconds, Lutz going to be unloading. But getting into this one, Dream Eaters, I mean, we were talking about them earlier on, a team that I want to see get a little more aggressive when it comes to getting these frags. They are going to be right here on top of Konita Powers and Matic, one of the top damage dealers for the squad. Yeah, we'll be connecting onto Gonzo right now.
And great mini shots right there with that 8x. You can just see how quick this man is able to just tap that DMR and get a good solid knock. I wonder, right now Dream Eaters are trying to get a little bit of more information because this is a tough one to push. I mean, look, you can't really drive up on the other side there. You're just gonna get caught driving. But when you got shots like that, that opens up the door for sure.
Again, if you get knocked from the same window 2 times, I mean, whose fault is it really? Maddox still gonna be up here looking at the revive, and you were touching on it. Dream Eaters looking to make the rotate, looking to get the confirms over here. This terrain is going to make it a little difficult. Konita Powers. Oh my goodness. The off angle is coming out right now from Dream Eaters, just able to collapse, and they're wrapping around Konita Powers right now. They're pinning them down.
If I'm Konita Power, you got to leave right here in this situation. You do not want to get stuck in this spot, especially with Dream Eaters, how aggressive they've been. And man, they are hitting some major shots against this squad here. And then look at that.
Another one.
Pixie.
Yep.
You know, one of the best performers we've seen so far from Community Power getting caught on that off angle. Gonzo. That's you need to do what his name is right there and get.
Gonzo is gone. Gonzo is gone. And I really like that Matic from Dream Eaters is up there on top of the hill, kind of playing that oversight, that overlooking, the anchor position. And now we see Matic. They see the kill feed. They know that they have the numbers advantage. Going to be making the pull up, making the breach right now to try to get these confirms and some points, these early kill points in the bank.
Yeah, those are the best time to really get into these kind of engagements, especially on Miramar, because it's a little bit difficult, I guess.
And O's cooking that one. Cooking that one. That should be good. Oh, it is good, but not good enough. We'll be putting a little bit of damage onto Slicky right there. But look at this. Slicky's going to need to avoid being bombarded by not one, but 2 grenades and make that 3. The aggression coming out from Slicky from Wildcard. This
third time be the charm.
Oh, well, there goes one of the vehicles here. And now here comes the push. Here comes the push. Slicky going to be underhanding. Yeah, that could have been big. 2 members of UDR going to be getting the wrap around of here. And Sam in the back line, in the tail of this one, will be playing that oversight onto Slicky. And yeah, the objective was to get the revive onto Spring, but it is not looking like that's going to happen.
Dandro with the quick shots right there onto Slicky, catching him out. Right now, Uter Killers just using their numbers advantage and doing it at full force right now. It's just Sam. Yeah, Sam all along there's lonesome right now, and he's got nothing to do but just retreat.
Sam, I am. I can survive. I can survive. Gonna be full on retreat mode right now.
Yeah, you saw it right there. He was about to run up that hill, and some bullets went really close to him. He's like, I gotta stick right where I'm at. And that's just Miramar, man. When you get stuck without a vehicle, and rotations here, they're just so difficult. Look at all this open space.
Yeah. Ooh, Soke going for the long one onto Faker. Gonna be landing right on Faker's footsteps right there. Gonna be taking about 50% out. The second one attempting to get the clutch, not able to do so. Soke gonna be repositioning off of that one.
Yeah, and I think that's a smart play right now, especially considering where your position is. There's no cover. You get knocked, you're going to get thirsted right there. So happy to see him just kind of, say, hey, you know what? I'd rather stick with my team and get this fight later going. But, Empo and Team Queso. This is a really big one for both these teams right here.
Axel over here trying to toss some long grenades into the skylights of this warehouse and, get that grenade right in the middle, right on top of Tempo. You got Ayala and Marco up here on the hill. They're going to be overlooking the compound. They do need to be cautious because, once when they start to give away this information with these shots, they might open themselves up to a third party. Tempo using smokes right now to make the push-up. Axel will be spotting out HH and immediately flushing out HH right there. Oof.
Gotta do it right there. Axel just sees the opportunity to get one of the members, not to mention one of their top fraggers, down and out. And now they're at a 3v1 or 3v4 advantage right now.
Yeah, I see Rain. Rain popping in a vehicle, trying to sweep around, trying to get the backstab right now onto Team Queso. Team Queso are going to be utilizing the wall to their advantage, making the push. We see grenades popping on out. Looks like Team Queso opting to toss the smoke to maybe block the sightlines. They might have recognized the sweep, the flank from Rain over there to the south.
It's so close right now. One grenade could change up this whole fight. As we look through the replay here, we look over at Dream Eaters. Taken out of it. That was a really good play that we saw earlier on. But right now we're locked on this Tempo versus Team Queso fight. Marco got knocked. It's evened up now.
Marco is knocked, but Mystic is going to be right there. Mystic going to be popping their head. Spec with that lean peek. Going to be connecting onto Mystic. So now Team Queso have 2 members bleeding on out right behind this broken wall. Axel trying to continue to provide that cover fire, but here comes Rain on that off angle. Tensa with the 1v1 onto Ayala is going to be taking down one, chunking down the other quite low. Tensa forced to pull back, trying to heal on up and Smack making sure to get the confirms. And this is what we were talking about, the third party potential. Footballists just popping their heads up right over the hill like, hey, let me get involved. Rain going for a huge grenade. Huge grenade. Spec right there on top of Axel.
That would be insane.
Oh my goodness. Rain with the grenade kill to finish out Team Queso.
What an arm! He said to the rest of his squad, how much you want to bet I could throw a nade over these mountains right here? And it's just locked right on target right there. One of the best nades I've seen so far in this tournament. And Team Queso, I mean, dang, they seem to have that one in the bag, but Tempo just turned it around on them with some big shots. Super clutch.
Thought I saw Rain in the gym the other day. I didn't want to go up to him, you know, but it was Rain. Pumping that iron. I mean,
arm day every day for Rain.
Arm day every day. Who cares about leg day? Talking about leg day, Bayo might need to use their legs to vault on out of this window right now. In the corner, not making a move. Gonna be popping, going to the pre-fire, getting one, getting the thirst, and now it is just Sandro and Bayo. Sandro.
Heard the click.
Cooking it. Bayo's gonna be making the push up, pulling back. Okay. Oh, here they are, locked and loaded, face to face. Bayo getting 2. Oh, Uter Killers, done.
Bayo just looked at Uter Killers and said, hey, you know what? Don't skip brain day right there.
Oh,
you know?
Brain day, no.
Don't skip brain day right there. He's like, I'm holding these angles. I got this down in this closet. Great performance right there. I mean, that is just, you just have to get it done. And man, he did. 2v1.
They went one by one. They went one by one. It's like
can't do that.
Tough one.
Yeah, you know what? And to be honest, like maybe they perhaps didn't really, you know, get that intel, and it could be difficulties between communication, thinking that you have both your squads right there trying to push. So many different factors to go into it. But man, it was just at the end of the day, big play for Bayo.
Tough to watch. Yeah. Highlight reel for sure. And looking on over here, I saw the Knights. They picked up a crate. I didn't catch who it was, but they had the MK14. That bad boy, full auto. Oh, it just shreds. Dream Eaters, 7 kills. Anybody pick Dream Eaters for the win here, because we know when Dream Eaters, when they start early to mid game with a bunch of kills, they are feeling themselves, Hot Jukes, and you know they might be getting the dub here. Just saying.
It could be absolutely their game. I believe Inverum ended up picking up Dream Eaters right here, so that could be some big points for him. It's still anybody's game, though, with this circle. I wonder where it's going to shift to, and it looks like it goes straight to
Dream Eaters.
Cloud9 and Tempo. Yeah, and Dream Eaters across the street. Oh, could he get caught out right now?
Maybe. For now, Umbra tossing out some grenades, trying to connect, trying to inflict as much damage as possible. Nova Esports right behind them, all in their own vehicles. They need to play this one very methodically right now.
Yeah, Nova Esports needs to start having some big games right now, and you could just tell Halls, he knows exactly where they're at. Will this nade hit? As we wait for it to pop, it doesn't right there, and that's going to give away his position. Here comes HCL on his own, though. Oh, but Hall's dropped the buggy.
Yeah, Hall's hearing the vehicle going to be making the pullback. The Scar spray. Missing a lot of these bullets, Hot Jukes.
Oh, such a tough gun to control, especially if you don't have the right attachments to it right there. And yeah, Team Umbra, great opportunity. Unfortunately, not able to get that knock for Nova, but they're getting third party by B4 right now. That opens the door right there for Nova.
Yeah, it's going to open the door where we saw their vehicles are going to be smoking after that one. Pro Lord, Iron Sight, AKM just going to be looking uphill, just spraying them down. HCL actually going to be using that smoking vehicle to push up just a little closer to this next zone. Here comes the grenades coming on out. Team Umbra are going to be sandwiched right now. Sandwiched, nowhere to run, nowhere to go. Lord getting taken down right there.
You were just not messing around with that right there. It's so true. Team Umbra in a world of hurt right now. One of the worst positions that you can get.
Oh!
So difficult right there. Tough break for Team Umbra getting stuck in that position. But now Nova has to deal with 3 meters.
Nova should just send it. I mean, it looks like they're trying to get the crates, they're trying to get the loot, they're trying to use these smokes, but Dream Eaters, I mean, this sliver of a window, this angle is insane right now, being held by Toffees. I mean, can they even peek back on this one? I don't think so. Look at this angle, the protection right now.
So tight. That's exactly what you need to be doing right there. And that's tough to even spot from this range. Yeah, so I mean, just to be able to just utilize that perfect, just threading the needle through that window, man, devastating for all these squads.
Top 5 angles to hold right there. I mean, that has to be up there. Tempo, actually, still going to be alive. 5 kills. They do have a compound, you know, right to the south of them will be the Dream Eaters. So both of these teams will be on the southern, I want to say like the sloping half. You know, everybody else is up there on top of the mountains.
Speaking of angles, right? You saw Tensa right there using them to his best advantage. And you know what? That's what I got to give to, like, when you start seeing players that play at this type of level, their peaks are just so tight, and they're able to just find different positions that not very many players can even think about, you know, and having so much cover right there. Like, look at this. Toppy's been hanging on the same spot, just laying it down right now onto Nova, and there's nothing they can do. They can't move from there.
We got to note though, next circle did go on up, so both of these squads need to work their way on into the new zone. And Dream Eaters, they heard the shots from Tensa just moments ago. Dream Eaters going to be tossing a molly into the doorway, blocking the push from Tempo and Matic, trying to use this time, trying to catch some angles right now.
They have to take out Tempo right now. They're all out of zone right now, so this is going to be a fight that will finish in bloodshed. And it could go either way right now. I don't see too many other teams that are going to be really looking down on this, the third party, so it's going to be pretty even. This is always a crazy spot to end a game, that's for sure.
B4 all the way up here on top of the mountain. Gonna be looking down on all these teams. Here comes a grenade from Mixira, trying to get the finish on the Lavazin. Lavazin in the smokes and popping on over here. Unique, they got 3 up right now. Cloud9, they got 2 up, and then 2 up from Footballist. So we got 3 squads all on top of one another, just tossing grenades back and forth. 3 kills right now onto Cloud9.
It can go either way right now as they're trying to open it up with, through the window.
Through the window.
Not uneven with a huge nade.
To the walls over here. Bale, gonna be the last remaining member for Cloud9. Gonna be using the smokes to sneak their way on into the next compound right next door, and now is on the outskirts, blue zone to their back.
Here we go. It's starting to get really intense right now. 6 circle right now. You can see all these squads just kind of holding the edge. Not a lot of cover in the central area right now. Man, wherever this next circle goes, it's going to be huge for that team.
Yeah, the grenades just coming back and forth, back and forth. I mean, Unique, they know that there's at least one more enemy in this area because of these smokes, of course. But Bale, not opting to move. Doesn't really need to move. Is in the actual zone. Can kind of play this one out. Ooh, that grenade almost taken life right there.
He tasted it, that's for sure right there. So he knows that they know exactly where he is. He's stuck in this position. Can't really move right now. It's just Bale just trying to survive, do everything he can for his squad, currently sitting in first place right now. But at the end of the day, this is all he needs to do. You know, when you have a tough break, tough game, you just want to end up in that top 5, top 6 position. And that's what he's already secured. And yeah, top 5 is exactly what you got right there.
It's okay. It's okay. You got B4. They're going to be overlooking that anyways. So Unique going to be making the push on out. So B4, they're looking on top of Unique. They're looking over Dream Eaters. I mean, Mixira is right on top of Dream Eaters. And yeah, that's why we're going to start to see the push right now. Looks like Mixira is calling for that backup.
Yeah, B4 Esports right now on the hunt. It's going to be really clutch to see right here. I know Seven actually picked this squad to win this one right here. And they got big oversights. They got the zone. Honestly, this could get really scary considering could be a heal off.
Pedro, a crate. So yeah, I mean, B4, they definitely have the zone. They have the high ground. I don't even know if squads can make their way on up there when the blue zone starts to push in, because that's just going to cut off the entrances. And Pedro in their own little grenade battle themselves. Pedro going to be tossing one grenade on top of Unique, and Unique doing the same thing, returning the favor right now. Levi going to be lean peeking right there, catching out Raven. You saw the Knights, they're in the background. They're in the tail end of this one, just trying to sneak their way on in, trying to get some placements, but they were quickly spotted, and here comes the smokes on the playfield.
Now, nothing you can do when you got 2 big teams just staring right at you and you got to run out in the open. That's every professional player's worst nightmare right here. But speaking of nightmares, man, this B4 squad on top of this hill, they're just causing a whole bunch of them right now on the both Dream Eaters and Team Unique.
Yeah, we only got 3 more teams remaining. It's going to be a 4v3v2. Dream Eaters with 2 down there. Nowhere to really go for them. I mean, they're pretty much pinched down, and I think they know that. I think they recognize the situation, so they might opt to pass off that med to one person, maybe med it out. You never know.
Yeah, you know, that might be the right play right here. It's just kind of crazy just seeing these still grenades coming out from Team Unique on a B4. All it takes is one good one to pretty much change the entire dynamic of this fight. And oh, that one was really close. Yeah, on to Pedro. But this fight's going to be, it's inevitable. It's only a matter of time right here. Wow, these nades are getting really close.
They're getting really close. But my thing is, like, how many do they have left, right? Like, how many grenades do both of these teams have left? Because they have been tossing out a lot of them. Pedro. Oh, Annalise going to be taken down to the blue zone, and that's going to make this a 2v4. We see B4 going for that little 2-2 split going on right now. Lightning going to be popping their head on up. Going to be taking down a lot of damage on both of the enemies.
Oh, here we go.
Here comes the reset.
Oh, it looks like they caught him in the reload.
And that
that's B4 taking out Team Unique, and Dream Eaters pushed up, trying to get the third party right now.
Actually surprised they were able to push on up right here. Matic, 3 kills so far. We'll be seeing Pedro going to be peeking their head on up. Pedro chunked down pretty low. 13 kills so far on to B4. Maxon was able to get that heal on up, but when it comes to B4, no knocks still. No knocks on the side of B4, so they need to get a grenade. Mix Zero will be tossing out some smokes right there to block all the sight lines on the Dream Eaters, and this is probably when we're going to see the push, the immediate aggression from B4 as they know they got the numbers advantage. They just need to play as a unit, play as a team right now. Levi trying to get the flank, trying to get the wraparound. Matic is going to be healing on up right now, boosting on up. Here comes the random sprays on into the smokes. Pedro is going to be spotted. Matic able to get Pedro, take them down, and
oh my goodness,
2v3.
Mixera with a huge knock. That was big right there.
Yeah.
Matic versus Mixera right now. Who's gonna win this one?
Matic. It's up to Matic right here. So they swapped roles. They swapped positions. Mixera now on the low end of this one. Matic making sure to get the thirst, making sure to get those points. But Pedro is going to be bleeding on out right behind Matic. Most likely will be relaying this information on over to Mixera. Tell him, Mixera, you got this. You got this. Mixera might be baiting out a smoke. That might kind of bait out Matic to think it's a frag grenade and, you know, have him peek on over here. But Matic, 5 kills. I mean, you got to assume the high ground wins this one.
It's anyone's game. It's anyone's game. Dream Eaters started at the low ground right here, but this just goes to show you that you can't be too overconfident going against any one of these teams right here. They thought they had the 4v2 advantage and decided to just kind of press it out and got caught out. Mixera, oh, really risky push right now.
Here comes the blue zone. The blue zone is going to start applying that pressure. Mixera is inside the smoke. Only 9 bandages to go. Mixera trying to get on into the crate. Matic able to connect, and you said it. You said it. Dream Eaters. It was a 2v4. They turned it around.
Are you kidding me right there? Dream Eaters just getting it done. So close. That was such a close battle between both those squads. B4 seemed to have it completely locked down right there off the top, but then you can just tell they had 4v2. They just got out of that big fight with Team Unique, and it looks like they just kind of just wanted to full press the aggression, use their numbers to their advantage. But man, Dream Eaters were playing it just really tight, getting some big clutch knocks right there, and just like that, down and out, B4 goes, and Dream Eater picks up the chicken dinner. Crazy.
It's very interesting. You know, B4, they had the high ground, but then they sent Mick to go and try to get the flank, you know, try to get him from the low ground and catch him off guard. I don't know. I mean, that separation right there at the end might have thrown him off right there. I really thought B4 had the dub.
Definitely. And when he goes to see those kind of fights right there, you know, you have that 4-number squad. If for some reason those comms are just a little off, you just kind of push a little too separate, and it just changes like crazy. But I can't wait to see what the desk, Jason, and everybody has to say about this one, and we'll find out right now, right after this quick, short commercial break.
I love it, Hot Jukes. Jason and everyone else on the desk, the way it should be. What's up, Seven? What are you counting? You're missing 2 more numbers for your name. What's wrong? 1-4?
No. That's 14. That's 14, baby. That's how many kills B4, the team that I chose, got in that last game. What a finale, though. Dream Eaters. Listen, Dream Eaters completely shut me up. I was saying I wanted to go ahead and be a Dream Crusher. Well, guess what? They said, yo, you know what, 7, sit down. You don't even know what you're talking about. And they got that 15-kill game win. They even improved their performance from yesterday in Miramar. That is so impressive.
That's what we've been talking about, Glitter, right? We talked about this is 2 of the maps that they can play well, but can they be consistently placing well on those 2 in particular? And hey, they've done it yet again. We're going to find out if they can do it on Sanhok a little bit later on. But let's see how all the other teams did, because there's more teams than just one here. I mean, obviously, B4 Esports, you're talking about 7, 28 points, but Glitter, we get Team Unique yet again. A number 3 placing out of them. They're starting to really pick up some steam today.
Yeah, and they really, really needed that because as of yesterday, they were at the very bottom of our rankings. And a team that we were surprised to see there because in league play, they had been so aggressive and had done so well to qualify into the Super Weekend that it didn't really fit their play style, right? So the past 2 games are far more indicative of what we saw during league play, and they're doing way, way better for themselves. But also we're seeing Uter Killers there in 8th place. And so that's really good for them, kind of getting a few additional points there. And consistency coming out of Pittsburgh Knights for the day. So that's always good to see.
Yeah, and from that one, just one more from that front page was Temple Storm. Temple Storm was able to win some key gunfights, and I know that's going to be some extra points there that my boy Hot Jukes is going to be able to add to his whole tally. And now as we're going here to the second page, Loops Esports in 15th place. That is so surprising considering that that's one of the strongest teams that we have seen so far today. Not sure exactly what happened there, and something that I'm starting to see more and more here is Team Queso being on this second page. I'm not sure what's going on today with Team Queso, but hopefully they can go ahead and pick it up. And last but not least, I know this is a team we've been kind of talking about the whole time, Kanina Power Glitter. Surprising to see what's going on there. This is the second day. We usually expect a great performance from them, and Glitter so far, they just haven't been able to show up.
Listen, maybe it's because this is a 3-day weekend. So maybe they thrive under that pressure. Having 2 days left isn't enough pressure. They just need to wait until the 3rd day because I don't know what else it could possibly be.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with their kills in particular. Again, we talk about Tixie time and time again, averaging 2 kills per game. I actually really want to see his averages. Maybe we'll check in with that tomorrow to see how it's kind of tanked since then, unfortunately, for him. But Wildcard as well, having an okay placing. We're not really seeing the consistency out of the teams we expected off of the opening weekend, then into league play, and now into the Super Weekend. I mean, we're seeing our Cloud9s in there, which is great to see. The Tempo Storm having a little bit of a tough time here. There's sometimes. Let's take a look, though, of our stats here for Dream Meters, who yet again, oh my gosh, I did not expect that damage. 2,800.
Wow.
Nice.
2,800 and only 800 heal. That is really impressive. That goes to show that they were just taking full advantage of whatever the match was giving them. And I wonder, out of all this, how much damage their top player was actually able to do. Matic was able to do. And 15 kills with 14 knocks, they were at least able to go in and steal an extra kill. And that finale, once again, I think they played that so well. I don't remember Core right, but I think it might have been like a 2v4 against B4.
Yeah.
And that was just super impressive from them to be able to go ahead and come out on top from that. It goes to show that, hey, Miramar might be becoming their map, so that it's great. It's great for them.
Well, isn't the weird part about that is the fact that B4 originally had the high ground, and then somehow Dream Eaters like circled around them and eventually took that position away from them, Glitter? I mean, if anyone watched Star Wars out there, they know high ground is supreme.
Yeah, as soon as that happened, I was very surprised by that rotation because initially Dream Eaters was on the bottom and they were letting Unique and B4 battle it out. They let B4 take out Unique, kind of do the heavy lifting there because they knew they only had 2 players left at their disposal. I think at that point, B4 was very, very confident in that 4v2 situation, and the fact that Dream Eaters was not only able to win, but literally turn everything on its head, that was a finish I was not prepared for, to be totally honest.
Yeah, 100%. I think we'll actually see some of it in our Do the Do moments from that last match, and we can probably talk about it when we do get there as well. But still action-packed across the board. Kanina Power, I mean, tagging along with them in the beginning. They do take a member down from Loops. Cloud9 even making some signs in there as well. But it's all about Dream Eater, and we have to talk about 7.
Dream Eater, honestly, I think once we saw them win their first engagement, and I think this was that first engagement, we were just so shocked at how much more aggressive. That's pretty much what I want to go ahead and point out about here, Dream Eaters. They are so much more aggressive on Miramar than in any of the other maps, and maybe even Sanhok. I cannot wait to see what they can actually do in Sanhok. And this is one that we're actually going to be breaking down later on, as we saw Team Queso go ahead and fight against Tempo Storm. And Team Queso actually had the advantage, but they ended up completely potatoing that. So don't worry worry, we got you covered. We'll be able to show you guys that in a little bit. And Loops surprising. They ended up towards the bottom, and I know Jason and Glitter, this was one of your guys' picks. Football is not being able to go ahead and have the best performances here in Miramar, but at least adding 3 kills to their tally, Glitter.
Yeah, and you know what? 3 kills is better than nothing. They also had a decent placing, so they were able to secure some more points. But I was definitely hoping for, I think, a little bit more aggression out of Footballists. They did well yesterday on this map, so I was hoping that maybe they could repeat that performance. But this was definitely, or I think it's becoming, the Dream Eaters B4 combo, because if you remember from yesterday, not only did Dream Eaters pull down first place, but B4 took second place on this map, and then they repeated that exact same performance on Sanhok. So moving into the next map, are both of these teams going to be able to stay that consistent?
And remember, one of the things that we actually heard from B4 yesterday is that going into Sanhok, that is their strongest map, even though they were actually a bit nervous to play it since they really didn't get a chance to play it during league play. So two teams that I'm definitely going to be looking at here. I'm going to be trying to figure out which one to pick, but overall, Matic right there, once again, showing why he seems to be coming out on top, and he also seems to be just the best player overall for Dream Eater. Congratulations, Dream Eater, on that back-to-back wins on Miramar.
I mean, we talked about him on the top of the show, right? We talked about Dream Eaters, we talked about him in particular, and he's just pretty much showing why exactly we took that time out of our show to bring him in. But speaking about bringing things in, I heard that if we all clap at the exact same time, we're going to be able to summon Acer from Wildcard. So let's see if we can time this. We've not practiced whatsoever. I promise you that at home.
Do a countdown. Oh.
So it'll be like 3, 2, 1, go, all right? 3, 2, 1, go. I'm way ahead of them. That's my fault. But there we go. Hey, Acer.
Jason.
I got to ask you. Hey, we'll practice that later on. Don't worry.
Yo, what's up?
How you doing? Okay, you can hear me. Perfect. So first of all, I want to say, how does it feel to be playing here in the PUBG Mobile World League?
Honestly, it feels really great. Like, this is my first time playing an actual like world tournament, honestly, and like I get pretty nervous, but I don't know, bro. I feel great right now.
Well, you guys aren't looking nervous. I'll give you that. Seven, what do you want to ask him?
For me, Acer, you're usually one of the top players there from Wildcard. By the way, man, it's so happy to see you here in the World's Final. I know you didn't get a chance to do it last year, but it's good that you're finally here to go ahead and shut some bots up. Now, you currently have 30 kills with 32 knocks. You're usually one of those aggressive players. Tell us a little bit more about like what are the roles that your teams had? Who does what in what places for teams that might not, for viewers that might not be as familiar with Wildcard as we are?
Well, Spring is obviously our IGL. He's the one that calls rotations. I'm the co-IGL and entry fragger most of the time. I call out spots for where the team will go, and I usually scout most of the time. Siki is our main fragger. He's a really good shot, and Sam is also one of our main fraggers. Spring can frag as well, but his main role is IGL.
Hey, there you go. Well, hey, keep on destroying us. We're currently showing your stats. You got almost 6,000 damage with a lot less damage received. So congratulations, man. You are having a great tournament, and I cannot wait to see what you guys are going to be able to do. Glitter, do you have anything to add?
Absolutely. So you had mentioned being a little bit nervous as this is your first time kind of playing on this type of a global scale, but you're constantly, like Seven said, putting out a lot of damage and being very consistent across the board. How do you handle that pressure to kind of be someone who's very reliable in the damage dealing sense for your team?
Well, playing a lot of scrims and stuff, like, you kind of get used to playing the game. Like, even though this is a world tournament and like you're playing against the best teams in the world, you're playing in front of a lot of viewers, you just gotta like breathe for a second and focus so you can play your game. And that's what I do most of the time.
Okay, I want to ask him one more question, actually, because this is something that's been on a lot of our minds, to be honest. In the opening weekend, you guys played amazing. Honestly, Wildcard game, we were looking at it like, can this be the team that takes the whole thing? Going into league play, though, I'm sorry to be a little negative here, you guys kind of tanked a little. Can you kind of talk to us maybe what went wrong for you guys through league play?
You got to be talking.
Well, honestly, for opening weekend, I feel like we were a little more focused since, like, obviously it's opening weekend, we're playing against the teams for the first time, we were like more focused, but coming into league play, we've been making a lot of mistakes, mostly like rotating, pushing together as a team. Like, the coordination hasn't been there lately, and we're trying to fix that. Like, we would push a building, we would get knocks, but we wouldn't trade our knocks. Like, one of us would get knocked, but we wouldn't trade that immediately, and we're trying to work on that.
Okay, I like that. Seven, you got one more question for him, maybe?
I do, actually. Something that we've been seeing out of you guys is that you guys are able to get second place, but you're not able to follow up on the next match. I'm a momentum guy. I like to see when teams are able to carry momentum, and for you guys so far, you only be able to show me momentum every now and then. What are you guys doing to change that, to maybe follow up on a win that you have, so you don't get 15th place on the next match, and you can maybe go ahead and get those back-to-back wins, which I know you guys are capable of?
Well, first game we got second place, but the next game we threw really hard and got 15th place on Vikendi. And honestly, that's just, we couldn't really do much there because we only had one car. It got blown up, so we were just dead. Like, we got 15th place, and we're just trying our best to try to stay consistent. Like, it's pretty hard since you're playing against really good teams, and sometimes you won't get that circle luck at the end. But we're trying our best to stay consistent because that's what we need right now.
Okay, so thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate, all the taking the time to answer some questions from us, and obviously wish you guys the best of luck coming into your next games.
Thank you.
All right, so some really cool stuff, actually. Really cool to hear him talk about as well, the league play, because that's something that we were really wondering about, right? Like, what went wrong from the opening weekend into league play, and to hear him talk about how there just seems to be a lack of communication and maybe a lack of focus for them. I wonder if that's something that they can fix just on the fly, because it seems like they lost it on the fly as well, Glitter.
I mean, even if it's not fixable on the fly, the hardest part was, or the first hurdle, I guess, for them was qualifying here into Super Weekend. So now, regardless, they are at least accruing points towards the finals now that they're here. If their communication isn't the best, they at least can use the Super Weekend and then hopefully have, the one day off where they can adjust for a more successful league play portion next week. Because if they're not able to qualify in, that's when it's really going to start to put them at a disadvantage when they're not continuously accruing those points for the finals. So that's probably going to be where they need to make the biggest shift, is going into league play next week.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that one. I mean, we need to see them stay out of that potential cusp of being knocked out, right? But one thing I'm also really curious to look at is always, after every match, the total damage. Who did the most damage across the entire match? And I think we can already guess who it's going to be for number one, and it has to be pretty much them. It's actually, no, it's not even. I thought it was going to be Dream Eaters, guys. Look at B4. 3,200 damage, 7. Your pick came out strong.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, listen, I picked them for a reason. I knew they were going to do so well in Miramar that I might just have to go ahead and pick them again going here into Sanhok. But overall, I think another impressive one, they did end up winning. Dream Eaters being able to get almost 2,800 damage. That is super impressive. That is an improvement from what we saw yesterday, and they got the win still. And I think another team that we just talked to with Wildcard, it seems like they just didn't have the best match, as they were only able to get 1 kill and 329 damage. And then you got teams like Yala Esports with 0 damage, and then Loops Esports, what a surprise there, almost 300 damage and 0 kills, something we're just not used to seeing from their, Glitter.
If you do some quick math, between Dream Eaters and B4's kills, they literally almost cleared out half the lobby, just those two teams.
Are you carrying over the 2 there, Seven? What's going on with that?
I was doing quick math, man. All right, don't judge me.
I've always learned never do quick math on air because it can only go wrong for you 99% of the time. But you talked about a certain clip we wanted to mention, right? We had Tempo Storm and Team Queso. We were talking about maybe a crashing incoming to this one. What do you have for us, Seven?
I got you. I'm just waiting for that angelic voice in my head that tells me go, go, go. And once I hear it, I'm going to be able to show you guys what I'm talking about. Here, we're going to be showing just pretty much Tempo Storm and then some players from Team Queso. Those are not their logos, but that's the best I could come up with. So spam some hearts in the chat.
I actually love that.
Right here, the thing that actually impressed me from Team Queso is that even though they had a player knocked, and that player is going to end up getting thirsted by Axel, one of the best players from Team Queso, is how well they were able to go ahead and stop the push here from Team Queso. And something that I even love more is Rain. Something that you're going to be able to see from Rain here, and I'm going to go ahead and use this one, is the rotation, he's gonna go for it. As soon as somebody gets knocked, he says, you know what, I need to get a different angle. We're currently not in a good spot. This warehouse is gonna be very bad. And guess what? He was right, because as soon as that happened, all the Team Queso players came in rushing in. The execution wasn't quite to what I expect from Team Queso, and it kind of ended up being their downfall. They did end up throwing some Molotovs, which I love to see Molotovs. They did end up throwing some grenades back and forth, but guess what? At this point, Rain is already positioned on an off angle. He's going to be able to kind of just support them with some interesting sights, and you can see that. And you can see that perfectly because Team Queso was aware of that, and they throw a smoke right there. Now, from this, I'm just going to go ahead and let it play a little bit more as they start just a back and forth and more of a mind game of who's going to do what. Waiting for who's gonna knock the next player. And keep in mind, at this point, Team Queso knows that they had the advantage, and Spect, being the beast that he is, he's able to go ahead and knock somebody. I like that Ayala at this point, they kind of went for that 2-2 split. I'm not sure, I actually don't like that. I'm not sure if that was the best idea. I wish this team would go ahead and push up, especially since you already had something covering your angle from Rain here. So why not just go for it and see what you're gonna be able to do. Mystic gets knocked right there. And one more thing that I like, remember Rain, the guy that was on the off angle, well, guess what? He's gonna know that now, and he's gonna go for that extra push. He knows that he can go ahead and help out his teammate Huge now. And then you got Tensa and Spec, some of the best players up close and personal, and look how quick the tables have turned. Now you got 3 players up from Tempo Storm and only 1 player up from Team Queso. And remember Rain, remember that player from Rain? Well, guess what? He is gonna go ahead and throw maybe one of the nuttiest, and I mean nuttiest, hot potatoes I have seen out there. And I have to go ahead and show him the animation because that thing was hot. Axel didn't even know what was coming. He had no idea. So congratulations to the players there from Tempo Storm. I think it was overall a great way to go ahead and show other teams that, hey, we got what it takes. Back up, baby. Even if we have 1 player down, rethink about rushing us. You need to rethink it.
I need to issue you a challenge, Seven, to have an emoji prepared for every single team we have throughout this event. You got Tempo Storm, you got Team Queso, you're on track to do well, and so are some of the teams in our overall rankings to place themselves well at the end of the first week of the Super Weekend. You can see Dream Eaters taking back that first place position at 122 points, Glitter, not to mention the 3 chicken dinners on top of it.
Which, you know, you love to see here on the first page. But I think what's still, I don't know if it's impressive or frustrating at this point, but we see B4 jumping up into 3rd place with being only one of 3 teams that have broken that 100-point overall mark, but still not a single chicken dinner to their name. They have been so consistent that they're able to stay in a top 3 position, but have not pulled down a win. I feel like they are long overdue for that, so I'm excited to see what they can do here moving into Sanhok. And then I think another surprise is the fact that Loops has dropped down a little bit, but Pittsburgh keeps moving up the ranks, and we see Team Unique moving into the 10th position as well. Love seeing some of these teams that were at the bottom of the list today really jumping into that top 10 position.
Yep, and I'm glad you mentioned Pittsburgh Knights. So remember, I think they were second to last starting today, and then that win was huge for them. And then the placement that they've been able to get here so far has been great. Teams that are worrying me a little bit because I know they're usually slow starters, and they're continuing to go ahead and be a bit slow is Team Queso. We just saw them absolutely, in a way, choke what could have been an easy squad wipe right there on Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm being able to defend that so well. Now, another team, I'm going to go ahead and talk about them again. Kanina Power and Nova Esports. I think those are teams that we know they got the firepower. We know they can win matches, sometimes even win multiple matches in a row. I don't know what's going on for them, and hopefully they're able to figure that out quickly, because even though it might be the first Super Weekend, you want to go ahead and have a great showing regardless. It's going to start messing with you mentally, and you don't want to let it get to that point.
The thing is, having a bad start in the first Super Weekend is going to eat away at you like you're talking about, because that means you have to play even better in the second Super Weekend and potentially even going into the third. But I do want to switch gears a little bit. Again, we were talking about this 8-part documentary series coming out by PUBG Mobile. We talked about the trailer. We talked about some teasers. We're going to show you the teaser one more time for the episode that will be released tomorrow. And you're going to want to watch this, because coming up right after is something a little bit special for you guys at home.
Oh.
and Livik going to be coming to PUBG Mobile for you guys to play at home. Seven, I know you've had an extensive time to play this map. Can you tell us a very little bit about it? Can you give us a little bit of a tease?
I definitely can. First of all, the matches only take about like 12 to 13 minutes. So if you're in a run, maybe you're at work, maybe you're going for a number 2, guess what? You're going to be able to put in a match real quick. And it's just an amazing map. I love it. Shout out to my squad. Pancake, One, Elmo, Gordo. Shout out to all of them because we've been absolutely destroying on Livik.
I mean, I'd be happy to even survive 12 to 13 minutes. That's like even like way longer than I can get into this. I die within the first 5 minutes, unfortunately. But as you can see with our schedule, we got Sanhok coming up next. We're gonna get into predictions here, and I think the big talking point for us is, can Dream Eaters do it 2 days in a row? Can they win back-to-back chicken dinners on Miramar and then on to Sanhok here? I'm gonna go to you first, Glitter. Who's your team? Who do you got?
I'm going with B4 this time.
Okay, so do you regret not picking them last time, I guess?
I mean, I knew they were going to have a strong showing last time, but they came in second on this map yesterday behind Dream Eaters. We spoke with Knight. He said this is a map that they like, so I'm going with B4 again. I did yesterday on this map as well.
Now, the funny thing is, Seven, you were telling us while we were watching the match, you didn't even mean to pick B4 because you thought the next map was going to be Sanhok when we were on Miramar.
Hey.
Now my question is, will you pick them now that we're on Sanhok?
I'm kind of torn. I'm kind of torn between Dream Eaters because they were able to go ahead and get that back-to-back win, which was really impressive to me. And B4, we know that they love Sanhok. So you know what? I'm going to stick to it. Do Brazil. I'm going to go with B4, baby.
Yes.
Okay, well, we're going to see if they can do that. Hopefully you stop catching up to me because you're getting really close to my #1 position at the moment. Reclaiming it for yourself. For me, I'm going Dream Eaters. Come on. Come on. They're going to do it again. We'll check with you guys after the next match and see what you guys have to say. And you'll probably both team up on me yet again like you always do. And of course, if you're watching from home, you can still win prizes. You can still earn prizes by watching within the game, within the Esports Center. Top 100 viewers will get themselves exclusive rewards. So make sure you guys are tuned in to collect all those lovely little points and to get your chance to win. But we also have to bring in our commentators one more time here. Well, not just one more time. We still have 2 more times left to go. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. And I got to go to you first of all, Dave. Livik, we're seeing it come in. What's your thoughts on the map? It looks pretty sick to me.
Yeah. I mean, when I jump in, when I drop in Livik, I insta look for that monster truck. I mean, my squad mates, they probably reported me a bunch of times because I don't even, get into the fights. I'm just over there driving around, honking the horns, and trying to get some runovers, honestly.
That's got to be painful, I would think, and I'm definitely going to watch out for you on the battlegrounds. Hot Jukes, now going into Sanhok, we had Dream Eaters take themselves a chicken dinner up against B4 at the very end, switching positions on them. Do you think we're going to see Dream Eaters do it again? I'm going to translate for you. He's saying, well, I'm not sure if Dream Eaters will be able to do it again because he needs to unmute himself.
Maybe. I think so. I think so. I mean, I'm not gonna. I think footballists are still.
I get one. You get one of those every single time, But hey, we're good to go. We're all set up here. And when it comes to Sanhok, going back to it, what I was trying to say was, it's just one of those maps that you just have no clue. I think it's just, it can go anybody. I mean, because 5th circle, 6th circle, once it hard shifts, you only have 30 seconds to start running. You have to run immediately. So no matter how good you are, it's gonna be a tough one right here. So I don't know who's gonna win this one. I think on this particular one, I'm gonna end up going for Loops. Let's go for Loops. Aggressive. They need to win. I think they're kind of angry due to their performances so far. So yeah, I'm gonna go with Loops on this one.
Okay, that's definitely not a team I expect you to say. Mustache Jeff, I think I heard you say Footballists. Is that true?
Footballists, but second place Dream Eaters for sure.
Okay, so you think football is going to be Dream Eaters in the end? You know what? We're going to hop straight into Sanhok here with our 2 lovely commentators. Why don't you guys take us into this?
Let's do it. Sanhok, the jungle. Here we go. One of the smallest maps here in PUBG Mobile, and in competitive, it's just action-packed, especially towards the end. I mean, like I've said it multiple times here, and we've already written a book about this, Dave, The Book of Sanhok is actually written by the Blue Zone, the most powerful entity on this map right here. It's deadly. It's wiped out more squads than any player combined. I'm telling you, it's too OP.
Bestseller 2020 right there. Bestseller. So yeah, looking for it. Watching the replay and listening to the desk. B4 there, last game at the end. If I'm not mistaken, one of their members died to fall damage, and that really hurts. Yeah, it happened so quickly, and then of course we saw Pedro G get knocked, and that right away made it 2v2. Falling at the end right there. Hopefully that doesn't tilt them because we got 2 more games to go.
But I mean, is it a shock, really? I mean, because to be honest with you, we've seen that a lot. We've seen that a lot. I know it happened to, I believe, Bayo in one of the earlier PMPL games that we did, and as well as another member, Russell. You know, it's just kind of, it's really interesting to see it. Miramar is just one of those places when you see these squads, they're just trying to get the tightest little angle possible. And if you just, you hit that joystick just a little too far to the left, and it's all over.
Yeah, it's all over. And look at this one, though. Looking at this circle number 1, we got Footballists up there to the north. The Knights still in their parachutes, and Loops. We're going to be checking in with Loops right across the way. Team Queso. So Loops are able to take boot camp right now. Yep.
Oh, dude, so strong. Such a strong drop location in this map because it's so central. Tons of loot as well. So they're going to be really spot. Okay. Look at that iron sight AK trying to get the quick knock onto Nems from Unique. Not able to hit the mark, though.
Yeah, Footballists, they have a 2-2. They got 2 of them up in high 10.
Parkour?
2 of them. Oh, don't fall. Don't fall to your death.
Oh!
Okay. Close. So they're going to be able to get on out of harm's way, group up with their squad mates, and hopefully get some meds.
Yeah, you're going to need to get some arthritis medicine for, Raven's knees after that one right there. Just jumping down, trying to get to safety to the rest of his squad. Going back over to boot camp, though, we're looking at Loops. Team Queso, they really like to kind of like split loot these warehouses across from boot camp. And we're looking at Ayala right now, and he seems to have an M4 on his back, so he ended up getting a good solid gun, but no armor on him.
No armor, just a bag on their head. A bag with some little holes to see on out. And another team that's going to be opting to go for the early game 2-2 split, kind of spread their wings and fly away, get some loot. So it looks like 2 of the members from Team Queso trying to get to the island all the way out there to the west. But, the Knights, they're going to be gatekeeping it. And not only are 2 members from Team Queso thinking about that, Loops, also a lot of teams kind of already hedging their bets over there on that little tiny island up there to the northwest.
Going for a swim. It's one of those, like, it's a bet. It really is, because if that zone goes into that particular location, you are just straight stuck trying to get in there. And like I mentioned earlier, when you start getting into 5th, 6th circle, you get 30 seconds to move right when it pops. So yeah, you got Carrillo. He's got the pan out, trying to get those footsteps extra quiet right now while he sneaks up. Oh, he heard J7 100%.
Yeah, he hears, and Kowalski on the opposite end of this one, able to make sure line as well. Yeah, J7 was trying to scout it out, was trying to gatekeep these swimmers from breaching on into this island, but Carrillo will be hearing J7 on the retreat, and Dadden able to get the knock, and also to confirm. Teamwork right there. Loops able to get one point.
Carrillo with the shimmy, trying to survive right here. As Pittsburgh Knights were trying to get that return knock, but it looks like the rest of the squad, they're stuck with Konina Power right now. Oh my goodness, it looks like it might be it for Pittsburgh Knights. Stall up the Carnage right here.
Oh,
that's the one.
Getting one.
Two.
Pixie trying to get the wraparound over here. Going to be cooking this grenade. Carnage is inside the closet waiting for this one. Tixie's going to be cooking that one. Will be ricocheting that grenade off that wall. Carnage going to be popping on out, reloading real quick, but 3 members of Konina powered. Tixie going to be taken down. Carnage trying to get another one. No, will not be successful. And there goes Carnage.
Yeah, Carnage trying to do all he can in that particular scenario, but man, you just see 3v1. You're stuck in the closet right there. It's gonna take a Christmas miracle, and I'm telling you, Dave. I'm looking at the calendar. It's July, so really unfortunate for Carnage. But here comes Loops with a third party.
Hello, how's it going? We see you through this window and talking about the Christmas miracle. While Konina Powers are looking for the same thing. Loops being ultra aggressive right now. They did not like to let those points slip on out of their grasp from the Knights, and they're gonna be like, hey, Konina Powers, thank you very much. Thank you for this loot. Thanks for getting our shopping list done for us.
Man, you know what? I made that sound because after seeing that, I just realized it's not Christmas.
Feels
definitely not Christmas. So gotta wait a few more months down the line right here. But man, yeah, Konina Power down and out. Loops, I mean, this is what it's so strong. I think the early game is so important, especially in a map like this, to be able to get some extra points on the board. Because, like I said, this is just one of those maps where I don't think any one of these teams can confidently say that they're going to win it. Considering that where these zones go and the amount of time that you have to go ahead and rotate in and how good all these squads are, I mean, it's a high risk game. So I think that getting some early kills are going to help kind of offset that. And I think this is something that you were mentioning earlier, you know? So it's really interesting to see here as we go into this replay, Dave.
Slow-mo right there.
Oh, looking good.
We got the technology. Kowalski able to get one. Rob was just camping outside and, you know, ringing the doorbell, you know, playing Ding Dong Ditch out there. And yeah, the instant replay right there. Sixless knew where Rob was, but Rob just able to get some better shots off right there. And yep, get the confirm. Bada bing, bada boom.
All over. I mean, that's what's there's a certain term that a lot of these players use, and if you're new to the game, it's just called pre-firing, you know? And that's just basically, you hear the footsteps, you know they're gonna come through a certain spot. So might as well start putting those bullets into that area before you even see them. And a lot of these pro players, that's what honestly really separates them from a lot of different ranges of talent on the roster.
That pre-fire, baby, that pre-fired. Looking over here, Lavison might have been using some of that pre-fire. Hearing that motorcycle pull on up, will be taking down HZL and still going to be up here. 1 kill so far. Nova Esports, they got 3 up, but they are going to be kind of separated right now in between the squad of footballers. These cliffs, I mean, such a obstacle to overcome.
This is what's so tough when I see Nova Esports play, because when they play as a squad, man, they could be one team to be reckoned with, that's for sure. But you know what? You always see them when they struggle in games, they always end up losing 1 person or 2 person early. And that's usually because they have one at an off angle that's only about 15, 20 meters away from the rest of their squad. So I just wonder if maybe that's just like an awareness issue or, Lutz.
Yeah.
Bought it easy.
Oh. I mean, awareness, you know, information, confidence, there's a lot of things that could, you know, be chalked up to. And at least for Nova, they had a couple smokes to, you know, maybe retreat, you know, realizing, okay, we got maybe 4 up there right above us, going to be looking down. It's real early on. We're only about 8 minutes on into this map. It's not going to be worth, you know, taking this fight. It's not going to be worth taking this engagement right now. And they don't even have a lot of meds to work with. They are very low when it comes to all that stuff, so they are going to be pinched for the time being. And HH making it on into the shorelines over here. Dadden behind the tree.
He moved, though. Oh!
Kowalski! Kowalski connecting on HH. Tensa trying to get the revive. This angle could be good, but grenades going to be tossed right above their head on into the water. Tensa almost able to get the revive. Spec and Rain on the opposite end of the shoreline. The other island going to be overlooking this.
My goodness, Kowalski hit that all the way from the top of that mountain. Tensa locks the nade onto Dadden right there. That's going to turn around the fight, and that's going to open up the door for Tempo.
Comes another one. HH. Oh, the tree. The tree is going to be deflecting that grenade from HH. HH attempting to get another one. That one's going to go a little too far. And you got Federal.
Oh, that's the one.
Right over. So close. I mean, yeah, these grenades so close to each other. Meanwhile, HH tossing these grenades. Tensa trying to get a flank right now. This could be big.
Yeah, he's trying to get an off angle and trying to just buy some time for the rest of that Tempo squad to be able to get across the bridge and help them out right now. And that's really all they're looking to do. Now, with that, Loops, I think they're often just possibly just reset this, because I don't think they have the best angles for this particular upcoming fight.
Just reset. We'll have to pay attention to the kill feed. That might pop off here very shortly, but definitely an area we would like to check out. Frozen from Unique gonna be working their way on top of the bridge. Might be able to look right on top of B4. It's gonna be dropping down. Ooh, the animation gonna be stopping them. Swapping on over to the Uzi. Frozen really by themselves right now, while Annalise is gonna be pre-firing on the bridge. Frozen going for that drop shot, but will be connected on by Mixzera. And the Uzi to save the day. Unique, only 2 up right now. Only 2 up. Same thing with B4.
Man, that was a really interesting play for like Team Unique right there. They just tried to hold both off angles, and they just sent that 1v2, I believe, and that's a 1v3 it was right there. And Maxon's still alive. McZera's still alive for B4. That was a really risky play, and I mean, I think we saw the result of pretty much what happens when you try to push against a 1v2 in these kind of scenarios.
Yeah, especially when you just like drop down from the bridge rafters, you know? I mean, hey, if they would have got it though, yeah, if they would have got it, we'd be like, oh my goodness, Frozen the God. So it's kind of, you know, it's hard to decide. But hey, you got heart. You got heart. And talking about players with heart, HA is going to be right there on the coast. Remember, their team is going to be overlooking them from the back end of this one. And Dream Eaters, hey, who is it? Jason? Jason's going to be...
So.
Yep, thinking that Dream Eaters can get another dub here. Can they be the back-to-back chicken winners? Because they got back-to-back yesterday. Now they're trying to get back-to-back here today.
Well, I mean, that would cause a glitch, I believe, in the Matrix right here when you have that kind of consistency at this high level of play. But, man, you can see he wants it. He's got that M7 3X. That's a tough gun to control, especially from that distance. But, man, these guys have so much skill under their belt, so much time put in the training room. And they're just seeing them show it off right now.
Showing off over here. You got Team Queso over there across the way inside the compound. It's all prone right now on the wooden floor. You know, making sure it's nice and clean. Everybody, we're just going to be waiting to see where this next zone will take us. And, yeah, it's going to be like that for the time being. Cloud9 over here. 4 up. They're sneaking up right behind 2 members from Tempo. Ooh, they are really sneaky. Look at this.
Yeah, that's the one thing I got to really give to Cloud9. I think that's why they're having so far the most success in this tournament is they just play so either aggressive or passive considering the situation right here. So you can see right now they're just looking to get more intel, not opting to just run around in the open and just trying to play it safe. Look at that. The second those shots came out, though, here comes Bale with the Uzi in hand.
Yeah, Bale, Adder, both going to be making the push on up. Uzis in hand. Rain and Spec quickly turning their attention right now. They got 4 members of Cloud9 right behind them. Adar looking to cook some grenades, looking to get some knocks. Rain doing the same exact thing. Beowulf right on the outskirts of the compound with Spec. Spec going to be vaulting on out, trying to wrap around, trying to use that broken wall. Spec will be spotting out Bale, but Bale is going to be taking down Spec. Let's see what Rain can do in this situation. Rain going to be peeling back just a little bit. Is going to be getting third party, though. Rain just wants to get on out here, but you got 4 members of Cloud9 hot on the trail, and Uneven will be taking down Rain, and look at that, Loops from across the way getting the steal.
Loops taking that extra points right there. I was wondering, I thought HH24 from that angle was going to be able to hit some big shots, but little did I forget, there's Loops right on top of him. He can't do nothing. He has to just sit right there, and that's exactly what he's doing right now, just kind of holding that rock. That's his best friend as he's trying to get some more points for this Tempo squad.
I mean, I know when I was a kid, I had a pet rock, not gonna lie. I asked my mom for a pet, she gave me a rock. All right, let's just be real. So yeah, HH gonna be over there petting that rock, making sure it doesn't run away. Loops, 6 kills. 6 kills right now to themselves. This rock, it's also really good because it blocks the sight lines from Cloud9 as well. Look at that. Yep, it blocks it.
Oh, that's the best rock NA right there. That's HH's best friend right now, especially when you got 2 monsters like Loops and Cloud9 completely surrounding you. Man, he is not moving a muscle. Doesn't want to make one sound.
Yeah, and now, you know, to make matters worse, to make you a little more nervous, you're going to hear these shots right above your head, right above your head. But maybe Loops, maybe they forgot, you know, maybe they forgot about the push from earlier on. Because remember, Loops, they were in a grenade battle with both Tencel and HH maybe a couple minutes ago.
Oh, yeah, and you can just see Loops, like they're always moving, always on the move right here. But this is what kind of scares me. Carrillo, you know, he's so much gun skill, so aggressive, and I think that sometimes that can just lead to overconfidence and putting yourself in weird spots where you can get knocked and thirsted really quickly. So I would like to see him stay a little bit closer with this squad. Well, hey, what the heck do I know? So go over to Dream Eaters and Footballist.
Listen, you know a lot. You know a lot, man. Just know that. Look at this, though. Dream Eaters, Miku all the way up there on top of the rocks. You got Slicky looking on them. You got a member from Footballist looking on them. Kind of the same situation that we saw HH in. You're just going to be prone right now. Just prone, making sure you don't peek and making sure you don't get knocked out. Footballist, 2 kills right now. We still got 14 teams alive. I mean, we've had a lot of action, but only 2 teams completely wiped out.
Yeah, and that's just because this zone has just been centering out every single time. But as we've seen constantly in Sanhok, once you start hitting zone number 4, zone number 5, look at this as it's finally hard shifts. It looks like I happened to just jinx it a little bit to the south, but I didn't jinx it for Cloud9, as that is probably the best possible circle that they could have gotten.
Cloud9, big chillin'. Big chillin' down there to the south. I mean, this is definitely looking like their game with this new circle. You know, looking at squads who isn't their game, Wildcard over here in high 10, they got Yala right on behind them. Looks like Wildcard, they're going to have some decisions to be made here.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting right now because look at the clock. 14 seconds. That's it.
That's it.
Like literally the second that zone pops, you have to start running instantly. But how do you just go and start running when you got so many monster teams just trying to run right beside you? You think that they would, make a little bit of a truce to say, hey guys, let's just get in the zone. We can fight each other later on. But they want to get those points really quick. So the second they see that pixel that's just out of place, quick flicks, getting some knocks, and it's just, we're about to see some insane action right now.
Not only that, I mean, this is one of the most disgusting spots if you are a squad trying to make your way on into the zone, because, I mean, teams can set up such a trap right into this valley. You're working your way uphill. There is no cover right there, and you got a couple members from Football that's going to be looking right down. I mean, those cliffs are deadly, so we'll see if they can survive.
Yeah, you just saw right there, Tempo Storm going out in 14th place. HH, the Rock was his friend, but maybe it wasn't his best friend as he ended up getting caught out right here. But we're looking over to Nova. This is going to get crazy. This is going to get really insane, especially come next circle. We're going to see teams start dropping like crazy as Team Queso pushing on Ayala.
Yeah, Team Queso, Ayala, going to be cooking this grenade, trying to inflict some damage onto Yala. Yala going to be right behind that little edge right there. The last remaining member from Dream Eaters on top of the cliffs was just recently spotted and thirsted. Mystic. Lavison from Footballist will be spotting out Mystic. Yeah, this is like Death Valley. I mean, these squads, they need to work their way on uphill. It's up to Axel. Not only does Axel have to attempt to get 2 revives, but the blue zone is right on top of them as well. So they might opt to just leave it.
This is where you just gotta have to do that quick math in your head right now to figure out if you're able to pick up a teammate, especially now that we're about to hit zone number 5. This zone just starts chunking down players. So it looks like Team Queso did opt to go for that revive. I wonder if it's gonna pay off for him.
Got Team Umbra, Vindex trying to make their way on into the zone. Unique Lightning gonna be spotting them. Unique Lightning attempting to get another one. Pro Lord right behind this tree in the smokes. Blue zone gonna be chunking them out. Grenade not cooked long enough. Lightning trying to make the peek on into the window, trying to get the thirst with the buggy. Gonna be denying that. Lavison's position. We got a hawk in the sky, fellas, looking down on all of this. Just gonna be raining down bullets right now. Talk
like
about a position.
Death right there. You just saw him on the top with some big angles right now. And look at the clock. Only 2 seconds left. The zone is closing again. Team Queso, they're stuck way up top. Looks like they're just going to have to leave all their heals off to one player. As Umbra, all these teams have to get this fight done now so they can move into the next zone.
Lightning doing a little bit of that pre-fire action like we were talking about earlier on. Going to be pre-firing on right through that window. Vindex is going to be back up, going for that jump shot right there. Lightning pulling back just a little bit, but remember, we're in the blue zone. We are in the heat of the battle. We are in the thick of it. Team Umbra, they are tunnel vision right now. They don't even care about the zone. They want to get this finished because they know if they make the pull up, they might get backstabbed in the back line of this one. And Lightning able to get one more point before getting taken down and out. Team Umbra, now they need to push. Can they make it on into this new circle?
I don't know. I don't really like that push from Team Umbra in that scenario right there. I think you just leave them and then try to gatekeep them afterwards, as you have to lose a player in that particular scenario. But last zone, and look at it as it goes all the way to north. Footballists are looking up to the sky and are really happy right now as Lutz doing all his best parkour moves to get a better position for the end of this game.
Axel's in the blue. Okay, Axel just taken out right there. 7th place position. So was trying to heal on up. Umbra, Pro Lord, yeah, we're going to start to see them get chunked out as well. Alpha Legends, they got 2 kills. They are still going to be alive. Cloud9, 4 kills. They're going to be overlooking Alpha Legends right now. And here comes a spray Adar with that
shots.
lane peek. Yep, going to be connecting onto Faker. Faker trying to get this revive. Kato will be attempting to go for it. We see Loops in the back end of this as well. They are getting aggressive on Cloud9.
Oh, the horrible third party just as they just got knocked. And that goes Wildcard Gaming out of this one in 6. Loops and Cloud9 are just going at it right now.
Yeah, Loops are just spraying right now. Spraying down Cloud9. And ooh, Adar, the kill will actually be stolen from Alpha.
Loops and Alpha Legends going at it. It's all up to Kato. Oh, looks like he's having to heal on out on this one. Yeah, full heal strat for Kato. Not a bad decision considering the zone rotation. But man, right now it looks like it's all between Footballist, Loops. Oh, Bayo is still up. And he's taken.
Bayo is still up. Footballist.
And he got a nade on the Federal.
Oh,
2 nades.
2 nades. Double trouble. Trying to get another one onto Kowalski, but Lavison taking some shots right there, but Bayo destroying Loops.
Oh my goodness, right there. And then Bayo with the quick knock, but unfortunately not able to get the 2v1. It looks like it's all Footballist, and that's the game.
Footballist and Bayo right there at the end. Bayo helped out Footballist so much there at the end with that grenade onto Loops. And then from there, it was Footballist 4 up and 2 solos at that point, pretty much.
Man, I'll tell you what right now, Footballist, you need to send a check to Bayo after that one right there. What a crazy. I mean, that was the assist of a lifetime. Bayo being able to not, and Loops, they don't seem to be like, it looked to be like a big contention between these two teams, but those 2 nades right there, that just opened up the door wide open for Footballist to be able to get that finish on the Loops.
Hey, the payback right there, because Loops, they took out Adar. I mean, it was like 3 members just spraying onto him. So Bayo was like, Adar, I got your back. All right, I'm not going to let you die in vain right there.
Hey, way to get it done. And also, way to get it done, Mustache Dave, for predicting Footballist there to be able to win that one right there. So, hey, guys, thank you so much for watching. We're going to go ahead and take it on over to the desk right after the short break.
And who would have thought Footballists, after having such a rough start today, come out with their very own chicken dinner? We got to start to break this one down here. 7, a team that I don't really even think that I definitely didn't have on my radar to potentially pick up Sanhok, but they came out strong. Oh man,
I'm just messing with it. I was pulling the hot jukes. I was pulling the hot jukes there. But yeah, Footballers, man. Imagine picking Footballers back to back and not picking them when they actually win. Glitter.
It does hurt a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. I knew they had it in them.
We know what hurts more? Man, how B4 performed. Then again, Dream Eaters didn't perform well either. Let's take a look at how badly they performed, unfortunately, for our sake here on our standings. And you can see there, Footballers, 14 kills and 20 placement points. That is a massive victory here for him, Glitter.
Yeah, and they definitely needed those points. They've had this in them from the beginning. They just really needed to, finally kind of come out on top. They had a strong showing yesterday with, at least 1 win yesterday as well. So this was the one they had for today. But also looking at the top 8 here, Team Unique again. And then finally, you've been talking about them how many times, 7? We see Team Queso up here and Umbra in the top 8.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to see teams like that we've been talking about saying, hey, they've been on the second page way too many times. Step it up and go ahead and secure themselves a 5th and 6th place respectively. And Loops Esports, remember, the last match that we saw from Loops Esports, they ended up 13th place with 0 kills. This is one team that can always bounce back, and it's so good to go ahead and see them there. And guess what? One team that definitely surprises me there towards the bottom is Tempo Storm with just 1 placement point, 0 kills. What's going on there, Tempo? I was looking forward to picking you guys in the next one, but oh man, I'm kind of scared now. Jason?
I don't know what's going on with them. I really hope they can be able to bounce back. Pittsburgh Knights as well. I mean, they took themselves a chicken dinner earlier on. We thought that might have been the first game to unlock the potential, to take that pressure off their shoulders, to start to pick up some games, but unfortunately it looks like it fell a little bit short. Just like we kind of talked about, right, with Azor from Wildcard, saying that you guys can pick up a chicken dinner and then you go out 15th place, next match. What's going on with that? But let's take a look, though, at our stats here for Footballists, as they did take home the victory. Again, 14 kills, 12 knockouts, Glitter, and that damage is pretty solid.
The damage that will be almost the second 3K we've had for the day, but what's most impressive on there is their healing. They don't even have 200 healing done for that game, yet they were able to do almost 3K damage, 14 kills, 12 knockouts, so they did more than they converted all their knockouts into kills and more without taking any damage. That's literally next to nothing.
I think that's the dream right there,
so crazy. Yeah, that's pretty much it is pretty much the dream game that you want. Just be able to go ahead and output a lot of damage and not even get touched. What is that? Barely pretty much two players healing fully? That's insane, man.
Let's take a look at our do the do moments and see if we can spot the very few times they actually took damage. It's kind of a little mini game of Where's Waldo here. We can see Carrillo again. That's someone we talked about, Glitter, able to step up in the beginning and definitely have a good game for himself and his team.
Yeah, I mean, like Seven said, 12 kills onto Loops, tons of damage coming out of them, and they've been capable of doing that from the beginning, but we haven't really seen them kind of have their dominant game yet today. This was most definitely it, and we love to see that across the board. Loops is one of those teams where, yes, we highlight Carrillo a lot, but across the board, all 4 players are powerhouses. They're all going to be contributing damage. We just saw Dadine there in the highlights as well, and that's something that we probably should talk about a little bit, Seven.
But yeah, we'll definitely be talking about that. And remember, these are players from Luz that anybody can actually go ahead and frag out. And then besides Carrillo, Dadine is one of those players that has impressed me because that he can be another clutchman and another player that they can actually go ahead and rely on. And B4, Big 4 and Big Sarah at least being able to go ahead and collect some kills there and give us some extra points there for Glitter and myself after they got wiped out by Awful Legends. And just more fragging overall than from Loops. And Footballists, we can maybe see here why they were able to go ahead and take so little damage. They were just speaking and making sure they shot whenever they knew they weren't going to get any damage on themselves. Overall, I think great taxes there from Footballists. They always had look at this, they always had an angle on everybody, and there's no way none of those players are going to go ahead and turn around and try to just shoot that high up. At that moment, those players are thinking, let me go ahead and find some cover because Footballists is currently on our butts. And overall, Footballists being able to get those 14 kills, huge play once again. Today, I felt like it was maybe an off day for them, and I know my boy Mustav Dash is going to be super happy for them being able to get that win. And overall, Alpha Legends, another team that I've been mentioning over and over again, they've become that gatekeeper team, that team that everybody has to go through. And every now and then, they show us these moments of greatness in regards to placing. I want them to step it up on kills. They were able to do it earlier in the day. I want to go ahead and see more out of them in regards to kills.
I mean, I think it's fair to say we want to see a lot more out of many teams, actually. Let's take a look at our total damage, and maybe there's a couple of teams there we can point at, as well as maybe having another bad match for themselves, not getting too much damage. So you can see here on your screen. I mean, you already know who the #1 place is. Football is just a landslide of damage, but you talked about Alpha Legends. There they are at #2 with 533 damage. 7, that seems odd.
Yeah, it seems super odd, and this is what I'm saying. That team has what it takes in regards to placement. We have seen already a couple teams that are able to get those placement points, but guess what? That's not going to be enough at the end of the day. If you want to climb up on the leaderboard and get more of a pie of that prize pool, you want to go ahead and start performing in regards to kills. Although, to give them props, their damage to kill ratio is really good right there. And then you see Cloud9 with 7 kills, Loops with 12s, and you see teams like Team Umbra at least being able to go ahead and collect 2 kills. Then you see other teams that are also struggling throughout the day. Nova Esports being only able to get 1 kill, but at least putting out almost 700 damage. This is good little stats here and there from those teams. Temple Storm getting 0 kills. That is honestly super interesting for me. Hopefully going into this last Erangel, they can maybe bounce back from it.
I think it's been tough times for a lot of the teams out there, and we're not really sure exactly what's going on. We talked to Astor when he said going from the opening weekend where they played flawlessly, then going into league play, there's a breakdown of communication. And I wonder if we're having that happen for a lot more teams out there, Glitter. Obviously, there's no pressure on you in the seeding matches, right? But then you go into league play. You need to get top 16. You want to play in the Super Weekend. Now that you're in the Super Weekend, you need to have good results going into the next week so you don't have to play catch-up the entire time. I wonder what struggles all these teams are really having.
I mean, I'm sure that has to be part of it. You know, we've noted a couple times, I believe it was yesterday, the casters were talking about how Dream Eaters in those end zone situations against B4 seemed like they had almost flawless communication in the split pushes that they were doing and kind of sandwiching these teams. And then on the flip side of that, we see some of the teams that we're expecting to do well maybe falling apart a little bit. And I don't know if that's a combination of, you know, a communication mishap, if it's like we've touched on a few times, it's because they don't have as much time this past week specifically on Miramar and Sanhok, because, you know, that these are some maps that they haven't played on the whole time. There's definitely some extra factors, the difference in play style from league play into this. I don't know, but whatever it is, this is like the only time these teams really have to figure it out, because after this week is done, they don't have much time from there to keep ironing out these small details, right? Like, this is your one shot, and you need to do well from here.
I guess the upside is for them, they play a hell of a lot of matches, so they have time to iron those out even while playing in some of these games. Let's take a look, though, at our overall set and see if things have switched up a bit with footballers taking themselves another chicken dinner. You can see they've actually jumped into second place, but so is Cloud9 in first, 7.
Football is making the jump from 5th place to 2nd place. I know Football is currently watching on Twitch, so shout out to them, because I'm pretty sure they're going to be partying in the chat right now. But overall, Cloud9, 133 points. That has been so far one of the most consistent teams that of the day. Remember, yesterday they were able to go ahead and get 2 chicken dinners, but then they had placings in 11th place and 10th place with not really that many kills. Today they have kind of avoided that. They've been able to go ahead and maintain a top 5 finish throughout, and that's really impressive. And as we're going here to the second page, guess what? One team that needs to wake up, it's Nova Esports. Usually going into Erangel, Nova Esports has shown me that they can win. Not sure exactly what's going on there. I might have to have a talk there with C-Fan and figure out a little bit more what's currently going on, because in 16th place with 30 points only in 9 kills after playing this many matches, that's oh man, that's only 1 kill per match. That's not what you expect out of a team like that.
Yeah, 1 kill per match. I don't know what's going on with them. I think we need to maybe chat with quite a few different teams who are kind of underperforming when it comes to that kill department, as we saw in the opening weekend. And guys out there, if you guys haven't played PUBG Mobile in a while, I still have to ask you, why not? There's a new Royale Pass Season 14 coming out, and then we have a little video to show you to kind of get you up to date on what all's in it. You know, I'm really hoping next time when they have me come in to do voice acting for it, I get to say something else other than, oh. You know, it'd be nice to maybe get a couple more words in there, maybe a couple of different sounds. Let's take a look, though, at our schedule, because we have one more match to go up today, our last one of the day of our Super Weekend, Day 2, and it's going to be Erangel one more time. I cannot express how important it is to have this map in your pool of maps that you can play well, considering how many times we can see it through the league play and how many times we're going to be seeing it through the Super Weekends here. And I want to start to get into predictions here, but the thing is, this time, I want to hear 2 predictions. I want to hear the team you think's going to win, but I want to also hear who you're voting with your heart. So let's get the brain vote and the heart vote. The brain vote's the only one that's going to matter. And well, since you said it, 7, how about you go first?
Oh, man. I was going to say, the only thing you're going to be saying in the next voice acting gig that you get is going to be, revive me. Revive me. That's the
I say that enough as it is. I got the practice.
Now, the team that I'm actually going to be picking here, I'm going to go ahead and play it safe. I'm going to go ahead and see what they actually are able to do. I'm going to go with Loops. I feel like I pick up there in the beginning of the day, and I want Loops to go ahead and do well. Now, if I was just picking without any points on the line or anything like that, I would actually want Nova to have a good match here to go ahead and end off the second day of Super Weekend, because going into the third day, man, being last place, whether it's the first Super Weekend, the second Super Weekend, or the third Super Weekend, you never want to be last place. You're a competitor at heart. You're here for a reason, so hopefully they can do good. But my pick is Loops.
Remember, they're not technically last. There's still 4 teams who didn't even make it into the first Super Weekend. But I know what you mean. Trust me, I know exactly what you mean. I'm with you on that as well. Glitter, let's get your prediction here with your brain and with your heart.
So my brain prediction, I think I'm actually going to be going back to a wild card pick. They have bookended wins on Erangel before. It's a map that they know well, and if they have a strong performance, then they will definitely have that win, right? With my heart, Yala. I want Yala to get a win.
Really?
Okay.
Yala.
Yeah.
See, now I feel kind of bad because
that one.
yeah, that one kind of came out of the blue, but so did Nova for me. See, the thing is, maybe I'm more of a jerk then because I'm picking 2 teams I think are actually likely to win at the moment. That's not meant to be mean towards you guys. My brain, Cloud9. They got me the chicken dinner last night. I feel like they've had some decent showings throughout today. I think they can do it. But my heart's going wild card, funny enough. I think they have a chance here. I want to see if they can close it out. They got themselves a chicken dinner. They broke that curse. I want to see if they can do it yet again here today. And the thing is, since it is a 3 days of Super Weekend, we could see teams play extra aggressive here. We could see them get extra crazy. My question to you is, Seven. Another prediction. We're adding another one to the mix here. No points involved. Who's the first team going out?
Bring it, baby.
Who's the first team going out?
Wait. Who's the first team going out? Oh, damn. Why you got to be that rough? Yo.
Yeah, that's rough, right?
That one first.
I can't. Are you guys breaking? Can anybody else hear them? I can't hear anything.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
I'm gonna go. Yo, listen,
I'm gonna go with Yala Esports. I'm gonna just be a little bit toxic with what what Glitter was saying. Yala Esports might go out first.
Real quick, Glitter. Who do you got?
Loops.
Oh, all right. I respect that. I like it. I'm actually going to go Team Queso. I'm going to switch things up. They've been having a rough time. I wish they could do better than they have been, but we'll see what's going to happen. We're going to have to lose you guys for now. We're going to see Loops get knocked out as the first team, and then Glitter is going to get an extra 50 points added to her tally in the overall standings. And to get at home, if you guys are feeling lucky, there's still the lucky draw going on for you guys. As long as you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center, you have a chance to win a limited time outfit. But you know what time it is. It's time to bring our commentators back in for one more match tonight. You know who it's going to be. It's got to be Hot Jukes. It's got to be Mustache Dave. Let's get them here on the screen so we can chat a little bit and hear their thoughts. Mr. Dave, Mr. Mustache Dave himself, how happy are you seeing footballists win the last game?
Footballists are going to get another dub.
So
they are going to get another dub. Jason, I'm coming for that first place spot. I told you to watch out for me today, man.
I mean, yeah, you're definitely on track to do so. Hot Chicks now going into the final game. We got to hear from Acer. I'm actually curious if you guys had any thoughts about what he was talking about. Again, I mentioned before, they feel like they have like a miscommunication going on within the team when they make the pushes happen from the opening weekend till the league play. Do you have any thoughts in particular?
Yeah, definitely. I think you look at it, whenever you decide to pick up a new teammate, especially prior to World League, that you're gonna mess with your synergy a little bit right there, because everybody has different call outs, things like that. So when you kind of make that big of a change, especially here in Endgame, it totally makes sense to see why he's struggling with communication right now.
I think you forgot to unmute yourself again, Hot Jukes. We couldn't hear you there.
Yeah, okay, all right. You know,
I'm just messing.
There you go. No, I ain't gonna lie. I did glance down a little bit at it just in case, you know, but yeah.
You get one. You get one, and you had your one, right? You
Only
don't get
one.
2 in a day. All right, so Dave, coming into this last game, we're talking about predictions now as we have about 60 seconds till we hop into the game here. Are you sticking with Footballists again?
Yeah. I mean, they got the momentum from last game. Currently, they have 59 kills. They have the most kills in the entirety of the lobby. Now I'm looking for one more dub to overtake that first place spot.
They have, I think, more points and kills than like our 10th and below or 11th and below placed teams. Hot Jukes, who's your prediction, and why is it Cloud9 to join me?
I'm going Yala Esports.
What? Wait,
everybody's
really?
hating on them. I go for the underdogs, baby. I want to see it happen. It's their time to shine. Come on, Yala. Do it for me for the one time.
All right, well, you know what? I think y'all are going to be looking to make you proud, Hot Jukes. Why don't you guys take us into our last game here of Super Weekend Day 2.
All right, here we go. The final match here of Day 2 of the Super Weekend, Erangel. Now, this is the map, at least in my opinion, that this is where we find out where the best squads are, because it's an even playing field right here. They all know this map. This is the one. They're all veterans when it comes to Erangel, so there's no excuses if you happen to take an L on this one in particular. But we're gonna go ahead. We're dropping into it. You can see the playing path going right from the south of Military. It looks like it's gonna go towards Milta. Really interested to see where these teams are looking to drop, especially considering all these northern teams, to get to their spot, they have to go ahead and just find a vehicle.
Yeah, we saw, what was it, game 1 today. Cloud9 actually went to Primorsk. With this flight plan, they might opt to do the same thing. And I gotta say, they're kind of bullying out Team Queso, because that's Team Queso's spot, at least when we look back at the Americas region. Look at that. Right now, we're gonna see Cloud9 gonna be the first squad to drop on out, so it does seem as if they might be heading in that direction.
Yeah, you know, when I first saw that in the first match, I was really surprised to see Team Queso just give up Prim in general, you know, especially considering how often that seemed to be their spot throughout the scrims, throughout the Pro League. But yeah, Cloud9, with this kind of playing path, you know, they like to loot that northern location by George Pool, and this looks like they're just going to go ahead and take Prim, get some loot really quick, and possibly get some vehicles to head north.
You're talking about underdogs. You're going for Yala.
Yala, come on.
Hey, there's some one time for the Yala, but there's more underdogs, right? Nova Esports, they are dead last right now. They got about a total of 30 points, and Konina Power, they're in 15th position with 39 points, and they average around 4 points per game. So they have not been doing the best here, at least when we look at today and yesterday.
Yeah, you know, and that's pretty much a pretty big shock to me, considering how well we saw them perform in the Pro League and previous tournaments. You know, Nova, I thought they were, if I were to compare Nova to any team prior to this, it would be Loops, because they're super aggressive. They press as a unit, and they usually get it done. But it just seems here early on, I think if they're having struggle in that early game, always losing one person and two people. And after you have that kind of loss, man, I mean, it's just kind of tough to come back from.
Yeah, you just can't get tilted. You got to come into every game fresh and ready to go. And Sandro trying to do just that. M16 in hand, still trying to get the heal off before Marco pushes upstairs with that SKS. And here comes the support. Team Queso, you got Mystic. Like, Marco, you go first. You go first.
No, you. Okay, you know what? You know what? I'll throw a nade. Fine. No problem. Oh, quick jump shots.
All right. Grenade's gonna be quick. Oh, it's a smoke.
Oh, that's probably the best thing for Team Queso.
Now they're just all three of them pushing on up, just firing on into that smoke. One of them, Axel, actually going to be knocked in the process right there, but not thirsted. And Team Queso, just like that, able to get the whole team together and get this point real early on.
Yep, add it to the scoreboard just like that. And I really like, I like to see this, you know, because this just shows patience, and rather playing it safe rather than take any risks on losing somebody. Because if you just had somebody run up in a 1v1, if they get knocked, they're going to get insta-thirsted, and you do not want to get stuck with 3 members up there at the end. So I love to see that type of tactical gameplay coming out of Team Queso.
And it's funny, too. Axel, the third member to pull up, he's like, fine, I'll go first. And when first up there was knocked, but like you said, they had the numbers to their advantage, so they were able to kind of cycle them out and not allow Axel to be thirsted. So very good demonstration of communication for sure.
Yeah, definitely, without a doubt. And we're moving on over to Dream Eaters, and you can just see them just kind of looting up Yasnaya here, and I seem to have a pretty good position so far. Alpha Legends on the other side of it, but Dream Eaters, they got their loot. They're headed off to the next spot.
This is Jason's team, right? He said Dream Eaters.
Oh, I believe so. I believe he did.
It's on the dock. It's on the dock. What's said here is official. And they're going to be just driving on around Matic, kind of swapping through their weapons, reloading, you know, organizing the inventory. You know what it is, just getting things ready for the battle.
Yeah, and this, you know, with this kind of first circle, it's just dead center. This is I think this is by far like the most common circle for these pro players. Like, they're going to know this circle so well. So like I said, this is the map I think you really find out where the big players are. You're going to find out the most consistent teams without a doubt. And then, you know, Sanhok, I think that's just that's a coin toss. You know, whoever wins Sanhok wins Sanhok. And then, of course, I think he definitely had some team shine in both Vikendi and Miramar. There's definitely some different aspects when it comes to playing to those. But Erangel, man, all these guys know what to do here.
I'm surprised they passed up that buggy right there. Normally, we see teams early on, they just grab anything, any type of vehicle, because that's going to be more resources for your squad to use. And, you know, in theory, you're going to be denying resources for your enemies. But we'll see. Looks like they're going to be in somewhat of a centralized position for the time being. Loops coming up, pulling on up to Potato Hill. This is a spot that they are very comfortable playing from.
Oh, yeah. They know that, like I said, we've seen them play this particular area many times, and they can definitely do it really well. And this is really good considering that it's dead center of zone. So no matter where it goes, they're going to be able to rotate really quickly. But I think they left that buggy purely due to superstition, you know?
Superstition.
Sometimes you feel like, you know what, this is not a lucky buggy. You know, like these guys have been playing for a long time. They got that kind of that sixth sense going on, you know? And they see that buggy, they're like, something's off about it. So they just decided to leave it right there. You know, great plays from Loops.
So we'll see. Yeah, superstition. Totally, I agree. Looking around. So Loops.
Like a car show right here with the boots, with the buggies the way they're parked. Look at that.
Fashion show. You know, the gold dresses going on right now. Nova Esports. They're in 16th position. They're going to be pulling on up to his compound. Unfortunate for them, Loops are going to be overwatching this. Oh, man.
Yeah, Loops, I mean, this is why they picked the spot, right? They're able to kind of get a really good intel on all the rest of the teams. Now, Nova, we saw them at those houses. We've seen them do a lot of work, though, at those houses in particular. So I can definitely see why they have a certain bias towards there. And, oh, Yala versus Umbra. Yala for the one time. The knock.
Yep. The thirst. Oh!
Oh, the back.
No. From behind, Prez. So Prez allowed the thirst on the halls to occur. Got there just 2 seconds too late. We'll be able to get the return fire and the return knock and at least make it a 3v3. J7 out here will be spotting out. Oh, J7 spotting out 2 members of Tempo on their rotate right there. Oh, this is good. This is good for the Knights. They needed this. They need this.
Definitely, you know, especially knocking out 2 huge members from Tempo Storm. And if you're a team that's kind of like in that, you know, 11th, 12th kind of area, those are the main teams that you want to get. You want to get every single other squad that's at least in your particular kind of play point range, so that way you can be able to rocket launch yourself up to the top 3.
Not only that, for confidence, right? Because, you know, we've been seeing them get taken out really early on here today. So to be able to get 2 kills, you know, in the pocket, that's going to boost that confidence just a little more. Oh, here's J7 just setting it up. Yeah, the M4 right there into the passenger seat and then the driver's seat to finish it on off. We see Tensa on the bottom left-hand corner actually going to be taking some shots of their own. I believe that's going to be on the Knights. And I see 2 Knights. They actually got chunked out. They're going to be bleeding on out right now in the smoke. Tensa trying to get that revenge.
Yes, you could definitely see right there the revenge trying to be had. Sixless knocked right now. Raven out in the middle of the street. Only Smokes covering them. Carnage throwing some out as well. But they know that there's only 2 members up. So this can be really difficult for them to push. So it looks like they're going to be able to get these revives right now. Unless, you know, you see HH get some pretty sneaky shots through the smoke.
Yeah, Carnage going to be playing that oversight with that 4 times on the DP. Yeah, HH, 10 to others, like, okay, let's just leave. Let's just continue looting. I mean, you know, it's circle number 1. They are, you know, in somewhat of a decent position for the time being in Pachinki. All these squads will be waiting to see where the next circle takes them. Cloud9 also making their way on into Pachinki. So the duo from Tempo, they are going to need to be on high alert right now.
Oh, yes, they are. You know, another team that's going to, or another person that needs to be on high alert is me when it comes to these scores, because I picked Yala to win this one, and they're out already in first place right there.
Oh, rip.
Hey, you know what, though? I believed. That's all that matters.
That's true. I told you to pick Nova. I told you to pick Nova, man.
Will they get it? Will they get it? I don't know. Too far, too little, too late here. As we can see, Loops and Nova. I think that this is we've seen these two teams go at it at this spot before, haven't we?
Yeah, multiple times. And maybe like at least 2 or 3 times. So we'll see who comes out on top of this one. Becker already going to be in the second story of the Wizard Tower. Will be peeking that window and quickly will be spotted. Daden right behind him. Probably calling for Becker to pull back and get that retreat because, I mean, there's still 15 teams alive. We're in circle number 2. I don't know if it's worth, Jukes. I mean, in your opinion, is it worth taking this early engagement on the side of Loops?
No, definitely not, considering especially where you're at right now. There's just too many opportunities to get third-partied. So I think that you just kind of go back. Yeah, go back to your spot that you like to stay at right here and just hold it down. You're dead center in zone right now.
I mean, and you got a car show going on. I mean, just good vibes all around. And looking at other squads with some vehicles to use, Footballists, we see 3 vehicles in the kill feed. Someone from Alpha Legends, M24, getting a headshot.
Get out of Sam right there. Love to see some bolt action here, you know, at the World League West. So, Alpha Legends though, Footballist.
Yep, this is going to be Annalise right here, going to be tossing a grenade. Soulk trying to get the retaliation nade. And, ooh, Annalise will be chunking down a good piece of Soulk. Soulk going to be finishing off that UAS to be able to utilize it for cover.
Yeah, and you can just see right now, this last member of Team Unique, he is getting surrounded by Footballists.
Oh, they're making the push.
To hold it down.
They are making the push.
Oh, no way.
Not even a chance. Yep, not even a chance. There goes the underhand grenade to finish it off right there. And, yep, Annalise from Unique. The bait.
Yeah, just right now you can just see Rom, the rest of this squad, just trying to find out the rest of Team Unique. And as Frozen switches to FPP, getting in the vehicles, okay, doing some style points here. Possibly thinking about the press, but I mean that would be ridiculously difficult, especially against Footballists.
Yeah, and not only that, look at the terrain. It's just like wide open, just a wide open path. I mean, just imagine Unique getting in their vehicles, boosting it, trying to make the push. I mean, Footballists are gonna have wide open shots on this one, and they got DPs. So yeah, just relax, you know. Yeah. You lost one, okay, we get it, but don't lose the whole squad.
Definitely right now, because if they were driving towards them, you know that they'd be screaming at the top of their lungs right there, because they're going to need nothing but adrenaline if they're looking to win that kind of fight. But yeah, right now, still early in the game, you know, zone number 2 about to close right now, circle's about to pop, and every team right now is pretty centered out, so I'm interested to see, you know, where this next zone goes. Will it be nice to all these teams, or will it be rough? Oh, and it's a rough one. Hard shift onto Shelter right here. Tensa, PK, C9, all these squads got to hit that rotation.
Memphis. I mean, Unique, they know Loops are in this area at least, and looks like they're going to be trying to bait out some shots or at least find a safe rotate on into this hard shift like we said, but Memphis is going to be finding out firsthand there's nowhere to go, and right on the other side of the hill, couple members from Team Queso, a couple members from Nova, right in the area.
Yeah, it looks like Footballists is looking to press the issue right now against Team Unique, as all they're trying to do is drive away. But yeah, you can see their entire squad right now is just separating, getting all the angles they can, trying to finish out Team Unique right here.
Oh, Lutz!
Oh, look, that was so close.
It was a close one. It was a close one. You got 2 members from Unique currently stuck in this building right here. Frozen and Lightning both receiving some decent damage from these grenades. Lutz going to be attempting to get another one on into that tiny little window. Lutz, this is like the 3rd grenade. Lutz is trying to connect right here on these 2 members from Unique. Frozen tossing out some smokes, and there's the 4th grenade. How many grenades does Lutz have?
Man, he's been picking them all up, and here comes the rest of the squad looking to just try to get this done, but they need to get done quickly right here, especially considering that this is a new zone. They're going to have plenty of teams driving by.
Frozen.
Party opportunities will so thirsted.
The thirst onto Soulk. Oh, how things are falling apart right now on the side of Footballists. They need to hurry up and get these kills, get these confirms, because like you said, third party is immediate in the distance, and Lutz going to be making the push. Frozen, the trades. Raum versus Lightning right now. Both of them trying to get the resets, but Lightning spotted through the window. Footballist winning that one.
Wow. What an angle right there. That third member just came perfectly and was able to just kind of thread the needle through the window and get that finish. Really clutch considering that right now with this next zone, a lot of teams are rotating. Glad to see them finish out that fight pretty quickly.
Yeah, they needed it. They needed to clean that one up because B4 and Farm are actually starting to take some shots onto them. So looking on over here, you know, the Knights, we saw them earlier on versus Tempo. They got 2 kills onto Tempo. They were able to get the revives and get the resets going on right now. Ulysses from Udar Killers, 3 up for the squad, looking to make the push, looking to get aggressive. Let's check in with this replay.
Oh yeah, and you can see right now, we didn't get to catch this right here between Loops and Nova. Easy fell, did some ball damage right there. Not sure exactly what happened, but Frozen, that was the nade that pretty much opened up this fight, was able to get two nades right there that were really clutch. But yeah, last member of Team Unique just getting caught right in the ear from the window.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. And Alpha Legends currently residing in this compound. Faker repositioning the Dacia. Beautiful skin. I mean, we were talking about car shows earlier on. This one is, yeah, that one's nice looking, not gonna lie. So
it's 24 karat gold right there.
24 karat gold. Yuta right there on the outskirts of this one, overlooking that compound. Kunita Powers, Tixie currently doing some scouting of their own, will be spotted, losing a couple health points in the process.
Yeah, you can see all these teams are just trying to rotate to get into this circle number 4 right now, and it did hard shift back to the other side of the map. So right now, Cloud9, Dream Eaters, Team Queso, all these squads are in this one, but B4, Nova, all of the, yeah, look at this right here. Look at all these teams holding on this area.
Yeah, the yo-yo.
With the run over.
The yo-yo right now from the zone, not going to be helping out anybody. B4 Max, and oh, they were trying to get on out of harm's way, trying to retreat back to their squad mates over there. Umbra is going to be right on the opposite end of the road in this nice little dip. They should be able to get the revive on the Prez.
Oh yeah, Team Umbra, what we like to call OP dip. They are holding this spot down right now from the rest of these teams. And they see, they got eyes. They got eyes on the B4. They have a good idea where Dream Eaters is.
Kato onto Sam right there. Sam is going to be knocked out. Acer currently crawling in the grass, trying to get to a safe location to get the revive on the Sam. But Kato will be getting another member, Slicky, choking Slicky out as well. Wildcard, they can't catch a break.
They definitely can't. They're in the zone right now. They're still on the edge, but Alpha Legends is putting on the pressure. And here comes Old Man with the buggy, trying to finish him off.
Making the push with the buggy. Gonna be tossing a grenade right on up the hill. Slicky definitely telling the squad, telling Acer, they're pushing. Faker trying to get some grenades in of their own. Old Man with that spray. Faker able to connect, get a point onto the side of the squad. Acer actually third partied by Team Queso. Axel, wildcard, uphill battle for them. Not able to survive. They still have one up though. So Sam was able to get revived in that whole action, that whole mayhem.
Team Queso able to get the finish as well. So man, that's just the worst break possible when you get pinched in between two squads. Sam's gonna have to make a monster play here if he's looking to save some extra points for wildcard. And
Sam took off their backpack. You know, to limit the information that they provide to their enemies out here, especially as a solo. You don't want to be seen.
Oh yeah, it's like going on a diet, you know? Lose some pounds real quick, get that off your back, and you're able to hide in that grass a little bit better. But, you know, Sam, he's still got the pan on him as well, so interesting to see from him as he's just trying to snake his way to a new angle and possibly catch Alpha Legends by surprise. But look at Chateau in the back.
Yeah.
With that extra coverage right there. That's going to be, I think, the difference maker.
Yeah, definitely. Because, you know, Sam hears at least 2 or 3 members from Alpha Legends right in front of him, but might not hear that 4th over there. And, you know, the objective right now for Sam is just to survive and remain undetected. Next zone goes on up. Just a couple of moments ago, Footballists were eliminated from this game. And looking around here, looks like we're going to be checking in with the Knights.
Yeah, you can just see them right here. This is probably one of my favorite spots on this map, right here by Shelter. So rotational right here. The zone did hard shift away from it, so they are going to have to get into zone, but there's a lot of different good driving paths to be able to get into it.
Cloud9 still 4 up. Still 4 up. Looking to get a dub here in the final game. Adar doing some scouting, jumping around, trying to see if they can spot out a couple enemies out here in the distance. Rob, currently behind the tree, will be spotting out Cloud9.
Look at the way they press. Look how Cloud9 rotates here. Still, no matter what, so careful. They go, they push 2, and then they have the other 2 push behind them, and they just move in little by little right here because they don't just full send it to a spot and hope for the best. They want to make sure that they have all the information possible before they take their next location.
Oh, they're in the kill feed. Old Man was taken down by Sam, but Sam quickly flicked on and thirsted. Pyro out here, trying to separate from the squad, going to be going for some information. Rob going to be unloading some bullets on the Pyro and connecting with the M4. That's going to alert Cloud9. Okay, we got some enemies right here on the edge of the zone. Looked like just a couple of moments ago, Cloud9 were starting to get into an engagement with Tempo out there, but quickly forced to pull back.
They are holding this edges circle, so they're already in here. That's all they're trying to do right now is just hold down the fort the best they can. Hopefully pick up Pyra, but you can't. You can't do it right there when you got robbed and he just throwing some big nades, getting the finish right there. Tough break for Cloud9.
Here we go, jumping on over to Loops and Dreamers on the tail end of this push. Becker gonna be vaulting right on over this wall, trying to get the revive. Oh, Matic trying to reverse, trying to get the run over, not able to do so. Becker able to vault on over the wall and avoid the run over. Becker trying to get the final shots on to Verset. Verset from Dreamers, trying to just drive on out of harm's way. Gonna probably blow up that vehicle, use it for cover, but Becker seeing their life flash before their eyes right there.
That was so close. First sit right now, just holding it down the best he possibly can. It's gonna be really interesting to see where these squads end up right now. As we're just go ahead and taking a look at this fight's closing in. Loops, they're at the edge. Circle shifts, goes dead center right now onto Team Queso. So that's gonna be a huge break for him. Team Queso need to have a big game right now.
HH24, M249 in hand, the reign of terror. Loops, they have a little deflate to work with. They can prone, they can maybe get the revives. HH with the M24 was going to be spotted. Adar going to be tossed into smoke, might opt to crossroad, might opt to get the revive onto uneven, but it is going to be very dangerous as HH was able to get picked up right there. Adar gonna be cooking this grenade, gonna be tossing that one. Can we score the bucket right on into the shack? Where is it going? Right past it, right past it, so close. 2 members still up from the side of Tempo.
Oh my goodness, and you can just see that M249. I know that sound anytime right there. And you got HH24 holding it down. Can he hit this return nade?
Here we go.
All right, that's it. He's already out.
All right, oh, he's already out, already out. So yeah. 2 members up. Oh, Kowalski straight up crashing on into this burning UAS. Kowalski about 2 HP left. Gonna be getting sprayed on from Alpha Legends over here in the northern end of this. We got 5 teams remaining. Loops in the sight lines out there in the open field. They got the burning vehicles to use for cover, but Team Queso taking shots on them. Umbra, Prolord taking shots on them right before they get taken out from the blue zone.
And they did get 2 knocked right now as Becker they need to get these pickups as fast as possible. Team Queso is holding the dead center of zone, but literally Alpha Legends, they're just playing spoiler right now, putting the pressure on all these squads.
7 kills from Alpha Legends. You love to see it. 7 kills. Loops, they are just sitting ducks out there. I think we saw they have like 10 kills so far. Team Queso right on top of them as well. Here comes the push across the road from Alpha Legends. We got 3 teams remaining, and all 3 of these teams got a bunch of kills to go with it. Kowalski just trying to heal on up, but they are going to be spotted from underneath that UAS.
Ran over?
Oh no, Dadden, what is going on? What's going on?
Devastating right now, and Mystic's throwing some huge grenades onto this Loop squad.
That could be good.
Oh, that was a Molotov.
Damn it, it's a fire. Mystic with the molly, the combustion from the fire. It's going to be inflicting a bunch of damage on the Loops right now. Team Queso doing everything in their power to gatekeep Loops, and Loops done. The run over, the self run over from Dadin could have been the deciding factor for the squad.
Goodness.
Alpha Legends getting aggressive right now. They got 11 kills. They got 4 up. They're trying to wrap around Team Queso in the dip. Smoke's going to be all around the playing field right now. Team Queso currently hiding within those smokes, just trying to survive. Kato, 3 kills. Old Man going for the explosion onto Ayala. Here comes the revive attempt. But will it be enough? Kato with the backstab play.
That would be one of the riskiest revives if I've ever seen it right there. Team Queso just trying to hold on all they can, but Alpha Legends are just in straight domination mode right here. Crushing it here for the last map of the evening right here. What we've seen before, how quickly these fights could turn around right here.
2 up,
Maybe
2
close.
up. Marco and Mystic versus 3 members from Alpha Legends. Old Man swapping on over to the DP, trying to regroup with Kato. M249 in hand. Baker with the Uzi will be getting the confirm onto Ayala. Marco using that crate for cover. M249 letting it rip over here, letting it rip. Oh, but Mystic will be connecting onto Faker. Team Queso trying to turn this one around. Marco will be going for the reload. Faker currently getting revived. Marco lean peeking. Kato trying to get the snipes.
Caught by Old Man.
Oh no, what's going on?
Oh, Marco's all caught right now.
Old Man optimistic. Old Man optimistic and
that's
out to Marco with the squad wiper.
Oh my goodness. I mean, talk about action-packed right there. We were just straight losing it. What a crazy fight right there. I mean, Alpha Legends able to just get a win that they needed so bad right there. And be able to do that with 14 kills. That's going to put 34 points to their total score right now. They needed to get it done, and what a time to do it here at the final match here of day number 2.
Who is it? Marco with the M249 at the end. I cannot believe that somehow Marco managed to get to that crate, get the level 3 gear, get the M249, and give Team Queso the fighting chance, because it was a 2v4 pretty much at the end right there.
Definitely, and you saw with the iron sight on it right there. He had that iron sight just hitting the leads, just letting it rip right there, trying to put all the pressure fire he could for his squad. But man, what a way to finish today's games. Can't wait to see what the scoreboards looks like, as well as, hearing the thoughts coming from the desk as well. So that's going to be it for myself and Mustache Dave for today. Thank you guys for watching, and can't wait to see again what the desk has to say. Break.
Absolute beast coming out into this one. I cannot explain how proud I am to see Alpha Legends step up when they needed it, and they desperately needed it here as well, 7. This was a match they needed to pick up some points on, because they were sitting towards the bottom echelons of our standings for such a long time.
And I love this match from Alpha Legends. This is one team that I said it so many times in this match so far. They are the gatekeeper team. They are the team that can definitely get the placement, but usually cannot get the kills. Well, guess what? They got the placement and they got the kills as well. With being able to get 14 kills, that is so awesome for that team to actually go ahead and do that. This is going to get them out of that hump. Maybe this is going to get them out of that 8th to 10th place that they're kind of used to, and maybe rankings. And now, once you, as we were mentioning before, if you're a team that gets pushed up the rankings, sometimes that puts some pressure off your shoulders. Sometimes you're able to go ahead and do different things, different rotations, and it's so good. And I just want to go ahead and notate something there with Jason, is that I did call the right team that went out first. Glitter.
That's true.
It was Yala Esports, just saying.
I mean, if anything, you should be making fun of Hot Shoes, because he had them picked to win, right? Just saying, Hot Shoes.
That means throwing. That means throwing.
Let's take a look, though, at our standings from that last match. You can see who got how many kills across the board and how many points were going to be gained. And it's making me sad to see Loops Esports. I mean, not sad. Sad and not sad to see them do well here in this game, because that was the choice of 7, which means he's catching up to me. But also a big thing here, you can see Team Umbra, 9 kills, 7.
Yeah, I think that's one team that we need to mention as well. Before, and this is interesting too for everybody watching at home. Before going into this match, they actually only had about 6 kills so far in the Super Weekend. So not only did they double pretty much their kills, they also went in some 3 extra kills as well. That is just such a great performance from them. And as we've been mentioning, going into the final day of the first Super Weekend, you want to be in those last places. You don't want to be towards the bottom. At the end of the day, you might not be towards the bottom there, and that's just gonna go ahead and hurt you mentally. And overall, Dream Eaters, I think Dream Eaters having a better performance there as well on Erangel. That is good to see. We see them perform really well in Miramar and in Sanhok, so it's seeing them perform well here on Erangel is good as well. And then look at this, Footballers. I know you wanted to go ahead and talk about that one, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, super unfortunate for Footballers down there at the bottom, but one team I did want to point out from the first page as well was also saw Queso up in the higher rankings again, which is great for them. Nova was able to get a few more points, but unfortunately, you know, that was all placement based because we saw Gfan again able to secure his team a few of those extra points, but we need them to kind of pick up that aggression and start going for those rushes that we've seen them do. I don't think that they've really committed to that much during the Super Weekend.
And it seems like Team Unique have been kind of hot and cold throughout the last couple of days too. They have some decent placings, they have a decent kills sometimes. Thinking back to, what map was that? Was that Miramar I think they were playing on, or was it Erangel? I can't remember off the top of my head that they had like a really good result. Let's take a look though at our stats actually from our victors. And you can see 2,200 damage done for them, 14 kills, 13 knockouts. Not a bad day of work here for them, Glitter.
No, that's for Alpha Legends. This is exactly what they needed. They were kind of right at the cusp of doing, like Seven said a couple times, they've been able to gatekeep teams and put out a lot of damage in the process. But also clearly their positioning worked out well for them here, considering they only had 462 total heals and very aggressive on the kill side of things. Converted all of their knockouts and then, you know, got an extra little third-party kill in there.
What's production doing to me there? Showing Cloud9 stats, trying to make me feel bad for choosing Cloud9 in that game. Come on, guys. I thought you were on my side. I'm the only one actually here in Poland with you guys.
Got you.
But yeah, it was a rough game for Cloud9 there. But it's great to see other teams step up, right? We talked about this before. We've had things kind of stagnate. We're seeing the same teams kind of consistently be towards the top, the same teams consistently be towards the bottom. I do wonder if that monumental weight on their shoulders, that boulder on their back will finally be maybe lightened a bit, because they still have another day to bounce back, right? This is only day 2 out of day 3.
Yeah, if they're able to at least go ahead and get a little bit better placement. For example, I know we mentioned it earlier, but we need to go ahead and mention it again. Team Umbra. Team Umbra is just so impressive for them to be able to get 9 kills. More kills than they have had so far this weekend. I think that is huge, Jason.
Yeah, let's take a look at our Do the Do moments. Maybe we can talk about Team Umbra in there a little bit as well to see some of those sweet little kills they were able to pull off. And Hot Jukes, well, there's a little bit of a rip there to see off the bat. At least they got a kill from it.
You want to talk about this one, Glitter? I'll let you have that one.
I mean, listen, sometimes the game just doesn't go in your favor, and that maybe you cast or curse them, really, Seven. Maybe you were the problem here, but we're actually starting to see some of the fights coming in from Umbra, and this was, in fact, onto Yala. And while we were watching this go down, I honestly thought that Yala was going to be able to turn that in their favor, because they actually were able to wipe out the first Umbra player before the fight kind of took a turn for the worse. And that was just a little bit sad there, I'm not going to lie, Seven.
Yeah, it was. I was kind of happy in a way that I got the pick right, but then I was not happy because I want all the teams to go ahead and do well here. And this was one engagement that we wanted to go ahead and break down, but it was Unique versus Footballers. Footballers being able to get all the angles on Unique. I think that was really impressive that they were able to go ahead and clear that up. Ended up getting 3 kills and then ended up getting 1 point in place. And 4 overall, not the best performance. And then Carnage being the savage, pretty much laying down right in front of that man and saying, hey, I want you to look into my eyes while I spray you and finish you off and send you back to that lobby. And then we had Cloud9, and no, when we were watching this, everybody that had picked Cloud9 was just biting their nails, saying, what's going on? What are they doing here? Well, guess what? Kanina Power finally woke up a little bit. They ended up getting just 2 kills, which I mean, it's good considering we haven't really been able to see them perform that well. And then another team, the team that I ended up picking, which was Loops Esports, they have been performing so well. They just keep getting very unlucky towards the end. So this is one team that I'm hoping in the future, even though they can get the kills, I want them to step it up on the win department as well. We know they've been able to, actually, so far in this Super Weekend, Loops Esports has not been able to get any win so far. But as you're able to see, they're able to be so aggressive, really aggressive. And one thing that I actually enjoyed that I don't think we're going to be able to see here is that at one point, I believe it was Cameron Davis or Miramar, we were watching this match. They told us how good of a communication this team has. They ended up getting shot by somebody from the back, and all of the players instantaneously just turned around and started shooting the Ben. But overall, Alpha Legends, one that I've been mentioning over and over again, this is just such a great match for Alpha Legends. Congratulations, especially Ramon. He's been a player that we've been seeing over and over again, and I cannot wait to see maybe that top players or whatever it's going to be.
Well, we saw how much damage Alpha Legends did in that last match. To see how it compares to the rest, though, of the teams within this lobby. I'm expecting some big numbers out of the likes of Loops, as we mentioned before. Maybe some big numbers out of Team Queso as well, as they finally make themselves through in towards the final two teams. You can see here, pretty even, to be fair, Glitter, across the numbers or the top three teams.
And I love seeing games like this where I mean, even down to Umbra as top 5, Tempo managed to sneak in there, but the damage across the board for the top teams of this match makes me happy because it shows that they're doing that aggressive play style towards the end. I mean, you've got 2K on Alpha Legend. Obviously, they were killing it, but almost 1,700 coming out of Queso, over 1,700 coming out of Loops with 6 and 10 kills respectively. And Umbra, I think they might be the most impressive one for me in this game with that 9 kill, over 1,500 damage game.
And one that kind of keeps surprising me here is Nova Esports. Nova Esports, this is the second match so far that I see them get anywhere from 500 to 600 damage, and they only end up getting just maybe 1 kill or no kills at all. Not sure what's going on there with Nova. Before this match started, they ended up with just 16th place. Not what you want to see from that team, and they really haven't, so far this Super Weekend, they really haven't been able to put up a performance where they're at least able to put 5 kills on a match, so hopefully they can step it up.
I think for me, one of the most important statistics we can see when looking at a team is basically the damage they're doing, right? You see Loops Esports, you know that maybe they don't sometimes get the great placings, but they always seem to have that really consistent high damage and really consistent kills, and that makes them always a threat because as long as they, I guess, put themselves in a better position, they'll be able to get through later on and really get those placement points. And I said damage is one of the key markers when it comes to seeing who the best teams are. Well, kills is also a key marker when it comes to seeing who the best players are. Let's take a look at our top 10 players so far, and you can already see off the bat here, Glitter, 2 players out of Loops making the top 3.
Yes. And we knew that maybe I knew that we would expect to see Carrillo up there, but look, this is an impressive list. We've got the Dean also in the 40s. The fact that the top 4 players, period, are in the 40s with their kills so far is incredibly impressive. We talked about Matic today. We were, Tensa always has strong. These are pretty much all players that we have touched on, but one thing that's very impressive is 3 footballist players out of the top 10 right now.
And one that I'm enjoying, and I'm glad you pointed out, Raum is second place right now. 43 kills, 24 assists, 39 knocks, and for that 4 nade kills. That is so impressive. And another one that I wanted to go ahead and mention is Axel. Remember, Team Queso has not had the best Super Weekend so far, but guess what? Axel has been able to maintain that form. He's been able to go ahead and put out kills. He has gone down a little bit on the leaderboard just because of all the other great matches some of the other teams are having, and the players are just pretty much taking full advantage of that. But seeing Axel there still being consistent and performing for that team is very impressive.
I think we need to give a Joe Theismann award here to some player. For Adder in particular, he's got 6 nade kills. He's got the most compared to the entire lobby going on, and that shows when he takes fights in a situation where he can always nade you, and he's got the really strong arm coming through. We're gonna take a look now at our overall standings as well to see how things have wrapped up and shaped up here at the end of day 2. And Cloud9 maintain that first place position. Footballist is number 2. But we are seeing, it looks like Glitter Loops make their way up a bit here. And also Alpha Legends number 7. We got to talk about them.
Love seeing Alpha Legends continuously bump their placements up throughout the day. But one thing that's super important is if you look at the top 5, both Loops and B4 are in the top 5 with 0 wins, 0 chicken dinners under their belt. This is just due to consistent placing and aggressive kills across the board and still managing to break that top 5 threshold. That's pretty impressive.
That's scary. And I think 7 for Loops. If they can take chicken dinners, look, how far ahead would they be from everyone else?
they'll be miles ahead, honestly. So it's kind of good for us in a way, the viewers, that they're not getting that many chicken dinners, because it's forcing them to go ahead and just grind it out more against those teams like Dream Eaters, Footballers, Cloud9. And I think Footballers has one that just kind of snuck up on us. Remember, this is one team that was very consistent in league play, and guess what? They were able to carry that consistency that they had in league play, and they've been able to outperform anything that I was even thinking about in regards to Footballers. So it's so great to see. And then with that said, we do have teams that are doing very, very well, and guess what? We do have teams that are just quite not there yet. Team Umbra, though, being able to go ahead and jump some spots, being able to add some extra points. And as I was mentioning, that was just such a huge game for them. They ended up in doubling their kills even more. And that, remember, for anybody that's currently watching that might not remember, every kill equals 1 point. Hopefully tomorrow, the final day of the first Super Weekend, I'm going to be able to see a little bit more from Karina Power. This is just the performance I was not expecting from them. And not sure if they're going to go ahead and switch it up, because something I want to go ahead and mention as well is we've been talking about Karina Power always doing bad on the first days. Well, guess what? It's been already 1 day. It's been already 2 days, and everything is still not going your way. Are you still going to go ahead and stick to your game plan? Or now that you're going into the last day of the first Super Weekend, it's a time to maybe go ahead and mix it up. Maybe use it as a day to try out new things, because why not? Or just go with the same thing and see and hope that it works.
Well, Seven, we talked about first days, but what about second first days? Thank you, Glitter. At least Glitter knew exactly where that was from. One team I do want to mention before we do head out from the show is, again, Team Umbra, because we're seeing glimpses of them that we saw in league play, right? Because they were a team who were out of the bottom 16. They had no chance of getting through into the Super Weekend, and then they started to pick up some games, some decent placings when it came through the final day of play, and we see them finally have a good game for themselves as well. So for me, Glitter, I'm curious, can they keep that going into day 3?
I'm definitely curious to see the same as well. I'm hoping that they can, if only even just to like shake up some of those more consistent teams towards the middle, moving into that top 10 position, because we want to see a little switch up every now and again. We don't want to have to keep calling the same teams, and Umbra is more than capable of doing that. As you said, we saw that in league play. So maybe they're just one of those slower start teams, and day 3 will go very, very well for them. There's a couple other teams we're going to be looking at for that, like Konina Power. You know, hopefully Alpha Legends and Queso can keep that progression going, or at least kind of stay where they are, and we'll see how the third day goes.
Yeah, I mean, they got the rest of the night to think some things over, maybe review some things as well. And just like we also have a night to think about what's going to go on tomorrow in our games. Thank you very much, Seven Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion, for joining me here yet again. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some more action. Honestly, I want to give a big thanks to Hot Jukes, Mustache Dave, and Viram and Cameron as well, because they put on a fantastic show for you all watching at home, and also for us here in the studio. That's going to wrap it up, though, for our second day here of the Super Weekend. It's on the first one of 3 that we'll have. We'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. PDT for our third and final day. You're not going to want to miss this.